Rumors say that those who are in a coma are actually traveling to another dimension. However, when I was in a coma, I practiced in my dreams for 1,000 years, only to wake up and realize that everything was indeed real. Over the course of 1,000 years, I not only became the #1 person in the immortal realm, but also became the Tao companion of the 9 holy maidens in the immortal realm. Unexpectedly, these 9 holy maidens were also in a vegetative state for 4 years. My mind was in chaos at this moment, with countless immortal spells merging into my mind. Could all of this be real? I then sat cross-legged on the bed, assumed a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky, and began to cultivate. As I slowly closed my eyes, a familiar spiritual energy surged from all directions, instantly circulating through my limbs and body, beginning to repair my body. When I opened my eyes again and exhaled a breath, the heavenly Tao technique was indeed real. Although the spiritual energy here was far less abundant than in the immortal realm of my dreams, it was indeed suitable for cultivation. At this moment, a stunning woman in a pencil skirt and blouse walked in, her expression not one of surprise but of shock. The next moment, the beauty's shocked face turned into joy, and she suddenly rushed towards me. "Great, darling, you're finally awake. I thought you might never wake up," she said. Meanwhile, in a separate villa, the former renowned beauty of Jiangchang, Xiao Fian, woke up. Xiao Fian was the pride of the Qiao family, controlling billions of assets at just 20 years old. 4 years ago, she suddenly fell into a coma, and despite the Qiao family's efforts to find top doctors, they were unable to help. At this moment, Su Ruobing, dressed in a white dress, asked in surprise, "Fian, is that you? Are you really awake?" Xiao Fian sighed softly. "Yes, I remember having a very long dream. When the dream ended, I woke up too. It's a coincidence that in our hospital, Lin Fan, who has been in a coma for 3 years, suddenly woke up today and is now lively and energetic, completely unlike a patient." When she heard the name Lin Fan, Xiao Fian's mind was instantly flooded with countless images. Memories like sharp blades tore through 4 years of tranquility, and she suddenly grabbed Su Ruobing's hand, her breathing becoming rapid. "Ruobing, the patient you just mentioned? What's his name?" Su Ruobing was a bit confused. "Lin Fan, Xuan Mu Lin, an ordinary fan. What's wrong? Fian, do you happen to know him?" After taking a deep breath, Xiao Fian tried to calm herself down and said she didn't know him, but deep down, she was secretly hoping, could it really be you, my husband? The nurse has already left, so tell me, who are you really? By the way, your crying just now seemed a bit fake. The beautiful woman in front of me calmed down and said, "My name is Qin Shueyao. Do you remember the car accident 3 years ago? What? That genius school flower from Jiangcheng University, Qin Shueyao, the goddess of school flowers that was difficult to even meet in person back then, is now in my arms." Blushing, Qin Shueyao said, "Lin Fan, there are 2 things I need to tell you. First, it was actually me who hit you that year, and I am very sorry about it. Second, I have been taking care of you in the hospital for the past 3 years, so the whole Jiangcheng knows that I have a boyfriend in a vegetative state, and that boyfriend is you. It was because my grandfather kept forcing me to date Qiao Sancher from the Qiao family, and I had no choice but to admit that you were my boyfriend." I was stunned to hear this, realizing that this girl was the real culprit. Finally understanding how I got this girlfriend, Qin Shueyao helplessly said, "I know I was wrong in this matter, but I will compensate you. However, I need you to help me with something now." I casually asked, "So, do you want me to continue pretending to be your boyfriend?" Qin Shueyao shook her head and replied, "I need you to marry me. Let's make a deal. We agree to marry for 1 year, and I will give you 100,000 living expenses each month. After a year, when we divorce, I will compensate you with 10 million. What do you think? Pretty good. So get married." Lindbergh only hesitated for 3 seconds. One more second would be disrespectful to $10 million. He was indeed short of money. After all, he had nothing now. While it seems to be possible to cultivate immortality, it's also expensive to do so. "Honey, I want to get out of the hospital. Nobody likes hospitals, and neither does Lindbergh. You've only just woken up. Your body shouldn't be fully recovered yet. Why don't you wait a few days?" Before Qin Shueya could finish her sentence, Linbai carried her out of bed and walked back and forth. "Do you need me to do something else to prove I'm physically okay? Like the kind of things couples are supposed to do?" "Ah, no, you put me down first. I'll go get you discharged." Qin Shueya was a bit flustered and confused in her heart. How could any vegetable person be so alive just after waking up? Linbai was more or less reluctant to let go of Qin Shueya when he finally did. "That body is so comfortable to snuggle. I brought your clothes and shoes over for you. So you can change first." Qin Shueya handed Linbai a bag and prepared to leave. By the way, there's something I just forgot to mention." Linbai had a serious face. although I'm quite willing to sleep with you. After all, you have such a good body. But if you really want me to sleep with you, then it's a sale/body. Although I sell my art as well as my body, I have to add money too. If I sell my body. Qin Shuya glared at Lin Bai and kind of wanted to hit him. You're still cuter when you're a vegetable. Leaving behind these words, Qin Shuya left in a huff. Really? The 9 saints of the immortal world are all rushing to sleep with me. Okay? Lindbergh muttered to himself. It's a shame, it was just a dream after all. Memories can be brought out of dreams, one cannot climb out of them. Go take a shower first. Lindbergh found that the ward was in good condition and had a bathroom. But just then, a voice came from the doorway. Fuck, you punk hillbilly actually woke up? A young man covered in name tags walked in, and there were 2 burly men guarding the door. I'm Qin Changfeng. Qin Shuyo is my cousin. Don't even think about climbing up the ladder. You punk! Qin Changfeng threw Lin Bai a bundle of bills. Here is $100,000. Take the money and get out of here right now. $100,000 you're paying off a screamer? Lin Bai had a look of contempt. They were all Qin family members. Why was this one so stingy? You don't think it's enough? Qin Changfeng froze, then sneered. Fine. Name your price. $10 million. Lindbergh is short of money. If you can walk away with $10 million now, you don't have to wait until a year from now. Why don't you go fucking rob it? Qin Changfeng instantly became furious. Dead hick. Do you think you're worth $10 million? If you can't get the money, get out and leave me alone. Lindbergh was impatient. Shit, give you face? Qin Changfeng waved his hand. You guys come in and beat the son of a bitch into a vegetable again. The 2 big men rushed into the ward, and without saying anything, swung their fists towards Lin Bai's head. Lin Bai shot out almost instinctively, instantly grabbing the fists of the 2 men and twisting them slightly. Ah! The 2 big men screamed at the same time. Get out! With a forceful send, the 2 big men couldn't help but fall backwards out of the ward. You get out too! Lin Bai kicked Qin Changfeng out as well. Country bumpkin, you wait for me. Qin Changfeng was furious, but he didn't dare to come back in. Lin Bai had a disdainful look on his face. He was an immortal exalted, and he was still afraid of this kind of thing? Nope. It's like I'm having my personality affected by the dream. Lindbergh suddenly reacted. At one time he was an honest man and even had a bit of an inferiority complex. But it was fine now, and he liked it for himself. Lin Bai walked into the bathroom, washed himself clean, changed into new clothes, put on new shoes, and then put Qin Changfeng's 100,000 cash into the bag. The formalities are done. Qin Shuya froze when she returned to the hospital room at the right time. Where did you get the cash from? Oh, your cousin sent me condolences. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Don't say it. Your brother is quite a nice guy. Qin Changfeng? Qin Shuya frowned. He consoled you? How is this possible? Then came the response. Did he pay you to leave? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Grandpa just called me and asked me to take you to see him. Most likely Qin Changfeng told Grandpa about this. There were many families in Zhengcheng. 3 top families, 8 first-class families, and even more second-class families. Top families have assets of $100 billion. First-class families have assets of $10 billion. And second-class families have assets of over $1 billion. The Qin family was one of the 8 first-class families. Near the outskirts of Zhengcheng, the Qin family's old mansion, Qin Shuya walked in with Lin Bai on her arm. And there were many people in the room, including Qin Changfeng. How dare you come, hillbilly? Qin Changfeng glared at Lin Bai. Then he looked at the white-haired old man next to him. Grandpa, Lin Bai doesn't really like my sister at all. I just took 100,000 to test him and he exposed himself and actually asked me for 10 million. When he realized that I had revealed his true colors, he was so enraged that he actually hit me. The white-haired old man was none other than the helmsman of the Qin family, Qin Shuyao's grandfather, Qin Zhenzheng, who was already 70 years old. Grandpa, that's not what happened. Qin Shuyo tried to defend herself. There's no need to say more. Qin Zhenzheng waved his hand without anger. Lin Bai, I'm actually very happy that you've woken up. You've already delayed Shuyo for 3 years. You can't continue to delay her. You want money. I'll satisfy you. Here's $10 million. Take it. Qin Zhenzheng handed out a check. Grandpa, Lin Bai and I truly love each other. Qin Shuyo was instantly anxious. She forcefully wrapped her arms around Lin Bai's hand, not allowing him to take the check, while also looking at him with begging eyes. Shuyo, Grandpa told you that even true love has a price. Qin Zhenzheng was calm. Lin Bai, I'm not threatening you either, but it's your best option for you to take the money and leave now. We don't want to use other means if we can solve it with money. Elder Qin, you are so generous, much better than that stingy fellow Qin Changfeng. Lin Bai smiled brightly. But you see, Shuoyao is so beautiful and has such a good figure. She's also a rich woman. Oh, and most importantly, we still truly love each other. So, Elder Qin, it's going to cost extra. Now, I want 100 million. The Qin family was stunned. Why don't you go rob it, hillbilly? Qin Changfeng was unusually angry. Do you have any fucking idea how much $100 million is? Grandpa, look, this man doesn't really like my sister at all. There's no need to give him money. Just tell him to get lost. Grandpa, Lin Bai is just gambling. He doesn't really want $100 million. Qin Shueyo hurriedly explained, and then attached herself to Lin Bai's ear and whispered, "What are you thinking? My grandpa won't give you that much money. Not even $10 million will really be given to you. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. What if it does come true?" Lindbergh smiled cheekily. Qin Shueyo wasn't really his girlfriend anyway, and he preferred to take the money and live his own life. 100 million is it? I'll give it to you. The voice came from the doorway and in walked a tall, fair man. Look, isn't this a grievance? Lindbergh was satisfied. Do you recognize this ingrate? Of course Qin Shueyo recognized it, and when she saw the visitor, a trace of disgust unconsciously appeared in her eyes. Third young master Qiao, you're here. Qin Changfeng, however, had already greeted him with a flattering face. Zhou Sanjiao. Qin Zhenjiang also politely took the initiative to greet the visitor. Lin Bai right. I am the third young master of the Qiao family, one of the three top families in Jiangcheng. Qiao Sancher. The tall man walked straight to Lin Bai with a proud face. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that I'm in love with Shueya. As long as you completely disappear from Shueya's sight, I, for one, can give you this $100 million. You are so handsome and generous. Third young Mr. Qiao. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Then this money, when to give? I'll get the money and leave right away. Qin Shueya was a bit devastated. This guy is a dead money grubber who sees money. Once again, she thought that the man was cuter when he was still a vegetable. Ha ha ha, Qiao Sancher, however, laughed out loud in triumph. You fool, you really think I'll give you money? You're a fatherless hillbilly who's been a vegetable for 3 years, and you wake up wanting to get rich? What kind of dreams are you having? Your true colors have been exposed. Without Shueya to protect you, you're worthless. Now get the hell out of here right now, or you're not a vegetable. You're dead. Are all you rich people so untrustworthy? Lindbergh is depressed. Give him 100 million. He will really go fool. Who the hell keeps faith with trash like you? Qin Changfeng sneered. Still want 100 million? Trash like you. Not even as good as a wild dog on the side of the road. Giving you 100,000 is too damn much. Get the hell out of here, or I'll cripple you and feed you to the dogs on the side of the road. Shueya. As you can see, the man you've been guarding for 3 years is such a piece of work. Qin Zhenjiang looked huffy. Someone come. Throw the lowlife out. 7 or 8 burly bodyguards rushed towards Lindbergh. Stop. Qin Shueyo hurriedly drank. No one is allowed to touch Lin Bai. Shueya. This kind of lowly thing that trades you like goods. And you still want to protect him? Qin Zhenjiang roared. Pull Missy away and keep going. 2 of the bodyguards turned towards Qin Shueyo, preparing to pull her away, while the other bodyguards, all continued to rush towards Lin Bai. Old man Qin, why are you pretending to be pure? Don't you also want to sell her for a good price? With a look of contempt on his face, Lindbergh's hands and feet came out in unison. A group of bodyguards instantly fell to the ground. For money's sake, I've put up with you guys for a long time. Lin Bai dashed to Qin Changfeng. Since you won't pay now, I'll be impolite. You want to cripple me, don't you? I'll cripple you first. Lin Bai kicked Qin Changfeng in the calf. Click. Qin Changfeng let out a miserable scream. Lin Bai didn't stop moving, abruptly turning around, probing his hand and grabbing Qiao Sanchi's throat, his face cold. You want to turn me into a dead man? Qin Shueya was dumbstruck. How come this guy can fight so well? Well, he's a newly awakened vegetable. This is outrageous. Woohoo! Painful sounds came from Qiao Sancher. His face flushed red as he desperately struggled. Don't! Lindbergh, calm down. Qin Shueya came back to her senses and hurriedly went over to pull Lin Bai. You let go. It'll kill you. With a flick of his hand, Lin Bai threw Qiao Sancher to the ground. Rubbish. Still want to kill me? I can crush you with one hand. Lin Bai did come back to his senses. This was not the immortal realm after all, so he couldn't kill people at will. Ahem. Qiao Sancher coughed and kicked for air. Grandpa, Lin Bai just woke up. He's still not quite lucid. You'd better not provoke him. Qin Shueya wrapped her arms around Lin Bai and her voice instantly became gentle again. Honey, take it easy. Let's get out of here. I'll take you home. Qin Shueya pulled Lin Bai and left. She thought it was better to leave first. Moreover, she suddenly realized that she seemed to know too little about Lin Bai, and she still needed to talk to him in depth. And this time, there was no one to stop it. It wasn't until Lin Bai and Qin Shuiao disappeared in the doorway that Xiao Sancher slowed down. Damn redneck for trying to strangle me. I'll get him. Xiao Sancher stormed out, taking out his cell phone and preparing to shake people. Instead, the bell rang first. Zhou Sancher smoothly picked up. It's me. What? Xiao Fian woke up? The moment. In the center of Jiangcheng City, in front of a Jiangnan garden-style independent villa, a car had just stopped. Su Ruobing, who was dressed in a white coat, almost ran inside the villa, running in the middle of a wave/run. In the courtyard, quietly sitting in a white dress beauty, long hair hanging to the ground, that beautiful face slightly pale, heard footsteps. White dress beauty looked up, show a smile. Ruobing, long time no see. Fei Yan, you're really awake? Su Ruobing's tone trembled with some disbelief. In front of this Chao family's heavenly daughter, 20 years old on the control of hundreds of billions of assets of the genius of the girl. The former Jiangcheng recognized the first beauty. 4 years ago suddenly coma. Chao family spends a lot of money, searching for famous doctors, are at their wits' end. The world sighs that the red face is thin. These 2 years, even the Chao family has given up. Only Su Ruobing does not die. After all, the two are the best friends. Yeah, wake up. Xiao Fei Yan sighed softly. I had a very long dream. And then, the dream woke up. And so did I. It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. Su Ruobing grabbed Xiao Fei Yan's hand. Fei Yan, let me help you check your body. After a while, Su Ruobing was in awe. Fei Yan, this is really a miracle for you. Just waking up and you're so healthy. Hardly any problems. By coincidence, there was a vegetative person in our hospital who had been in a coma for 3 years, and he also suddenly woke up in the morning, and he was also alive and kicking, not at all like a patient. Thinking about this, Su Ruobing secretly gritted her teeth. Having grown up so much, she had never been touched by anyone else in that position, but she couldn't be bothered with a newly awakened vegetable, so she had to eat her words. Ruobing, I've heard that you've been researching ways to wake up vegetative people all these years, and both your patient and I woke up today, most likely because you've made significant progress in your research. Xiao Fei smiled gently. It really would be nice. Su Ruobing sighed. Fei Yan, I'm not going to lie to you. My research actually didn't make much progress, and you waking up was also an accident. As for that Lindbergh in our hospital, he's not even my patient. Xiao Fei Yan violently grabbed Su Ruobing's hand, her breathing quickening. Ruobing, you said that patient. What's his name? What's wrong with Lindbergh? Ah, Twin Woods Forest, the white of black and white. Su Ruobing was a bit confused. Fei Yan, what's wrong with you? It's hard to believe that you know him? Xiao Fei took a deep breath and tried to calm her agitated mind. No, don't recognize it. Xiao Fei Yan gently shook her head, and in her mind, thousands of images, but they became clearer. Honey, is that you? At this moment, Qin Shuiao, who had already moved away from the Qin family's old mansion, parked her car on the side of the road. How come I didn't know you knew martial arts? Qin Shuiao couldn't help but inquire. Big schoolgirl Qin, you didn't know me in the first place, Lindbergh said casually. Qin Shuiao was speechless. She took out an agreement, thought about it, and added 2 more zeros to the breach of contract clause before handing it to Lin Bai. Here's our marriage agreement. You sign it first. Today is Saturday. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed, so next Monday, we'll go and get the license. Let me be clear with you. If you casually sell me again, you'll have to pay $1 billion in liquidated damages. Since the guy's a money grubber, let's tie him up with money. Lin Bai simply signed the agreement. Since no wrongdoer was willing to give money, he still had to come and earn Qin Shuiao's money. Come on, I'll buy you a big meal. Qin Shuiao put away the agreement with satisfaction, and the whole person looked quite happy. After another 10 minutes of driving, we came to the entrance of a Western restaurant. Just as he got out of the car, he came across a man and woman coming out of the restaurant. The woman rather sultry and the man all muscular. Yo, Qin Shuiao, you're not pretending? The demonic woman had a mocking look on her face. The pure-hearted beautiful president of Touched Jiangcheng has finally come out to steal food? Song Yujio, how come I run into you everywhere? Qin Shuiao looked disgusted. Song Yujio was the Song family's eldest miss, and could be called Qin Shuiao's nemesis. The Song family and the Qin family belong to the same first-class family in Jiangcheng. Qin Shuiao has earned a reputation of being devoted by guarding her vegetative boyfriend for 3 years without leaving him. Song Yujio is just the opposite. Is Jiangcheng famous female president? Around the man changed quickly. Good people always like to compare the two together, and because of this, Song Yujio hated Qin Shuiao. Of course, the key thing was that Qin Shuiao was prettier than Song Yujio. What? Getting pissed off? Song Yujio picked up her cell phone and recorded a video at Qin Shueyo and Lin Bai. I'm going to show everyone how slutty you are as a pure-hearted president. I say Qin Shueyo, it's okay for you to cheat on your vegetable boyfriend behind his back. Why don't you find a better one? Song Yujio looked at Lin Bai with an ambiguous face. With this small body of his, can he satisfy you? You get a 3-second man who can satisfy you. How come I can't do it with a 3-hour minimum? Lin Bai was very upset. He and the 9 holy maidens could stay out of bed for 7 days and 7 nights, okay? Qin Shueyo's pretty face was slightly red. This guy could really blow it. What are you babbling about, kid? The muscular man beside Song Yujio, however, was annoyed. Believe it or not, I'll whip you? Don't you have any idea whether you're a 3-second man or not? Lin Bai had a look of contempt. This woman beside you is lusting after you. Later on you guys will go to a room. And it turns out you're only 3 seconds in. Do you believe she'll get you killed? The muscular man's face changed slightly, as if he remembered something, and then, he suddenly covered his stomach. Mr. Song, I'm sorry, I have a stomach ache. I'll go to the bathroom first. Seeing the muscular man run into the restaurant, Song Yujio's face turned a little ugly. Qin Shueyo, on the other hand, was stunned again. Hubby, do you really see that he can't? Yo, even calling your husband. Song Yujio laughed coldly. Qin Shueyo, it seems like this little white boy screwed you over. Did you think of your poor vegetable boyfriend who couldn't move a muscle when you moved on him? Do you think there's a possibility that I'm Shueyo's vegetable boyfriend? Lin Bai shook his head inside. Ms. Song, you should know more about your opponent. What? Song Yujio was incredulous. Qin Shueyo, your vegetable boyfriend actually woke up? What kind of shit luck are you having? Probably because I'm better looking than you. Qin Shueyo ruthlessly stabbed Song Yujio's heart. Song Yujio was furious. Just then, her cell phone rang. Song Yujio picked up the phone, while the exasperation on her face quickly turned into joy and even gloating. Ha ha ha, Qin Shueyo, do you know what news I just received? Song Yujio looked smug. The true myth of our Jiangcheng business community, the recognized first beauty of Jiangcheng, that heavenly beauty of the Qiao family, Qiao Fian. She's awake. Not only did she wake up, she also activated her hundreds of billions of dollars of assets and notified all the big families in Jianhai that a banquet will be held tomorrow night to entertain the business celebrities in Jiangcheng. You know what the key thing is? She will choose a partner to form the thrilling Thunder Group, and no matter who it is, as long as they get on her rocket, they will soar. And you, Qin Shueyo, because of your punk plant boyfriend, you directly lost that chance. Ha 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 ha. Song Yujio laughed with unbridled joy. Lindbergh, however, was confused. Zhou Fei? Xiao Fei Yen, the Sage of Thunder? Song Yujio left happily, and Lin Bai and Qin Shueyo entered the restaurant. The restaurant was fancy and the steak was good, but Qin Shueyo was answering the phone almost all the time. Lin Bai had been in a coma for 3 years, but at this moment, he was also a bit of a palate pleaser. He had thought that the 9 sacred maidens would only be a dream and could not possibly become a reality. But when he heard Qiao Fian's name, he began to realize that things weren't that simple. I'm full. Why don't we go home first? Qin Shueyo opened her mouth at this time. In fact, she barely ate. Good. Lindbergh nodded. The two men left with the bill and drove to the Watchtower neighborhood. This is the famous riverfront mansion area in Jiangcheng. All of them are one floor, one family large flats with excellent river views. Each set is worth at least $30 million or more. Qin Shueyo's house is on the top floor, nicely decorated, with a master bedroom, guest room, children's room, study room, fitness area. Lindbergh, your personal belongings, they're all here. Take a look first. Qin Shueyo led Lin Bai into the master bedroom. The bed was large, not luxurious but quite cozy. It was also filled with the scent of a woman's fragrance. Lindbergh nodded lightly as he quickly found his cell phone. Qin Shueyo went out to answer the phone again, while Lin Bai also charged his cell phone and turned it on. He then began to search the internet for information on Qiao Fei Yen. Qiao Fian was famous in Jiangcheng and there were photos of her on the internet. And the moment he saw her photo, Lin Bai was sure. It's really her. Lin Bai's heart was beating wildly. He tried very hard to calm himself down, but he couldn't. He couldn't curb the urge to go find Qiao Fei Yen right away. This is his saintly dowager. 1,000 years of dreaming. And it's actually true? Lindbergh, Grandpa gave me 2 choices. Qin Shueyo walked in again with a tired face. Either become Qiao Fian's partner or marry Qiao Sancher. If I can't do either of these things, I will be expelled from the Qin family and lose everything. Qin Shueyo sighed with a worried look. I'll go to the Qiao family's banquet tomorrow and take my chances. But the chances are not good. You shouldn't go tomorrow. Just stay home and wait for my news. Grandpa specially explained that she should not bring Lindbergh to the banquet. You should take me with you. I can help you convince Xiao Fei Yen to work with you. Lindbergh finally calmed down, and he decided to wait another day. Tomorrow night at the banquet, he would meet up with Xiao Fei Yen again. Big schoolgirl Qin, if you go by yourself, you're just asking Xiao Sancher to help you, but unless you commit yourself to Xiao Sancher, there's no way he'll actually help you. But in this case, the real decision is in Xiao Fei's hands, and you'll only look different if you bring me along. Seeing that Qin Shuelua still had a disbelieving look on her face, Lin Bai continued, I've been in a coma for 3 years and just woke up today. Xiao Feiyan has also been in a coma for 4 years and similarly woke up today. Don't you think that she would be in the same boat as me? Besides, you've been guarding a vegetable boyfriend for 3 years, and she's bound to think you're different. So you're most likely to succeed if you bring me along. Qin Shueyao's eyes flashed with a strange color. She looked at Lin Bai fixedly, and after a few seconds, nodded her head vigorously. You've convinced me. I'll take you to the banquet tomorrow night. Then it's a deal. Lin Bai smiled brightly. I still have some personal matters to take care of. Well, I'll go to the guest room. There's no need to call me for dinner tonight. Okay. Qin Shueyao didn't doubt it. After all, Lin Bai had been in a coma for 3 years. It was normal that he wanted to be alone for a while now. Lin Bai came to the guest room and closed the door. And after that, he sat on the floor with his knees crossed and began to cultivate. In his dream, he was the #1 person in the immortal realm, a strong person at the peak of the transition stage. But now, he wasn't even at the first level of chi practicing. Boost your strength to have a bottom line. Early the next morning, Lin Bai abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Refreshed. It's the first level of chi practice. It is considered to be a real step into the threshold of immortal cultivation. Although his cultivation level was very low, after all, he was already an immortal cultivator, which was enough to hang the ordinary people of this world. Lin Bai got up and walked out of the guest room. Then he found Qin Shueyo yawning as she walked out of the bedroom. Good man. That's something. Lin Bai's eyes went straight. The pajamas on Qin Shueyao's body were a bit revealing, and he saw what he could and couldn't see. Ah! Qin Shueyo suddenly let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly retreated back to the bedroom. She was usually alone, dressed casually, and having just woken up from a nap, she had forgotten that there was an extra man in the house. Lindbergh was a bit sorry that this fake wife wasn't generous enough. Big schoolgirl Qin, I'm going out for a bit. We'll meet up at Xiao's house in the evening. Lindbergh said loudly and turned to go out the door. Schoolgirls are good, but saints are better. There were still some preparations he needed to make in order to reunite with his thrilling Thunder Holy Maiden. The time came to 5:30 in the afternoon. The Qiao family manor, already full of celebrities. Outside the estate, all kinds of luxury cars were parked. The life of a rich man. What a luxury. Lin Bai got down from the cab and looked at the huge manor. Honey, come out and pick me up. Lin Bai sent a message to Qin Shueyo and waited at the door. An invitation was required for entry, which he did not have. Crap, who do I see? An exaggerated voice came. Lindbergh, didn't you get hit by a car and become a vegetable? When Lin Bai turned around, he saw a Maserati parked not far away. A pair of young men and women, just getting out of the car. The men were dressed in suits and the women in high-heeled gowns, all of them quite formally dressed, and they looked like they were worth a lot of money. As for looks, both of them were decent, but only decent. Thanks for remembering. I'm awake. Lindbergh frowned slightly. The man was his college friend Chao Jun, who hadn't bullied him much back then. Seeing Chao Jun, Lin Bai recalled some more memories of the night of the car accident, although he was a little drunk at the time. But in retrospect he vaguely remembers that before he was hit by the car, someone pushed him hard behind him. According to Qin Shueyo, after the car accident, there was no one around him, and his classmates had all disappeared, but he remembered that there should be several people behind him. You're all, like, performance art? Or are you just brain damaged? Chao Jun sized up Lin Bai, his tone full of mockery. Then again, what are you doing here? This is the Chao family, the #1 family in Zhongcheng, not a place for a poor country bumpkin like you. Lin Bai's current outfit was indeed rather special. On a hot day, he wore a white robe. Chao Jun, haven't seen you in a few years. Your mouth still smells so bad. Did you just eat shit? Lin Bai's tone was bland. He was no longer the Lindbergh he once was, and would not spoil such goods. Chao Jun froze. Then he became angry. F***ck. Lin Bai, what are you? Dare to talk to me like that? And what kind of stinking dog are you that you dare to bark in front of me? Lin Bai snorted coldly. Don't come and mess with me, or you'll have to suffer. Who gave you the nerve to talk to my boyfriend like that? A cold snort came from Chao Jun's female companion. I'm Lu Xin Mei of the Lu family. You'd better apologize to Chao Jun right away. Lin Bai. The Lu family is one of the 100 great families in Zhongcheng, and with just one word from Xin Mei, you'll have no place in Jiangchang. Chao Jun had a smug look on his face. If you kneel down and apologize to me right now, I'll let you live. Dare I say your bottom line comes from your girlfriend. Lin Bai's eyes were thick with disdain. You're really out of your league. Even if you eat soft rice, this soft rice is still rancid. How dare you insult me? Lu Xianmei was unusually angry. Do you really want to seek death? Lindbergh, you're just fucking jealous. Chao Jun sneered. Xianmei, you don't have to be angry. This country bumpkin was in school back then. He was all about chasing after rich women for a soft meal. But unfortunately, no one likes him for this kind of trash. And now he sees that I found such a wonderful girlfriend as you and viciously attacks it. Sure is uneducated bottom feeder trash. Lu Xianmei had a look of contempt. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to beg for food in Jiangcheng. Lu Xianmei, who are you to talk to my husband like that? The clear, cold voice came. Qin Shuao slowly walked out. A gorgeous long dress, noble sex/sensuality, body face temperament, instantly killed Lu Xianmei. She came to Lin Bai's side and took his arm, then coldly looked at Lu Xianmei. Your Lu family is a second-rate family at the bottom of the district. Where did you get the nerve to be so arrogant? You're Qin Shuao? Chao Jun's face was full of disbelief. How can you be the girlfriend of this trashy poor guy Lin Bai? He was so jealous that he was going crazy. Qin Shuao used to be the dream of all the boys in Zhangcheng University. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Chao Jun's face. I said your mouth stinks, but you keep spewing shit. How fucking dare you hit me? Chao Jun is going crazy. I'll get you a piece of trash. Snap. Lindbergh backhanded another slap. You're too much. Lu Xianmei was unusually angry. That's too much? Qin Shuao's voice was icy cold. My husband has been in a coma for 3 years. It's not easy for him to wake up. And you guys want to bully him? Lu Xianmei, your Lu family. Are you going to become mortal enemies with me? Qin Shuao? What? Lu Xianmei's face changed as she finally reacted. He's that vegetable boyfriend of yours who's been guarding you for 3 years. Right. Sorry, Miss Qin. I didn't know. Miss Qin, I apologize to you. As Qin Shuao had said, the Lu family was only a second-rate family at the bottom of the heap, and compared to the Qin family, their strength was a far cry from the Qin family. I'm not the one you have to apologize to. Qin Shuao snorted coldly. It's my husband. Forget it, don't apologize for this kind of crap. Lin Bai shook his head. Wife, let's go inside. Don't waste time with trash. In Chao Jun's eyes that were red with envy, Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Qin Shuao and headed inside. Why are you dressed so strangely? Qin Shuao couldn't help but ask. Because, Xiao Fei Yan likes me to dress like this. Lindbergh had a serious face. You say that as if you know Xiao Fei Yan. Qin Shuao was speechless. Would you believe me if I told you that I've been a godly friend of Xiao Fei for years? Lindbergh smiled. Qin Shuao rolled her eyes. Obviously, she didn't believe it. Not to mention, you don't seem to look the same today. I know. Lin Bai had a bashful face. I'm even more handsome. Qin Shuao was once again speechless. This guy, what a narcissist. The two quickly drew the attention of the others as they walked into the ballroom. Even though the real protagonist tonight was Xiao Fei Yan, Qin Shuao had also been the center of attention in Jiangcheng for the past few years, almost replacing Xiao Fei Yan as the new Jiangcheng's #1 beauty. Yo, Qin Shuao, I thought you wouldn't dare to bring your boyfriend here, but I underestimated you. The mocking voice came from none other than Song Yujiao. Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is Qin Shuao's vegetable boyfriend that she has been guarding painstakingly for 3 years. A fatherless and motherless orphan from the countryside. Song Yujiao purposely raised her voice to draw everyone's attention. In fact, I'm really curious. Such a worthless and penniless waste of country bumpkin. In the end, what are the specialties that can make Miss Qin a piece of heart to wait for 3 years? Or maybe it's just our Miss Qin. Blind? LOL. Song Yujiao scoffed recklessly. That's Qin Shuao's vegetable boyfriend. Ha? He actually woke up? What is this guy wearing? Hanfu. The looks are actually still good, but he's a poor country bumpkin, so there's no way the Qin family would agree to them being together. Qin Shuao is out of her mind, isn't she? Xiao Sancher has been chasing her hard for years and she picks a country bumpkin? The crowd murmured and was actually quite confused about this. Even though Xiao Sancher plays with flowers in private, but that is the Xiao family's third young master. How is he 10,000 times better than a country bumpkin? My specialty, naturally, is only known to Shuaya. Lin Bai's lazy voice rang out. Actually, maybe Shuaya just loves cleanliness and likes my simplicity? Of course, Ms. Song, someone as dirty as you can't understand. Nice guy. The crowd was shocked. That's some pretty good hillbilly cussing. What's all this hick nonsense? Song Yujio was a bit furious. You're the one who's dirty. Your whole family is dirty. You know for sure if I'm bullshitting or not. Lin Bai had a calm face. I advise you, go and get a gonorrhea test. Don't be shy. Treat it early. It's not too late. Gonorrhea? The crowd subconsciously looked toward Song Yujio, and a few of those closer to her even unconsciously retreated a few steps. All know that Song Yujio's private life is chaotic, and it's really possible to get this disease. Qin Shueyao, you purposely let this country bumpkin come to vilify me, didn't you? Song Yujio gritted her teeth. You're so underhanded. You're the one who made the first mistake. Don't blame my Shueyao. Lin Bai snorted lightly. Even if I'm a country bumpkin, what I eat is still Shueyao's rice. What's it got to do with you? As for whether you have gonorrhea or not, why don't you go to the hospital now and get checked out so we can all see the results together? Lindbergh, what kind of doctor are you pretending to be? A newly awakened vegetable? Chao Jun walked in with Lu Xin Mei on his arm. Everyone, I'm Lin Bai's college classmate. He majored in finance and graduated as a vegetable. Completely ignorant of medicine. He's just purely slandering Miss Song. Chao Jun, what are you barking at again? Lindbergh was impatient. Face doesn't hurt anymore? Lin Bai, we went to school together. And you've been a vegetable for 3 years. I originally sympathized with you. Chao Jun looked furious. But you actually listened to Qin Shueyao's arrangement and deliberately came to the Chao family to cause trouble/incidents. Then I must expose your tricks. Please listen to me. Chao Jun raised his voice. I was just outside, and I heard Lin Bai discussing with Qin Shueyao to purposely sabotage this banquet today. And Lin Bai even slapped me twice to threaten me. And you guys see, I still have all these slap marks. Seeing the obvious fingerprints on Chao Jun's face, the crowd was basically convinced. Just why did Qin Shueyao want to ruin this banquet? Qin Shueyao, are you crazy? An angry voice came, but it was Qin Changfeng who walked over. You and the dead hick Lin Bai offended the Chao family, and now you want to drag the entire Qin family into this? What? You know you can't work with Ms. Zhou, so you want everyone to bury you? Hearing this, the surroundings clamored. Qin Shueyao actually offended the Chao family? Then how dare she come here? Lin Bai was a bit surprised. Wasn't Qin Changfeng's leg broken by him? How come you can walk now? He actually healed that leg almost completely. It seems that in this Jiangcheng, there are still people in high places. Shueyao, take that asshole kid and leave immediately. Qin Zhengjiang also walked over at this time, a huff on his face. Otherwise, I'll expel you from the Qin family right now. It dawned on the crowd that the Qin family was trying to cut with Qin Shueyao. It seemed that Qin Shueyao had truly offended the Chao family, and I'm afraid that it wasn't just as simple as rejecting Chao Sanshur. Chao Jun had a kind of uncontrollable excitement at the moment. When Qin Shueyao was expelled from the Qin family, then Lin Bai would still be the poor country bumpkin who had nothing. And even Qin Shueyao, the beautiful schoolgirl, he would have the chance to have a kiss. Grandpa, we had a deal. Qin Shueyao's stunningly beautiful face had obvious defiance. No matter how I'm going to be disposed of, I should wait for the banquet to end, right? Enough. You're still whimsical enough to think that Ms. Zhou would pick you to work with until now? Qin Zhenjiang roared. Your staying here will only cause our entire Qin family to lose out. Qin Shueyao, your wild man went crazy yesterday and almost strangled Xiao San Xiao. Have you forgotten? Qin Changfeng snorted coldly. If you had come alone today, you would still have that much of a chance. But you actually brought this punk hillbilly here. It's your business if you want to die. Don't involve our Qin family. The crowd was stunned. Qin Shueyao's vegetable boyfriend almost killed Xiao Sanshur after he woke up? No wonder the Qin family wanted to cut with Qin Shueyao. Qin Changfeng, if you keep barking, do you believe I'll make you a real waste? Lin Bai said in a cold voice. If he didn't want to see Qiao Feiyin smoothly, he would have already made his move. Your Qin family wants to get rid of Shueyao. No problem. But when Shueyao and Xiao Feiyin reach a partnership later, you guys don't come begging for her either. Ha ha ha. Lindbergh, your fucking brain is really broken, isn't it? Chao Jun couldn't help but scoff. You damn well offended Xiao San Xiao, and you still want to get the Chao family's cooperation? You'd better get the hell out of here. You'll be dead when third young Master Chao arrives. Chao Jun, when I was in college, I didn't understand that I hadn't dug up your family's ancestral graves or slept with your girlfriend. Lin Bai coldly looked at Chao Jun. But you're always biting me like a mad dog. Why on earth? I do remember. I think you were standing behind me 3 years ago when I was in a car accident, right? Lin Bai didn't know who pushed him, but right now, he doubted it was Chao Jun. Lin Bai, this is about you disrupting the banquet. Don't bring up the past. Chao Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. I'm telling you, it's still a small matter for you to slander Ms. Song, but for you to actually sabotage Ms. Chao's banquet, no one in the whole of Jiangcheng will be able to save you. If you behave yourself and get out now, You might even be able to save a dog's life. Lin Bai caught the panic in Chao Jun's eyes. It seemed that the car accident 3 years ago was mostly related to Chao Jun. Lindbergh, listen to your classmates and get lost. Qin Changfeng laughed coldly. Wake up. You're a poor man from the countryside. You don't deserve to enter our high society. Even if you hit on Qin Shuiyao, you won't be on par with us. You'll only pull her down to the same lowly level as you. Qin Changfeng, in my eyes, trash like you and Chao Jun are the lowly species. Lin Bai's voice was a bit cold. Before Qiao Fei Yin showed up, I was too lazy to teach trash like you a lesson. But if you have to seek death, I don't mind breaking your legs again. You, Qin Changfeng was a bit angry and had a hint of fear. Okay, Lin Bai. You think Miss Qiao will pick Qin Shuiyao to work with, right? Then do you dare to make a bet with me? If Qin Shuiyao isn't chosen by Miss Qiao, not only will Qin Shuiyao be expelled from the Qin family, you'll have to break your own legs as well. Dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, get out now. Don't bet against him. I'm not sure, Qin Shuiyao said softly to Lin Bai. It's okay, I'm sure. Lindbergh smiled. And then he raised his voice, Qin Changfeng. If you want to gamble, then we'll gamble. But if we win, then you, the Qin family, will be handed over to Shuiyao's charge, and you, too, will have to break your own legs. Don't you dare. What wouldn't I dare? Qin Changfeng laughed coldly. You're bound to lose anyway. Old man Qin, what about you? Do you approve of this bet? Lin Bai looked at Qin Zhenjiang. Kid, since you have to die, I'll fulfill you. Qin Zhenjiang let out a deep snort. I also ask all of you present to be witnesses that my Qin family has accepted this bet. Yes, no problem. We'll witness it together. If anyone dares to back out, the river city will be abandoned altogether. The crowd took a stand, after all, to see what was going on. Of course, no one thought that Lin Bai could win. Mr. Qin, can I hitch a ride and raise a bet on your side? Chao Jun raised his hand at this point. I think that just breaking Lin Bai's 2 legs is too cheap. He looked at Lin Bai. His eyes had a few grimaces. I want to use one of my hands to bet on Lin Bai's hands. When these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Chao Jun had a grudge against Lin Bai, didn't he? Yes. Qin Changfeng, however, was quite excited. Lin Bai, do you dare to take this raise? There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Bai was calm. If any of you still want to raise your bets, go ahead and do so. I'll take them all. In that case, I'll raise my bet too. Song Yujio also raised her hand, not hiding her cynicism in the slightest. Qin Shuiyao, I can't stand to look at your face, so I'm betting on your face with mine. Whoever loses, let the other person cut a slash on their face. Do you dare? The surrounding area was once again in an uproar. Song Yujio is trying to ruin Qin Shuiyao's face. Qin Shuiyao's face changed slightly and she was about to speak. Lindbergh, however, spoke first. Even though your ugly face doesn't deserve to bet with Shuiyao, I'll take it for her. Then he attached himself to Qin Shuiyao's ear. Don't be afraid. We'll definitely win. Well, in case we lose, I'll take you and run. It wasn't that Lindbergh hadn't left himself a way out. With his current strength of the first level of Qi practicing stage, it was still easy to run away. Qin Shuiyao took a deep breath, and with things as they were, there was no way back for her. Lindbergh has been in a coma for 3 years and only woke up yesterday with some impulsiveness. But I, Qin Shuiyao, since I've waited for him for 3 years, then tonight, I'm willing to accompany him in his madness for once. Qin Shuiyao's moving voice was incomparably clear and firm. Song Yujio, if you want to gamble with me, then I'll play along. Okay, Qin Shuiyao, I'll wait for you to turn ugly. Song Yujio couldn't hide her smugness. The crowd shook their heads. It's a pity. If Qin Shuiyao's face was slashed, it would really be a waste. Since it's so lively, let me add a bet too. Another voice, from the doorway, with the sound, Xiao Sancher led dozens of bodyguards into the banquet hall. It's Mr. Xiao Sanjiu. You're here, third young Mr. Zhou. The crowd greeted Zhou Sancher. Xiao Sancher walked straight to Lin Bai, his expression cold. Lin Bai, since you dared to come to our Xiao family, then I'll put a bet on Qin Changfeng's side as well. If you lose, I'm going to castrate you so you can't be a man. There was a brief silence all around. Then a clamor. This kid is finished. Xiao Sanxiao has raised his bet. This will definitely lose. Qin Shuiyao is completely finished this time too. Who let her make a fool of herself? A good third young Mr. Qiao doesn't choosing a poor country bumpkin. Without waiting for Lin Bai to speak, Lu Xian Mei raised her hand as well. Since third young Master Qiao is involved in this game, then I, Lu Xian Mei, should give third young Master Qiao a shout out anyways. Lu Xian Mei smiled flirtatiously at Xiao Sancher, and anyone could see her pleasing flavor. I'll add a bet as well. I'll put up 100 million and bet on young Qin to win. Good. You know your stuff. Xiao Sancher looked satisfied. Thank you, third young master Xiao, for the compliment. Lu Xian Mei was excited. As long as she hitched a ride with the Qiao family, what was she afraid of Qin Shuiyao? She scanned around and continued. I know everyone is worried that Lin Bai doesn't have the money to fulfill the bet, but then, Miss Qin will definitely help him pay back the money, and as for how Miss Qin is going to pay it back, you guys get it, right? So, everyone, you really don't want to become Miss Qin's debtors? Lu Xian Mei woke up the dreamer with a single word. My Zhang family also raises the bet by $100 million. My Wang family adds 100 million. My Fong family, the crowd had raised their bets. It didn't matter if it was money or not. Being able to make Qin Shuiyao owe a debt she would never be able to repay was their real goal. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted to Qin Shuiyao. Well, I'll take them all. Come, take paper and pencil, all you landed gentry, and write them down in black and white. Lindbergh was even more excited at the moment. Money, it's all money. Soon, basically everyone had left their betting numbers and, of course, their signatures. 97, 98, ha, 10 billion, a whole 10 billion. Lin Bai had just finished his calculations and turned around and hugged Qin Shuiyao. Wife, you're really my treasure girl. We're rich now. For the first time in his life, Lindbergh realized that money was so good. Qin Shuiyao's entire body had already gone numb, and several place names had already appeared in her mind, which were alternative destinations for the run. The others present, on the other hand, had just one thought. This bastard Lin Bai had gone crazy. Getting rich? Ha ha ha, Xiao Sancher laughed out loud. Country bumpkin, what are you dreaming about? I now declare that you have lost. Third young master Qiao, it's not your turn to announce the results, is it? Qin Shuiyao couldn't hold back, although she also felt that she would most likely lose, but she should at least wait for Qiao Feiyan to show up. Qin Shuiyao, you're not convinced? Xiao Sancher sneered. Then I'll tell you why you've already lost. That's right. The partner of the Amazing Thunder Group is personally chosen by that genius sister of mine, but she will only choose from the list I handed her, and you too have been disqualified by me from participating. Although you didn't have much of a chance originally, I am now going to deprive you of that slightest chance in advance. There was a momentary silence around them, as if none of them had expected the bet to end so quickly. Xiao Sancher, you're a contestant and a referee. Can you have some face? Lin Bai frowned. He hadn't really expected Xiao Sancher to come this way. If he couldn't even see Qiao Feiyan, then he hadn't come here for nothing today? This is Zhou's house, and I'm the referee. Xiao Sancher roared violently. You're a lowly bottom-feeding piece of trash who actually attempts to provoke the entire upper-class society of our Jiang city. When I say you lose, you lose. Gentlemen, who is in favor of my ruling and who is against it? Xiao Sancher swept over the surrounding crowd, who in turn immediately responded and answered. I, Song Yujio, am in favor. I, Lu Xian Mei, am also in favor of it. I, Qin Chengfeng, am in favor. I, Chao Jun, am in favor. I, Qin Zhenjiang, am in favor. I. The result was unsurprising. Almost everyone was in favor of it, except for Qin Shuiyao. I object. Qin Shuiyao was furious. You guys are simply shameless. You object? Xiao Sancher had a mocking look on his face. Qin Shuiyao, does it make sense for you to object? You've been making a name for yourself in Jiangqing these past few years, and that's because I'm holding you up. If I praise you, you're the noble Miss Qin. If I step on you, you're the lowly socialite of Jiangchang. Qin Shuiyao, since you're going to choose a lowly piece of trash like Lin Bai, I'll let you become the dirtiest boss in Jiangchang. This, you chose. Qin Shuiyao's face was pale. She could feel that the countless men present were looking at her with an abnormal sinister look, as if she was already their plaything. Without realizing it, she grabbed onto Lin Bai's arm and her body trembled slightly. She was genuinely scared. In her heart, she was more than a little regretful that she shouldn't have come. Don't be afraid. Lin Bai gently patted Qin Shuiyao as a sign of comfort, and then, his eyes slowly swept over the crowd. I'll ask just once. Lin Bai's indifferent voice rang out. All of you, you're going to use such underhanded tactics to determine that I lost the bet, aren't you? Nonsense. You would have lost. Lin Bai, don't you dare to die. We representatives of the 100 great families of Jiangchang are all here. If we say you lost, you lost. You're a redneck who doesn't deserve to stand in this place in the first place. There was abuse all around. More disdain. This is Zhou's house. Xiao Sancher wanted to get Lindbergh killed, and Lindbergh actually wanted to flip the script? It's simply whimsical. Very well, I hope you'll still be so tough when you beg me later. Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. Remember, this, you all brought this on yourselves. At the end of your life, You're still talking big, Xiao Sancher sneered. Lin Bai, in front of me, you're just a mole cricket. A mere mole cricket is trying to shake an elephant? Now, I'll let you know what it means for Xiao to not be humiliated. He waved his hand violently. Go on, break his limbs for me first, and after that, I'll castrate him myself. Yes, third young master. The Xiao family's bodyguards led the order and rushed towards Lin Bai together. Stop! A soft drink came from the doorway. A group of people walked in slowly. Amazing Thunder Group, Miss Xiao Fei Yan has arrived. The Xiao family's bodyguards stopped moving at once and looked toward the door. And everyone else looked over. The slightly pale and stunningly beautiful face, the long hair that nearly hung to the ground, and the excellent temperament that was out of the ordinary, instantly overshadowed everyone present. Xiao Fei Yan, the undisputed #1 beauty of Jiangcheng. Xiao Feiyan, even Qin Shuya was slightly inferior compared to her. As a matter of fact, beside Xiao Fei Yan, there was another sexy beauty with a body that could be described as explosive, and it was none other than Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing in a coffee-colored evening gown. Her upper body is even more amazing. However, at this moment, her figure that always attracted everyone's attention was also actually ignored by the crowd, simply because everyone was staring at Xiao Fei Yan without blinking. Lin Bai was also looking at Xiao Fei Yan. The familiar features, the familiar figure, especially when he saw the familiar dress on her, he knew that it was steady. Xiao Fei Yan was wearing a light black robe, and on the robe, there were shiny patterns, and that, in fact, was a pattern of thunderbolts exploding. And this, exactly, is the daily dress of the Holy Maiden of the Thrilling Thunder. What are you guys messing with? Xiao Fei's voice was cold, moving, and visibly displeased. The crowd didn't dare to answer, and they all subconsciously looked at Xiao Sancher. Little sister, there's a man making a mess/trouble and trying to ruin your party. I was just about to kick him out. Xiao Sancher immediately picked up the conversation, pointing a finger at Lin Bai. It's just that kid. He's got a bit of a brain problem. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Fei Yan looked towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai was still looking at Xiao Fei Yan as well, eyes intertwined in the air. In this instant, the world seemed to have been left with just the two of them. The only thing in their eyes is each other. Numerous images from the dream flashed rapidly through both of their minds. Just one glance is already 1,000 years. Without realizing it, Lin Bai and Xiao Fei Yan took a step towards each other at the same time. However, right at this moment, Qin Shuya's slightly anxious voice rang out. Ms. Zhou, that's not what happened. Qin Shuya tried to explain. Lin Bai has been in a coma for 3 years and only woke up yesterday. He's a bit impulsive in his actions, but we really didn't intentionally make a mess/incident. It was all because they provoked us first. Lin Bai and Xiao Fei woke up at the same time and retracted the steps they had taken. Song Yujio, on the other hand, sneered. Qin Shuya, the two of you deliberately sabotaged Miss Xiao's banquet. Everyone here can testify to that. And you still want to weasel out of it? That's right, Miss Zhou. That's just the way it is. Miss Xiao, we can all testify that it was Lin Bai and Qin Shuya who deliberately messed up. The crowd helped, and the scene was again in an uproar. That's enough. All quiet. Xiao Fei looked deeply at Lin Bai and withdrew her gaze, and then with a soft bellow, I'm here to pick the partner of the shocking Thunder Group. Anyone who makes any more noise, get out. The ballroom was instantly quiet. Begin, Xiao Fei faintly commanded, and those behind her moved right in. These young women in women's suits were all members of the assistant team that had followed Xiao Fei Yan for many years. And even after Xiao Fei Yan went into a coma, this team had been following Xiao Fei Yan around. They quickly handed out a piece of paper and a pen to everyone in the ballroom. There was writing on the paper. 3 questions. You have 3 minutes to answer 3 questions, and the person who gets all 3 correct is my partner. Xiao Fei slowly swept over the crowd. After answering the questions, remember to write down your names. Now, start the clock. The crowd looked at the title and were a bit confused at the moment. What is Xiao Fei Yan's favorite flower? Where's Zhou Fei's favorite place? How is the thunderstorm Dan refined? The first 2 questions were fine. But what the hell is this last one? What's a thunderbolt Dan? Qin Shuya was also a bit dumbfounded. This Miss Zhou, she's off the beaten path. How's that for an answer? Qin Shuya looked at Lin Bai, a little anxious. I don't know at all. She couldn't help it. This had been her only chance. Lin Bai attached himself to Qin Shuya's ear and whispered a few words. Qin Shuya looked skeptical. Are you sure? You're sure to be wrong if you fill it out yourself. You can only be right if you listen to me. Lin Bai knew in his heart that this was actually Xiao Fei Yan's test for him. He, the wife of a holy woman, has always acted cautiously. Qin Shuya was torn for a while, but still filled in the answer as Lin Bai said. Besides trusting Lindbergh, she had no other choice. 3 minutes passed quickly. Time's up. Collect the answer sheet. With Xiao Fei's order, all the papers were quickly retrieved. Lin Bai, you didn't pick the wrong name for this loser. You actually turned in a blank paper. Xiao Jun couldn't help but taunt. He had been staring at Lin Bai, and it's true that Lin Bird didn't answer the question. Stupid/fuck. Lin Bai faintly spat out 2 words. You punk, wait for death. Xiao Jun was very annoyed. The results will be out soon. No one can save you. Lin Bai no longer paid attention to Xiao Jun, just looked at Xiao Feiyan. His heart was beautiful. His wife is really good looking. Now, I announce the results. Xiao Feiyan's moving voice sounded again. The ballroom was unusually quiet, and almost everyone held their breath. There is only one person who answered 3 questions correctly. That is, Miss Qin Shueyo of the Qin family. There was a brief moment of silence in the ballroom. Then it exploded. What? It's Qin Shueyo? This is impossible. How could it be Qin Shueyo? If it's Qin Shueyo, then, wouldn't we have lost our bet with Lin Bai? It's over. My 100 million is gone. The crowd was in disbelief. That punk hillbilly Lin Bai had actually flipped against the odds? Some people even started to panic. After all, they had all just placed their bets. Even if they didn't gamble an arm and a leg, 100 million isn't a small amount. How is this possible? Xiao Sanchi's face was unusually ugly. Little sister, look again. You must have made a mistake. The person who answered 3 questions correctly should be Qin Changfeng. The crowd secretly sighed in relief. There was no rush. There was still this third young master Qiao. As long as Qiao Sanxiao stepped in, even if Qin Shueyo did answer correctly, she was still wrong. Third brother, are you so sure because you gave Qin Changfeng the standard answer? In Xiao Feiyan's moving voice, there was a faint mockery. Qin Changfeng's answer sheet, all 3 questions were indeed answered. And, it just so happened to be exactly the same as the answers that I had intentionally left behind earlier. Unfortunately, you don't realize that that answer is false. What? Fake? Xiao Sanchi's face changed slightly. Then he became furious. Little sister, are you deliberately counting on me? Sango, that's just ridiculous. The mockery in Xiao Feiyan's tone intensified. If you didn't bribe the members of my team to steal the answers, how could I possibly count on you? Also, you've tried to embezzle assets in my name multiple times over the past 4 years, and you think I don't know that? Xiao Sanchi's face turned blue. He hadn't expected at all that Xiao Feiyan would know these things after only waking up for a day. Little sister, let's talk about our family matters in private. Xiao Sanchi's voice eased a bit. But you, today, can pick anyone to work with, except Qin Shueya. Moreover, I don't believe Qin Shueya can answer these 3 questions correctly. I demand that the answers be made public for everyone to witness. No problem. Xiao Fei turned her head to look at Su Ruobing. Ruobing, you do it. Su Ruobing nodded and took out an envelope from her body. Before I came here, Fei Yan gave me this envelope, and I never opened it. Su Ruobing tore open the envelope. I guarantee with the credibility of the Su family in Jiangcheng that Fei Yan has not told anyone the answer. Jiangcheng's high society actually knew that this beautiful doctor, in fact, had an illustrious identity. The 3 top families in Jiangcheng, the Qiao family, the Su family, and the Yi family, and Su Ruobing, is the eldest miss of the Su family? Answer to the first question, Thunder Flower. The answer to the second question, the land of weak water. Answer to the third question, the Thunderbolt Dan does not exist. After Su Ruobing read the answer, she herself was a bit confused. Who could get this right? She unconsciously looked at Qin Shueyo. This Miss Qin, how in the world did she answer correctly? And Qin Shueyo was looking at Lin Bai. She also found it unbelievable. How did Lin Bird know this answer? Little sister, this kind of answer. I don't believe Qin Shueyo can get it right. Zhou Sancher was annoyed. But the next second, Xiao Fei held up the answer sheet. Look for yourselves. How is this possible? Xiao Sancher came over, his face full of disbelief. Qin Shueya's answer sheet was almost exactly the same as the standard answer. The answers to the first 2 questions were exactly the same. Only the third question, Qin Shueyo answered, there is no Thunderbolt Dan. It can't be refined. It means the same thing and is obviously right. What do you have to say? Now, Sango? Xiao Fei smiled faintly. If not, then, I will now make it official. My partner is Qin Shueyo of the Qin family. Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Qin Shueyo violently turned around and jumped onto Lin Bai. Great, Lin Bai. We won. We really won. Qin Shueyo was unusually agitated, but Lin Bai was calm. After all, he knew the result already. At this moment, the others were all ashen. Especially Qin Changfeng, Song Yujio, Chao Jun, Lu Xian Mei and the others. Their faces were even more ugly. Qin Shueyo, you can't win. An explosive shout rang out, and it was still Xiao Sancher. With a fierce reach, he snatched Qin Shueya's copy of the answer sheet and tore it to shreds. I now declare that Qin Shuiyao didn't answer the question at all. Sango, who are you to announce it for me? Xiao Feiyan's voice was cold, and her aura instantly opened up. Little sister, I just hope that you first figure out the consequences of choosing Qin Shuiyao. Xiao Sanchi's face was gloomy. We all have a bet with Lin Bai. If you choose Qin Shuiyao, then Qin Changfeng will cut off his own legs. Song Yujio will be disfigured. Chao Jun will have his hands broken. And Lu Xinmei and the others will have to give a total of $10 billion in cash to that kid. Zhou Sancher, you talk yourself out of it and I'll castrate you. Lin Bai added indifferently. Xiao Sancher stared hard at Lin Bai before looking back at Xiao Feiyan. Little sister, I can tell you right now, if you have to choose Qin Shuiyao, then you're not just making an enemy of me, you're also making an enemy of the entire 100 great families of Jiangchang. You've only been awake for a day. Sure you want to suffer the consequences? Are you threatening me? Xiao Feiyan's voice was even colder. No, little sister, I'm just telling you reality. Xiao Sancher looked ruthless. Today, Lin Bai must lose. He scanned around. Tell me little sister, is that not so? When Xiao Sancher said this, naturally countless people immediately agreed. That's right, it's clear that Lin Bai lost. Third young Master Qiao is right. Lin Bai must lose. We're all in favor of third young Master Qiao. Support third young Master Qiao. Lin Bai has already lost. Qin Shuiyao, who had just been in the midst of excitement, had her heart instantly cooled down. Xiao Sancher, this is too shameless of you. Qin Shuiyao was a bit angry. Willing to bet? What kind of Qiao family young master are you like this? You're simply a disgrace to the Zhou family. Qin Shuiyao, it's you who are too naive. Xiao Sancher sneered. In high society, strength is honored. Who's going to reason with you? This is the Qiao family. I'm third young Master Qiao. Whoever I say wins, that's who wins. From the moment you chose this punk hillbilly Lin Bai, you were doomed to fail. Xiao Sancher looked at Xiao Feiyan again. Little sister, you've heard the cries of the representatives of all the great clans in Jiangchang. You've always been the smartest person in our Qiao family. What to choose should be clear to you, right? At this moment, Xiao Sancher was already in a winning stance. He didn't believe that Xiao Fei would completely flip out with him for a waste like Lin Bai. Qin Changfeng and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Hugging Xiao Sanchi's thigh was indeed right. Xiao Sancher, please don't call me little sister in the future. I, Xiao Feiyan, don't have a brother as sore loser as you. Xiao Feiyan's voice was icy cold. Also, don't put up the Qiao family's young master in front of me. If you have to choose between the two, whether the Qiao family chooses you or me, the answer to that, the dogs on the side of the road all know. I'll say it again. Qin Shuiyao is my partner, one of the founders of the amazing Thunder Group. Whoever is unfavorable to Qin Shuiyao is an enemy of my shocking Thunder Group. Qin Changfeng and the others' faces immediately turned pale again. How could they not expect that Xiao Feiyan not only ignored Xiao Sancher's threats, but even stood up for Qin Shuiyao, third young Mr. Qiao? What? What about this? Qin Changfeng was truly flustered this time. It wasn't just him. Song Yujiao, Chao Jun and the rest of them also panicked. Once Xiao Fei stood on Qin Shuiyao's side, then they would have no chance of winning. After all, everyone knew that in the Qiao family, Xiao Feiyan was definitely far more important than Xiao Sancher. If they had to choose between the two, then the Qiao family would definitely choose Xiao Feiyan. Good. Very good. Xiao Sanchi's face turned blue and unusually angry. Xiao Feiyan, you're going to make things so desperate, aren't you? I hope you don't regret it. Xiao Sancher turned around and headed for the door. Let's go. The Zhou family's bodyguards then followed. Zhou Mishi, did I tell you to leave? A lazy voice rang out. Lin Bai dashed to the front of Xiao Sancher, blocking his way. If you want to leave, you can. Leave your roots behind first. Leave the roots behind? The crowd was stunned at first, but quickly came back to their senses. This guy, he actually wants to castrate Xiao Sancher? Hillbilly, don't seek death. Xiao Sancher looked at Lin Bai coldly. If you're sensible, just pretend the bet never happened. Otherwise, even with Xiao Fei protecting you and Qin Shuiyao, I'll still be able to let you. A punk, die without. Pop. Lindbergh slapped Xiao Sancher across the face. You're the trash. Full of shit. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Lin Bai coldly looked at Xiao Sancher. Tell me, are you going to castrate yourself? Or do you want me to help you? You're fucking looking for death. Xiao Sancher instantly became furious. Go, all of you. Get him. The Zhou family's bodyguards swarmed around. Miserable screams followed one after another. Dozens of Qiao family bodyguards, and soon they all fell to the ground. How did that loser Lin Bai become so capable of fighting? Chao Jun's face was pale with disbelief. Everyone else was stunned as well. These bodyguards of the Qiao family, they were the kind that could fight 10 ordinary people each. But now, It actually took less than a minute for them all to be put down by Lin Bai. Zhou Sancher, you are completely incapable of learning a lesson. Lin Bai slowly walked towards Zhou Sancher. Since you're not willing to break your own roots, then, it's better for me to help you become a eunuch. Stop, don't you fucking come any closer. Zhou Sancher subconsciously backed away, coloring. I'm warning you, don't you touch me. I'm the third young master of the Chow family. If you dare to move me, I guarantee you won't be able to walk out of the Chow family. Tonight Lindbergh kicks Zhou Sancher in the crotch. Zhou Sanchi's mournful scream made the men present, all of them, shiver. Seems like they have egg/pain on their face as well. Zhou Sanchi's screams came to an abrupt end as he had passed out from the pain. Lin Bai turned around with a wide smile. Now, it's your turn. Qin Chengfeng, Chao Jun, you too, do you need my help too? Lindbergh, you, don't mess around. Qin Chengfeng was obviously flustered. This is Miss Chow's banquet. Miss Chow won't let you do whatever you want, Qin Chengfeng said as he backed away. Seeing that Lin Bai was still approaching, he was even more panicked. Grandpa, save me. At this moment, no one doubted that Lin Bai would break Qin Chengfeng's legs. After all, Lin Bai even dared to castrate Zhou Sancher, let alone a Qin Chengfeng. Miss Chow, you really don't care if Lin Bai acts so presumptuously in the Chow family? Qin Zhenjiang looked towards Xiao Fei. It wasn't just him, everyone else didn't understand. Even if Xiao Fei Yan didn't have a good relationship with Zhou Sancher, but tonight was after all a banquet hosted by Xiao Fei Yan, so how could he let Lin Bai act so recklessly? Did you ask my opinion when you opened your eyes? Xiao Fei Yan had a sneer on her face. Of course, this is the Chow family. I set up the banquet. I'll still be in charge. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful woman standing proudly beside her. Ru Wabing, call your hospital and send more ambulances over. She then coldly swept over everyone in the banquet hall. Since you all fell and injured yourselves by accident here in my place, I will be responsible for all of your medical expenses. An accidental fall? The crowd was stunned. Xiao Fei Yan, this was no longer not caring. This was simply protecting Lin Bai. She meant that no matter how these people got hurt, it was because of an accidental fall and had nothing to do with Lin Bai. At this moment, even Su Ruwabing, who was on the phone, couldn't help but glance at Lin Bai. She always felt that something wasn't right about this. And Qin Shueya felt even more out of place. This guy Lin Bai, did he have any special relationship with Xiao Fei Yan? Old man Qin, stop chirping there. Lin Bai, on the other hand, was impatient. Honor your bet first. The Qin family will be in charge of Shueyao from now on. Kid, you're just looking at our Qin family's money, aren't you? Qin Zhenjiang was very annoyed. Good, as long as you let Chengfeng go, I'll let Shueyao be in charge of all the Qin family's business in the future. Just shut up. Lin Bai interrupted and looked back at Qin Shueyao. Wife, the contract I asked you to prepare. You brought it, right? Bring. Qin Shueyao froze, then quickly walked over to Lin Bai and took out an agreement from her bag and handed it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai took the agreement and handed it to Qin Zhenjiang in his hand. Old man Qin, sign this. Qin Group Equity Transfer Agreement? Qin Zhenjiang was enraged at the sight. You actually want me to transfer all the shares to Shueyao? Lindbergh, you're so greedy. Aren't you afraid of propping yourself up? Old man Qin, willing to gamble and accept defeat. You're senile at your age. You're still acting like a bully in the Qin family. Isn't it just on the basis that all of the Qin family's money is in your hands? Lin Bai was a bit disdainful. Surrendering the shares is the only way to really surrender the management rights. Don't give me all those empty words and false stuff. Shueyao, is that what you mean too? Qin Zhenjiang was unusually angry. Are you trying to blatantly seize the Qin family fortune? Grandpa, this is your bet with us, and as the head of the Qin family, you should more than likely keep your word. Qin Shueyao took a deep breath. She could only control her life if she controlled the Qin family. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would still be forced to marry a man she didn't like. Old Mr. Qin, Miss Qin is now my partner. Is it any wonder that you don't think she's qualified to take charge of the Qin family? Xiao Fei Yan's faint voice came at that moment. Qin Zhenjiang's face changed. He looked at Xiao Fei and then at Qin Shueya, his face unconsciously turning pale. Okay, I'll sign. Qin Zhenjiang instantly looked like he had aged 10 years. He signed his name with some trembling, and it was, as it were, as if it had taken all his strength. Shueyao, what you want? I've already given it to you. You let Lin Bai spare your brother. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The sound of a crisp fracture rang out. This was followed by a mournful scream. Qin Changfeng fell to the ground and rolled over in pain. You. Qin Zhenjiang looked at Lin Bai and was unusually angry. Lin Bai, you are an animal. Well, Qin Zhenjiang covered his chest and fell to the ground in pain. He's pissed off. It's got nothing to do with me, haha. Lin Bai had an innocent look on his face and shoved the agreement to Qin Shueyo in his hand. Wife, put it away first, this is all money. And then, he turned to look at Chao Jun and smiled even wider. Old classmate, it's our turn to settle the score. Lindbergh, there's something to say. Chao Jun's body was like sifting chaff, shaking non-stop. In the next second, plop, he directly gave his knees. Lin Bai, classmate for a time, I beg you, let me go. I'm wrong, it's me who has no eyes. You just let me go. I told you guys would beg me, but alas, you don't believe me. Lin Bai shook his head. Chao Jun, it's not impossible to spare you. Tell me, who the hell pushed me into the middle of the road 3 years ago when I was in a car accident? It's not me. It's really not me. Chao Jun shook his head frantically. Lin Bai, you believe me? I really didn't push you. It wasn't me. I don't know who it is. Chao Jun screamed miserably, but it was Lin Bai who grabbed one of his hands and twisted it violently. You say when you beg, you should be sincere. Don't play tricks. Lin Bai grabbed Chao Jun's other hand again. Let me tell you in advance, no one can heal my twisted hand. If you still refuse to tell the truth, then both of your hands will be completely wasted. Lindbergh, you believe me. Chao Jun was in pain and cold sweat. I really don't know. Lindbergh unceremoniously twisted off the other hand. If you don't tell me, forget it, I'll always find out. Lin Bai was too lazy to waste time with Chao Jun. He straightened up and slowly swept over the others. Whose turn is it now? The crowd almost subconsciously took a step back, no one daring to speak. It's a savage lunatic. But the point was that Xiao Fei actually defended this lunatic. Ms. Song, don't hide either. It's your turn. Lin Bai looked at Song Yujiao. You'd better come out obediently and let my family Shueyo slash your face. Shueyao's sword skills aren't very good. That's your good fortune. If you don't cooperate, then it's me who will do it. Lin Bai had a devilish smile on his face. You may not believe me when I say this, but I'm exceptionally good with a sword. I could draw a spider web out of your face with just one cut. You don't mess with. Song Yujiao's face paled. I'll just pay for it. I'm just like them. I'll give you $100 million too. Is that okay? Ms. Song, why are you doing this? Lin Bai shook his head. I'm a very fair person. This face of yours, how is it not worth $100 million? Isn't this a pitfall for you? You'd better let Shueya make a cut. After that you'll go for a whole facelift. It's only a few million at most, and by then, you'll still be prettier than you are now. It's simply a win-win situation. My face is worth more than $100 million. Song Yujio was quite angry. Okay, Lin Bai, are you too little? I'll add another 100 million. Ms. Song, actually, look, Shueyo and I, neither of us are short of money now either. I'll be able to collect $10 billion here soon. Lin Bai with a serious face, this money is not money in fact, really unimportant. The most important thing is to be happy. A cut on your face. My Shueyo should be quite happy. 1 billion. Song Yujio violently screamed out. I'll give you $1 billion. Okay? Lin Bai seemed to be dumbfounded. And then, he turned his head to look at Qin Shueya. Wife, what about this? She's giving too much. Forget it. Just pay for it. Qin Shueyo said softly. I wouldn't dare to slash her face with a knife. Alright then, Ms. Song, pay up. Lindbergh was also dry. I can't get that much money at a time, so I'll make a note to you first. Is that okay? Song Yujiao's face was a bit gloomy. No problem. Lin Bai still promised readily. Also, the rest of you guys, you can all make an IOU to me now. Fine. I'll make an IOU. I give IOUs too. I'll write it. When they heard that they could make an IOU, these people naturally begged for it. In just a few minutes, everyone had given Lin Bai their IOUs, including Song Yujia Lu Xinmei. As long as they don't pay now, there is still a chance that they will renege on their debt. So these people are cool with it. A rush of footsteps came from a group of doctors and nurses, but it was the ambulance that finally arrived. All of the injured were quickly dragged away by the ambulance, and the others were also saying their goodbyes to Xiao Fei Yin to leave at this moment. It was pointless to stay when things had gotten this bad, and it could also be dangerous. The large banquet hall quickly became empty. Miss Qin, let's change places and talk about cooperation. Xiao Fei Yin smiled bashfully. Yes, Miss Zhou. Qin Shueyo hurriedly nodded her head. She was still a bit dazed at the moment. Everything tonight was like a dream. Until now, she still felt something unreal. The group left the Qiao family manor and arrived in Xiao Fei Yan's garden villa. Ru Wabing, help me entertain Miss Qin. I'm going to change my clothes. In the parlor, Xiao Fei Yan said and turned to leave. Almost a minute later, Shua, I'm going to the restroom. Lindbergh also got up and walked out of the parlor. At the turn at the end of the corridor, Xiao Feiyan stood there quietly, and when she saw Lin Bai come out, she turned around and disappeared. Lindbergh quickly followed. When Xiao Feiyan pushed the door into a bedroom, Lin Bai also dashed and pounced in. Xiao Feiyan abruptly turned around and with a wave of her hand, the door to the room closed. Lin Bai probed his arm around Xiao Feiyan, but Xiao Feiyan retreated violently and sharply. Wait, I have one last question. With a probing hand, Lin Bai held Su Ruobing's waist. Strange, a seizure so soon? Lin Bai was a bit surprised. He pinched Su Ruobing's wrist and a strand of aura entered his body to probe her condition. Good lord, Dr. Su, this is someone who wants you dead. Lin Bai's face was slightly grave. Take your hand away. I must treat you immediately, or you're dead. Don't. Su Ruobing had a pained face. You call me an ambulance. By the time the ambulance comes, you'll be cold, Lin Bai said without any good humor. Forget it, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. He stretched out 2 fingers and flew over Su Ruobing's body and clicked twice. And after that, he sat down while helping Su Ruobing to sit on his lap. Su Ruobing had a face of shame and indignation, but she couldn't move or speak. Lin Bai's face was slightly gloomy as he violently pulled Su Ruobing's evening gown downwards. The upper half of his body was directly and completely exposed in the air. I go to. Lindbergh shook his head. It was white and big, shaking him a little. But right now, he really needed saving. Concentrating and quieting his breath, Lin Bai's 2 fingers flew to point at Su Ruobing's body. It went on for a full minute long before he snapped out a low voice. Come out. A finger poked at Su Ruobing's chest, and a small black insect swiftly soared out. Lindbergh clamped it with 2 fingers. See, this thing is called a compulsion, and it just entered your heart, and if you weren't so lucky, in a few minutes you'd be dead. The worm was still wriggling, obviously alive. ZZ. Lin Bai's finger suddenly smoked, and the parasite directly turned into ashes. Well, I'll get you back to normal, so don't you swear. Lin Bai poked 2 more fingers on Su Ruobing. Stinking rascal, I'll fight you. Su Ruobing is going crazy. Lin Bai violently pushed her away and took a few steps back. So what? Su damsel, are you sure you don't want to put your clothes on first? I do not mind. It's really pretty after all. Su Ruobing came back to her senses and hurriedly pulled her gown up to cover her fiery figure. Okay, calm down. You can't beat me, and you fighting me is no different to me than throwing yourself at me. Lin Bai continued to speak. You'd better think about who wanted to kill you. And, it seems that they deliberately wanted you to die in this villa. Su Ruobing's chest rose and fell dramatically as she was clearly trying to control her emotions. A full minute passed. Only then did she grit her teeth and ask, who the hell are you? How do you know all this? Before Lin Bai could say anything, his cell phone rang at that moment. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the word second uncle on the caller ID, Lin Bai couldn't help but freeze. After his parents passed away, it was his second uncle Bai Xiangue who raised him. He had originally planned to call his second uncle after he was done with tonight's business and tell him the happy news that he had woken up. Does second uncle know I'm awake? Lindbergh was a bit surprised, but still quickly picked up the phone. Second uncle. Ah, a shriek came from the other end of the line, but it was a girl's voice. You, who are you? You, are Hoshi? Lin Bai heard the voice of the other party. It was Bai Xiaohui, the daughter of his second uncle. Xiaohui, I'm your brother. Lin Bai, can't you hear my voice? Brother, really you? Bai Xiaohui whimpered. Are you awake? You quickly come to the hospital. My dad is dying. He still misses you. That's why he asked me to call you. What? Hoshi, tell me quickly. Which hospital? I'll go right away. Lin Bai's face suddenly changed. His second uncle was not even 50 years old. How could he be dying? There must have been some kind of accident. Sukong Hospital East Side Branch. We're in the inpatient department. 301. Brother, you hurry up. Bai Xiaohui choked out the address. The phone hung up, and Lindbergh turned around and ran outside. Wait, where are you going? Su Ruobing froze and chased after him. Sukong Hospital East City Branch. Something happened to my second uncle. Help me tell them. Lindbergh's tone was anxious. I'll drive you. Su Ruobing paused for a moment and added, that's my family's hospital. There's something I can help with. Good. Lindbergh didn't refuse. The two quickly left. Su Ruobing traveled lightly and arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. Su Ruobing was still parking the car, while Lin Bai had already rushed into the hospital and arrived at the 31 ward as fast as he could. The ward was empty. Lindbergh felt bad and hurriedly dialed his second uncle. Brother, are you here? The call was answered and Bai Xiaohui was sobbing. I'm outside the side door on the first floor of the hospitalization department. They threw my dad out. Ooh-hoo. When Lin Bai walked out of the side door of the first floor, he instantly smelled the roiling stench. Under the dim light, next to a row of garbage cans, there lies a withered middle-aged man. It is the second uncle by Xian Gui. On the ground, sitting on a young girl with a helpless face, was none other than his cousin Bai Xiaowei. Bai Xiaowei was shedding tears, and there were obvious slap marks on her face. Hoshi, what's going on here? Lin Bai's heart exploded with rage. At this moment, he wanted to kill someone. Brother, you're really awake? My dad just passed out. Bai Xiaowei raised her head and looked at Lin Bai. If dad can still wake up, he must be very happy. Dad's been missing you these past few years. Lindbergh calmed down. Second uncle's body is important. He crouched down and began to examine his second uncle, while his face soon became a bit stony. Second uncle was in somewhat bad shape, with severe head trauma, intracranial hemorrhage, and failing organs, and had to be treated immediately. Lin Bai input a trace of spiritual qi into his second uncle's body to temporarily alleviate the failure of his organs, and then he gently tapped on his second uncle's head twice to control the intracranial bleeding. After that, he picked up his second uncle from the ground. Xiaowei, don't worry, I can cure second uncle. Let's go in first and find a clean place. Lindbergh walked into the side door of the hospital. Brother, wait for a moment. Bai Xiaowei froze, then hurriedly climbed up to follow. Stop, are you looking for death? An angry shout came from the front and two security guards approached. How dare you send in this filthy, stinking thing that we just threw out? Hui, are these the two things that threw second uncle out of the hospital? Lin Bai coldly looked at the two security guards while asking Bai Xiaowei. That's right, we're the ones who threw it. Kid, you got a problem with that? A security guard answered impatiently. Another security guard followed suit. You can't afford to pay for the operation, and you still have to stay in the hospital. If you don't throw him out, will you let him die in our hospital? Kid, get the hell out of here right now or I'll be rude to you. Lindbergh kicked the security guard off. You're fucking dead. Another security guard came charging up with his baton raised. Lin Bai kicked again, and this security guard let out the same scream and flew backwards more than 10 meters away, falling heavily in the hall on the first floor of the hospital. Damn, kid, you're dead. Before the security guard could climb to his feet, he shouted angrily at the intercom. All come to the first floor lobby. There's a disturbance/incident. Who dares to make a mess/problem in our Su family's hospital? A furious shout came. Are you tired of living? It was a young man who had just stepped out of the elevator, shirt and tie and suit pants and a perm. Looking human. Even though it was night, there were some people in the hall, and at this moment, they all looked over. They also wanted to know who was so brave as to dare make trouble in the Su family's hospital. That was the Su family, one of the 3 top families in Zhengcheng. If you're here to make trouble, you're tired of living, aren't you? Young Su, you're just in time. One of the security guards got up from the ground and hurried over to the young man, lowering his voice. Just that white family chick you're looking at. He found a helper from somewhere, and he's quite a fighter. Boy, are you the one who's been messing around? Su Xiao looked at Lin Bai, who had already walked over, and his line of sight quickly shifted to Bai Xiaowei next to him. Bai Xiaowei, where did you find a poor guy? What? Just because you can fight, you think you can save your father? I told you long ago, if you serve me obediently, I will naturally cure your father. But you didn't listen. Now it's good. Your father is going to die, isn't it? Su Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowei, his eyes still glittering with obvious desire. Although Bai Xiaowei wasn't particularly pretty, he liked such a green girl. Brother, we'd better go. Bai Xiaowei's face was pale as she pulled Lin Bai's arm somewhat nervously. We can't afford to mess with them. My dad already had an accident. You can't have another one. Hoshi, it's okay, I'll fix this crap right away. Lin Bai coldly looked at this so-called Su Xiao, and then turned his head. Miss Su, this is someone from your family, right? Will you fix it, or shall I do it? Boy, what the hell are you talking about? That Su Xiao subconsciously turned his head, and his face suddenly changed. Big miss? Su Mingzhi, is this how you run the hospital? Su Ruobing exuded an ice-cold aura. Anyone could feel her anger. You actually plotted against the patient's family members, with such dirty and vile means. You are simply tarnishing the reputation of my Su family. Come on, man. Dozens of security guards happened to run down the stairs. Break Su Mingzhi's legs for me and throw him out of the hospital. Starting today, Su Mingzhi is expelled from the Su family. The security guards quickly came behind Su Mingzhi, but they did not make a move. What are you waiting for? Su Ruobing drank coldly. Have you blinded your dog's eyes? I am Su Ruobing, the Su family's eldest miss. The crowd of security guards remained unresponsive. Missy, everyone can see clearly and knows who you are. Su Mingzhi, however, laughed. rather smugly. Unfortunately, we all know very well that whether it's in the Su family, or this hospital, you, say nothing. If you want to expel me from the Su family, then you have to ask second miss if she agrees first. Su Mingzhi turned his head to look at Lin Bai, a faint mockery in his tone. Kid, I've underestimated you. I can't imagine that you're actually able to pull in Missy's help. Unfortunately, Missy can't protect you either. He waved his hand violently. Go, abolish this kid who is causing trouble in the hospital for me. With Su Mingzhi's order, all the security guards rushed towards Lin Bai in a furious manner. The patients watching in the hall have been hiding away for fear of being affected by the innocent. Everyone thought that Lindbergh was definitely finished. However, in the next second, they heard a series of miserable screams. A dozen or so security guards were all instantly kicked away by Lindbergh. For a moment, it stunned everyone, except Su Ruobing. Bai Xiaowei also looked dumbfounded. This cousin of hers, how did he become so powerful? Kid, you've got some skills, but I'm warning you, don't touch the old man. Su Mingzhi subconsciously took 2 steps back. I am a person of the Su family. If you dare to move me, you are the enemy of the entire Su family. Ah! Lindbergh kicked Su Mingzhi in the crotch. This trash actually tried to misbehave with Bai Xiaowei, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. It hurts. Ah! Son of a bitch, I must get you killed. Ah! Su Mingzhi covered his crotch with both hands and rolled on the ground in pain. Lindbergh with another kick. Click. Stomping on So Myung-chul's knee. Su Mingzhi's screams, which ended abruptly, were already unconscious. The anger in Lin Bai's heart dissipated a little. No problem. I'll get it. Su Ruobing returned to her senses and nodded her head in a hurry. Then I'll take Uncle 2 back to Ward 31 first. Lin Bai didn't say much. He carried his second uncle and quickly returned to the 31 ward, putting his second uncle back on the hospital bed. Brother, are you going to be okay after beating up so many people? Bai Xiaowei looked uneasy. It's okay. Your brother and I are going to fight more than just that tonight. Lin Bai had a calm face. Xiaowei, you rest too. I'll cure second uncle soon. In no time, Su Ruobing hurriedly came and handed Lin Bai a box of silver needles. Lin Bai didn't delay any longer and began to apply needles to his second uncle. The 13 needles of the Heavenly Tao was a kind of needle technique recorded in the Heavenly Tao skill, which could heal ordinary people as well as immortal cultivators. Fortunately, he had cultivated to the first level of Qi cultivation last night. Otherwise, this needle technique, he would not have been able to perform it. Lin Bai transported the needles like flying, fast and accurate. Su Ruobing, who was on the side, flashed a different color in her eyes. Just because of this technique of Lin Bai alone, she could be sure that although this man was a rogue, he did no medical skills. A minute later, Lindbergh had already stabbed hundreds of needles. Su Ruobing didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she felt that the patient on the bed, whose skin was originally withered and dried up, seemed to have suddenly become a bit more moist. Lin Bai's needle application speed abruptly slowed down. After carefully sticking in a few stitches, he jerked the needle out and exhaled softly. The look of relief also became lighter. Just then, Bai Xiangui's eyelids moved, and then, he slowly opened his eyes. Hoshi? He saw his daughter first. Xiaowei, did you call Bai? Still can't get through? Right. He has a girlfriend. Try calling his girlfriend. Second uncle. Lindbergh softly shouted. I'm here. He had a few sour moments in his heart. His second uncle had been very good to him, and over the years, his second uncle had suffered a lot for his sake. Bai Xiangui turned his head and sat up violently. Bai, you're awake? Good, great. Bai Xiangui choked up. Then I have no regrets in dying. Second uncle, don't talk nonsense. You are still so young. Where will you die? Lin Bai said in a hurry. Dad, brother is especially good now. He's the one who cured you. Bai Xiaowei spoke up at this time. She had a happy face, but she couldn't help wiping her tears. Tears of joy. Well, great. I mean, I feel physically fine at all. I just thought it was a flashback. Bai Xiangui became even more excited. Ha ha, I knew little Bai would have a future. Hui, quick, call your mom and tell her the good news. Mr. Bai, you're recovering from a serious illness. Don't get too excited. Su Ruobing, however, spoke at this time. I'll arrange for a doctor to give you another full body checkup to see how you're recovering. I think I'm fine. I don't need any more tests. They're quite costly. Bai Xiangui hastily shook his head. Mr. Bai, I'll waive all your medical bills. Don't worry about money. Su Ruobing immediately added. Second uncle, just go and check again, so everyone can feel at ease. Lin Bai smiled faintly. He knew that Su Ruobing's intentions were nothing more than wanting to confirm his medical skills. Well, then, Bai Xiangui nodded in agreement. Under Su Ruobing's arrangement, a doctor and nurse soon came to take Bai Xiangui for a checkup, while Bai Xiaowei was uneasy and accompanied her. In the ward, only Lin Bai and Su Ruobing were left. I'm sorry about your second uncle, but as you can see, this hospital, I don't actually run it. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. The person who's really in charge of the Su family now is my cousin Su Yufei, and I'm not afraid to tell you that, if it's no accident, the person who put the parasites to try and kill me should be her big sister. It's not quite appropriate for you to badmouth me behind my back, is it? A soft laugh came and in walked a black-skirted beauty. This black-skirted beauty's figure was also quite good, but it was still a bit worse than Su Ruobing. The eyebrows were also vaguely similar to Su Ruobing, but overall, the appearance was also inferior by a few points. Su Yufei, you are at least the second miss of the Su family. You must be bold and courageous, the one who put the parasites to harm me, isn't it you? Su Ruobing said coldly. Big sister, such things as casting parasites are only found in movies and novels. How can you take them seriously? Su Yufei shook her head. You are at least a doctor. You have to believe in science. However, I heard that you, big sister, made a scene in your own hospital for a man who couldn't afford to pay for the operation. That's not like you. Su Yufei turned her head to look at Lin Bai. You're not bad looking, but, to make this iceberg of my big sister melt, you should have some special skill, right? Second Miss Su, you're just not seeing things. Lin Bai smiled lightly. To make the ice melt, just touch the ice with your hand more often. You shut up. Su Ruobing glared fiercely at Lin Bai. This stinking hooligan. It's so infuriating. And more touching. Doesn't that mean touching her there? Yikes. All touched up? Su Yufei looked a bit surprised. Handsome brother, you are really lucky. My big sister's body. Her hands must feel very good, right? It's really quite nice and endearing. Lindbergh graciously admitted. Su Ruobing, on the other hand, wanted to hit someone, this dead hooligan, showing off even after getting a bargain. If he hadn't actually saved her life, she would have had to fight him. How dare you admit it? Su Yufei shook her head. Lin Bai, I really admire you. Aren't you afraid? Qin Shueya knows? So second Miss Su already knows who I am. Lin Bai smiled brightly. I, unlike you, dare to do and dare to be. Just like you do not dare to admit that you are under compulsion. While I can clearly tell you, if you're going to feel numbness in your legs later, and you can't stand up, and in a couple of hours you find yourself confined to bed, and you're even going to be incontinent, well, don't doubt it. It's something that I've done. As Lin Bai spoke, he had already flicked out several finger winds silently. This Su Yufei, even if she wanted to kill Su Ruobing, she also wanted to frame his thunderstruck sacred maiden wife, and she even made his second uncle and his cousin suffer so much in the hospital. He definitely wouldn't let her off easily. You threatened me? Su Yufei laughed coldly. Lin Bai, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you made a big fuss over the Chow family tonight? My Su family just doesn't care to give face to the Chow family. Before Su Yufei could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt her legs tingling and was unsteady on her feet. She blushed dramatically. You, what have you done to me? Hurry up and ask for help from the higher power behind you. Lin Bai didn't panic. After all, the matter of placing parasites is not something you would do. Good. Very good. Su Yufei took 2 steps back, and someone immediately held her up. Big sister, you've really found a good man. You guys wait. Come on, take me home first. Su Yufei obviously felt that something was wrong with her body and quickly left with her men in a hurry. Did you just secretly do something to Fei Su? Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. Right. Lin Bai nodded. I have more than enough means to secretly fix people. You, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Since you're so powerful, then before, when you saved me, didn't you have any other way? Like can't you use a silver needle? Oh, it's not impossible, but I didn't have any silver needles at the time. Lin Bai casually replied. Besides, even if there were silver needles, I would still use my hands. How good they feel. You, Su Ruobing was furious. Lin Bai, I now believe that you know how to heal, but do you have any medical ethics? Do you ever take advantage of your patients like that? Su damsel, to say this medical ethics, I'm definitely better than these doctors in your hospital. Lin Bai smiled lightly. Besides, do you have some kind of misunderstanding? Although I can heal, I'm not a doctor at all, okay? I'm not even a doctor. What kind of medical ethics do I need? Lin Bai's justified appearance made Su Ruobing's breath knot. You, shameless. Su Ruobing angrily cursed Lin Bai and turned around. She couldn't stay with this rascal Lin Bai. Walking to the door, Su Ruobing stopped and didn't turn around. Don't say I didn't remind you. Su Yufei's man isn't one to be messed with. The person who put the parasites in place is more than likely him. You'd better ask around. 4 years ago, the reason why Fei Yan was in a coma. I have also always suspected that it was that man who made the move. After saying this, Su Ruobing left in large strides. Is that so? Lindbergh muttered to himself. Very well, then, he's dead. However, he was in no hurry to settle his second uncle first. The cell phone rang at this time. It was Qin Shueyo who called. Where are you? I'm done talking to Ms. Zhou. I'm at the hospital. Lin Bai briefly talked about his second uncle. I'll be right there. Qin Shueyo hung up the phone. Lin Bai went out of the hospital room and was about to go find his second uncle when he saw Bai Shelwi running this way. Brother, it's not good. Bai Shelwi looked alarmed. What's wrong? Lin Bai's heart tightened. Was second uncle still not cured? Brother, it's my mom. Bai Shelwi ran to Lin Bai's side, and after slowing down a little, she quickly told him what happened. And Lin Bai finally figured out the reason why his second uncle was injured. 2 years ago, after Bai Shelwi was admitted to Jiangcheng University, both her second uncle and her second aunt came to Jiangcheng to work, and the couple worked in the Moon Lake Villa area, with her second uncle as a security guard while her second aunt worked as a live-in nanny for someone. The second aunt's employer is a divorced strong woman with children. The other day, the employer's ex-husband broke into the villa with a knife, and the second aunt quietly sent a message to the second uncle for help. In the end, the employer was unharmed. The second uncle was seriously injured, and that ex-husband had been arrested. Originally, the employer and the property company promised to pay for the treatment, but a few days ago, they suddenly backtracked. Both the employer and the property company claimed that the second uncle was only trying to protect the second aunt, and that this was a private matter that had nothing to do with them. Bai Shelwi couldn't get angry about this, so she posted on the internet to expose it, and today, her second aunt, who was borrowing money from everywhere, received a message from her employer saying that she was willing to lend her money, but she needed to go and sign an agreement. Second auntie went there, but ended up being held back by her employer, and now, the other party was asking Bai Shelwi to go over and settle the matter face to face. Brother, why don't you wait here for my dad and I'll go find my mom first? Bai Shelwi had an anxious look on her face. Shall we? Don't worry. Second uncle should be done with his examination soon. Lin Bai took a deep breath. Second aunt should be fine for now. Wait, we'll go over together. Okay, brother, I'll do as you say. Bai Shelwi now felt that Lin Bai was practically omnipotent and naturally listened to him in everything. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Bai Xiangue returned to his hospital room. The tests were basically done and he was now healthy. And Qin Shueyo also rushed to the hospital at this time. Second uncle. I'm Shueyo. We've talked on the phone before. Qin Shueyo soon learned that things had changed as well. You don't have to worry. Lin Bai and I will settle the matter of second auntie. The four of them quickly left the hospital, and Qin Shueyo drove the group to the Moon Lake Villa area. Moon Lake Villa area is not considered the highest-end villa area in Jiangcheng, but it is quite famous. The name of that employer of the second aunt was Nana Zhang, and the right point of the appointment was the property office. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Lindbergh and the others arrived at the property office, and Lin Bai also saw at a glance that his second aunt, Wang Guoyun, was sitting there with an uneasy look on her face. Like her second uncle, her second aunt was older and more gaunt than her real age. Mom, are you okay? Bai Shelwi hurriedly ran over, then softly comforted. Don't worry, brother woke up and is now super powerful. He'll help us out. White, Wang Guoyun also saw Lin Bai at this moment. She was a little confused and even a little afraid to recognize him. Lin Bai's current temperament and state was completely different from what she remembered. Second auntie, it's me. Lin Bai smiled gently. You sit at ease. I'll solve things. He swept a glance around the office. In the office, stood about 10 security guards. In addition to that, sat a middle-aged man, and a young woman in her 30s. I guess, you are Nana Zhang. Lindbergh looked at the young woman. Not to mention, although this young woman is not particularly beautiful, but she has a good figure and is born with a few winks. Quite a seductive kind. My second uncle almost died trying to protect you, so even if you're not grateful, you're not going to fall on your sword, are you? Lin Bai's tone was a bit cold. Did you feed your conscience to the dogs, or did you throw it down your sewer? Who are you to accuse me of anything? Zhang Nana had a disdainful look on her face. And I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense there. Obviously, Wang Guoyun's private life is indiscreet. Seducing men, being bumped into by Xiangue, and clashing with the adulterer/husband. Pop. Lindbergh slapped Zhang Nana in the face. I urge you to organize your words and repeat them. How dare you hit me? Asshole. No one has ever dared to hit me. Nana Zhang was furious. Snap. Lindbergh slapped her in the face again. In this world, there is no one I dare not fight. What are you? Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. You'd better apologize to my second uncle and second aunt right away. This gentleman, I am the property manager of the Moon Lake Villa area. Wang Dafa, you are now assaulting our owner. I have the right to protect the owner. The middle-aged man spoke at this time. Before the words were out of his mouth, he felt his eyes glaze over. Snap! Lin Bai backhanded Wang Dafa in the face. Fuck! You're looking for death. All of you. Wang Dafa was furious. While at his command, the 10 or so security guards standing all rushed over. Stop it you guys, don't hit my nephew. Bai Xiangue was instantly anxious. Only, he immediately froze, because, just as he finished saying this, the 10 or so security guards, all of them, had already collapsed on the ground. Bai Yu, how can you fight so well? Bai Xiangue was confused for a moment. Kid, you're awesome, you actually dared to make a mess/matter in our Wang family's territory. Wang Dafa gritted his teeth. Just wait, I'll call Wang Shao, he'll definitely get you killed. No need to call. I'm already here. A cold voice came in. I, Wang Ziqiang, would like to see who dares to bully my woman. A skinny young man walked into the office. He seemed to have only Zhang Nana in his eyes and walked quickly to her. Seeing the slap marks on Zhang Nana's face, he instantly became furious. Nana, tell me, which son of a bitch hit you? I'll kill him for sure, Wang Ziqiang said while turning his head to scan. And then he saw Lin Bai and Qin Shuya, and his face instantly froze. Kung, it's that asshole. Zhang Nana pointed at Lin Bai with a furious face. He seems to be the nephew of that stinking security guard. That stinking security guard's daughter vilified me by talking nonsense on the internet. And this bastard actually came to beat me up. You must help me out. Pop. Wang Ziqiang suddenly slapped Zhang Nana's face and growled lowly. Shut up. How many times have I told you? He saved you and your son. He's a hero. I told you to repay him properly. Why didn't you listen to a word? Kung, you, how do you? Zhang Nana's entire body was confused. She was incredulous and even more aggrieved. But this is clearly you. Pop. Wang Ziqiang slapped again and roared. Shut up. Kneel. You get down on your knees and apologize to your rescuer. Young Wang. You. Wang Dafa was also a bit confused. Snap. Wang Ziqiang smoothly slapped another slap on Wang Dafa's face. You get down on your knees and apologize too. Now. Yes. Young Wang. Wang Dafa cried and mourned. He didn't dare to say anything more, and plopped down towards Bai Xiangue. Old White. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Forgive me. Are you still not kneeling? Wang Ziqiang dragged Zhang Nana up and forced her to the ground. Apologize. Yes, Kung, I know. Zhang Nana trembled with fear, although she couldn't figure it out. She didn't dare to disobey Wang Ziqiang at this moment. She looked at Bai Xiangue and finally spoke unwillingly. Security guard Bai. I'm sorry. Yes, it's my fault. You just forgive me. Bai Xiangue was completely confused. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. White. What's going on here? He turned his head to look at Lin Bai. He felt that the matter was mostly related to this nephew of his. Wang Ziqiang. We're quite lucky tonight. There was a faint mockery in Lin Bai's tone. He was actually a bit surprised that this Wang Ziqiang was one of the 100 or so people who owed him gambling debts tonight. Lindbergh. No, Ringo. It's all because my men don't know what they're doing. Wang Ziqiang accompanied a smiling face. A lowly look. Look, I deal with it like this. Are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, you let me know and I promise I'll make sure you're satisfied until you are. Wang Ziqiang's heart at the moment had the feeling of a day/dog. Originally, after the bad luck at Xiao's house tonight, he planned to come here to find his mistress/girlfriend Zhang Nana to vent/relax. That flirtatious energy on Zhang Nana's body could always make him forget his troubles. But how could he not expect that Zhang Nana had actually offended Lin Bai? Thinking about the ruthlessness that Lin Bai had used on Xiao Sancher Qin Changfeng tonight, Wang Ziqiang/pressure didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance. Little Wang, you're still weirdly knowledgeable. Lin Bai smiled brightly. In that case, that 100 million you owe me, pay it back now. Turning his head to Qin Shuya, wife, give me his IOU. Zhang Nana and Wang Dafa snapped their heads up in disbelief. Wang Ziqiang actually owed someone $100 million? Bai Xiaowei was also stunned. $100 million? How much money must that be? Is her brother that rich? Honey, here. Qin Shuya, however, had already found the IOUs from her bag, and the 100 or so IOUs that Lin Bai had placed in her bag before. Brother Lin, can you give me a few days grace? Wang Ziqiang cried out. I really can't get so much money at this time. Little Wang, you really can't stand being praised. I just said you know your stuff. Lin Bai shook his head. This is the first time I've collected a debt today. Are you trying to make my first time not even have half a good memory? Qin Shuya looked odd. This guy spoke in words. How could he be so immodest? What first time? Sounds weird. Brother Lin. I really don't have any money at this time. You don't know. My family is doing real estate. Recently this real estate recession. The funds are a little unable to keep up. Wang Zichang heart really bitter. If he has money, how will hundreds of thousands of surgical fees also want to renege? If he hadn't wanted to renege on the hundreds of thousands of dollars, how would he have gotten into trouble with this crazy Lin Bai again? Well, anyway, what the hell? I've got to have an opening tonight. Lindbergh sighed. Since you don't have any money, I'll just have to come and see some blood. Little Wang. Actually, I still think that you know what you're doing. So take your pick. Do you want to become crippled? Or do you want to become a eunuch? No, Ringo. Let's discuss this again. Wang Zichang is on the verge of crying. These two. He does not want to. Has anyone ever told you that? In fact, eunuchs live longer? Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. I think you might as well become a eunuch, so you can have a lot less worries. No, Ringo. I'll pay back. I'll pay back right away. Wang Zichang was about to collapse. Brother Lin, I really don't have any cash, but look at it this way. I just happen to have a villa here. It's the king of the building here. It's worth $80 million, and I spent $50 million on renovations, and I was originally going to move in a few days. So the house is clean, complete with all sorts of things, and ready to go. I'll discount the price by $100 million and use it to offset the debt. Brother Lin, you definitely won't lose out. Wang Zichang, who are you fooling here? Qin Shuya. However, hummed lightly at this time. You're talking about Moon Lake one, right? I know that house well. The opening price is indeed $80 million. But now, it's worth at most $60 million. As for the $50 million renovation, you actually spent up to $30 million in costs. And that was installed to your liking. And that's going to be discounted if you want to sell it. With this, you still want to use it against $100 million? Counting you $80 million is already giving you an advantage. Well, my wife is right. Lin Bai nodded his head in favor. Little Wang. This villa of yours, I'll take it. You can give me another $20 million in cash. But, Ringo, I really don't have any cash here. Wang Zichang was bitter. I say your Wang family. At least it's a family with billions of assets. How come you're poor like this? Lin Bai looked disgusted. Forget it. This property company, it's also your family's, right? Honey, do the math for me and see if this property company of his is worth $20 million? I'll check. Qin Shuya took out her cell phone and checked for a few minutes before coming to a conclusion. Hubby, this property company is okay? It does make a profit every year, and at a discounted price of $20 million. We're slightly in the red, but not by much. Ugh, collecting debts from such poor people is just a pain in the ass. Lin Bai shook his head inside. Forget it, I'll just take the loss. That little Wang, do the formalities, transfer the house, and this property company, to my second uncle's name. Fine. I'll prepare the contract. Wang Zichang wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly instructed Wang Dafa to take care of it. Wait, what did you just say? Bai Xiangui couldn't help but speak. You want to transfer the house and company to my name? How can this work? Second uncle, how can this not work? I was going to give you guys this house. Lin Bai smiled. As for the property company, from now on, you and your second aunt will be the bosses, and whoever ever bullied you will fire them all. But so much money. Bai Xiangui wanted to say something else. Second uncle, just take it. I'm not short of money right now. Lin Bai had a straight face. You and second auntie had suffered a lot for me in the past. Now that I have the ability, I naturally want to let you live a good life. You guys don't have to worry about company management. I will let Shueyo send a few people to specialize in management. In short, in the future, you guys can be at ease as the boss to collect money. But this, Bai Xiangui was still hesitating. Xiangui, it's rare that this child Xiaobai has a future as well as a conscience. So just accept it. Wen Guiyun spoke up at this time. How many relatives laughed at your stupidity back then? Even if you don't want to earn face for yourself, you have to earn this face back for Xiaobai, so that everyone will know that you did the right thing back then. Bai Xiangui was silent for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. Okay, White, I'll take it then. However, we are family, so if you need it in the future, I can always return it to you. Second uncle, just leave me a room and home. I'll come back to stay once in a while. Lin Bai smiled slightly. Alright, little Wang, take us to see the house first. Alright, brother Lin, you come with me. Wang Zichang immediately led the way in front. There is a moon lake in the Moon Lake Villa area, And Moon Lake number 1 is right in the middle of the curved moon, facing the lake on 3 sides, and occupying an area of almost 2,000 square meters. This villa even Qin Shuya felt satisfied, not to mention by Xiangui's family. What surprised them even more was that there were indeed people ready to move in here, and everything was still brand new. In the yard, there was also a barbecue grill, which seemed to be ready for an open-air barbecue, and the various ingredients for the barbecue were actually in the refrigerator. The crowd hadn't actually eaten at night, and now they were all hungry, so Lin Bai proposed to come straight to the barbecue as a celebration. Late at night, the barbecue smells good. Wang Ziqiang has left, the formalities have basically been completed, and there are still some that need to be made up tomorrow. By Xiangui Wang Guiyun went up and down the stairs inside the villa. The house had been seen many times, and they still hadn't seen enough. Brother, pinch me. Bai Xiaowei ran to Lin Bai again. She still felt like she was dreaming. Hoshi, it's all 10th down. It's not a dream. Come on, have a barbecued wing. Lin Bai handed Bai Xiaowei a bunch of barbecued wings. Thank you brother. Bai Xiaowei ran away again, and she went inside, talking excitedly on the phone with no one in particular. That, Lindbergh, are we still going to get our license tomorrow? Qin Shuyo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Big schoolgirl Qin, you just got the Qin family and you're going to abandon your boyfriend who's been guarding you for 3 years? Lin Bai was astonished. You're crossing the river a bit fast. You know full well that's not what I meant. Qin Shuyo was a bit exasperated. You have so much money now. Do you still lack my $10 million? Also, don't think I don't know that you and Xiao Feiyin must have some kind of special relationship. Moreover, the way you were staring at Su Ruobing, the way you looked like you wanted to take a bite out of her, don't think I didn't notice. I do think you wouldn't want to tie me up in death. And if you're still willing to get a license with me, then we'll go tomorrow. Big schoolgirl Qin, the way you're looking at me right now. Lin Bai stared at Qin Shuyo. Qin Shuyo was a bit confused, and soon realized that something was wrong. This guy, where is he looking? You, what are you looking at? Qin Shuyo was a bit ashamed. Do you think I want to nibble on you, too, with this look in my eye? Lin Bai smiled cheekily. Don't think too much. Of course I'm willing to get a license with you. Speaking of which, dear wife, I'm actually pretty poor right now, so could you give me this month's living expenses right now? Don't you have $100,000 in cash? Qin Shuyo was a bit speechless, but she still really transferred 100,000 change to Lin Bai. It's nice to have a wife who spits out gold coins. Lin Bai was satisfied. Come, wife, eat some meat. He handed Qin Shuyo a skewer of grilled meat. The saintly maiden is of course superb, but this schoolgirl is also very good. Qin Shuyo was once the dream of all the boys at Jiangcheng University, and now that this dream was close at hand, he had no reason to push it away. The 9 holy maidens were waiting for him, and in this life, he was destined to not be a dedicated person, nor did he want to be a dedicated person. The natural way of heaven, the heavenly secret, is also about a follow your heart. An ordinary person might make a choice, whereas his hallowed immortal dignity had to have it all. The road to immortality is long, and the only way to withstand the long years is to keep the love of beautiful women. Hey, can you tell me what kind of relationship you have with Xiao Feiyin? Qin Shuyo still couldn't help but inquire. This is something I can't explain to you. Lindbergh thought for a moment. You can pretend that she and I used to cybersex for thousands of days and nights. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Qin Shuyo huffed and took a bite of the roasted meat. Lin Bai was also helpless. She didn't believe it when she said online love. Wouldn't she believe it even less when she told her it was a dream love? At the same time, in another villa in the Moon Lake Villa area, Brother Chang, who the hell is that Lindbergh? Zhang Nana looked aggrieved. Look at my face. It's all swollen. Xiao Sancher was castrated by him. What's 2 slaps on the wrist for you? Wang Ziqiang said in a bad mood. That son of a bitch is Qin Shuya's vegetative boyfriend. Just woke up yesterday. Today it's like a fucking hangover. The 100 great families of Jiangcheng. Almost every family owes him money now. That's not even the most crucial thing. Xiao Feiyin just sent out another message that Qin Shuiyao is her partner, and whoever attacks Qin Shuiyao or Qin Shuiyao's boyfriend is an enemy of her. Xiao Feiyin. Wang Ziqiang looked annoyed. This thing doesn't look right anyways. Xiao Feiyin looks like she's protecting that son of a bitch Lin Bai too. By the way, Brother Chang, isn't Moon Lake number 1 what second young master Yi wants? Zhang Nana was a bit worried. Now that you've given it to Lin Bai, how will you explain to Yi Ershao then? What are you babbling about? Wang Ziqiang looked unhappy. What do you mean I gave it to Lin Bai? It was clearly Lin Bai who snatched it over hard. I disagreed and got my ass kicked by that son of a bitch. Okay Nana, I slapped you twice before. Now slap me back. Slap me hard. Then, Kung, bear with me. Zhang Nana understood Wang Ziqiang's plan, and then it was a slap out. Harder. Harder. Go on. Make it hard. This night, the upper class of Jiangcheng society was surging, and Lin Bai was the hottest name. Lin Bai and Qin Shuya both stayed up all night. Bai Xiangui's family of 2 were so excited that they didn't sleep the whole night. Just after 8 in the morning, Qin Shuya made a few phone calls and arranged for someone to handle the villa transfer and the management of the property company. Then she drove Lin Bai to get the marriage license. Looking at the marriage license in her hand, Qin Shuya was in a bit of a trance. On the one hand, she felt a little hasty, yet on the other hand, she seemed to think that she might have made the best choice. Honey, what do you say? We're all married. Should we get a room to celebrate? Lin Bai inquired with a serious face. Qin Shuya came back to her senses and gave Lin Bai a big blank stare. Didn't you say that you have to pay extra for sleeping with me? I'm poor now. I don't have any money. In fact, this is not non-negotiable. Well, for example, I have a suggestion. The first time give $1 on the line. The second will be $2. The third $4. In short, every time more than once on the double. In fact, there are not a few money. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. Who are you fooling? Did you forget I'm a genius? Qin Shuya was speechless. I'm not going to bullshit with you. I'm going to Qin Group. Do you want to go with me? If you're willing, I can arrange a job for you at the Qin Group. Before Lindbergh could say anything, ding dong, the cell phone rang. Congratulations to Lindbergh on his recovery and release from the hospital. At Lindbergh, surprisingly, it was Chao Jun who had ate him in his college classmate group. What's this stupid cunt up to? Lindbergh muttered to himself. Then he looked at Qin Shuya. I'm not going to go first. You give me all those IOUs. I'll go collect the debt later. Well, that's okay. Qin Shuya took out all the IOUs from her bag and handed them to Lin Bai, while she drove away. Is Lindbergh really awake? Really? Where did you get the information? Chao Jun. Dude, are you really awake? Say something back. At Lindbergh. It seems that everyone knows about Lindbergh's car accident coma. Lin Bai finally sent a message as well. Didn't you break both your hands? Chao Jun. Are you typing with your pig brain intent? Crap. Lin Bai, you really woke up? Congratulations. A great disaster will bring you good fortune. Awesome. Congratulations Lindbergh. Bless Lindbergh. For a while, the group was buzzing, and there was even a special red envelope. It was Chao's army. On the contrary, that hadn't sent another message. The dumb/SS is tipping someone off, isn't he? Lin Bai vaguely understood Chao Jun's intentions. It seemed that there were more than likely his enemies in this group of classmates. Dude, how are you doing? Can you get out? Someone sent a message by private chat. It was his college roommate Hu Pingan. If you're physically able, I'll put together a party and we'll get together tonight to celebrate your recovery. It's okay, I'm in good health. Lin Bai didn't refuse. Hu Pingan had a pretty good relationship with him and took care of him back then. Then it's a deal. I'll send you the address later and we'll meet up and talk. Good. There were still people chatting in the group, and Lindbergh glanced at them a few times before he didn't bother to look at them again. After a little thought, Lin Bai dialed Xiao Feiyan's phone. Wife, do you have the details of the big families in Zhongcheng? I'm planning to go and collect a debt, so I'll learn about them first. Yes. Wait a minute husband. I'll send you a copy right away. Xiao Feiyan's voice was soft. Right. Congratulations husband on your marriage. You're well informed. Wife. Lindbergh was a bit emotional. He didn't explain, and between him and Xiao Fei, he didn't need to explain. Okay, hubby, I'll send you the information. I'll hang up first. Xiao Feiyan quickly hung up the phone, and Lindbergh opened the information and began to check it out. The information was too detailed, so much so that Lindbergh read it for a full hour. Well, go to Fanshawe Hall first. Lindbergh picks his target, the Fan family, one of the 8 first-class families in Zhongcheng, and it's Fan Shengtang, a famous Chinese medicine clinic in Zhongcheng. Lin Bai took a cab and came to the main store of Fan Shengtang, where Fan Zhongjing, the head of the Fan family, sat on weekdays. Fan Zhongjing in Zhongcheng reputation, have Zhongcheng medicine king reputation. Fan family has today's status wealth. All rely on Fan Zhongjing's own strength. Holy shit, such a long line? As soon as Lin Bai got off the bus, he found a long line of hundreds of people in front of Fan Shengtang. He didn't bother to care too much and headed straight inside. You stop. The security guard immediately stopped Lindbergh. Get in line at the back. I'm here to collect a debt. What's the line for? Lin Bai was impatient. He looked inside and directly raised his voice. Old man Fan, your grandson Fan Jiming owes me $100 million. Just reply back. Are you willing to pay it back for him? Just squeak if you don't want to, and I'll go straight to Fan. The surrounding area instantly clamored. Who's this? Yelling and screaming? No manners at all. Kid, is there a way for you to talk to the Pill King like that? What the hell are you screaming for? Don't keep us from seeing the doctor. The crowd in line was disgruntled. Shut up, all of you. Lin Bai looked unhappy. Do you know why you guys are sick? It's because you guys like to meddle in other people's business. This little friend, you should be Lin Bai, right? A middle heavy voice came out, followed by an old man in a tang suit, crane-haired, hale and hearty, with an extraordinary demeanor. It was Fan Zhongjing, the king of medicine of Jiangchang, my incompetent grandson, and your bet, I admit it. However, 100 million in cash is not a small amount. I wonder if my little friend can be accommodating for a few days. It's okay, I happen to need some herbs. Lin Bai handed Fan Zhongjing a list. Just give me the herbs according to this list. Fan Zhongjing took the list. Thank you, little friend. I'll have someone arrange it. Little friend, don't worry. I guarantee to give you the best quality, accounting for the cost price. If it's not enough to cover the debt, I'll make up the cash to little friend. You're quite quick, old man. Lin Bai was satisfied. In that case, I'll tell you one thing for free. You've got something growing in your brain. Find a way to get it out or you're going to die too. Fan Zhongjing's face changed drastically. Little friend, please follow me inside. Fan Zhongjing guided Lin Bai into the interior of the clinic to a room. There's no one around. Fan Zhongjing suddenly fell to his knees. I implore you, higher power, to save my Fan family. See what you mean? You know someone put a compulsion in your head? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Yes, Mr. Lin. It's that flunky of the Su family, Ning Boer. Fan Zhongjing was quite angry. He put a compulsion on me, forcing me to give in and asking me to hand over the entire Fan family estate to Su Yufei. I've privately sought the help of many people, and none of them could solve this compulsion. But you can see the problem at a glance, so you must have a way to fix it, right? Fan Zhongjing was looking at Lin Bai at the moment, his expression respectful and full of hope. This kid again? Lindbergh frowned slightly. That son of a bitch, reaching out everywhere. In the information that Xiao Fei had just given him, there was also information on the Su family, so he had some understanding of Ningbo. Ningbo joined the Su family 5 years ago and became Su Yufei's husband, ostensibly an unorthodox mansion flunky, but in reality, he seemed to have extraordinary abilities. You get up first. Lin Bai looked at Fan Zhongjing. It's just a mere compulsion. Something unimpressive. I'll be able to fix it. Bring over a box of silver needles and I'll take care of it for you first. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Fan Zhongjing was quite excited as he hurriedly got up, then took out a wooden box from the bottom drawer. Mr. Lin, this is my treasured special silver needle. Take it and use it. Lin Bai didn't talk nonsense, picked up a silver needle and directly drove the parasites away from Fan Zhongjing. For him, exorcising the parasites was just a matter of lifting his hand. In less than a minute, a parasite came out along the silver needle, and then turned into ashes on the silver needle. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin for saving my life. Fan Zhongjing once again knelt down and bowed. Alright, don't move to kneel. What about me saving you? Firstly, because I'm upset with that Ningbo, and secondly, because I want you to do something for me. Lin Bai waved his hand. I will need many more medicinal herbs in the future. It would be appropriate for you to step in and help me acquire them. Those medicinal herbs on the list, you prepare them as soon as possible and then send them to Moon Lake No. 1 Villa for me. Yes, Mr. Lin. Fan Zhongjing looked respectful. I, as well as the Fan family, would like to do the work of a dog and horse for the first to take effect. Let's say that first. I'll go and meet Ningbo. Lindbergh turned around and walked away. This Ningbo, it's a scourge to keep. It's better to solve it earlier. Mr. Lin, take your time. Fan Zhongjing sent Lin Bai out of the Fan Sheng Hall. The respectful and polite gesture stunned everyone in line. Who said the one who owes is the one who is in debt? This debt collector is the real master. Lindbergh had just gotten into a cab when he received an unfamiliar phone call. Lin Bai, if you dare to touch my wife, I'll kill your wife. A grim voice came from the phone. Go collect Qin Shuiyao's corpse. Remember, I'm Ningbo, the one who says one thing. The phone hung up. Lindbergh violently pulled a handful of cash out of his pocket and handed it to the driver. Master, go to Qin's mansion as fast as you can, and all this money is yours. Yeah, the cab roared out. Qin's mansion is a 30-story office building, which is also one of the Qin family's properties. The top 2 floors are Qin's group offices, while the other floors are rented out. At this moment, the top floor, the president's office. Qin Shuiao looked at Qin Changfeng, who had just stood up from his wheelchair, with a shocked expression. Your leg healed again? Qin Shuiao, you're disappointed aren't you? Qin Changfeng gritted his teeth. I'm at least your younger brother. You actually have such an expression when you see that my leg is healed? Qin Changfeng, it's already that time, so don't pretend to be a sister-brother relationship with me. Qin Shuiao's tone had obvious mockery in it. Say, what is it that you're here for? If you want money, no. Yes. Qin Changfeng took a step closer towards Qin Shuiao. Since you don't recognize your 6 relatives, don't blame me. With a flash of cold light, a spring-loaded knife appeared in Qin Changfeng's hand. The blade popped out violently. Qin Changfeng's eyes were filled with viciousness as he directly stabbed towards Qin Shuiao. Ah! Qin Shuiao exclaimed in shock and hurriedly dodged while shouting. Someone is coming. What the hell are you yelling about? I'm in charge of security for the Qin group. No one will come in. Qin Changfeng chased towards Qin Shuiao. His legs were obviously not flexible, plus the office was quite large, which gave Qin Shuiao more life. Qin Changfeng, don't go crazy. Qin Shuiao's voice was urgent. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the Qin family's property. I've already gotten a license to marry Lindbergh, and when the time comes, most of the Qin family's money will be Lindbergh's, and you don't want that, do you? Don't believe me. Look, it's a marriage license. Qin Shuiao smoothly took out her marriage license, and Qin Changfeng really did stop attacking. Qin Changfeng, I can write a will. If I die, all my property will be given to you. Qin Shuiao immediately threw out another temptation/confusion that Qin Changfeng could not refuse. Qin Shuiao, you're trying to stall for time, aren't you? Qin Changfeng laughed coldly. You think that country bumpkin Lin Bai can come to your rescue? Fine, I'll let you write your will. Qin Shuiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she delayed slowly, there would always be a chance to ask for help. You first put away the knife. Qin Shuiao walked towards her desk to get a pen and paper. Ah, the sharp pain suddenly came. The spring-loaded knife in Qin Changfeng's hand ruthlessly stabbed into her heart. Qin Changfeng, you actually. Qin Shuiao couldn't figure out that she had actually made an error in judgment, and the price paid is life. Qin Shuiao, you think you're smart, but you are nothing but a fool. Qin Changfeng sneered. You and Lin Bai will both die today. When you're all dead, who cares about your will? Not a single cent of our Qin family's belongings can be snatched away by that country bumpkin Lin Bai. Qin Changfeng had a cruel look on his face. Don't be in a hurry. That punk, Lin Bai, will soon be there to accompany you. As he spoke, Qin Changfeng fiercely drew his spring-loaded knife and turned around. Qin Shuiao covered her chest and slowly fell to the ground as her consciousness began to blur. I actually died in the hands of a loser like Qin Changfeng. Qin Shuiao muttered and whispered. Really wimpy She was not worthy of herself. Unfortunately, this time it's a real death. I just got married. Before Qin Shuiao completely lost consciousness, there was a trace of unwillingness in her heart, and in that instant, in her mind, the figure of Lin Bai unconsciously appeared. Lin Bai rushed into Qin Shuiao's office at precisely this moment. He dashed next to Qin Shuiao and grabbed her wrist, his aura inputting into her body and quickly probing her condition. And then, he took out a silver needle and quickly applied it to Qin Shuiao. The 13 needles of the heavenly Tao could bring forth the dead in flesh and bones, as well as restore a broken Jindan, and even repair the divine soul. Although his spiritual power was insufficient now, it still wasn't difficult to cure Qin Shuiao. By the time Lin Bai closed the needle, it was already 3 minutes later. Qin Shuiao's beautiful eyes gently opened. Lindbergh, you died so soon too? Qin Shuiao froze as she sat up from the floor and saw the familiar office. Wait, I'm not dead? She subconsciously lowered her head and touched her left breast with her hand. The sharp pain, which was still fresh in her memory, was no longer felt with her hand. Wife, you're doing fine. It's our son who almost had to take /powdered milk /. Lindbergh looked calm. The mind, however, was on the verge of exploding. Shit, this beautiful schoolgirl he had just tricked into sleeping with, and he almost lost it. If he didn't kill Ning Bor today, he wouldn't be called Lin. I'm not giving you a son. Qin Shuiao's pretty face blushed. I'll go take a shower first. She still had blood on her, and it was a good thing she could shower and change here. Qin Shuiao washed herself for half an hour before she came out, mostly to calm the aftermath of almost dying. Honey, there's no damage to our daughter's formula stash, right? Lin Bai inquired with a serious face. It didn't leave a scar, did it? You the man. Qin Shuiao was a bit irritated. She had just almost died and this guy's main concern was actually this. She glared fiercely at Lin Bai. There's no scar law. In fact, she had just been worried about that, and had made a point of looking at it. That's good. I haven't had it yet. Lindbergh looked as if he had put his heart down. We'll go down first. Lin Bai brought Qin Shuiao downstairs, while the people of the Qin clan group seemed to have no idea that there had been a shocking change in the president's office. When he went downstairs, Qin Shuiao also told Lin Bai about the situation. Honey, you stay with Xiao Feiyin for now. She can keep you safe. There were a few cars parked on the side of the road, and one of them with the windows down, revealed a beautiful face that was just like Xiao Fei Yan. Qin Shuao had just taken a shower when Lin Bai called Xiao Fei Yan. Well, be careful. I see the meaning of Qin Changfeng's words. Most likely there are traps waiting for you. There were a few moments of concern in Qin Shuao's tone. She knew that Lin Bai was going to settle the score with Qin Changfeng. Qin Shuao quickly got into Xiao Fei Yan's car and left. The smile on Lin Bai's face disappeared and became cold and solemn. It's time to go kill someone. He picked up his cell phone and directly dialed Ning Buri's number. Give me your address and I'll kill you. Good. I like your dryness. Ning Buri's voice was still grim. I'll be waiting for you at the Dark Dragon Hall. I won't see you there. The phone hung up straight away. Lin Bai frowned. Where was the Dark Dragon Hall? There was no mention of the Dark Dragon Hall in the information Xiao Fei gave him. Lindbergh came to the side of the road, ready to take a cab. A big Mercedes-Benz G stopped next to him, but it was Su Ruobing. Lindbergh directly pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. Big beautiful Su, do you know where the Dark Dragon Hall is? Lin Bai recklessly admired Su Ruobing's body. The seatbelt was really a great invention. Too good at tying it up. You're going to the Dark Dragon Hall? Su Ruobing frowned. That place is for loan sharks. And you're not short of money right now. So why go there? Go kill Ning Bur. Lindbergh didn't hide it. He's waiting for me there. Ning Bur has returned to Zhangchang? Su Ruobing's face changed. He obviously left with Su Yufei last night. Wait, crap. She slammed on the gas and the car sped off. You're not taking me to the Dark Dragon Hall, are you? Lindbergh was a bit confused. No, we're going to the hospital first, the same place you were hospitalized. Su Ruobing spoke quickly. My parents are suddenly not feeling well today. They are checking their health in the hospital. Fei Yan said that you have a way to prevent being parasitized. I originally came to you because of this. After Su Yufei's attack last night, Ning Bur took her to Tianhai for treatment. I thought he wasn't in Zhangchang, but you said he came back, so my parents were more than likely done in by him. So help me go and take a look first. Su damsel, since your parents aren't dead now, they won't die for a while. Lin Bai shook his head. You can send me to the Dark Dragon Hall first, and when I finish off Ning Bur, then I'll go see your parents. Or I'll go to the Dark Dragon Hall alone. Why are you in such a hurry to kill Ning Bur? Su Ruobing slowed down the car. Ning Bur just almost killed my wife. Lindbergh calmly replied. What? Su Ruobing braked. Qin Shuao? Or what? If you're counted, that nearly killed two of my wives, Lindbergh said casually. If Xiao Fei's coma was also done by Ning Bur, that would be 3. This is a big revenge. Ning Bur must die. What are you babbling about? I'm not your rascal of a wife. Su Ruobing was a bit ashamed, and then she stepped on the gas again. The car drove through the intersection and quickly turned. I'll take you to the Dark Dragon Hall first. There are 3 underground organizations in Zhangchang. The Dark Dragon Hall is mainly a loan shark. The Hidden Phoenix Hall mainly deals in pornography, and the Black Tiger Hall does everything. It takes a lot of fighters to collect loan sharks, so in terms of combat power, it should be the Dark Dragon Hall that is the strongest. This was the information Su Ruobing had told Lin Bai, and she had already parked her car outside the Dark Dragon Mansion at the moment. The Dark Dragon Mansion was the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Hall, which only had 9 floors and no elevator. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. There are at least a few hundred people inside, maybe even thousands. Can you fight alone? Not alone. Just bring you along. Lin Bai opened the door and got out of the car. Let's go. Big beautiful Su. Let's go in together. You're sick in the head, aren't you? Su Ruobing couldn't bear it. If I was very capable of fighting, I would have beaten you to death long ago. If you take me in, you're taking a liability. I'll wait for you in the car. Big beautiful Su. I'll give you 2 choices. You get out of the car yourself and walk in with me, or I'll carry you in. Lin Bai had a serious face. I'm busy. Don't delay me. Su Ruobing was so angry that the ice was melting, but she still could only obediently get out of the car. What do you have to make me go in there for? She still couldn't figure it out. You're out there. Easy to get caught as a hostage, Lindbergh said as he walked towards the inside. And I want you to see my handsome valor with your own eyes as I go on a rampage, so you'll fall in love with me. Oh, big beautiful Su. I don't know Ning Bur. Remind me later. Su Ruobing secretly gritted her teeth. This smelly rascal was too capable of talking nonsense. She was now a bit regretful that she shouldn't have come to find Lin Bai at all. Stop. Here for what? At the entrance to the building, there was a heckling. Yo, this chick is good looking and has big boobs. There was also someone who immediately set their eyes on Su Ruobing. But unfortunately, only a few words were spoken before there was a miserable scream. Lin Bai didn't have any nonsense and directly made his move. You girl looking for death. Shit, you know what this place is. Dare to come to the Dark Dragon Hall to make trouble / things. Boy, you are dead. Ah, the heckling is always paired with screaming. Lin Bai had already walked into the Dark Dragon Mansion, and everyone who appeared in his line of sight was directly put down by him, either a broken arm or leg, or both. Su Ruobing was still a bit worried about Lin Bai at first. After all, there were too many people in the Dark Dragon Hall. Only, after a few minutes, she felt sick. What's she worried about this dog man for? This dog man is not only a hooligan to her, but he's also a particularly good fighter. And it's only been 3 minutes, and he's already on the 3rd floor, and it looks like he's not bothering at all. 10 minutes later, the two had made it to the 9th floor without incident. Su Ruobing has been a little bit numb. She just cannot figure out. This rogue looks obviously a little thin, but also as a vegetable for 3 years. Is how to become so capable of fighting? Did the gene mutate? Kid, are you Lindbergh? A voice like a flood bell came out. Sure is something. I heard that you offended the 100 great families of Zhangchang. I have to say that your kid has a lot of guts. The entire 9th floor is an undivided space. At the moment, it was exceptionally empty. A couch was set up in the center, and on it, a naked / tattooed man crossed his legs. To introduce myself, I am the boss of the Dark Dragon Hall. Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon slowly stood up. Kid, I'll give you a choice. Hand over the tens of billions of IOUs you're holding, and by the way, offer me this chick next to you, and I'll let you live. Come on, I'm sick of pretenders like you. Lin Bai walked towards Dark Dragon. I'll give you a choice too. Tell me where Ningbor is and I'll just break your legs. Be careful. I heard that Dark Dragon can fight. He used to fight in the black box. Su Ruobing couldn't help but remind a word. Chick, you've got some insight. Dark Dragon was quite pleased. When I get this kid killed, I'll let you feel good / dead. Lindbergh kicked the Dark Dragon in the stomach. Dark Dragon's burly body flew over 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Bai dodged in front of Dark Dragon and stomped on Dark Dragon's crotch. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Ningbor? Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. Otherwise, if I go down with this kick, you'll really feel good until you die. I don't know. The Dark Dragon screamed miserably, but it was Lin Bai who had already begun to step down hard. Don't, big brother, you don't step down. I really don't know. Ningbor just let me solve you, but also said that the 100 big families in Zhangchang will come together to give me $100 million of reward. I really don't know where he is. The Dark Dragon's screams ended abruptly and he passed out. Zhangchang has another eunuch. I overestimated this trash Ningbor, actually not daring to show up. Lindbergh was upset. Lin Bai, a punk hillbilly like you has no qualifications to make divine Dr. Ning appear. A gnashing of teeth came from the door. I could have gotten you killed. Countless footsteps followed, and hundreds of burly men poured in, each holding a weapon. Surrounding Lin Bai and Su Ruobing in the center, Qin Changfeng parted the crowd and walked in. He looked at Lin Bai with hateful eyes and some jealousy in his tone. Lin Bai, you damn white boy, you actually hooked up with Su Ruobing again? Qin Changfeng, if you keep slurring, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Su Ruobing said coldly. Su Ruobing, don't put on your Miss Su's airs in front of me. Qin Changfeng sneered. You're just like that bitch / person Qin Shuao. How innocent you usually are. You're all fucking pretending to be pure. When I get this country bumpkin Lin Bai dead, see how I play you. Lin Bai kicked Qin Changfeng in the crotch of his pants, creating another eunuch. Fuck, Lin Bai, you son of a bitch. All give me on, get him right now. Qin Changfeng fell to the ground and roared in anger. Those burly men rushed towards Lin Bai. Qin Changfeng's agonized face was even more hideous at the moment. Lin Bai, you punk. You brought this all on yourself. Isn't it good to be a good vegetable for you? Since you want to die, I'll send you to reunite with Qin Shuaya. Do you fucking think you're a great fighter? This is the 108 gold medal fighters of the Dark Dragon Hall. Even if it is the Dark Dragon, it can at most defeat 10 with 1. Qin Changfeng, can you take a look when you're ghosting? Su Ruobing couldn't bear it anymore. She even sympathized with Qin Changfeng a bit now. This person was blind from the pain, right? Su Ruobing, don't be in a hurry to scream. I'll let you scream. Later. Qin Changfeng let out another scream, but it was Su Ruobing who kicked her. Su Ruobing was getting upset by Lin Bai's molestation in the past 2 days. If she couldn't beat Lin Bai, she still couldn't beat Qin Changfeng? No, that's not possible. Qin Changfeng, however, finally saw the battle clearly at this moment, and he was so incredulous that he even briefly forgot about the pain in his body. They're gold medal hitters. How can they? Qin Changfeng did not want to believe what he saw. These gold medal fighters, how are they all like him? All lying on the ground? Lin Bai, however, had already walked up to Qin Changfeng and looked at him from above. Ha ha ha, Lin Bai, you punk. So what if you can fight? You still can't save Qin Shuya? Qin Chengfeng, however, laughed morbidly. Do you know how good it felt when Laozi stabbed her in the heart? Ha ha ha, ah! Lin Bai stomped on Qin Chengfeng's knee. To your disappointment, Shuyo is now alive and well, while you, on the other hand, will be worse than dead. Lin Bai stomped Qin Chengfeng's knees to the point of clicking. Do you know why you can still walk? Dang, of course it's Dr. Ning, the divine doctor, who cured me. Qin Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Lin Bai, don't be complacent, in front of divine Dr. Ning. You're nothing. The divine doctor? Lin Bai had a mocking look on his face. Such an unorthodox thing that specializes in placing parasites to harm people. In your eyes, it actually became a divine doctor? Then I'll show you what the divine Dr. Ning, as you call him, has done to you. Lin Bai shifted his feet, then violently ripped off half of Qin Chengfeng's pants, leaving Qin Chengfeng's knees exposed. Ah! Su Ruobing exclaimed in a low voice and subconsciously stepped back. That's a parasite? On Qin Chengfeng's knee, a few somewhat disgusting worms were crawling there, and it looked like they were devouring the flesh of Qin Chengfeng's knee. My leg. What happened to my leg? Qin Chengfeng's face was horrified as he violently fumbled for his cell phone and dialed a call. Divine Dr. Ning, save me, quickly save me. Lindbergh was satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. But, in the next second, he suddenly had a very bad feeling, a bone-chilling sense of crisis. Boom boom. Violent explosions rang out violently. The explosions were continuous and lasted for a good 3 minutes. The entire Dark Dragon Mansion, reduced to rubble. It seems that all the filth is buried/in. At this moment, in the flower bushes a few dozen meters away from the Dark Dragon Mansion. Aren't you going to let go of me? Su Ruobing was mortified. Just now in the nick of time, Lin Bai wrapped his arms around her and jumped straight down to the 9th floor, and then rolled into this bush. Su Ruobing was unharmed. Only, at this moment, Lin Bai was lying on the ground, while she was lying on top of Lin Bai, a position that was too intimate. This was even if Lin Bai had one arm around her waist, and his other hand was even more dishonest. It was touching her legs. Su Ruobing scolded Lin Bai in her heart. This dog man, almost blown up, still not forgetting to take advantage. Big ice. You're so big. Lin Bai, however, was lamenting. Only now Su Ruobing didn't know where this dog man was saying she was big, because his hand, it was touching her ass. Down to business. Big ice. You need to use your acting skills. Ning Bo is definitely watching this place. You need to lure him out. Well, listen to me. Later on you're like this. 2 minutes later, Su Ruobing climbed up from the flowers, his clothes disheveled and gray. She stumbled and ran to her car, cursing Lindbergh 10,000 times again in her heart. The smelly rascal, who said he wanted to make her look wretched, had just been all over her again. Cursing aside, she still decided to cooperate with Lin Bai's plan. A vicious thing like Ning Bo must be resolved, or else her entire family would suffer. Su Ruobing quickly came to the side of her own Mercedes-Benz Big G. After getting on the car, she didn't immediately drive away, but started to make a phone call. It took a good 10 minutes of phone calls before she seemed to recover from her panic and started the car, ready to leave. Just then, 2 cars, one in front of the other, quickly drove over and blocked Su Ruobing's Mercedes. 7 or 8 big men got out of the car and surrounded Su Ruobing's car. Finally, a young man, fair and feminine, also got out of the car. Su Ruobing, they say that red faces have a thin life, but I didn't expect that. This life of yours is quite big. The feminine man shook his head inside. In that case, I still have to send you on your way myself. Ning Bo, aren't you afraid of retribution for your reckless and indiscriminate killing? Su Ruobing's voice was cold, and she wasn't alarmed. On the contrary, he kinda admired Lin Bai. He actually did anticipate it. Ning Bo actually did appear. Su Ruobing, you also come from a wealthy family. How could you say such stupid things? Ning Bo shook his head. Who among us so-called upper-class people is really clean? Besides, if the Dark Dragon Hall hides a bomb and accidentally detonates it, it's all their fault. Besides, the people of the Dark Dragon Hall have done so many bad things that they don't know how many families they've destroyed. And even if the word gets out that I did the deed, the whole of Jiangchang will have to honor me by calling me Divine Dr. Ning. After all, I'm doing this for the sake of the people. Ning Bo, you're really shameless, Su Ruobing said coldly. In the back of my mind, I'm a little pissed off. Why isn't that dog man out yet? Su Ruobing, do you think you are a good doctor? There was a faint mockery in Ning Bo's tone. Unfortunately, in other people's eyes, the most attractive thing about you is still your breasts. And I, whom you look down upon, am the divine doctor sought after by countless people in Jiangchang. Do you know how many people in Jiangchang have been cured by me in these 5 years? With trash like you and Lin Bai, who are you to fight me? Just by the fact that I'm better than you. A lazy voice rang out. A silhouette abruptly appeared. The big men surrounding the car fell without a sound. Lin Bai's figure was fixed, and at the same time, he waved his hand. 2 silver needles flew out, one into Ningbo's heart, and the other into Ningbo's head. Just you, and you're a miracle doctor? Lin Bai sneered. Any last words? I can't believe you're not dead. You obviously don't have any background. Ningbo's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why? How could it be so strong? What the hell are you? Those who are truly powerful don't need any background. Lin Bai waved his hand and 2 silver needles returned to him. I will only be someone else's background. You actually really dare to kill me. Ningbo covered his heart. I'm not willing. I'm clearly close to controlling the entire Jiangcheng. The Ning family won't let you go. The voice ended abruptly. Ningbo fell without a sound. He's really dead? Su Ruobing got out of the car. If you don't believe me, go and touch it twice. Lin Bai casually said. But, Big Ice, you might as well touch him as me. I have a better hand. Ha! Lin Bai suddenly crouched down and began to scrutinize Ningbo's corpse. Su Ruobing's mind popped up an odd thought. Is this rascal a pervert? Do you think Ningburi has better hands than her? Ya shucks. What kind of messed up shit is she thinking about? Lin Bai, however, looked up at this moment. Big bing bing ah. Are you sure Ningbo is Su Yufei's man? He was confused at the moment. This Ningbiru. Something wasn't right. Nonsense. Of course I'm sure. Su Ruobing picked up the conversation in a bad mood. Su Yufei also gave him a son. That's one of the reasons why Su Yufei is more powerful in our Su family. She has already passed on the family name to the Su family, while I don't even have a boyfriend, and actually have a son? Lin Bai muttered to himself. This thing, it's just really interesting. Oh, right. Big Ice. Pass on this kind of thing. You can ask me to help. I can have 8 with you. You shut up. Su Ruobing wanted to hit again. Then he urged. Hurry up and go. There was such a big commotion just now. Someone will come soon. Well, Big Ice you go first. I'll take care of it. Lindbergh replied. Su Ruobing quickly drove off, while Lin Bai slightly handled the scene and followed. Not a moment later, he saw Su Ruobing's car still driving slowly in front of him, obviously waiting for him. Lin Bai reboarded Su Ruobing's car. What the hell did you just mean by those words? Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. Isn't Ningbo the man of Su Yufei? There's something wrong with Ningbo's body. He simply can't. Lin Bai also spoke truthfully. Su Yufei's son is definitely not his. The question now is, who is Su Yufei's real man? Really? Su Ruobing slammed on the brakes and her entire body was stunned. She had always thought that Ningbo and Su Yufei were kinda in love. The ringing of the cell phone woke Su Ruobing up. Mom, it's me. Ah, okay, then, that's fine. You guys take care of yourselves. Su Ruobing hung up the phone and looked at Lin Bai. My parents finished checking their bodies. No problems were found, and they didn't feel uncomfortable for the time being, so they said they were going home. Where are you going to go? I can give you a ride. Obviously, Su Ruobing wasn't going to bring Lin Bai to meet his parents. Big Ice. Ningbo GA dropped. Shouldn't we celebrate? Lin Bai had a serious face. Why don't we go get a room? You. Su Ruobing glared fiercely at Lin Bai. You get off. Big Ice I think this person's mind is not pure Open the room can also be pure dinner well. Lin Bai sighed. By the way, playing mahjong and poker or something. Just for fun. Su Ruobing pushed the car door, and she got off by herself. Well, it looks like Big Bing Bing doesn't like to have a room for dinner. Lindbergh finally got out of the car as well. Su Ruobing, on the other hand, immediately got in the car again and then sped off with a kick of the gas. Alas, it cannot be rushed. Lindbergh sighed. Xiao Fian cannot sleep. Qin Shuao is not given to sleep now. Su Ruobing cannot sleep for a time. Poor him is single for 25 years. When can he be a real man? The cell phone rang, but it was Fan Zhongjing calling. The herbs have been delivered to Moon Lake 1, but no one is home right now. Lindbergh took a cab and rushed back to Moon Lake 1. The second uncle's family still hadn't returned, while Fan Zhongjing led a group of people still waiting. Move it all in. Lin Bai commanded the crowd to move a large cart of medicinal herbs all the way to the backyard and stack them under the eaves. Mr. Lin, these herbs are worth a total of $50 million, and there's $50 million in cash on this card. Fan Zhongjing handed Lindbergh a bank card. Never mind. I'll leave it with you for now. I'll send you a list later and you can continue to buy herbs for me. Lindbergh didn't take the bank card. You go first. I'm going to be busy. Okay, Mr. Lin. Then I'll take my leave. Fan Zhongjing quickly led the way. Lin Bai looked at the pile of medicinal herbs and began to think. This world's aura was thin. So if you wanted to accelerate your cultivation speed, you could only rely on pills and spirit stones, as well as dual/cultivation. Dual/cultivation was to be left at the critical moment, and he wasn't sure if there were any spirit stones in this world. The only thing suitable for operation at the moment is alchemy. However, his current cultivation level was very low, and he could only barely refine the lowest grade of ordinary pills, but it was better than nothing, right? Are you trying to make pills? The gentle and moving voice rang out abruptly. Lindbergh froze. Why was there someone else? Looking back, not far away, a beautiful young woman was looking at him with interest. This beautiful woman has a face of Cathay Pacific, a head of short hair with floppy ears, with a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, a slender body, and a dignified temperament. In fact, in terms of appearance and figure, she is slightly inferior to Qin Shuiyao Su Ruobing compared to 1 point. But this classical temperament of a lady of the house on her body is something that others do not have. I'm Fan Qiqi, Fan Zhongjing's daughter. The dignified beauty introduced herself. I'm interested in all types of antiques, and I've seen some of the ancient Danmu, some of the key herbs, that you bought a lot of. Oh, you're Fan Zhongjing's youngest daughter who hasn't gotten married even in her 30s. Fan family several generations of single transmission. Fan Zhongjing gave birth to the eldest son, then continued to give birth, but did not expect to give birth to 7 daughters in a row after that, and his oldest son is still only a son. Probably the fate of God is so. I'm exactly 30, not 30-something, Fan Qiqi corrected. Do you need an alchemy furnace? You have an alchemy furnace? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. In fact, he was not in urgent need of an alchemy furnace right now. At present, he could make any pot he wanted for the pills he could make. But in the future, if he wanted to make high-quality pills, then he would definitely need a good alchemy furnace. There's an antique in the Tianbao Pavilion that looks a lot like an alchemy furnace. I've been wanting to buy it to try and make pills, but the Tianbao Pavilion isn't willing to sell it to me. Fan Qiqi elaborated on the cause. Tianbao Pavilion is the property of the Duan family, and Duan Yunhua, the youngest master of the Duan family, has been hitting on me, so he deliberately made things difficult for me. But Duan Yunhua also owes you 100 million. Well, I see. Lead the way. Let's go to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Lindbergh decided to collect another debt. It's almost noon now, so why don't I buy you a meal first? Fan Qiqi suggested. Well, that's okay. Lindbergh was in no hurry. The two came to the front door and Fan Qiqi pulled open an Audi. Mr. Lin, please get in. Lindbergh was about to get into his car when he noticed a Bentley driving quickly over to stop. The car door opened. First came down a woman who was dressed exceptionally sexually, looking no worse than Fan Qiqi, more a few points of flirtation. Moreover, Lin Bai also felt that she was a bit familiar. Followed down by a young man, tall and handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. He swept his eyes, but landed on Fan Qiqi first. Miss Fan Qi, what a coincidence. You're here too. The tall man smiled slightly. Yi Ershao, Ms. Weir. Fan Qiqi's face changed slightly, but she still greeted politely. Violet? Lindbergh instantly remembered that it was a star, and that he had been quite famous before he passed out. Honey, the house is already occupied. Weir wrapped her arms around Yi Ershao and beamed. It's okay, baby, I got this. Yi Ershao patted Weir's small buttocks, and then, he turned his head to look at Lin Bai. I'm Yi Shifeng from the Yi family. Moon Lake number 1 was originally a birthday gift I was going to give to Weir, and Wang Ziqiang told me that it was you who robbed the villa. I actually knew he was fooling me, and I, for one, put him through the ringer, but that, really, doesn't matter. The important thing is that now that you're living in Violet's villa and Violet is unhappy, I, for one, must make Violet happy. Yi Shifeng took 2 steps closer towards Lin Bai. I'm a very reasonable person, and as long as you can come up with a way to make Violet happy, this is something that I'll let go. What? You can't satisfy her and want my help? Lin Bai looked disgusted. I'm sorry, although I was kind of half a fan of Violet's back then. I'm very picky now. I don't want a chick that someone else has slept with even if she's pretty. Lin Bai, do you really want to die? Yi Shifeng's face instantly turned iron blue, and a thick murderous aura emanated from his body. I'll say it again. I'm Yi Zhanfeng, the second young master of the Yi family in Jiangcheng. Yi Zhanfeng, you'd better reorganize your language and figure out how to earn Violet's forgiveness. Oh, Lindbergh kicked Yi Shifeng in the stomach. Yi Shifeng retreated several meters in a row and sat on his butt on the ground. Honey, Weir was shocked and hurried over to pull Yi Shifeng. Dumbass shit. What's the stink in front of me? Lin Bai had already cursed. I've offended many people. I'm not afraid of one more you. Your girl is in a bad mood. Just go coax it yourself. What's the point of pretending to be a big tail in front of me? Get the hell away from me or next time I'll turn you into a eunuch with one kick. Good. Very good. Yi Shifeng's teeth clenched. Lin Bai. You're fucking awesome. Violet. Let's go. Yi Shifeng gave Lin Bai a look with spiteful eyes, then endured the pain and got into his car to leave. That, Mr. Lin. You, aren't you a little too grumpy? Fan Chi-Chi couldn't help but speak. Seems like it, the fire's a bit much. Lindbergh sighed, probably a bit of lust. In his dream of 1,000 years, the 9 holy women begged to sleep with him all day long, and his mind was filled with those clear scenes with them. But back in reality, he was still a virgin. Lindbergh felt like it was too hard for him. At this rate, he might get more and more cranky. Fan Chi-Chi wanted to say something. Never mind. Let's go eat. Lin Bai continued to sigh. Chi-Ji beauty, do you still dare to go to dinner with me? With that second young master yes style. Even if I cut with Mr. Lin now, it won't be much use. Fan Chi-Chi smiled serenely. However, I'm also considered a friend of young Master Yi, so you don't have to worry about me. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. We'll eat first. Half an hour later, Fan Chi-Chi and Lin Bai walked into the ancient rhythm pavilion side by side. It's a store I own that specializes in antique style and charm. Fan Chi-Chi led Lin Bai into a private room. Ancient decorating utensils, recipes, Dan recipes and so on. I will study them all. Chi-Chi, it's not me talking about you. The voice came from the doorway. You, don't keep staring at antiquity. You have to look at the present and look at the future. Only then will you not make the mistakes of this moment. How dare you eat with Lindbergh? The man who entered was a man in a floral shirt, whose looks were really unimpressive. Not very old, but a bit bald, and, also, a bit short, not even as tall as Fan Chi-Chi. Duan Yunbua, when you spoke ill of me to my face, did you not think that you still owe me money? Lin Bai was like seeing a fool. Even if you're ugly, you're still so stupid. No wonder Chi-Chi can't look at you. The Duan family is also one of the 8 second-rate families in Jiangcheng, mainly doing business in the area of jewelry, jade and antiques. Lin Bai, don't be arrogant. Do you know you're not far from death? Duan Yunbo was a bit annoyed. Now let alone Qin Shueya. Even Xiao Fian can't protect you. Why else would I call you stupid? Lindbergh shook his head inside. If you really think I'm not far from death, isn't it all the more reason to stay away from me? Since I'm dying, it's easy enough to drag you along with me, isn't it? Lin Bai said as he slowly walked towards Duan Yunbo. You, what do you want to do? Duan Yunbo subconsciously stepped back, a fearful expression appearing on his face. Lin Bai, you, don't you mess around. You know you're scared? Lin Bai sneered. Looks like you're not stupid enough. Get your ass back to your heavenly treasure pavilion, and when I'm done eating, I'll collect the debt. If I don't see you then, I'll smash the heavenly treasure pavilion. Duan Yunbo's face was green and blue for a while, but in the end, he didn't say a word and obediently turned around and left. Goons still like to pick fights. They're so vegetable and fun-loving. Lin Bai looked contemptuous. What the hell? Followed by a sigh. He was now really cranky and completely impatient. However, how could Duan Yunbo think that he wasn't far from death? Could it be that Yi Shifeng messed something up? Fan Chi-Chi had arranged some specialties of the ancient rhythm pavilion, which tasted pretty good, and to a lesser extent, Lin Bai was quite happy with his meal. Instead, it was Fan Chi-Chi who looked at her cell phone from time to time, and several times she looked at Lin Bai, wanting to speak. It was like that for an hour. Lin Bai finally put down his chopsticks. Alright, Beauty Chi-Chi. You have something that might affect my appetite. Now you can say it. Mr. Lin, there are 2 pieces of news that are not so good for you. Fan Chi-Chi finally spoke. First of all, it was Qin Zhenjiang who announced that Qin Shueya would be expelled from the Qin family. And secondly, the Chao family also announced that they were disassociating themselves from Xiao Fei Yan, and that all of Xiao Fei Yan's words and actions would be her own personal behaviors, and had nothing to do with the Chao family. Is that all? Lin Bai was even a bit excited. This is all good news. I happen to be able to get both people and money. Fan Chi-Chi looked at Lin Bai's eyes a bit wrong. She always felt that Lin Bai was not stimulated. There's another piece of news. The Su family sent out obituaries. Ning Bo was counted dead by the Dark Dragon Hall. And you, Mr. Lin, were found to be an accomplice of the Dark Dragon Hall. 3 days later, the Su family will be holding a funeral for Ning Bo, and at that time, the Ning family of the Heavenly Sea will be sending someone to participate. Fan Chi-Chi's face was a bit gloomy. The Tianhai Ning family is a family. Even if the 100 great families of Jiangqing joined forces, they would not be a match for the Tianhai Ning family. Now there are whispers that the Ning family will make you, Mr. Lin, give Ning Bo a burial. That's why Duan Yunbo felt, earlier, that you weren't far from death. That's even better news. Lin Bai smiled even more broadly. It seems that I'll be able to collect all $10 billion of debt in 3 days. Let's go to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Lin Bai got up and walked out of the private room. For the next 3 days, he was in invincible mode in Jiangchang. No one from the 100 big families would mess with him. Not far away, a fat man is showing off to the slender woman next to him. Millet, not I blow. This ancient rhyme pavilion general people cannot enter, can come here to eat, that are people with status. When Fatty said this, he happened to look up and see Lin Bai, and then he was stunned. He stared at Lin Bai for a full 10 seconds before he was a bit incredulous. Little Bai? Your brat really woke up? When I heard Uncle Tu say you were awake, I thought he was joking. The fat man looked Lin Bai up and down, then became even more amazed. I say, Little Bai, you're at work? Your outfit is quite a match for this place. Lin Bai was still wearing his robes and hadn't changed them until now. Then the fat man shook his head again. I said Xiao Bai you just woke up. Why rush to work? Even if you really want to work, you come to me, brother, to arrange a job for you. Certainly better than you here as a waiter. Bai de Fei. Your brain is full of shit, so don't brainstorm, okay? Lin Bai finally opened his mouth. You're the one who even arranged a job for me? If you don't fucking say it, I've forgotten. The money your family owes me. When will you give it to me? Bai Dafei is the son of his great uncle Bai Xianfu. Bai Xianfu is, as his name suggests, is the Bai family first rich that, but Bai Xianfu obviously rich, that year, but pitted Lin Bai's parents' car accident compensation. Lindbergh, what are you babbling about? Bai Dafei was instantly annoyed. Who owes you money? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll make your job as a waitress impossible? You're just like your father, dying for money and shameless. Lin Bai looked at Bai Dafei coldly. I still have things to do today. I'm too lazy to bullshit with you. Remember to tell your dad that what he owed me back then. I'll take it back with interest. Lin Bai, are you damn poor and crazy? Bai Dafei was very annoyed. If you don't have money to eat, I can reward you with $2,000. Don't fucking bullshit. Then he looked at the woman beside him. Me, you don't listen to his nonsense. He is the poor cousin I told you about. A garbage. That killed his parents. Pop. Lindbergh slapped Daffy White across the face. Daffy White was confused for 3 seconds. Then he stormed out. Lindbergh, you piece of trash, dare to hit me. Pop. Lindbergh slapped again. Bai Dafei. You fat ass just owes it. Okay. Lindbergh, you're dead. Bai Dafei roared. Where are the people? Where are they all dead? What's wrong? A Cheongsam beauty walked quickly towards the side. Mr. Bai. What's going on here? You tell me what's going on. Bai Dafei roared. I was at your ancient rhythm pavilion, and I was actually beaten up by your waitress. I'm a gold member of your place and this is how you serve me. Mr. Bai. Regarding the words you just said to Lin Bai, I think you deserve to be beaten. A quiet voice came from none other than Fan Shichi, who stepped out of the booth. None of your business? When Bai Dafei saw Fan Shichi, he was first stunned, and then he became even angrier. Good. You waiters of the ancient rhythm pavilion. You all have this kind of attitude, don't you? What? You bitch/person is Lin Bai's lover. Pop. Lin Bai slapped again, and Bai Dafei's fat face got even fatter. Security. Come to the Sky character booth. The pretty manager picked up her walkie-talkie and called out for someone. Lindbergh, just wait. When the security guards come, you're dead. Bai Dafei gritted his teeth. And this bitch/person beside you, F***CK. You two sh**TTY waitresses. How dare you mess with me? You're about to learn the price of offending the rich. Sharp footsteps came and several security guards came into view. Lin Bai, although you are trash, but this girl of yours is pretty. If you don't want to die, let this girl of yours accompany me. Bai Dafei had a smug look on his face, while his eyes, too, swept over Fan Chichi's body. Lindbergh directly kicked Bai Dafei to the ground. F***CK. Lindbergh, how F***king dare you hit me? Bai Dafei's mind collapsed. Security guards, all of you, give it to me, waste him for me. You've been a fucking vegetable for 3 years and you're still so arrogant. I'll let you keep going to be a vegetable. Hit me. The beautiful manager let out a soft shout, but her hand was pointing at Bai Dafei on the ground. The security guards didn't hesitate and immediately punched and kicked at Bai Dafei. What are you guys doing? You're hitting the wrong guy. I'm your gold member. Bai Dafei was completely dumbfounded. Things shouldn't be like this. Remember to cancel his membership, blacklist him, and never host him again. Fan Shichi spoke up at this time. Yes, Mr. 7. The beautiful manager replied respectfully. Mr. Lin, let's go first. Fan Shichi remained polite. Lin Bai nodded and turned around to head outside, while Fan Shichi followed suit. What? Mr. 7? She's Ms. Fan 7? Bai Dafei on the ground reacted. How is this possible? How could she be so polite to that poor bastard Lin Bai? Isn't he a waiter here? Stupid. All our waitresses here are women. The beautiful manager finally couldn't hold back. That's the VIP that our 7th president personally entertained. Keep hitting me. Until he was thrown out of the ancient rhythm pavilion. Idafe still hadn't figured out how Lin Bai had become Fan Chi-Chi's guest of honor. The moment. Lin Bai had just walked out of the Jiangqing bank, and he had gotten an ordinary bank card. And then, Lindbergh sent out a mass text message. Lindbergh, beat the money. Otherwise, you will see Ningbo tonight. Attach the bank account number at the end. The 100 great families of Jiangqing instantly exploded. Crap, this one is so arrogant. Damn, you want money when you're dead. Can he spend all that money? This girl is already broken, so it's better not to mess with him. He won't live for a few days anyway. Hurry up and raise the money. 3 days later, we'll go back to Qin Shuiyao to get the money back. Although each one of them cursed Lin Bai, they basically decided to pay obediently. At this time, no one wanted to fight with Lindbergh. Look, Chi-Chi beauty. I told you it was good news. Lin Bai opened the text message on his cell phone to Fan Chi-Chi. Someone called me for money so quickly. You are truly an artist, Mr. Lin. Fan Chi-Chi smiled serenely. Although I think you might be being sarcastic, I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Let's go. Take the alchemy furnace. The car was already parked in front of Tian Baogu. Lindbergh got out of the car and headed inside. Why you again? The exasperated voice came. When Lin Bai looked up, he saw Wei and Yi Shifeng. Yi Shifeng, it seems like you also have a way to coax your woman. Lin Bai had a mocking look on his face. Let's just say, why do you have to go looking for a beating when you're in a good place? Lin Bai, I'll see how many more days you can be arrogant. Yi Shifeng gritted his teeth. Know what it means to be in time? Lin Bai smiled brightly. A day counts as a day when you can be arrogant. Get lost. You. Yi Shifeng was furious. What? Want me to help you roll? Lin Bai's face turned cold. You're being unreasonable, and we haven't messed with you. Violet was furious. But before she finished speaking, Yi Shifeng had already pulled her away. Go first. Don't mess with this crazy person. Yi Shifeng took a few steps before bumping into Fan Chi-Chi. Miss Fan Chi, if you play with fire like that, my big brother won't be able to protect you. Yi Shifeng snorted coldly and left angrily. Fan Chi-Chi looked at Lin Bai's back, that incomparably dignified face, pondering, and then, she walked quickly into the heavenly treasure pavilion. Mr. Lin. Just that one. Fan Chi-Chi pointed to a small tripod placed in a prominent position. I know. I'll take a look first. Lin Bai turned around in the heavenly treasure pavilion. It was indeed a good alchemy furnace, but he didn't actually come here just for the alchemy furnace. Qin Shuiyao's accident in the morning actually made his heart palpitate. He planned to refine some self-defense magic weapons out, and to do so, he would need some special materials. Duan Yunbo was indeed waiting for Lin Bai in the heavenly treasure pavilion. However, he was sitting next to him at the moment, so naturally, he wouldn't bother to introduce Lin Bai. Chi-Chi, help me estimate the price. Lin Bai began to take things, mainly some jade pendant, jade bracelet, jade ring and some other antiques. Of course, that alchemy furnace, naturally, is also taken. Fan Chi-Chi, you're hanging out with him for this stuff? Duan Yunbo couldn't bear it at the moment. Lin Bai, the things here, I'm the one who set the price, not you guys who valued them yourselves. I owe you 100 million. I'll give you cash, that is. It's not like you can just take something against it if you want to. You, what are you doing? Lin Bai suddenly grabbed Duan Yunbo's throat. Duan Yunbo, you're well aware of my situation, so don't be a deadbeat. Lin Bai said coldly, how much these things are worth. I'm sure Chi-Chi knows. I won't take advantage of you, and don't you dare try to play tricks in front of me. Lin Bai loosened his hand and pushed. Duan Yunbo stomped back and fell into a chair, gasping for air and never daring to say another word. Fan Chi-Chi quickly calculated the value. Mr. Lin, these things are actually quite cheap, adding up to about 10 million. Duan Yunbo, the remaining $90 million. Remember to hit my card. I've sent you the account number. Lindbergh didn't want to waste time here either, so he loaded up his things and left. Lindbergh, fuck you. As soon as Lin Bai left, Duan Yunbo was there cursing furiously. When you're dead, I'll make sure to bruise your bones. Lin Bai just returned to Moon Lake number 1, received a message from his roommate Hu Pingan. The address of the evening gathering has been determined. With a few hours to go before nightfall, Lindbergh began to get busy. Fan Chi-Chi, who had been waiting to see Lin Bai alchemize pills, found Lin Bai tossing those jade pendants and bracelets. At first she couldn't understand them at all, but gradually, she seemed to remember something, and her face began to shake. She suddenly realized that she had still underestimated Lin Bai. Without realizing it, a few hours passed. Brother, are you home? Bai Xiaowei ran to the yard with a curious face. What are you doing? Make something small. Lin Bai wiped his sweat. He handed Bai Xiaowei 3 jade bracelets. Xiaowei, this is for you and your second uncle and second aunt. Take it and remember to always wear it on your hand. Got it, brother. Bai Xiaowei took the jade bracelet and happily ran back inside. You're a magic weapon? Fan Chi-Chi, however, walked up to Lin Bai at this moment, looking exceptionally excited. You can have these 2 jade pendants, and you can share one with your father. Lin Bai didn't answer Fan Chi-Chi's question. It can save his life once. The spells he could refine now were all disposable items. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Fan Chi-Chi's voice trembled as she took the jade pendant. She knows the true value of these things. You're welcome. You guys are kind of doing me a favor now. Lin Bai smiled lightly. I'm a person who won't treat my own people poorly either. Well, my classmates are rushing me, so I'm going out first. Mr. Lin, I'll give you a ride. Fan Chi-Chi was still agitated. No need. You do something for me. Lin Bai handed Fan Chi-Chi 3 more jade rings. You take this to Qiao Fei Yan's residence. Good. Fan Chi-Chi solemnly took it. I will definitely deliver it. Fan Chi-Chi quickly left, and Lin Bai was satisfied as he looked at her figure wrapped in that cheongsam. It's nice to have a beautiful assistant. Second uncle. I'm going to have dinner with my classmates. I won't be back here tonight. Lin Bai greeted by Xian Gui as he walked through the living room, and then he walked out of the villa, took a cab, and rushed to the party location. Lindbergh, just after getting out of the cab, Lindbergh was heavily hugged. Dude, you're finally here. Do you know who came over here especially for you? Suddenly being hugged by a man, Lindbergh was a bit confused. Then he reacted. It was Hu Pingan. Hu Pingan was a strong man of 6'9" weighing 200 pounds, which made people feel safe. Ahem. Peace. Who came over on purpose? Lin Bai finally pushed Hu Pingan away without a trace. He wasn't too used to being held so tightly by a man. Who else could it be? Of course it's our class flower lady, Luo Ruoshi. Hu Pingan looked at Lin Bai with some emotion. You're treated like this. It's a real treat. Luo Ruoshi has rushed over from the god's capital side just to come and see you. Luo Ruoshi? Lin Bai was a bit out of his mind for a while. Countless past events came to his mind. He met Luo Ruoshi at a very young age. When Luo Ruoshi was 3 years old, she was sent to their village. Luo Ruoshi looks like a particularly endearing look. Just like her name, pitiful look. When she was a child, Lin Bai even liked to go to protect her, but then slowly got older. He realized that Luo Ruoshi came from a big place. She was from the city. Her status was not bad. When Lin Bai was in junior high school, Luo Ruoshi went back to the city, and when he saw Luo Ruoshi again, he was already at Jiangcheng University. In the 4 years of college, he actually didn't talk to Luo Ruoshi much, but everyone in the class felt that Luo Ruoshi was different to Lin Bai, because Luo Ruoshi took the initiative to greet Lin Bai many times. Come on, get in first. Everyone's waiting. Hu Pingan led Lindbergh into the restaurant. The restaurant is pretty upscale and specializes in seafood. The two walked into the private room, which already had about 10 people sitting in it, while Lin Bai saw Luo Ruoshi at a glance. It's still the same look I remember, with long hair and a pretty baby face that's still so endearing. Lindbergh, you're late. Lindbergh, congratulations. Lindbergh, you're here. Everyone is waiting for you. The private room was instantly bustling with people greeting Lindbergh. Sorry, just woke up after 3 years of sleep. Had a bit of a delay with things to take care of. Lin Bai smiled, and after that, he went straight to the empty seat next to Luo Ruoshi and sat down, and then smiled brightly. Classmate Ruoshi, after not seeing you for 3 years, you're still a bit malnourished. Ha? Luo Ruoshi didn't react for a moment. I didn't. Lin Bai, you're awesome now. You actually dare to molest Luo Ruoshi? The girl who answered was Luo Ruoshi's roommate Ding Cheng. Ruoshi, you're still so simple. This guy is disliking your small breasts. Ha? Luo Ruoshi's small face was red. Then she argued in a small voice. I'm not small. I have C. Good man. Ruoshi, you've got a lot of guts too. Ting Cheng froze. How dare you say that? Ahem. You two can argue about the size of this later, in private. Hu Pingan raised his glass. Students, today, we are here to celebrate Lin Bai's physical recovery. So let's all toast Lin Bai first. Yes, to Lindbergh. Here, drink. The crowd stood up and raised their glasses together. Thank you all. I'll drink first. Lin Bai had also gotten up, and he directly took the white wine in his cup and drank it all in one gulp. Lindbergh, slow down. Your glass is white wine. Luo Ruoshi couldn't help but remind. The guys at the table had white wine in front of them, while the girls had white wine and drinks. Ruoshi, you're still so heartbroken for him. Ding Qing gently smiled. But you don't have to worry. Men, drink some wine. So what? more strength at night. Ding Chung, you don't joke. Luo Ruwashi's face turned red. This married woman speaks differently. Hu Pingon shook his head. Ding Chung, don't scare people Luo Ruwashi. We're adults. What can't we talk about? Ding Cheng looked like she couldn't care less. Besides, we, Ruwashi, drove a full 6 hours to come here on purpose for Lin Bai. Wouldn't it be a waste if we just had a meal? Ruwashi I speak straight. Lin Bai, this is not easy to wake up. You don't leave regrets. Later you guys go to a room. Luo Ruwashi's face turned even redder. She hadn't said anything yet, but someone couldn't help it first. Ding Chung, just don't make a mess. The boy who opened his mouth this time was called Zhao Hui, and he was obviously a bit jealous. You're just punking your roommate. Is someone like Lin Bai worthy of Luo Ruwashi? Zhao Hui, how do you talk? Hu Pingon was instantly dissatisfied. Lin Bai is handsome and has good character. Why is he not good enough for Luo Ruwashi? Luo Ruwashi didn't object. What are you barking at? Good looking? Oh, Lindbergh is good looking and has the potential to be a gigolo. As for character, they are all adults. Don't be so funny, okay? Zhao Hui had a disdainful look on his face. Nowadays, it's all about being a good match. Does it have a dime's worth to do with looks and character? Who doesn't know that Lindbergh came from the countryside and is poor as hell? I'll take a step back. Not to mention family history. Lindbergh, let me just ask you, do you have a stable job now? Don't say I look down on you. In your vegetative state of just waking up. If you went to show someone the door, they wouldn't even dare to take you. Zhao Hui, that's too hard for you to say, isn't it? Ding Qing was also very unhappy. Lin Bai had a car accident and was in a coma for 3 years. It's normal that it's not good to find a job now. Besides, it's not a must now. I'm just an ordinary family, and my husband doesn't dislike me. Ding Chung, your stomach is fighting for your honor. Giving birth to 2 sons in 3 years. It's normal for your husband to love you. Zhao Hui lightly hummed. Besides, your husband isn't a big tycoon. At most a few $100 million in assets. Can he compare to someone else Luo Ruwashi's family? Lin Bai, don't say I'm taking it personally. I just think you should wake up a little. I have a company. Do financial products? A classmate. I can give you a job. Go to my place to do sales. The base salary of 3,000. And commission, if you are lucky, can pull a few big single. Monthly income of 100,000 is not a dream. Then thank you, Boss Zhao. Lin Bai smiled lightly. However, I happen to have a stable job with a monthly income of 100,000. So for the time being, what about it? Come, let's not talk about it. I'll drink to everyone. Lin Bai raised his glass. He was too lazy to bullshit with Zhao Hui. Come on, drink. Hu Pingon and the others also raised their glasses. To save face and live with it. Zhao Hui, however, still refused to stop. With a sneer on his face. Lindbergh, do you know what the concept of earning $100,000 a month is? 99% of the people in this world can't reach a monthly income of $100,000 in their lifetime. You're blowing this kind of bull with me now. And you think that's going to make people look at you differently? Zhao Hui, I've been rather grumpy these days, but I don't want to get angry tonight. After all, so many of my classmates, especially celebrating my discharge from the hospital. Lin Bai's tone was calm. I don't care what you have against me. Just stop here. I'll do it first. Lindbergh once again drained a glass of white wine. Pinyin, Ruwashi, Ding Chung, and all of your classmates, eat and drink to your heart's content. It's my treat today. Still pretending. Zhao Hui laughed coldly. You know very well that this place is about payment before serving food. Luo Ruwashi paid long ago. It's still your turn to treat us? Is that so? Lin Bai looked at Luo Ruwashi. He really didn't know that he had to pay first here. Well, here the seafood is picked on the spot before it goes into the pot. And you pay up front when you pick it. Luo Ruwashi gently nodded. It's okay. It's the same whoever treats. Zhao Hui, what the hell do you mean today? Hu Pingon was annoyed. We're all here to have a fun party. What do you have to stare at Lindbergh for? I remember Lindbergh didn't offend you either, right? No offense. It's just that people Zhao Hui likes Ruwashi too. Ding Cheng bristled. Some people, they are really interesting too. While saying that the door is right for the family. Saying that people Lin Bai can't match Luo Ruwashi. They don't take a look at themselves. With his family's little money, they are worthy of other people's Ruwashi? That's hilarious. Ding Ching, don't you be shady there. Zhao Hui was a bit annoyed. I started my own business after graduating from college. Only 3 years ago, my company has a capital scale of 1 billion. In a few years, tens of billions and hundreds of billions won't be a problem. What right does Lin Bai have to compare with me? You all think I'm targeting Lindbergh, right? Then I'll target him today. Zhao Hui picked up the drink list. Lin Bai, you're going to treat me, aren't you? I'm adding a bottle of wine now. Do you dare to pay the bill? Just the most expensive on here. A $300,000 bottle of Romane Conti. Can you afford it? Did I tell you to add this bottle of wine so you'd shut up and let everyone eat properly? Lindbergh's patience was about to run out, but for the sake of Hu Pingan Luo Ruoshi, these classmates, he decided to endure it for now. As long as you pay the bill for this bottle of wine in front of everyone, I promise not to say anything more. Zhao Hui grunted lightly. Okay, you order. Lindbergh was dry, and Zhao Hui quickly placed his order. The wine will be here in 3 minutes at the most. Zhao Hui had a sneer on his face. Don't freeze, everyone, keep eating. Lin Bai greeted the crowd and directly gave Luo Ruoshi a large lobster. Classmate Ruoshi, eat more, make up for it. Lindbergh, this can't be a breast supplement. Ding Cheng let out a soft laugh. You'll help Ruoshi press more in the future. Maybe it'll be bigger. Don't joke around. Ding Cheng. Luo Ruoshi's face turned red, and just then, Lin Bai felt Luo Ruoshi touch his leg with her small hand. He subconsciously touched it with his hand and felt an extra card in his hand, and he instantly understood Luo Ruoshi's intentions. Good man, Ruoshi, you seem to have a black card here. Lin Bai picked up the card and stared at it in front of him before returning it to Luo Ruoshi. You don't have to sneak the card to me. I really have money. You the man. Luo Ruoshi was a bit helpless. Ding Cheng and Hu Pingan were also speechless. Luo Ruoshi wanted to help Lin Bai, but Lin Bai came and exposed himself. It's a bank card I just got today with my signature on it. Lin Bai took out a card. I'll pay with this later, so that Zhao Hui won't be displeased. Put. Someone at the table laughed out. Lindbergh, I really can't help it. Zhao Hui wasn't wrong. You can really act. Dolphin, what do you mean by that again? Lin Bai looked at the girl sitting next to Zhao Hui. He actually knew Dolphin fairly well, as Dolphin was his other roommate's girlfriend back in college. Lindbergh, you probably don't know that I was actually inside the counter when you went to our bank to get a card this afternoon, right? Dolphin was a bit smug. You don't have a penny in this card. Do you think I don't know? I didn't say hello to you at the time because I thought it was too embarrassing to have a classmate like you. It dawned on Lin Bai that, unsurprisingly, Dolphin had also told Zhao Hui about this matter. No wonder Zhao Hui was certain that he couldn't come up with the money right now. Do you think there's a possibility that I just didn't deposit money in there at the time, but now there's money in there? Lindbergh sighed. He really didn't want to act this way, but these two, they had to leave him alone. Lindbergh, don't be a hard ass. Where are you going to make $300,000 out of this afternoon for a few hours? Zhao Hui had a mocking look on his face. Is it that hard to admit that you're poor? It's so poor, and you have to brag about it for the sake of that pathetic pride. Is it necessary? That's it. Doofin sneered. Other people, Zhao Hui is really powerful. He has several $100 million in our bank. Lin Bai, you are originally a poor man from the countryside. Everyone knows your background. What kind of rich man do you have to pretend in front of us? Doofin, I'm going to get angry if you still talk about Lindbergh like that. Luo Ruoshi's tone already had obvious anger. Fine, I can't afford to mess with you. Miss Luo, I'll stop talking. Doofin snorted lightly. Lin Bai, I don't believe you can really eat Luo Ruoshi's soft rice. There was a knock on the door from the box, and then the waiter walked in holding a bottle of red wine. Hello, did you order a bottle of Romane Conti here? The waiter asked politely. I ordered it. Open it, and stop by for the check. Lindbergh raised his hand. Yes, sir. The waiter opened the red wine first, and then came to Lin Bai with the credit card machine. Lindbergh handed the bank card to the waiter. Zhao Hui and Doofin both had mocking, waiting expressions on their faces, and Luo Ruoshi and Hu Pingan both looked at Lin Bai with a bit of worry. Obviously, they actually didn't quite believe that Lin Bai could come up with $300,000. Lindbergh entered the password, the voucher was printed out, and he signed it again, in a smooth flow, without any problems. Enjoy your meal, sir. The waiter returned the card to Lindbergh and turned around, ready to leave. Wait! Zhao Hui couldn't bear it and hurriedly shouted. Waiter, he swiped his card successfully? Yes, there's no problem. The waiter was a little confused. What's your problem, sir? That's impossible. He clearly doesn't have a dime on his card. Dolphin looked incredulous. I'm sorry, I don't know how much money is on this gentleman's card, but I'm showing a successful swipe here. The waiter did remain courteous. I'll leave you all alone for now. The crowd was a bit stunned to see the waiter leave the box. It wasn't just Zhao Hui and Doofin. Everyone else was also a bit surprised. Lin Bai was really getting rich? $300,000 worth of wine. Just swiped it like that? Come on. Let's all taste this $300,000 red wine and see if it really makes a difference. Lin Bai began to pour wine for the crowd. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This poor guy of mine really hasn't drank such expensive wine before. A bottle of red wine was actually not much. Lin Bai poured a small half cup for each person, and just finished pouring. As for Zhao Hui and Du Fin, he did not pour at all. Forget you too. I didn't pay money to impress you. He raised his glass. Here, class. I'll toast you again. And thank you for pretending with me. The crowd raised their glasses. Ugh. I can't really drink the difference. Lindbergh drank it all in one gulp. Then sighed. It doesn't feel as good as soda. Lindbergh, it's strange to say that I've always felt that you, as a person, have gotten a lot more sardonic. Ding Ching looked at Lin Bai with a strange look. Is it because you're suddenly rich that I think you're more handsome? Do you think there's a possibility that I've really gotten handsome? Lin Bai had a serious face. Men, if you have money, you can become handsome, and if you become handsome, you can also have money. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Hui, however, roared at this moment. There's no way Lindbergh is suddenly rich. Luo Ruoshi, it's you. It must be you. You secretly transferred $300,000 to him, right? It's not Luo Ruoshi. It's the card that's wrong. Dolphin, however, yelled excitedly. I just messaged my coworkers to ask them, and they'll be here to take care of it right away. Ha ha, Lindbergh, let you have your way. Just wait for your money back. You too. You really can't see me half as good. Lin Bai shook his head and lamented. Forget it, let's ignore them. Come on, keep eating seafood and drinking. Don't spoil our fun because of two rat turds. Lin Bai greeted everyone with food and drink, and time passed quite quickly. Almost a quarter of an hour later, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a man and a woman came in, and at the sight of them, Dolphin, with a joyful look on his face, hurriedly got up. Governor Qian, Manager Wang, you're here. Dufin pointed at Lin Bai with her hand. He's Lin Bai. He just swiped $300,000 with one of those error cards. You guys can't let him get away. He doesn't even have the money to pay back. Shut up, the middle-aged man snapped. He quickly walked next to Lin Bai and bent down. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Qian Tu, the president of the central branch of Zhongcheng Bank. I'm really sorry. We slacked off on you when you went to our bank today, and once we realized our mistake, we rushed to prepare a new card for you. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Wang Jinjin. The young woman who came with Qian Tu held a card in both hands and handed it to Lin Bai in front of her. This is our bank's highest grade dark gold card. From now on, I'll be your exclusive customer butler. Wang Jinjin handed Lin Bai another business card. This is my business card. You can contact me 24 hours a day for anything. Is banking so good these days? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. If I ask you to go to the market and buy a handful of greens for me, that's okay too? Sure. Wang Jinjin nodded her head in a hurry. You are our bank's most valued customer. It is my honor to serve you. No, Manager Wang, Governor Qian, have you made a mistake? Dufin stammered. This Lin Bai is my classmate. He is very poor. How does he qualify for a dark gold card? Shut up, Qian Tu angrily rebuked. Dufin, you've been disrespectful to Mr. Lin over and over again, completely deviating from the purpose of our bank service. You're fired. Go to the bank tomorrow and check out. What? No, Governor Qian, you give me another chance. Dolphin was alarmed. It's not easy to get a job at a bank these days. Mr. Lin, once again I apologize. It was a mistake in our work. Qian Tu bowed towards Lin Bai. I'll leave you to your gathering with your friends. From now on, if you need anything, you can look for Jinjin. Mr. Lin, we'll take our leave. Wang Jinjin also bowed and saluted. The two then left together, ignoring Dolphin. In the booth, the atmosphere was a little weird. Dufin's face was ashen. Zhao Hui was also ashen. As for the others, they looked at Lin Bai as if they were seeing a stranger. Everyone doesn't have to look at me like that. Lin Bai coughed twice. Well, I'll show my cards. Actually, I've fallen for a super rich woman. Ha, Ding Chung froze. You don't mean Ruoshi, do you? Of course not. Lin Bai shook his head. Classmate Ruoshi is rather small. I like big ones. Ha 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 ha. Lindbergh, you're really killing me with laughter. Zhao Hui, who had just lost his mother, immediately became excited again. You're so bullish. I admire you now. You're really going to be a gigolo, aren't you? Introduce us. How old is that rich woman of yours? Is she 60 years old? Does she weigh 200 pounds? Ha ha ha. To your dismay, she's only 26 and weighs, well, almost 100 pounds. Lindbergh smiled brightly. Actually, you should all know her too. No way. We all know each other? Ding Qing was a bit surprised. Lin Bai. Who on earth is it? Could it be some big star? It's not exactly a star. But then again, all of us at Zhongcheng University should know her. Lindbergh stretched. After all, she was the dream of all of us boys back then. Put. Hu Pingon just drank his saliva and sprayed it all out. Dude, you mean, Qin Shuao? No way. It's Qin Shuya? It can't be, right? Lin Bai. You, that rich woman of yours, it can't really be Qin Shuya, can it? I'll go. If it's really Qin Shuya, I'm a female who also wants to eat her soft food. The booth instantly boiled. Qin Shuya. That was not just the dream of all the boys, but also the dream of the girls. The boys all wanted to get Qin Shuya, while the girls, on the other hand, all wanted to become Qin Shuya. Laugh your asses off. You guys really believe he'll be able to evening out Qin Shuya? Zhao Hui sneered there again. Qin Shuya isn't just the university flower of Jiang University. She's also famous in the entire Jiang city. What kind of a thing is Lin Bai that Qin Shuya looks at him? I say Zhao Hui, how come you still have the face to stay in the private room and not leave? Lin Bai was impatient. Do you have to have me throw you out? Yo, what's the rush? Zhao Hui laughed coldly. Lin Bai, if you're really attached to Qin Shuya, I don't even need you to throw me out. I'll crawl out of the private room myself. Prove it if you can. Why don't you give Qin Shuya a call and ask her to come over? Okay, I've been putting up with you for a long time tonight. Lindbergh was on fire. I'll let you crawl out later. He took out his cell phone, so he dialed Qin Shuya's number. Are you free, wife? I need you to cooperate with me to put on a show. I'm still here with Miss Joe. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shuya's voice was slightly strange. What are you doing? Forget it. You send me the address. I'll go over to find you. It just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about face to face. Well, I'll wait for you. Lin Bai hung up the phone and then sent the address to Qin Shuya. Ugh, I'm in a really good temper tonight. When I encountered stupid people like Zhao Hui before, I would have just punched them out. Lindbergh lamented. Lin Bai, you keep your mouth clean. Zhao Hui was a bit annoyed. If Qin Shuya doesn't show up later, you'll have to climb out of here too. Come on, let's drink. And ignore Zhao Hui's two-timing idiot for now. Lin Bai continued to drink with Hu Pingan, and everyone began to chat about recent events. Hu Pingan actually just graduated from graduate school. Tonight to party classmates. There are a few also just graduated. The others some, are in Jiangcheng local work. Without realizing it, everyone had a little too much to drink. Lindbergh, it's been almost half a fucking hour. Where's Qin Shuya? Zhao Hui, who was left out in the cold, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Don't you think about pretending to be drunk to get by. Even if you are drunk, you should crawl. Lindbergh, don't hang on for dear life. Hurry up and climb. Who wants my husband to climb? A clear, cold and moving voice came out. Qin Shuya pushed the door in. For a moment, the booth was unusually silent. And after that, everyone was going crazy. Holy shit, it's really Qin Shuya. That's right, it's really Qin Shuya. Wow, Qin Shuya is so pretty. It seems to be even prettier than before. She has a great body. So envious. Lin Bai wasn't wrong. Qin Shuya is really older than Luo Ruoshi. Lin Bai had gotten up and came in front of Qin Shuya with a bright smile. Come on, wife, give me a hug. Are you drunk? Qin Shuya immediately smelled a smell of wine. How much wine have you drunk here? Before the words were finished, the slender waist tightened. Lin Bai directly hugged Qin Shuya. Zhao Hui, you idiot/cunt. Now crawl out of here. No, it can't be. It's impossible. Zhao Hui stared at Qin Shuya in death, his face full of disbelief. He roared violently. Qin Shuya, you must be crazy. Lin Bai is just a poor guy from the countryside. A complete waste of space. How could you like him? No, you're not Qin Shuya. You must be a fake. You're the actor that Lin Bai found, right? Everyone look carefully. She is not Qin Shuya at all. She just looks similar to Qin Shuya. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Zhao Hui in the face, and in the next second, he pinched his neck, picked him up from his seat, and threw him heavily to the ground. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Lin Bai stomped on Zhao Hui's back. Climb for me, Lin Bai. You, don't fucking go too far. Zhao Hui gritted his teeth. They're all classmates. You're going to do it so desperately, aren't you? You let go of me. Lindbergh thumped Zhao Hui in the ass. Zhao Hui instantly flew uncontrollably and crawled towards the outside of the private room. After climbing a few meters, Zhao Hui reacted and tried to get up. But Lin Bai went after him and added another kick. And so, just like that, Zhao Hui completely crawled out of the private room. Trashy stuff, likes to provoke and can't afford to lose. Lindbergh had a look of contempt on his face. Then he turned his head towards Qin Shuya and smiled brightly. Wife, am I handsome? Come on, give me a kiss. Lin Bai made a gesture and kissed towards Qin Shuya. Qin Shuya hurriedly turned her face, barfed, and kissed her on the face. You stink of booze. No kisses for you. Qin Shuya was a bit ashamed. This guy, he was even more rogue when he was drunk. Fellow students, I'm sorry, My husband may have had too much to drink. I'll take him home first. Qin Shuiao looked apologetic. Honey, I'm not drunk. Don't believe me, go to bed later. I'm sure I can do it. Lin Bai didn't finish his sentence before Qin Shuiao covered his mouth with her small hand. Let's go. Qin Shuiao pulled Lin Bai and headed outside. Just then, Dolphin, who had been paralyzed in his seat without saying anything, looked as if he had suddenly come back to his senses. She violently rushed in front of Lindbergh and plopped down to her knees. Lindbergh, please help me talk to Governor Qian and ask him not to fire me. I really need this job. Dolphin looked up at Lin Bai with a begging face. Qin Shuiao frowned slightly. She didn't know what was going on, and Lindbergh removed her small hand from her mouth at this time. I'm a simple man. If someone is nice to me, I'll be nice to them. Lin Bai's voice was cold. If someone treats me badly, then I, for one, will treat him even worse. If you bother me again, then you'll lose more than your job. Now, get the hell out of here. Dolphin gets up off the ground and stumbles away. Pingyan, Ruoshi, and all my classmates. I'm sorry, but actually, I'm really not drunk. Lin Bai smiled brightly. But today is the special day that Shui Yao and I got our license, so I still have to go home to be with her first. Well, you guys get the idea? So we'll get together next time. Come on, honey, let's go home. Lin Bai put his arm around Qin Shuiao and headed outside. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and prepared to get into the car. But Luo Ruoshi's voice suddenly came from behind. Lindbergh. Lin Bai turned around and saw Luo Ruoshi running out from inside. I'll wait in the car. Qin Shuiao got into the car first. Lin Bai, on the other hand, walked towards Luo Ruoshi. Classmate Ruoshi, what's wrong? Want a parting hug? Lindbergh smiled brightly. No, don't bother. Luo Ruoshi's pretty face slightly reddened. Your wife is watching. Ah, I don't mean that. Lindbergh, I just want to say one thing to you. I'm really happy to see that you're doing so well. Well, I'm happy too. Lin Bai smiled faintly. By the way, I'll give you something. Smoothly touching out a jade bracelet, he handed it to Luo Ruoshi. What about this thing? It's not worth much, but if you believe me, it's best to wear it with you. Well, thanks, I enjoyed it. Luo Ruoshi immediately took it, then directly put it on her hand. Lin Bai, you should get on the car first, or else Qin Shuiao might get angry. Yeah. Lin Bai turned around and took 2 steps, but then suddenly turned right back around and quickly came next to Luo Ruoshi. It's better to give a hug. He picked Luo Ruoshi up violently and then put her down again. Classmate Ruoshi, pay attention to your nutrition. Without waiting for Luo Ruoshi to come back to her senses, Lin Bai had already gotten into the car. When Lin Bai's car left, a Rolls-Royce silently parked next to Luo Ruoshi. Luo Ruoshi pulled open the backseat door and sat in. Mississippi. The driver of the car was a long-haired woman with a rather hideous scar on her face. Let's go back to God's capital, Luo Ruoshi said softly, and it seemed that just for this instant, her aura had changed. No longer the pathetic girl, but the high and mighty Missy. Miss, you came here just to see him and just let him go off with another woman? The scarred woman couldn't help but inquire. Or what? Am I going to tell him that his parents' deaths back then were because of me? And that he became a vegetable 3 years ago because of me? Luo Ruoshi's voice was a bit bitter. I've already brought him too many disasters. It's best to stay away from him. Let's go. We need to get back to the God's capital tonight. Yes, ma'am. The car drives. Was that your first love? In the car, Qin Shuiao was asking Lin Bai with some curiosity. Honey, you seem to be jealous. Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. Then he smiled cheekily. Don't worry. Me and her, we didn't fall in love at all. Speaking of which, what was it you wanted to talk to me about in person? Before Qin Shuiao could say anything, Lin Bai's cell phone rang. Song Yujio? Lin Bai looked at the video. Oh, just her 1 billion that hasn't been paid back. The call was answered. Miss Song, are you trying to renege on your debt? Lindbergh, I don't have that much cash in my hand, but I have a house that I can use to cover my debt. Song Yujiao's voice came. What do I need all those houses for? Lindbergh was a bit disgruntled. I like cash. This is no ordinary house. It's the top of the river city. Song Yujiao hummed lightly. Whoever dares to live in this house is claiming to be the #1 person in Jiangchang, and so far no one in Jiangchang dares to live in it. Do you dare? Song Yujio, this is a clumsy way of provoking you. Lin Bai mocked. Tell you what, I'll go check out the house first, and you wait for me at the top of that whatever river city. Where the 2 rivers meet, there is a peak that asks for the sky, and at the top of the peak, a luxurious villa is built, which is the famous top of the river city. Originally, a villa area was intended to be built here, but after the peak villa was built, the whole plan was called off, and the villa, in turn, became the last word on questioning Heaven Peak. It was already after 9 in the evening when Lin Bai and Qin Shuiao arrived at the top of Jiangchang. It was hot in July in Jiangchang, but at the moment, it was cool at the top of the mountain. Lindbergh took a deep breath. Just after getting off the bus he sensed that the aura of this place was actually much denser than other places. Although it couldn't be compared to the immortal world, it should be an excellent place to cultivate immortality in Jiangchang. Lindbergh, all the paperwork is ready. You just need to sign. Song Yujio had long been waiting at the entrance of the villa, and she handed Lin Bai a small suitcase. This villa is equipped with a full range of property management. There is a team that specializes in serving this villa. The villa is worth more than $1 billion. I'll take a little loss, even if it's $1 billion to you. Honey, don't ask for it. She's just trying to make you the public enemy of the city. Qin Shuiao opened her mouth. Qin Shuiao, your man is already the public enemy of the whole city. Does it make a difference if you want this villa or not? Song Yujio snorted lightly. Lin Bai, don't say I'm reneging on my debt. How can it be that easy to take out $1 billion in cash? If you don't want the villa, then you'll have to give me a few days grace. Well, I love it when you people can't look at me and can't fuck me over. Lin Bai had a careless look on his face. But then again, $1 billion is too expensive. Give it a 20% discount. Oh no, it's 79% off. You give me another $210 million. In 3 minutes. I want the money in my account or the deal is null and void. Song Yujio was a little annoyed, but no longer dared to bargain. She immediately called to have someone transfer money. 2 minutes later, $211 million arrived. It was then that Lin Bai took the small suitcase, and then waved his hand. You can go now, and any other procedures that aren't done, you can get them tomorrow. Although Song Yujio was annoyed, she quickly left. Why do you have to have a 70% to 90% discount? Any particular reason? Qin Shuiao was a bit puzzled. Nothing, just getting it together. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. This way I just happen to have $10 billion in cash. Come on, let's go inside and look at the house. Lin Bai wrapped his arms around Qin Shuiao's waist. Qin Shuiao struggled slightly and didn't break away. The two entered the villa, a house with 3 floors plus a basement and an oversized infinity pool. Lin Bai let go of Qin Shuiao and came to the rooftop alone. He slightly closed his eyes and operated the heavenly Dao technique. An aura instantly came from all directions, entering his body and flushing his meridians. Comfortable. Lindbergh muttered. What a great place. The aura ran and dispelled the alcohol in his body, and Lin Bai completely sobered up. Footsteps came from behind him and Lin Bai opened his eyes to see Qin Shuiao. Lin Bai, the situation here is not right. I see a lot of clothes prepared in the bedroom, all very high-grade assorted clothes in various other configurations. It looks like it's ready for someone to move in. Qin Shuiao was slightly anxious. Song Yujio is deliberately punking you. Maybe we'll offend some big shot. It's okay, I know. Lin Bai was calm about it, just like Wang Zichang before. That house is for Yishifeng. Actually, if you think about it, how could Song Yujio own this villa? She was also mostly instructed by someone else. But then, I don't care. Whoever it's for, it's mine now. Lindbergh, that funeral in 3 days. You got the news, right? Qin Shuiao hesitated slightly. The Tianhai Ning family is a true lineage. In front of a lineage, even a top-tier family like the Chao family is unbeatable. Are you, really, not worried at all? Well, it's still a bit of a worry. Lin Bai had a serious face. Wife, look, the two of us might only live for 3 days. Why don't we? Let's hurry up and do something great about passing on the family name? You the man. Qin Shuiao's face was scarlet as she glared fiercely at Lin Bai. Alright, I know you're not worried. She just couldn't figure out what Lin Bai had to rely on. After all, Xiao Feiyan couldn't protect him now. My parents will be back tomorrow and they might want to see you then. Qin Shuiao spoke again. Well, I might be busy tomorrow, so we'll talk then. Lin Bai casually replied. Honey, I'm staying here tonight. Do you want to accompany me? I'd better go back over to the river watchtower. Qin Shuiao hesitated slightly before finally deciding to leave. Lindbergh didn't stop it either. He was trying to stay here and practice. For him, the biggest bottom line came from his own strength. The strength of the first level of Qi practicing was not enough to give him enough security. After Qin Shuiao left, Lin Bai sat on the rooftop with his knees crossed and began to cultivate. Late night. Miss, we're almost there. The scarred woman drove the Rolls-Royce and pulled off the highway. Boo! There was a loud bang and the Rolls-Royce shook. Gah! The emergency brakes went off and the Rolls-Royce came to a stop. Miss, it looks like I hit something. I'll go down and take a look. The scarred woman got out of the car and walked toward the front. A scream came. Luo Ruoshi's face changed as she opened the door and got out of the car, just to see the scarred woman covering her chest and stumbling towards her. Miss, Run! It's the killer! Run! A grim voice came from a dark figure walking ahead. It was a masked man, actually carrying a sword in his hand. Can you run? I'm Luo Ruwashi of the Shindu Luo family. How dare you kill me? Luo Ruwashi coldly looked at the masked man. In the divine capital, no one has dared to touch the Luo family. Good. Then I didn't kill the wrong person. The masked man laughed grimly. Fourth Miss Luo really is as good as I see her. But unfortunately, I like destroying flowers with a hot hand the most. You can go to hell. The masked man raised his long sword and abruptly disappeared in place. And in the next second, he appeared in front of Luo Ruwashi, and his long sword viciously stabbed Luo Ruwashi's heart area. Death is imminent. Luo Ruwashi unconsciously closed her eyes. In her mind, Lin Bai's figure emerged. For a moment, she had some regrets. She should have stayed in River City. Ah! The screams rang out. Luo Ruwashi was a bit confused. She opened her eyes only to find the masked man lying on the ground. Blood from the 7 orifices. A silhouette abruptly appeared. It was a thin middle-aged man. It's actually an assassin from the Shadowless Palace. The thin middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He snapped to his knees. My subordinate is late. Please forgive Fourth Miss. No. You're just in time or I'd be dead. Luo Ruwashi shook her head. No. Fourth Miss. It wasn't me who saved you. The thin middle-aged man shook his head. There should be another expert protecting the young lady. A master? Luo Ruwashi was a little confused. Tinkerbell. The sound came. Luo Ruwashi looked down, but realized that it was the bracelet Lin Bai had given her that had fallen to the ground and had broken. The bracelet he gave me. Luo Ruwashi had a heartache. She could naturally tell that this jade bracelet had an ordinary texture, but it was sent to her by Lin Bai, so it was naturally different. This is the skinny middle-aged man. However, changed his face drastically as he rushed over violently and grabbed the bracelet from the ground. Fourth Miss, you actually have an immortal sect magic weapon? No wonder you're fine. So it's the immortal sect's magic weapon that's protecting you, but unfortunately, it's a disposable weapon that's already been damaged. This bracelet, it's an immortal sect magic weapon? Luo Ruwashi was unusually surprised. As a child of a family, she had heard of magic weapons. The ordinary bracelet Lin Bai had given her was actually a magic weapon? How is this possible? If you believe me, you'd better wear it with you. Luo Ruwashi remembered Lin Bai's words and suddenly it was like an enlightenment. So, he was trying to protect me. Luo Ruwashi suddenly realized. At this instant, Luo Ruwashi had mixed feelings in her heart. Shock, confusion, and joy. Lindbergh, what exactly is your identity? Now, Ms. The slightly pained voice of the scarred woman came out. Luo Ruwashi snapped out of it. Get out of here first. The morning sun shines on the top of the river city. It wasn't even 6 o'clock and it was already light. Lin Bai exhaled and opened his eyes. The first level of chi practicing was easy, but the later it got, the harder it became. Every time you raised a tier, you needed to absorb several times the amount of aura. Despite the fact that the aura was much thicker here, one night was still not enough for him to reach the second level. Good lord, it's getting rancid. Gotta take a shower. Feeling that the smell on his body was not right, Lindbergh went downstairs to the bedroom and comfortably took a shower. As Qin Shuayo had said, there was also everything here, and moreover, they were all brand new and high-grade goods. What a bunch of fucking rich people, Lin Bai muttered. A random set of casual sportswear was actually over $100,000. It's like I'm cursing myself, and I'm damn rich too. Lin Bai casually chose a set of clothes to put on. Well, it fits. It's almost like it was custom made for me. Lindbergh pities himself in the mirror and is handsome again. The doorbell rang at that moment. Lin Bai went out to take a look, but it was actually Song Yujia, was to handle the transfer procedures. Song Yujio, you're in a hurry. Lin Bai's tone had obvious mockery in it. Let's go. Send me to Moon Lake number 1. Then you take the information and go to do the transfer. Half an hour later, when the car stopped at the entrance of Moon Lake number 1, Lin Bai casually asked, say, who was the top of Jiangcheng originally given to? I don't know what you're talking about. Song Yujiao's face changed slightly. The house is already yours. Don't back out. You people, you still won't learn from a loss once. Lindbergh smiled lightly and opened the door to get out of the car. Song Yujio stepped on the gas and quickly left. Lin Bai walked into the living room, but was surprised to find that Fan Chichi was actually in the living room, while Bai Xiaowei was accompanying her. Brother, Mom and Dad went to work. They can't be bothered. Sister Chichi came over early in the morning. Right. Sister Chichi also made us breakfast. She's a superb cook. Do you want some? Bai Xiaowei was full of praise for Fan Chichi. The only thing she's confused about right now is which one is her sister-in-law. No need. Lin Bai smiled faintly. Since you're here, Chi-Chi, Come and help me. He came straight to the backyard. Today he returned here just to refine pills. Chi-Chi beauty, you actually want to learn alchemy, right? Lin Bai smiled bashfully at Fan Chi-Chi. I can teach you. Thank you Mr. Lin. No. Thank you master. Fan Chi-Chi was a little excited and wanted to salute. Don't. I don't take disciples. Lindbergh immediately stopped it. I just want to be able to be a little lazy later. This alchemy thing is actually quite boring. In the immortal world in his dreams, Lin Bai rarely refined pills. To him, eating pills was not as good as dual/cultivation. But back in this real world, he estimated that he would need a lot of pills, so he planned to train a specialized alchemist out. Fan Chi-Chi is a good candidate. This was a rather urgent matter, so Lin Bai didn't waste any time and immediately started the alchemy preparations. At the same time, all the big clans in Zhongchang received another heavy news. The Thunder Group is officially established and will hold a press conference in 2 days, when it will announce another partner. The time of the launch was actually the same time as Ningbo's funeral. It all starts at 9 a.m. on Thursday mornings. What tricks is Qiao Feiyan playing? Is she fighting with the Tianhai Ning family? Who would go to her launch? She's afraid she's not dreaming, right? Qiao Fei has been in a coma for 4 years. Her thinking has caught up with the times. She's dying, after all. She's kind of a crowd pleaser now. Even the Zhou family has cut her off. Oh, Qiao Feiyan is just making a fool of herself, and when the time comes, the conference will probably have no one at all. All the big clans in Zhongchang were ready to watch Qiao Feiyan's jokes. Of course, they wanted to see Lin Bai's miserable end even more. Lin Bai didn't know about these things. He was wasting his time refining pills. It was actually difficult for ordinary people to cultivate immortality, and his special physique was rare in 10,000 years. Lin Bai had refined 2 types of pills that ordinary people could take. The body refining pill and the bone hardening pill, which could make an ordinary person's physique stronger, and even change their root bones, so that they would eventually have the chance to be able to cultivate immortality. However, what Lin Bai mainly refined was the Qi replenishing pill. The lower grade Qi replenishing pills he could now refine. The effect of taking one would roughly be worth a night's cultivation for him. It's kind of fast for him right now. For more than 30 consecutive hours, by Wednesday evening, Lin Bai had refined 36 pills of each of the 3 types of elixirs, and there were not many herbs left. These herbs, you refine them, pay attention to the fire. Lin Bai finally stopped and left it to Fan Chi-Chi to toss. He didn't even take a shower, so he left in a hurry, took a cab, and came to Qiao Feiyan's place. Just as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Qiao Feiyan, but, at this moment, opposite Qiao Feiyan, there was a young man sitting. The man is a bit fat, a face like the Maitreya Buddha, looks always smiling. Lin Bai, Qin Shueyo isn't here, you can leave. The fat man opened his mouth and directly kicked people out. Big brother, it's not your turn to make decisions here. Qiao Fei's tone was light, but resolute. What you wanted to say has already been said. You can go. This fat man was none other than the Qiao family's youngest master, Qiao Feiyan's own brother, Qiao Dajiang. Little sister, tell me the truth. This kid, what's his relationship to you? Qiao Dajiang was a bit annoyed. I've checked your past affairs all over, and I didn't even find any interactions between you, but you are, now, too defensive of him. It's not your old style. You've been in a coma for 4 years and you wake up looking like a different person. What's changed? Big brother, you can pretend I'm a different person. Qiao Fei looked calm. In the past, you were a good big brother, but I realize now that you just weren't under as much pressure in the past. If a mere Tianhai Ning family can make you all turn your backs on your kinship, then in the future, I'm afraid I'll be turned my back on countless more times by you all. What do you mean by a mere Tianhai Ning family? That's a family. Xiao Dajian was a bit annoyed. We can't afford to mess with the world family. A lineage is not born, and there is more than one lineage in this world. Xiao Fei looked indifferent. Big brother, we have different paths. You'd better leave. Little sister, when tomorrow comes, you'll understand that the world family is not something we can mess with. Xiao Dezhong took a deep breath. He stood up and turned his head. Lin Bai, if you really care about Qin Shueya, or my little sister, then it's best for you to leave Zhongcheng now. If you must stay here, tomorrow, I will do my best to keep my little sister, but there is no way I will let her die for you. Leaving these words behind, Xiao Dajiang headed outside. This fat guy isn't so bad after all. Lin Bai sat down opposite Xiao Feiyan and took out a bottle. Wife, there are 36 lower grade qi replenishing pills here. Take half of them and try to absorb all the medicinal power tonight. Aha! Xiao Fei opened the bottle and poured out a portion. Hubby, I'll only take 12. You go to the top of Zhongcheng first. There's someone waiting for you there. Oh, Lindbergh froze, then got a little excited. Who did you contact? Honey, go see for yourself. Xiao Fei smiled sweetly. You've been working so hard on alchemy for so long, so I'll give you a little surprise. Okay, then I'm going over there now. Lin Bai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He knew that it must be a certain holy woman's wife who had come. Lin Bai rushed to the top of the river city as fast as he could. He walked into the courtyard and gazed and listened quietly. Then he immediately captured that there was a loud noise in the backyard pool. He kept his feet on the ground and rushed straight to the backyard. Wow! The stunning body was like a fish leaping from a swimming pool into midair. The last sliver of the setting sun shone just right on her. The beauty of this glance transcends 1,000 years of dreaming. Weak water. Next line. What is it? An ethereal voice. Like heavenly music. It also woke up Lindbergh. 3,000 weak waters. I'll take them all. This was indeed also his saintess wife. The weak water saintess. Ning Qingya. Lin Bai watched as that stunningly beautiful body slowly fell into the pool. He leapt forward and landed in front of her. And with one tentative move, he wrapped his arms around her. Ning Qingya, however, deftly stepped back and avoided his embrace. Honey, you're a little on fire right now, so you better not touch me. Ning Qingya smiled gently. Look at you. You've got a nosebleed. You say that you, obviously made of water, have a body that always makes you look like you're on fire. Lin Bai sighed and rubbed his nose with his hand. This fire of his now was getting on top of him. The saintly wife in front of him, obviously wearing a conservative one-piece bathing suit. But that fiery body curvature / line made his heart even more dry / hot, and also made him inadvertently think of Su Ruobing. After all, the two share a flagrantly impressive size. Honey, why are you waiting for me here? Wait. Lin Bai suddenly reacted. You don't happen to be a member of the Tianhaining family, do you? This top of the river city was originally the house you wanted? Hubby, you've got it all figured out. Ning Qingya smiled gently. At this moment, the 100 great families of Jiangcheng are all waiting for me to punish you. What do you think it would be good for me to punish you? Aren't you already punishing me? Lin Bai sighed. You're dressed like this and I can't sleep with you. How cruel a punishment must this be? Forget it. I can't continue to stay here. Well, share 12 qi replenishing pills with you first. Honey, since you're leaving, stay with me for the show. Ning Qingya smiled gently. There's another Prince Ning of the Tianhaining family, who is actually in Jiangcheng as well. He's also my enemy. There's an expert behind him. I want to lure that expert to Jiangcheng. So what? Later you fly out. Well, preferably with some blood or something, so it looks like I'm good. Honey, are you ready? When you're ready, look at me. Ning Qingya took another gentle leap, and the swimsuit on her body abruptly disappeared. Lin Bai flew out backwards, flying from the backyard to the front yard and falling to the ground. Then he got up from the ground and touched his nose with his hand and it was all bloody. What the hell? I'm an immortal dignitary. But I'm actually so on fire. Lin Bai is more or less depressed, although the flying out is pretending, but this nosebleed is real. Alas, it was all because Ning Qingya, the weak water saintess, had too good a body, and especially good at posing. Lin Bai was spitting on himself while a video of a few seconds had been sent to the hands of the 100 great families of Jiangcheng. It was also accompanied by a text. Lin Bai entered the top of Jiangcheng for less than 10 minutes before he was sent flying by Miss Ning, bleeding from all 7 orifices. In the video, the bleeding from the 7 orifices is not visible, but it is obvious that the 2 noses are bleeding. Moreover, the scene where Lin Bai fell to the ground was clear. Yes, the son of a bitch is dead. If it wasn't for the fact that Miss Ning wanted to keep him until the funeral to deal with him, he would be dead right now. Let this fool / cunt be arrogant. Countless people were excited at the moment. If they had been a little worried before, at the moment, they were all 100% sure that Lin Bai would definitely die tomorrow. Everyone has been holding their breath for the past few days, so they can finally let it out / vent. At this moment, the Su family. Su Ruobing was holding a medical magazine and was flipping through it. The sound of footsteps came and she looked up to see Su Yufei walking in. Big sis, you must be so bored not being able to play with your cell phone and not being able to contact the outside world, right? Su Yufei smiled gently. Come, I'll show you something good. As she said this, she brought her cell phone screen to Su Ruobing and opened the video. The very seconds when Lin Bai was sent flying. Su Yufei. Lin Bai has nothing to do with me. I don't really care about his situation. Su Ruobing had a calm face. Ever since the last time she was separated from Lin Bai, she had been placed under house arrest after returning to the Su family. She can't get out of this room, and she can't communicate with the outside. I say big sister, Lin Bai killed my husband for your sake. And now, you're saying it has nothing to do with him? Su Yufei laughed coldly. It's too late for you to set it aside now. Tomorrow, you and Lin Bai will both become my husband's sacrifices, but I, now, am giving you a chance to save your mom and dad. What are you trying to do to my parents? Su Ruobing's face changed drastically. And originally, I wanted them to die with you. Su Yufei coldly looked at Su Ruobing. I'm not afraid to tell you that they are locked up just like you. But if you are willing to listen to me and do one thing, then I can let them live. Su Yufei, you are simply heartless. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. You'll get what's coming to you. Big sister, you're a bit old to still believe in such things as retribution? Su Yufei's eyes were thick with mockery. I'm asking you now, do it or not. If you don't do it, your parents will die tonight. What do you want me to do? Su Ruobing asked through gritted teeth. It's simple. Lindbergh has a sum of money in his hands. It's $10 billion in cash. Su Yufei was not flustered. I believe that many people in Jiangcheng have their eyes on this money now. Lindbergh will die tomorrow. That's the nail in the coffin. But it's hard to say who the money will go to. I'll let you leave the Su family. You'll go find Lin Bai. And I'm sure you'll be able to get the money just by sleeping with him. Su Yufei smiled gently. You see, big sister, I'm actually still weirdly good to you, right? Letting the two of you, before you die, you can still say goodbye properly. How do I know you'll keep your promise to release my parents? Su Ruobing took a deep breath. Oh, you don't know. Su Yufei looked indifferent. You can only bet. But if you get the money tonight, I'll let your mom and dad go tonight. Okay, I'll do it. Su Ruobing no longer had a choice. At the moment, a hospital. Chao Jun was half lying on the hospital bed, his face ashen. Lu Xianmei pushed the door in, and Chao Jun instantly looked happy. Hard eyebrows, you finally came to see me. Shut up, I'm not here to see you. Lu Xianmei was impatient. Let me ask you, do you hate Lin Bai? I can't wait to set him back on his feet. Chao Jun gritted his teeth. Very well, then let me ask you, besides Qin Shuayo, who would be the person Lin Bai cares about the most? Lu Xianmei continued to inquire. The people Lindbergh cares about. Chao Jun pondered. I remember he had a cousin, like his own sister. Understood. Lu Xianmei turned around and left. By the way, I have good news for you. Lin Bai will definitely die tomorrow. You're kind of getting your revenge. Good. Great. Ha ha ha. Lindbergh, you punk hillbilly, you really still died earlier than me. Ha ha ha. Chao Jun laughed, as if he were insane. At this moment, Lin Bai was on the phone with Qin Shuaya. Honey, are you home? Lin Bai planned to go over to Wang Jianlu. He still had to take the qi replenishing pill tonight. It would be even better if he could lure the schoolgirl's wife to sleep with him in the meantime. I'm home, but don't come. Qin Shuaya's voice was small. My parents are very opposed to our affair. You'll more than likely argue with them when you come. Okay, I won't go then. Lin Bai was a bit depressed, and he wasn't in the mood to argue with his mother-in-law right now. Hanging up the phone, Lin Bai then planned to find a random place and absorb the qi replenishing pill first. Lin Bai directly came to the riverside, found a deserted place and sat down on his knees. Instead, the cell phone rang again. Lin Bai took it out and took a look at it. So he immediately connected. Big bing bing, we are having a heart-to-heart. I just thought about you. Where are you? I came to find you. Su Ruobing's tone was slightly strange. Let me send you a location. Lin Bai immediately sent Su Ruobing the location. And then, he hung up the phone, and in one breath, he took 12 qi replenishing pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. The Heaven's Path spiritual body was just so magnificent that it could almost completely absorb the aura from the elixir without any obstacles. In just about an hour, he had absorbed all the pills. Phew, not bad. Third level of qi cultivation. Lindbergh was quite happy with the result. Well, at least it was much faster than just cultivating. And although it was a bit costly, he still had $10 billion right now, which would allow him to cultivate for a while. Big bing bing. Am I handsome again? Lin Bai opened his eyes, got up, and looked at Su Ruobing, who was not far away. Were you handsome even when you were sent flying by Miss Ning? Su Ruobing asked without any good humor. The guy's dying and he's still so self-absorbed. Ha, did you all know about this? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. The whole river city knows. Su Ruobing's tone was calm. So, you should also know that you can only live for a dozen hours, right? Well, I'm counting down the days of my life. Lin Bai had a serious face. Big bing bing ah, look, I'm dying. Can you fulfill my last request? What's the request? Su Ruobing frowned slightly. She always felt that something was wrong. Well, actually, you know, I'm craving your body. Lin Bai stared at Su Ruobing's rippling place, now even more gluttonous. Why don't we get a room? Well, it's actually okay not to get a room. Look at the river, and no one. You shut up. Su Ruobing broke down a little. You're about to die. Why are you still such a rogue? Can't you think of anything else in your head? Big bing bing ah, look at that prison. People get a full meal before they die. Lin Bai had an innocent look on his face. then I'm going to die. And you still can't let me have enough to eat? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth straight away. This rascal was hopeless. From the moment he woke up, he'd been hitting on those boobs of hers. Just then, Lindbergh's cell phone rang again. The phone connected and a woman's voice came from there. Lin Bai, right? Your sister is in my hands. You know I'm Lindbergh and you still dare to kidnap my sister. Are you tired of living? With a calm tone, Lindbergh said the most ruthless words. The woman on the other end of the phone, however, let out a cold laugh. Lin Bai, you're not far from death, so don't clamor. If you don't want your sister to die or be patronized by dozens of men, call in $1 billion right now. Looks like you're really tired of living. Lin Bai directly hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Su Ruobing. Dig bing bing. You know where Phoenix Palace is, right? After his cultivation level was raised, his hearing was also drastically improved, and from the background sound of the phone, he could hear the name of the place over there. That's the hidden Phoenix Hall headquarters. Su Ruobing's face changed slightly. Get in the car. I'll send you there. As the car sped down the road, Lindbergh's face was slightly gloomy. He had thought that no one would dare to mess with him before tomorrow, but he didn't expect that these people wouldn't be able to sit still after he had just accompanied his own saintly wife in a play. Lin Bai, do you really not care about your sister's death? Immediately give this account $10 billion, or I'll feed your sister some drugs here and give it to 10 men to play with. It was a text message, exactly the same number that had just been sent, and inside the text message, there was also a bank account number attached. Big ice. Faster. Lindbergh urged. Although he had given Bai Xiaowei a self-defense spell, this kind of spell would only be activated when his life was in danger. There's no need to be too hasty. They're just in it for the money. Su Ruobing comforted and the car accelerated at the same time. Phoenix Palace is ostensibly a proper KTV, but in reality it's all immodest business. Su Ruobing roared all the way, and in less than 10 minutes, she arrived at the entrance of the Phoenix Palace. This place is decorated with gold and blue splendor. Looks quite rowdy, and Su Ruobing car just stopped. Lin Bai has already rushed in. Welcome to. Two rows of men and women were bowing in welcome, and the next second, they were all sent flying. The hall was instantly in chaos, and before the crowd could react, Lin Bai had already arrived on the second floor. He gazed and listened a little, and soon came to one of the booths and kicked the door open. The room was quite large. No one was singing, and it was relatively quiet, but the booth was not small. An obese middle-aged woman in revealing clothes and 8 young muscular male models in even more revealing clothes. 8 male models were surrounding the middle-aged woman, treating her like a pole and pole dancing together. Shit, the face of a man is lost on you. Lin Bai went over and kicked all 8 male models away. Being a duck doesn't mean you're not picky. You're serving such an ugly woman. He copped a bottle of foreign wine in his hand and looked at the middle-aged woman. Let me just ask, where is my sister? You are Lindbergh. The middle-aged woman's face changed. Boo! The foreign wine smashed on the woman's head. Lindbergh threw away the broken bottle and picked up another bottle of foreign wine. Wrong answer. A strand of blood bled from the woman's head, and the woman subconsciously touched it with her hand, fear unconsciously showing in her eyes. I'll have them send someone right away. She hurriedly grabbed her cell phone from the side and dialed. Quickly send that girl surnamed Bai here to me. Less than a minute later, a rush of footsteps came. A young girl was then pushed into the booth. Lindbergh looked at it, and the bottle in his hand smashed on the middle-aged woman's head again. Are you playing me? Lin Bai looked upset. This is not my sister. The middle-aged woman covered her head. She was on the verge of fainting, but not yet. That's who we arrested. She's your cousin. Lindbergh picked up another bottle of wine and smashed it on the middle-aged woman's head. This time, the middle-aged woman directly fainted. What a piece of shit thing to play kidnap without even knowing the person. Lin Bai turned around and walked away, while a group of security guards with weapons also happened to rush in at that moment. Lin Bai, who was on fire, without saying anything, directly gave these people a broken hand and broken leg package, and then went downstairs and walked out of the Phoenix Palace. Brother, wait for me. The young girl gave chase. You shut up. I'm not your brother. Lin Bai had an impatient look on his face. This young girl, he actually knew. It's his unscrupulous great-uncle's daughter, Bai Dafei's sister, Bai Xiaoqin. But you are indeed my cousin. Bai Xiaoqin was a little aggrieved. I just got off work and they caught me. My bag and cell phone all fell off, and I don't have any money on me. Okay, take a cab to your own brother. Lin Bai touched out $100 and shoved it to Bai Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaoqin didn't dare to stay long and finally took a taxi to leave. Su Ruobing also got out of the car at that moment and came to Lin Bai's side. What's the situation? She was a little confused. Before Lin Bai could say anything, a BMW drove over and soon came down with 4 men. Holy shit, this chick is beautiful. When a man saw Su Ruobing, he couldn't walk at once. Brothers, we don't need to go in and play tonight. Let's just bag this girl, right? Wrap your mom up. Lindbergh kicked the man off. Fuck, how do you hit someone? The other few men were instantly enraged, and together they rushed over to make a move. Unfortunately, Lindbergh was faster than them and gave each of them another kick. Su Ruobing had a strange feeling. Why didn't this rascal have any patience at all? Is it because of her? Lin Bai, on the other hand, took a deep breath to calm himself down a little before dialing Bai Shelwei's number. Hoshi, where are you? The moment the call was connected, Lindbergh sighed in relief. Brother, I'm in a cab. My classmates asked me out for a midnight snack. Bai Shelwei sounded happy. Right, brother, can you give me $200? We might have to pay the bill later. No problem. I'll give it to you right away. Lin Bai thought briefly. Right, Shelwei, I also happen to have not eaten dinner yet. Where are you guys having a snack? I'll go over to look for you guys later as well. Yeah, brother, I'll send you the address. Bai Shelwei listened even happier. The phone hung up. Bai Shelwei quickly sent a location from WeChat, and Lin Bai also first transferred 10,000 change to Bai Shelwei. Come on, go here. Lin Bai handed his cell phone to Su Ruobing. Since you won't let me eat meat, I'll have to go eat barbecued meat. If you're worried about your sister's safety, just say so and don't blame me. Su Ruobing hummed lightly. Things aren't right tonight, and a lot of people may have their eyes on my money. Lin Bai was indeed worried about Bai Shelwei. He even felt that there was probably something wrong with Bai Shelwei being asked out for a midnight snack at this time. The two of them got into the car, and not long after the car started, Lin Bai began to stare at Su Ruobing with strange eyes. Will you stop looking blind with those eyes? Su Ruobing was a bit ashamed. I know you're a hooligan, but can you restrain yourself a bit? Big ice. I just thought that you weren't quite right tonight either. Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. You haven't come to me for almost 3 days, and tonight you suddenly took the initiative to come to me and didn't tell me what's going on. It's not like you, because I've been locked up by Su Yufei since I came home last time, and they had planned to take me and you to sacrifice Ningbo tomorrow. Su Ruobing's tone was surprisingly calm. However, it's normal that Su Yufei also has her eyes on your 10 billion. Even for our Su family, it's hard to take out 10 billion in cash in one breath. My parents are also in the hands of Su Yufei. She asked me to come and sleep with you tonight, and take your $10 billion on the way, or else she will kill my parents. Big bing bing, they just want my money. You actually want my people. Lin Bai was a little emotional, although I really want to sleep with you, but this 10 billion, ahem, big ice. I'm not thinking you're too expensive. I just think that a relationship as pure as ours, between a man and a woman, can't be tainted by money. You stinking hooligans are just too expensive. Su Ruobing has an inexplicable fire in her heart. What's wrong with $10 billion? How is she not worth $10 billion? It's not even if this smelly rascal wants to sleep with her, but he also wants a free ticket. She took a sharp breath to calm herself down. Alright, I don't want to sleep with you yet. I came to find you. I just think that Su Yufei can't be relied on. Even if I do give her money, she most likely won't let our family go. If you're such a good fighter, can you go to Su's house tonight and get my parents out? Big ice. I'm actually rather curious. Isn't your Su family really run by your grandmother, that old lady Su? Lindbergh asked rhetorically. Could it be that your father wasn't born to your grandmother? My grandmother already favored Su Yufei, not to mention the fact that Su Yufei now has the Tianhaining family as her backing. Su Ruobing was a bit despondent. Over the years, I've long since seen through it. The so-called magnates, basically all have no affection. In the end, it's all about interests. Actually, I don't think you can help me. After all, you're all on your own, so forget about it. I haven't eaten properly for a few days either, so I'll have a full meal tonight too. Su Ruobing stopped talking and focused on driving. The atmosphere was slightly dull, and it could be seen that Su Ruobing was actually a bit desperate. Never mind, big ice. Seeing as you're so upset, I'll be honest with you. Lin Bai sighed. Don't worry, I'll definitely be fine tomorrow. As for your parents, as long as you don't go back tonight, Su Yufei won't do anything to them. After all, she still has to keep them to threaten you. Let's face it, Su Ruobing was disinterested. I didn't ask Fei Yin for help because I knew she couldn't do anything about it either. In the entire Zheng city, there is no one who can resist the Tianhaining family. You don't even understand the power of the lineage. You just rely on the fact that you can fight and know some medical skills. But all of these, in front of the lineage, are worthless. Big ice. Since you're so sure, why don't you make a bet with me? Lin Bai smiled cheekily. If I'm alive and well after tomorrow, you'll let me eat my fill. Well, are you betting this time? Lin Bai actually knew that he wasn't in the right state. Cultivating immortality shouldn't have him so grumpy, but he felt that it was more like he had accumulated 1,000 years of need without being able to vent it, and at this rate, he might go off the deep end. Although in case he couldn't hold out, the big deal was that he had wasted Xiao Feiyan's special physique. He still didn't want to go that far now since he had other options. Su Ruobing is just fine. Perhaps it was because of Su Ruobing, whom he saw at the first sight when he woke up and with whom he had intimate contact. He seemed to be somewhat obsessed with Su Ruobing now. Well, it's still too big. He likes it big. Su Ruobing, who was still driving the car, was also on fire by the look in Lin Bai's eyes. I've never seen such a rogue as you at the end of your life. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Fine, let's bet then. Consider your dying wish granted. Ha, big ice you agreed to bet? Lin Bai was first stunned. Then he was excited. He was just talking casually. He didn't expect Su Ruobing to really dare to agree. This is a heavenly good meal. Great. I'll celebrate with a case of beer later. Su Ruobing suddenly felt a little bad. The situation was not right. Lindbergh the rogue was too happy. Is he really going to be okay tomorrow? Why on earth would you think that you'd be okay tomorrow? Su Ruobing still couldn't help but inquire. Because I'm the best. Lindbergh had a natural face. Su Ruobing was relieved. This guy was just pure narcissism. But then, she was a little torn. Deep down inside, she actually hoped that Lin Bai would be fine tomorrow. But now, thinking about the bet she had just made, did she have to start hoping that something would happen to Lindbergh tomorrow? The car finally arrived at its destination, a roadside barbecue stand. Brother, this way. Bai Shelui saw Lin Bai at a glance and immediately waved at him. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing walked over. The table was small, just big enough to seat 4. Brother, this is my roommate Huang Lin. Bai Shelui introduced her classmates. Huang Lin, this is my brother Lin Bai, also a graduate of Zheng University. He's our senior. Hello, senpai. Huang Lin smiled sweetly at Lin Bai. Senior, your girlfriend is so pretty. Well, you're pretty too. Lindbergh casually made a perfunctory remark. This Huang Lin did look okay. However, the dress was too mature to be a student. Brother, we just ordered some barbecue. Can you see if you want to add anything else? Bai Shelui handed the list to Lin Bai. Lin Bai took the list and directly ticked on it, except for the ones he didn't like to eat, all of which he ordered. Boss, a case of cold beer over here first. Great, coming right up. The waiter came over and took away the order and quickly brought in a case of wine. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. This rascal really started celebrating? Here, big ice. I'll do it. Feel free. Lindbergh directly poured himself a full glass and drank it in one gulp. Brother, did something happy happen to you? Bai Shelui was a bit curious. She didn't even know what to call Su Ruobing. Just in these few days, the pretty girls around her brother had changed several times. Which one was the sister-in-law? Well, something super happy came up. Lindbergh was serious. I can't talk to you about this, but then again, when I think about it, I get a little fired up. So what? I'm going to have some cold beer to hold down the heat. Lindbergh was really happy. If he endured tonight, he wouldn't have to continue to be so on fire tomorrow. Happiness comes so unexpectedly, just like the $10 billion in cash. It all comes so suddenly. Su Ruobing was a little flustered again. She felt that the way Lin Bai looked at her was different from before. Before, when Lin Bai looked at her, it was a look of gluttony for her body. But now, that looked not like a craving, but like it was obviously planning how to eat it. Where the hell does this rascal get his confidence from? He clearly couldn't even beat that Miss Ning and didn't have any family background. The barbecue was served quite quickly, and Lin Bai ate happily, while Bai Shelui was also very happy. Su Ruobing was preoccupied, while Huang Lin had been playing with her cell phone while eating. Ha, brother, why is everyone leaving? Bai Shelui suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked around and realized that all the other late-night snackers had actually left. Not just this stall, but all the others. It was originally a street full of barbecues, at least 7 or 8 of them, and now, the whole street is empty of barbecue stalls. At some point, there were also a lot more cars on the side of the road, as well as, a lot more people. The street, about a kilometer long, was densely packed with people and, well, it was kind of scary how quiet it was. Lin Bai, you kid is really blessed with good fortune. When you're dying, there's still Miss Su accompanying you. A voice like a broken gong came from a dark-skinned man, 30-something, dry and thin, and behind him, he was followed by more than a dozen burly men armed with iron rods. It's the boss of the Black Tiger Hall, the Black Tiger, and he hates it when people say he's black, Su Ruobing said softly, and before she could finish her sentence, Lin Bai spoke. You're damn dark as this ghost, and you're still out in the middle of the night. Are you trying to be invisible? Su Ruobing was convinced. Lindbergh the rogue knows how to be angry. Lin Bai, How dare you be so arrogant when you're damn near death? Black Tiger snorted coldly. If it weren't for Lord Ning wanting to keep you alive until tomorrow, you would have died tonight. But just because you can survive doesn't mean your sister can. Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your $10 billion in cash and I'll spare your sister's life. Why don't you say you punks are all stupid in the head? Lin Bai slowly got up. You guys are always working for others for a little bit of money, but you don't think about a very simple problem. With all that money, why didn't they come and get it themselves? They had to invite you? You actually talked to Boss Black Tiger like that. Are you looking for death? Huang Lin was shocked. You want to find death. Don't drag me in, shall we? Down with you. Snap. Lin Bai slapped Huang Lin in the face, directly sending her flying several meters away. What are you pretending there? Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. Do you think I don't know that you've been sending them messages? You actually hit me. Huang Lin got up from the ground. Furious, she ran next to Black Tiger, wrapped her arms around him and began to pout. Brother Tiger, look, he actually hit me. You must help me out. Huang Lin, how did you talk to? Bai Xiaowei looked directly dumbfounded. Bai Xiaowei, shut up you dead poor bastard. Huang Lin laughed coldly. Just your poor look. If Tiger hadn't asked me to ask you out, how could I possibly come out for a midnight snack with you? I've had enough of you. You've been bragging to me today about your brother's power. Power my ass. Tiger's what's called power, with thousands of men under him. Huang Lin, you've gone too far. I treat you as a friend. Bai Xiaowei was a bit angry. Come on, you're still a friend. What qualifies you to be friends with me in your class? Huang Lin looked disgusted. Your dad is a security guard. Your mom is a nanny. You're a poor girl from the countryside and you still want to be friends with me? If Tiger buys me a bag, it's worth a year's income for your family. Bai Xiaowei was a bit angry. Aren't you just being supported by a punk? What's the big deal? My brother is richer than all of you. Childish. What punk? Tiger is the boss of Black Tiger Hall. That's like the emperor of the underground world in Zhangchang. Huang Lin bristled. As for your brother, rich? That money of his, it'll be our tigers soon. You're dreaming. Bai Xiaowei was furious. Okay, Hoshi, don't mess around with this crap. Lin Bai spoke. For trash like this, just throw it in the trash. As he spoke, Lin Bai was kicking out. Huang Lin flew up, and, after that, crashed into a trash can a dozen meters away. It stinks. Tiger, help me. Huang Lin shrieked and tried to climb out of the trash can, only to knock it over and get more trash on her. When she finally got up from the floor in a state of disarray, she looked up again and was dumbfounded. The hundreds of men that Black Tiger had brought with him all fell to the ground. It's silent and it's spooky. The sound of pain came from the Black Tiger's mouth. Black Tiger was the only one standing. Are you a fucking human being or a ghost? Black Tiger was incredulous. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he couldn't. 2 barbecue skewers nailed his feet firmly to the ground. Say, who sent you? Lindbergh grabbed a handful of bamboo sticks. No one sent me. Black Tiger screamed miserably as another bamboo stick was stuck into his body. I'm very patient. If you keep quiet, I don't mind making you grow bamboo sticks all over your body. Lindbergh didn't panic. He even poured himself a glass of wine. Drinking, eating meat, and torturing the Black Tiger. It's also a pleasure. I say. Black Tiger was too quick and immediately shone. It's second young Master Yi Ershao sent me. Yi Ershao just asked me to catch Bai Xiaowei, but I heard that you were there. So I wanted to make some money along the way. That's why. To be a man. Don't be too greedy. Lin Bai shook his head. Now tell me, where is Yi Shifeng? I don't know. Yi Ershao and I are only in phone contact. I don't know where he is. The Black Tiger screamed miserably, but it was dozens of bamboo sticks that were stuck into his body together. What a loser. With a disgusted look on his face, Lindbergh smoothly kicked Black Tiger into the garbage as well. Unbiased, it hit Huang Lin exactly. With a muffled grunt, both Huang Lin and Black Tiger passed out. Big bing bing. I feel like you're quite familiar with all those messy places in Zhangchang. You wouldn't happen to know where Yi Shifeng is as well, right? Lin Bai looked at Su Ruobing next to him. I'll check. Su Ruobing picked up her cell phone and started calling. Lin Bai dialed Qin Shuiao's phone after a brief moment of contemplation. These people had their eyes on Bai Xiaowei. It didn't make sense that they wouldn't have their eyes on Qin Shuiao. The phone rang 5 times and still no answer. Lin Bai's heart sank slightly. Something had happened? Big ice. Take me home first. Lindbergh hung up the phone, and he planned to go back and take a look. The cell phone, however, rang at this time, and when he saw that it was Qin Shuiao calling, he smoothly connected it. Honey, where are you? At home. Qin Shuiao's voice had a hint of petulance hidden in it. Just taking a bath. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. You stay home at night and don't go out. Lindbergh put his heart down. Remember to call me if anything happens. I know. I'm with mom and dad. It's fine. Qin Shuao hesitated slightly. Be careful. I've heard that a lot of people want to find trouble with you. Well, I'm going after them now. Lindbergh didn't say any more. He hung up the phone, and next to him, Su Ruobing had just finished her call as well. It's that star girlfriend of Yi Shifeng's, Violet's, birthday today, and he's having a party with Violet. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. Are you going to find him? Go on. You have to. Lindbergh didn't hesitate. I was half of Violet's fan back then. I have to go and help her celebrate her birthday. What a fan. She doesn't play soccer. Su Ruobing was a bit confused, but in the next second, she realized that Lin Bai's eyes were staring at her breasts. You're such a rascal. Don't be jealous, Big Ice. I'm just your fan now. Lindbergh was serious. Su Ruobing glared fiercely at Lin Bai and turned toward the car parked on the side of the road. Hui, brother will take you to see the big stars. Lin Bai called out to Bai Shelwy and soon got on the car together. And at this moment, Lookout Tower, Qin Shuao, however, walked out of the house fully dressed. And next to her, there was a man, who was clearly Qin Changfeng. Qin Changfeng, where exactly are you taking me? Qin Shuao's face was a bit pale. When you go, you'll naturally know. Qin Changfeng sneered. If you cooperate well, your parents will live. Otherwise, my men will finish them off any time. Hurry up. A lot of people are waiting for you. The moment. A group of men and women were jumping and dancing in a villa on the outskirts of the city. Violet's birthday party is nearing its end. Coming to the final rave. The music was hot and the dance floor was even hotter with men and women, dimly lit and groping while it was dark. The crowd was dancing high when the music suddenly just stopped. Then the lights came on loud and clear, illuminating every place. And then, everyone heard a voice. That's hot. You city people are so good at that. When the crowd followed the sound, they found a man and two women appearing in the doorway. And there was a woman with an unbelievably mature body that could kill the celebrity models present. Hoshi, see? All these stars and stuff, they love these messy multiplayer sports. Lin Bai was still lamenting. Your circle is so chaotic. Xiaohui, you can't chase stars in the future. Look at these stars. They're not as good looking as your sister-in-law Bingbing. The room erupted at those words. Who is this guy? Can you talk? Where's the security guard? Who let this guy in? Somebody. He's actually taking video with his cell phone. Yeah, grab his cell phone. Lin Bai was really shooting a video. And seeing this action of his, many stars hurriedly turned their faces away for fear of being caught on camera. After all, they were so underdressed now, and a lot of the action was, well, hot. Why you again? The angry voice came. Violet parted the crowd and stepped out. She was dressed fairly conservatively tonight, and actually only showed a small half of her balls. A large/huge diamond hung around his neck, quite an eye-catcher, and it looked like it was mostly the birthday present he'd received tonight. But not me? Lin Bai recklessly swept a glance at Weir, then turned to look at Su Ruobing. Big Bing Bing, she is indeed far worse than you. I will definitely only be your fan from now on. Su Ruobing directly glared at Lin Bai, not bothering to talk to him. Oh yeah, almost forgot about business. Lindbergh sighed. Watching soccer is really a mistake. Where's that douchebag Yi Shifeng? Isn't he throwing you a party? He had something to do a while ago and he's gone. Violet was furious. I didn't offend you, so don't come and ruin my party. That's not important. What's important is that I want to see Yi Shifeng right away. Lindbergh didn't panic. You call him and tell him to get his ass back here. Tell you what, you dial the phone, put it on speaker, and I'll do the talking. The others also realized that something was wrong at this moment, and Violet was obviously a bit afraid of this person and didn't dare to say anything else. And Violet really found her cell phone and dialed Yi Shifeng's number. Baby, you go ahead and play. I'll be with you later. The phone was connected, and Yi Shifeng's voice with a hint of doting came out. Then it was interrupted by Lindbergh. You sound disgusting. What the fuck? Wait, Lindbergh? Yi Shifeng immediately heard it. What did you do to Weir? Cut the crap and get your ass back here now. Lindbergh was impatient. Or else I'll make your baby the public baby of all the men here. Help! When Ting shrieked as a figure appeared in her vision, violently grabbing the man's neck and flinging it away. Two short screams and both men fell to the ground. You're Lindbergh. Wendy was a little confused, but quickly remembered the photos she had seen on her daughter's cell phone. Hello in-laws? Sorry, I didn't realize the first meeting would be like this. Lin Bai smiled faintly. In his heart, he was a little emotional. This in-law's face value was quite high. No wonder he could give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Qin Shuao. Don't call me father-in-law. Qin Kuan. however, was furious. It's all because of you that we're like this. If anything happens to Shueyao, I will definitely not let you off. Yes? What are you going to do about not letting me go? Father-in-law? Lin Bai's face turned cold. Just rely on you to be tied up like this and fight with your mouth? If I hadn't happened to show up, your wife would have been insulted in front of you. Did you protect her? Lin Bai untied the rope on Wenting's body. Father-in-law, if you weren't incompetent and unable to protect your own daughter, how would Shueyao need me? Lin Bai's tone was even colder. Don't think that just because I'm your son-in-law that you can just get mad at me. You'd better reflect more on yourself. I'm going to save Shueyao now. Lin Bai carried the two already unconscious men and left directly. There's news. My friend identified an area roughly 5 kilometers square. Su Ruobing is waiting down there. Lin Bai, who was originally prepared to interrogate them, directly threw the two men in his hands, with force, into the river. Let's go over. Lindbergh's mood was slightly lighter. The 5-kilometer area was still quite large, but with his ability, he should be able to line it up. Dragon Palace, the most mysterious place in Zhangcheng. Everyone knew it was an underground palace, but no one knew where it was, and who that mysterious dragon emperor really was. No one knew. But, really, people don't care about that. After all, the Dragon Palace basically didn't participate in anything in River City, except for holding special auctions a few times a year. And the Dragon Palace's auction was the favorite auction of Zhangcheng's high society, because the lots here were always different. Exotic treasures, that's nothing. Here the most attractive is those who cannot see the light of things, like tonight's auction. Welcome, everyone, to the Dragon Palace's special auction. A mellow voice came from the stage, and a tall man with a golden mask appeared. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. Hello, Dragon Emperor. Greetings, Lord Dragon Emperor. The crowd said hello. All of you are familiar with this, so I won't say any more. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Now, let's get to the point. First, we have our special lot on stage. In the huge palace, the representatives of the 100 great clans of Zhangcheng sat on both sides, while in the center was a passageway. The crowd looked to the back at the same time, and in their line of sight, a stunningly beautiful woman in a gown appeared. It was none other than Qin Shueyao. Under the glow of the lights, Qin Shueyao was glowing white. A wisp of uneasiness could be seen on her clear and unassuming face, but this expression she had at the moment would not stir up any protective feelings in these men present. Instead, it would only make them want to take her for themselves even more. The gown, which was just the right amount of sexiness, reflected her already excellent figure even more seductively. For a moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. There were even several men that couldn't help but swallow/gulp. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Qin Shueyao slowly walked onto the stage. Spin around 3 times and show it off, the Dragon Emperor said in a commanding tone. A hint of humiliation flashed in Qin Shueyao's eyes, but she still slowly turned around 3 times. She didn't have a choice. The life and death of her parents depends on whether she is worthy or not. As for Lindbergh, Qin Shueyao's figure flashed through her mind, and although there was still that hint of expectation, she had actually seen the video of Lin Bai being sent flying. Looking at the hundreds of pairs of eager eyes on the stage, Qin Shueyao still couldn't help but be flustered in her heart, and even regretted a little. If I had known, I might as well have cheaped out on Lindbergh. Everyone has already seen Qin Shueyao's looks and figure with their own eyes, and she also owns a controlling stake in the Qin group, plus Lin Bai's inheritance. The Dragon Emperor continued to speak. The reason why this auction is being held urgently tonight is because Prince Ning knows that you are all trying to compete for the $10 billion in cash that Lin Bai possesses. Lin Bai will surely die tomorrow, and Qin Shueyao will be Lin Bai's sole heir. No matter who succeeds in auctioning off Qin Shueyao tonight, what they will get is not only Lin Bai's tens of billions of dollars in cash, but also a controlling stake in Qin Group, plus a magnificent beauty like Qin Shueyao. There is no capital inspection for this auction, so you can bid as much as you like, and Mr. Ning is willing to give you 3 days to raise the money. The Dragon Emperor slowly swept over the crowd. But, before the auction, there is one more thing that I need to confirm. Are you, all of you, sure you want to participate in this auction voluntarily? The 100 great clans of Zhangcheng all have representatives present. I hope you are all sure that you are willing to truly participate. And once the auction is over, your 100 great clans must work together to maintain the results, as well as not divulge the news of this auction. The Dragon Emperor's tone was harsh. If anyone backs out now, they can bring it up. The scene quieted down. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and none of them said anything. Xiao Sancher, even though you have a grudge against Lin Bai, I still have to ask you, are you sure your Qiao family is involved? The Dragon Emperor slowly inquired. Your Excellency the Dragon Emperor, I don't share the same fate as Lin Bai. If the rest of the Chow family stops me, I will also share the same fate as these people. Xiao Sancher gritted his teeth. Dragon Emperor, we all have a grudge against Lin Bai. We're definitely all willing. Yes, Lord Dragon Emperor, you can just start the auction. Dragon Emperor, not only did Lin Bai rob us, he also humiliated many of us. We all hate to get this back on Qin Shuya. How could we not? Others have spoken up to take a stand. Very good. The Dragon Emperor looked satisfied. But I have one more person to ask. Fan Shiming, your grandfather Fan Zhongjing and Lin Bai are on good terms. And that aunt of yours, Fan Chichi, is even going in and out with Lin Bai these days, eating and living together. There was some other flavor in the Dragon Emperor's tone. Let me ask you, your Fan family, are you sure you're willing to participate in this auction? Dragon Emperor, my grandfather and my aunt, they're crazy. I'm sure I'm not thinking like them. Fan Shiming said busily. Don't worry, after attending this auction, I'll definitely solve my family's problems. Very good. The Dragon Emperor's tone was even more satisfied. Then, I'll tell you all one more piece of good news. This auction was originally commissioned by Duke Ning. Duke Ning promises everyone that everyone who comes here tonight, no matter what your previous status was in your respective clans, after tonight, you'll all become clan stewards. From now on, you are the family heads of the 100 great families of Jiangchang. This, a guarantee from the Ning family of Tianhai. There was a 3-second silence before the scene erupted into an earth-shattering cheer. Yes, great. Thank you, Dragon Emperor, and thank you, Mr. Ning. Ha ha ha, I'm the head of the family now. No one can control old me from now on. Thank you so much, Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning is my regenerative parent. The crowd was incredibly excited, and of the 100 or so people present, almost half of them, in fact, couldn't even identify themselves as family heirs. People like Xiao Sancher, Yi Shifeng, and Fan Jiming were basically certain that they wouldn't be able to inherit the family. Even for those who already have the name of the family heir, there are only a few who are actually already in charge of the family. Everyone, now, the auction officially begins. The reserve price is 1 billion, and each increase shall not be less than 100 million. Qin Shuya looked at the frantic expressions on everyone's faces, and the despair in her heart gradually thickened. Downtown, Su Ruobing had just stopped her car. This is the center, with a circle of 5 kilometers around it. Su Ruobing's face was a little worried. Although it's nighttime, there are people everywhere in this neighborhood. I'm afraid, even though it was late at night, this area was still bustling with activity. Lindbergh got out of the car. He closed his eyes and stared, blocking out the murmurs and maximizing his senses. Despite the bustle of the place, the sound, in fact, comes mostly from the ground. All he had to do was reject the sounds above the ground and perceive them underground, and there would be much less of that sound. Time passed slowly, and gradually the world of his perception became quieter and quieter, seemingly devoid of sound. And that's only because he was going deeper and deeper into the underground area. Abruptly, a great clamor came from his mind. Lindbergh snapped his eyes open. Found it! The Dragon Palace's auction has entered a white heat. Although there was a 3-day payment period, once the bidding exceeded $10 billion, most people gave up on continuing to bid. After all, most of the 100 great families were second-rate families with assets of less than $10 billion. Everyone, you all know that I was once in love with Qin Shuya. And even though I'm already upset with this bitch/person now, let's all give me face and not argue with me. Xiao Sancher just raised the price to $20 billion. And as soon as he spoke, a couple of people who had just raised their hands subconsciously lowered them. After all, in the future, Xiao Sancher would be the head of the Qiao family, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Also, don't worry, everyone, I'm not trying to eat alone, and when the time comes, I'll be sure to share it with everyone. After Xiao Sancher said this, there were a few less contenders. This made Xiao Sancher quite satisfied. If he could have $20 billion in hand, he would have made a crazy amount of money. But just then, he heard a voice. I'll offer $50 billion. Su Yufei, you're a female. What are you doing robbing me? Zhou Sancher was a little annoyed. Xiao Sancher, I heard that you're not a guy now either. So if you can grab it, I can't? Su Yufei could not give Xiao Sancher any face. What you men see is beauty. What I see is business. Not to mention that Qin Shuyo already had tens of billions of assets. Together with Lin Bai's 10 billion, it's already more than 50 billion. And also, as far as all of you present are concerned, when the time comes, I'll sell Qin Shuyo for $100 million to play with you for a few days. And you're sure you'll all be willing to do that, right? Since second Miss Su said so, then I'll offer 60 billion. Yi Shifeng raised his hand at this point. I'm a man, and I also do business. And the key thing is, that son of a bitch Lin Bai actually touched my woman, so naturally I'm going to touch his woman as well. That's a bit hypocritical of you. Second Young Yi, weren't you just beaten by Lin Bai? Su Yufei sneered. As for touching your woman, Lin Bai not only has Qin Shueao, but also my beautiful big sister. It's enough for him to play with every day. He really doesn't think that he's interested in your little star girlfriend. Oh, I'll give you 70 billion. Su Yufei raised the price again. 100 billion. Xiao Sancher roared violently. When he shouted this, Yi Shifeng, who originally wanted to raise the price, put his hand down. At this price, it's too much and we'll lose money. Third young Master Qiao really is still in love with Qin Shueya. Su Yufei shook her head. In that case, I'll fulfill you. Any more bids? The Dragon Emperor spoke. If not, then Qin Shueya's ownership will go to the Qiao family head, Xiao Sancher. It seems that no one has bid. So, congratulations to third young Master Qiao. Thank you, Dragon Emperor. Thank you all. Xiao Sancher stood up violently and laughed. Ha ha ha, Qin Shueya. You can't escape me after all. Didn't you pretend to be noble in front of me? Now, I'm going to play you in front of the gang, Xiao Sancher said as he walked towards the stage. The others present, on the other hand, didn't stop it. On the contrary, they were all a bit excited. I didn't grab Qin Shueya, so it's good to take a look. Xiao Sancher quickly got on stage and approached towards Qin Shueya, while the Dragon Emperor also had a look on his face as he watched the show. Xiao Sancher, you, what are you trying to do? Qin Shueya subconsciously stepped back. She was actually getting numb when the crowd was shouting prices there, but she now realized that she would never be able to guess the lower limit of these people. Xiao Sancher actually wants to publicly humiliate her, and everyone is actually happy about it. This so-called high society was dirty beyond her imagination. Qin Shueya, I told you the other day. Xiao Sancher gritted his teeth. I hold you up. You're the noble Miss Qin. I'll step on you. You're a bus of human beings, but you don't believe it. You bitch/person had to pick Lindbergh. Who wouldn't you pick but such a hick? You're slapping the face of all the rich kids of our Jiangcheng. Xiao Sancher violently lunged towards Qin Shueya. Don't you come any closer. Qin Shueya hurriedly dodged, but her high heels twisted and she fell to the ground. She took off her heels and stepped back, barefoot and divided. Go for it, Mr. Qiao Sanjiu. Joe Samson, get on and strip her. Don't be merciful, Mr. Qiao. We want to see it. A lot of people on the stage were there cheering and cheering, all waiting to see a good show. If it wasn't for the fact that cell phones weren't allowed to be brought in, they would have just started taking videos. Xiao Sancher, however, stopped at that moment. He looked down at Qin Shueya on the ground. Qin Shueya, I'll give you a chance. You admit now that you were blind. You should have chosen me, not Lin Bai. I'll let you off the hook right now if you'll admit it in public and then crawl over here and lick my toes and say you're wrong. Qin Shueya slowly stood up and stood barefoot on the ground, holding a high heel in one hand. Xiao Sancher, what you're doing now will only make me realize that I was right to choose Lin Bai. Qin Shueya laughed, laughing with a few moments of despair. Because you, really are a complete and utter pervert. Lindbergh he is, at least, normal. Lin Bai, a country bumpkin, offended all the powerful families in our Jiang city. Do you think he's normal? Xiao Sancher roared. He's just crazy, utterly crazy. Qin Shueya, you are a bitch/person. You actually chose him until now. Is it useful for you bitch/person to like him so much? Can he save you? He can't. Xiao Sancher once again roared harshly and lunged towards Qin Shueya. Qin Shueya clenched her teeth and gripped her high heels, aiming the tip of the shoe at her neck. She was ready to exert force. Instead of falling into the hands of Xiao Sancher, it would be better to die. And as for her mom and dad, she couldn't care less right now. Boom! A loud bang came at that moment, however, and the entire hall seemed to shake. What's the situation? Earthquake? It looks like someone's banging on the door. The crowd subconsciously turned their heads, and they all looked towards the entrance, where there was an iron door. Qin Shueya and Xiao Sancher, who were on the stage, also stopped their movements and looked towards the door. Boom! There was another loud bang. The iron gates came crashing down in a cloud of dust. A figure appeared there. The dust dissipated and the silhouettes became clear, but a total of 3 people appeared. Crap! It's Lindbergh. And Su Ruobing. Who's the other one? It's Lindbergh's cousin. Something called by shall we? How did Lindbergh find this place? The faces of the crowd changed. Many of them still had a trace of fear towards Lin Bai. Qin Shueya, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, as she looked at Lin Bai from afar, and it seemed that for the first time, she truly felt that Lin Bai's figure was so tall. Lin Bai, you actually dare to break into my dragon palace? The Dragon Emperor let out a roar at this moment. Are you tired of living? That's right. Lindbergh, are you looking for death? Why don't you get lost? Do you believe that the Dragon Emperor will whip you to death? Lin Bai, you punk hillbilly, Do you know what the Dragon Palace is? As soon as the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, everyone else's guts grew as well, and they all voiced out their invective. Snap! A series of slaps rang out, and a dozen people were whipped away. A bunch of trash. How dare they bark in front of me? Lin Bai's body exuded a biting murderous aura. Dragon Palace? Just an unseemly rat hole. Dragon Emperor, right? Since you're tired of living, I'll kill you first. Lin Bai abruptly disappeared into the doorway, and in the next second, he had appeared on the stage. Snap! Lin Bai violently slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face. The Dragon Emperor was slapped and stumbled, while the mask on his face flew out, revealing a young face. The scene suddenly went quiet. The crowd looked at the Dragon Emperor, their faces all slightly incredulous. Big brother? Yi Shifeng had a hellish expression on his face. Yi Dishao? The Dragon Emperor is actually young Master Yi? What's going on here? No wonder. Young Master Yi never participates in the Dragon Palace's activities. The crowd was stunned. No one expected that the mysterious Dragon Emperor was actually the Yi family's youngest, Yi Shifeng's brother, Yi Shilong. With this slap, Lin Bai had actually revealed one of the biggest secrets of Jiangchang. Honey, a slightly choked voice woke everyone up, and when they looked again, it was Qin Shueyo who jumped into Lin Bai's arms. I'm sorry, husband, Qin Changfeng threatened me with my parents. I don't dare to tell the truth. Qin Changfeng is still alive? Lin Bai was a bit surprised. Then he patted Qin Shueyo again to comfort him. It's fine. Your parents are already safe. By the way, speaking of which, my mother-in-law and I didn't have a fight, but your father got yelled at by me. Ha? Qin Shueyo was a bit confused. Oh husband, let's not worry about this first. Let's just get out of here. Still want to go? Xiao Sancher, however, roared up here. Qin Shueyo, you bitch/human was bought by old me for 100 billion. With a backhanded slap from Lin Bai, Xiao Sancher flew off the stage and landed heavily on the ground, directly out of breath. Lin Bai, stop it for me. A cold shout came, or else I'll shoot you with a chang. Qin Shueyo exclaimed in shock. She had already seen the chang in Yi Shuilong's hand. The black hole of the chang mouth was daunting. Lindbergh, you are indeed quite capable of fighting, but no matter how capable you are, you can't beat a bullet. Yi Chenglong was furious. If it wasn't for Duke Ning wanting to keep you alive until the funeral, I could have crushed you right now. But Duke Ning didn't say that he had to keep Qin Shueyo alive. And if you dare to do it again, I'll kill Qin Shueyo first. A silver needle was stuck in Yi Chenglong's wrist, and his right hand instantly went numb. In the next second, Lin Bai probed his hand and snatched the chang in his hand. Who did you say you were going to crash? Lin Bai aimed a chang muzzle at Yi Chenglong. Then he looked at the stage. Big ice. Little Hui, you two come up here and get closer to me. Su Ruobing pulled by Shao Wei and quickly walked to the stage. And at this moment, no one dared to stop them. There was a silence in the room, and before they had time to cheer, Lin Bai grabbed Yi Chenglong's chang. Lin Bai, you'd better put down the chang right now. Qin Changfeng, however, walked out from a dark room inside at this time. Otherwise, all I need is a phone call, and Qin Shue's mom and dad will both be dead. Bang! The chang went off. Qin Changfeng was shot in the center of his eyebrow and fell on his back. Trashy shit. It's gonna be dead by now, isn't it? Lin Bai snorted coldly, and the chang muzzle was re-aimed at Yi Chenglong. Who gave you the nerve to auction off my wife here? Kneel down and make amends to my wife. There was silence. They were very much in favor of Xiao Sanchi's words at this moment. Lin Bai was a madman. This son of a bitch actually said to open the chang and opened the choke, and did not hesitate to kill Qin Changfeng. Lin Bai, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Yi Chenglong gritted his teeth. Bang! The chang sounded. Yi Chenglong screamed miserably and kneeled on one knee, but he was hit by a chang in his knee. What kind of trash is worthy of being called a scholar? Lin Bai coldly looked at Yi Chenglong. The other leg? Kneel for me as well. Yi Chenglong clenched both his fists, but he still managed to kneel down with his other leg as well with quite a bit of effort. He didn't want to get a chang in both legs. And you guys, Lin Bai looked at the stage. All come over and kneel down for my wife. Big sister, shouldn't you advise your man not to be so arrogant? Su Yufei spoke coldly. Have you forgotten? Your parents are still in my hands. Bang! It's ringing again. Su Yufei let out a scream, her knee gurgling blood. Lin Bai, you crazy person. Ugly, stupid thing. Lin Bai was murderous. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel, or die. Poof. Finally, someone couldn't top it and gave a knee. Don't kill me. I'll kneel. With the first, there was a second right away. Seeing that most of the people had knelt, the rest naturally did not struggle. No, even Su Yufei finally knelt. Only, the resentment on her face was obvious to anyone. Honey, did you see that? These are actually garbage. You don't even have to care about them. Lin Bai smiled faintly. In the future, you must remember one thing. No matter who it is or what they used to threaten you, you must tell me the truth. Because, your husband, me, can always fix them. Qin Shuiao looked at the Zhengqing gentry who were kneeling on the ground. A few moments ago, her life and death were in the hands of these people, who treated her like cargo and auctioned her off there with impunity. And now they were all kneeling in front of her, trembling. Honey, I know. Qin Shuiao looked at Lin Bai and nodded seriously. Lindbergh, just who gave you the bottom line? A faint voice drifted from outside the door. Just because, you're just an ordinary martial artist in the district? A young man wearing a yellow robe slowly stepped in. Beside him, there was a young man in a suit, and this young man, in fact, was holding an umbrella. It was obviously indoors, and this umbrella of his was open, and, covering the robed man's head. Everyone get up, no need to kneel. The robed man spoke. The people looked at each other in disbelief, none of them daring to get up. Only Su Yufei braced herself and tried to stand up. Bang! A little more. With a flash of silhouette, the man with the umbrella abruptly appeared next to Su Yufei. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal. That umbrella actually blocked the bullet. The robed man also came next to Su Yufei silently and pulled her up from the ground. Take this pill first. The robed man took out a pill and stuffed it into Su Yufei's mouth. While then he put his fingers together and quickly poked a few times around her knee. Su Yufei's knee stopped bleeding instantly. She also finally stood completely still. Sango, you're finally here. Su Yufei looked at the robed man and sighed in relief. That trash Lin Bai. He's arrogant. Why don't you stop waiting for the morning and finish him off now? Su Yufei had straightened up and turned her head to sweep towards the others. What are you still kneeling for? This is Mr. Ning. He's already here. You guys don't have to be afraid of that country bumpkin Lin Bai. So it's Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning is so powerful. He's extraordinary right out of the gate. Great. Mr. Ning, you finally arrived. Unit Ning, you must do us justice. The crowd rose from the ground. And instantly all became relaxed again. They had also seen the outburst of the person beside Duke Ning just now. And coupled with Su Yufei's words, the crowd instantly regained their confidence. Even Yi Changlong, who was on the stage, climbed up at this moment and jumped off the stage on one leg. Walking over to Duke Ning. My subordinate, Yi Changlong, see your excellency. Yi Changlong knelt down and saluted. My subordinate did not do his job well. Please punish your son. The chastisement will be waived. You'll be in pain for now. When I'm done with Lin Bai, I'll come back to deal with your injuries. Duke Ning's tone was calm. Go sit next to him first. Thank you, your excellency. With a grateful look on his face, Yi Changlong got up and limped over to the side to sit down. Lindbergh, I was going to let you live for a few more hours. Duke Ning gently shook his head. But you don't cherish it. That, too, is what I want to say to you. Lindbergh had just been inactive and had only watched with cold eyes. There was a faint mockery in his tone. I can see now that you were Su Yufei's man, right? What? The crowd was shocked. This couldn't be true, could it? It seemed that Mr. Ning was indeed very special to Su Yufei. Lindbergh, I must admit that you still have some personal abilities. Duke Ning smiled faintly. But do you know what the biggest difference between us is? I am the son of a family, and with a single command, the entire Jiangqing gentry will obediently prostrate themselves at my feet, and they, instead of feeling humiliated by it, will, instead, take it as an honor. Because, to be able to serve the children of the lineage is an honor they can only dream of, and this is the foundation of the lineage. Duke Ning stood with his arms folded, his face full of arrogance. At this moment, he exuded a disdainful confidence. Lin Bai, you're a countryside pariah without any background. What are you going to fight me with? You'll know what I'm fighting you with when I slap you to death. Lin Bai gently pushed away Qin Shuiao in his arms, and smoothly shoved his handshake to Su Ruobing next to him again. And after that, he slowly walked off the stage. Come on, let's see how powerful you are. This so-called son of a family, Lin Bai, you really have guts, actually trying to fight me. Duke Ning shook his head with emotion. You may not know, but 2 years ago, Ning Qingya was already no match for me, and in the last 2 years, Ning Qingya has made no progress whatsoever, yet she was able to send you flying and spitting blood. I've taken my strength to a higher level in these 2 years, and you're not even a match for Ning Qingya, and you still want to come and fight me? Duke Ning stretched out a finger and gently shook it. You are not worthy. Ning said you're on, teach him a lesson. Yes, my lord. The man in the suit with the umbrella slowly walked towards Lindbergh. The umbrella abruptly retracted. I'm Ning Seiichi, the one who says it all. The tip of the umbrella violently stabbed at Lindbergh. Lin Bai reached out and grabbed the tip of the umbrella. That's it? There was a faint mockery in Lin Bai's tone. However, right at this moment, the umbrella abruptly opened up again and actually rolled over towards Lin Bai in reverse. That's kind of funny. Lin Bai was slightly surprised as he let go of the tip of the umbrella and took a few steps back to avoid the umbrella's attack. Well, you are a bit stronger than Ning Boer. Lin Bai, I just told you. This is the heritage of our lineage. Duke Ning's haughty voice sounded once again. I know you're a martial artist, but in any lineage, there are many martial artists like you. Your power, in front of an ordinary family, is indeed strong, but in front of our lineage, it's not worth mentioning. Duke Ning's voice ended abruptly, simply because Ning said that one had just fallen at his feet. You people are so, like, 2 hours of pretending and you can't last 3 seconds. Lin Bai sighed. Actually, I really hope that you guys can be a bit more powerful. Otherwise, it's not much fun for me to keep abusing the vegetables. Fuck, this one's so arrogant. But he can really fight. Duke Ning's men are actually no match for him. It's fine. He'll still be dead when Prince Ning personally strikes. That's right. Mr. Ning is even more powerful than that Miss Ning. The crowd murmured in low voices, and they all looked towards Duke Ning as well. And at this moment, their hopes were all on Duke Ning. Very well, Lindbergh, it's me who underestimated you. Duke Ning's face was grim. In that case, I'll personally send you on your way. Remember my name. My name is Ning San. The Ning San who sends you on your way. Ning San let out a pained grunt as his entire body flew backwards. It was Lin Bai who suddenly just slapped out a palm. What a lot of crap. Before Ning San could fall to the ground, Lin Bai dodged and followed with another kick, sending Ning San towards the stage. Ning San fell onto the stage, while Lin Bai also dashed onto the stage and stomped on Ning San. And then, he looked down at the crowd on the stage. Now, are you trash going to get back on your knees and make amends to my wife? Or, do you want me to just get you killed? The stage was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is this? Isn't Mr. Ning great? How was it that he didn't even have the chance to strike before he was sent flying and was now being stepped on by Lin Bai? What the hell is going on here? Lin Bai, you're shameless. Su Yufei roared. You actually sneaked up on third brother. You'd better let third brother go right now. Otherwise you're dead. Third brother is a true Ning family descendant. If you dare to touch him, you'll definitely be hunted down by the entire Tianhai Ning family. So, I'm just saying, all of you big, powerful, upper-class young men, and the so-called children of the world are all the same. Lin Bai shook his head inside. You guys will always only use the family name to threaten others. Lin Bai, how could you be so strong? Ning San gritted his teeth, but remained incredulous. You're clearly no match for Ning Qingya. Not good. Then wouldn't Ning Qingya be very strong now? Ning San's face suddenly changed drastically. He seemed to be thinking of something. Then he continued to threaten. Lin Bai, you'd better let me go. Even though I've underestimated you, if you dare to kill me, Ning Qingya won't let you go. The retaliation of the lineage is not something you can withstand. And by then, your family, your loved ones, your friends, everything related to you will be wiped out. Whether it's Qin Shueya or Su Ruobing, or your cousin Bai Shelwi, your uncle's family, they will all die. Because of you. Ning San let out a miserable scream. Lindbergh stepped on one of his legs. He crouched down and said in a voice that only Ning San could hear. You're really stupid. Not to mention that I'm not afraid of your Ning family at all. Even if your Ning family is really powerful. Do you really think that Qingya will kill me? Oh, don't worry. What about me now? I'll just call Qinjia and see how she wants you to die. Ning San's eyes were round. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound because Lin Bai stepped on his mouth. And then, Lindbergh fumbled for his cell phone and dialed. The top of the river city. Wow. The stunning body flew up from the pool and landed silently on the shore. A light blue robe wrapped around this incomparable figure. Above the robes, wisps of water were imprinted. It's only the third level of chi cultivation. I'm now so weak. Ning Qingya gently exhaled. But that's enough for now. She walked slowly through the living room to the front yard. The silhouette flashed, and there was one more person in the yard. A dry and thin old man. Senior uncle. You're really here. Ning Qingya sighed softly. You really treat Ning San like your own son. Oh, I forgot. He seems to be your own son. Think about it is really ridiculous. Hall Tianhai Ning family was cuckolded, but do not dare to voice it, but also have to obediently help others to raise a son. And I, back then, was nearly killed by you guys just because I found out the secret. Ning Qingya, you lived 2 more years. You should have cherished your life. The dry and thin old man said coldly. But you had to come here in Jiangqing to seek death. So it's not my fault. Jiangchang is Ning San's territory. It's not your turn to get your hands on it. Senior uncle, You really don't understand. Ning Qingya's tone had a faint mockery in it. I am, however, purposely here, waiting for you to come. In these 2 years, Master has soaked me in a medicinal bath every day in order to keep me alive, guarding me at all times, while she has been threatened by you because she spends too much time on me, to the point that her position in the strange healer sect is threatened by you, since her old man has been guarding me for 2 years. Now, I have to do something for her as well. That is, kill you. Ning Qingya's white jade-like palm abruptly slapped out of their depth. The dry and thin old man sneered, and in the next second, he flew out of the courtyard. Ning Qingya slowly walked out of the courtyard and looked at the dry and thin old man who had fallen to the ground bleeding from his 7 orifices. Master Uncle, who is the one who doesn't think for himself? You? How did you get so strong? The dry, thin old man was incredulous. That's thanks to you guys putting me in a coma 2 years ago. Ning Qingya smiled gently. Don't be in a hurry. That precious son of yours will soon be there to accompany you. No, the dry and thin old man roared harshly, but just one word came out. Ning Qingya flattened his head with a slap. The phone rang, loud and clear this late at night. Ning Qingya fumbled for her cell phone and glanced at it. That's quite a coincidence. She immediately picked up and smiled gently. Hubby, I was just about to call you. My side of things, just taken care of law. Saya, it's 12 o'clock. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Bai's calm voice. It's time to bury the 100 great families of Zhangchang. Lin Bai squatted on the ground and talked to Ning Qingya on the phone for a full 10 minutes. No one else could hear what he was saying, except for Ning-san. And when Lin Bai hung up the phone, Ning-san's eyes were already filled with fear and shock. He could never have imagined that Lin Bai actually had a special relationship with Ning Qingya that no one could imagine. But he couldn't say a word now. He knew that Lin Bai would not let him say another word. The fear of death had enveloped his entire body. And Ning-san had realized that Lin Bai wouldn't be afraid of the so-called Ning family at all. Lin Bai, what the hell are you doing? You quickly let third brother go. Su Yufei shouted from the stage. She was a little disturbed at the moment, and not just her, but everyone else as well. Lindbergh didn't know who to call. It's been 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I'll let him go. Lin Bai finally stood up straight, a rather bizarre smile on his face. In the next second, he kicked Ning-san off. Ning-san fell heavily next to Su Yufei. Sango, are you okay? No. Su Yufei cried out violently and sadly. Lin Bai, you animal/beast. You killed third brother. What? Lin Bai is crazy, isn't he? Did he really kill Duke Ning? What about this? Will the Ning family blame every one of us present? We won't be dragged down by this lunatic Lin Bai, right? Second Miss Su, when the time comes, you'll have to tell eldest Miss Ning that this matter has nothing to do with us. It's all because of this crazy man Lin Bai. The scene was in a panic. At this moment, what they were most worried about was no longer Lin Bai, but the fact that once the Tianhai Ning family was enraged, they might make everyone give Duke Ning a burial. Come on, let's get home and figure this out. No, we have to hurry and find Miss Ning. That's right, go explain to Miss Ning. Come on, let's go. The crowd seemed to react, turning around and trying to leave. Bang! A choking sound shook everyone. Did I tell you to leave? Lin Bai's cold voice came out. Lindbergh, what else do you want to do? Lin Bai, don't do whatever you want just because you can fight. No matter how powerful you are, you're no match for Miss Ning. That's right, hurry up and run for your life, or else you and Qin Shuiao will both die. The crowd chimed in. Even if I'm no match for Miss Ning, your fates are still in my hands now. Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. You trash. You auctioned off my wife as goods tonight, and now you want to leave so lightly? Want to leave, right? Everyone kneel down and kowtow 3 times to my wife before you leave. I kowtow. I kowtow. The first one to rush out was Wang Ziqiang, who rushed over and knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards Qin Shuiao. Brother Lin, look, I can go, right? Yes, get lost. Lindbergh waved his hand. Wang Ziqiang left in a hurry, and seeing that Wang Ziqiang really left safely, the others couldn't sit still at once. With Lin Bai in this crazy state right now, if they didn't kowtow, they would most likely die here. I kowtow too. Isn't it just a kowtow? Shit, just kowtow to the dead in advance. The crowd kneeled down and kowtowed. Even Su Yufei, who was mixed in the crowd, kowtowed together, and then they all left the hall in a busy manner. You really just let them all go? When the hall became empty, Su Ruobing finally couldn't help but open her mouth. They're sure to all go to that Miss Ning right away, to put you to death. Isn't that nice? Lin Bai smiled faintly. They say that life needs a sense of ceremony. The funeral of the 100 great families of Jiangcheng is about to begin. He suddenly turned his head. Hoshi, you weren't shocked, were you? Ah, brother, I am actually okay. by Shall We froze. It just feels like this is like acting in a movie. It's not quite real. Actually, I don't think it's quite real either. Lin Bai's face was a bit cloudy. I was truly surprised that these trash actually dared to auction Shui Yao so recklessly. I overestimated their downside, which led to almost all of you being in danger tonight. In that case, I, for one, will decimate them. Lin Bai had thought that this modern civilized society was different from the immortal world. However, he did not expect that under the surface of this civilization, those shadowy regions were not essentially different from the immortal world. If it weren't for his own superior strength, whether it was him, Qin Shuya, or by Shall We tonight, they would all end up miserable. Come on, someone will clean up here. Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Qin Shuya. Let's leave here first. The four leave this so-called dragon palace, and the ground is, in fact, a shopping mall. Shuya, Fei Yan will come to pick you up. You guys go and prepare for the surprise Thunder Group conference at 9 o'clock this morning. Lin Bai spoke at this time. Shall we? You also go over with Shui Yao. Just as he said that, a convoy drove by silently. In one of the cars sat Xiao Fei Yan. Shui Yao, get in the car. Xiao Fei Yan shouted. Although Qin Shui Yao was a bit confused, she still pulled by Shall We into the car with her. The convoy left quickly. Are you sure the Thrill Group launch is still on? Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. Of course, not only can we open it, but we can also let the 100 great families of Zhangcheng congratulate the establishment of the amazing Thunder Group. Lin Bai didn't panic. This is the last value of the 100 great families of Zhangcheng. Are you really not afraid of that Miss Ning beating you to death? Su Ruobing always felt that something was wrong. If I say that Miss Ning fell in love with me at first sight and couldn't bear to kill me, would you believe me? Lindbergh had a serious face. Can you dream less? Su Ruobing said without any good humor. Forget it, where are we going now? That's a dream, not to be taken lightly. Lin Bai shook his head. If he hadn't dreamed for 1,000 years, where would he have this now? Big bing bing ah. Actually, I want to go to a room with you, but unfortunately, there is not enough time. Lin Bai stretched. We should go to the Su family. Going to Su's now? Su Ruobing froze. It's only early in the morning, not even 1 o'clock. Her cell phone suddenly rang. Su Ruobing picked up the phone. Hey, it's me. What? The funeral was moved up and started right away? Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai with a weird look. How did you know that the funeral would be early? I arranged it. Lin Bai looked like he was taking it for granted. Didn't I just say that? This is the funeral of the 100 great families of Zhangcheng. That is clearly arranged by Miss Ning. When Su Ruobing said this, she suddenly stopped. She looked at Lin Bai with a weird look. Is it hard for you to really know that Miss Ning? Do you know what Miss Ning and you have in common? Lin Bai stared at Su Ruobing's most eye-catching part. The first one is that you're all very big. As for the second one, it's that you all like me. I don't like you, Su Ruobing said without a trace of anger. Her mind was still a bit confused. Too much seemed to have happened tonight. Big bing bing, do you like movies? Lin Bai, however, looked serious. In the past, when I was in college, our dormitory even watched those island ethical/movies together, and learned a lot. I suggest that you, take a look at it later as well. That way, you'll learn something tonight. You're a real pain in the ass. Su Ruobing wanted to beat Lin Bai to death. This stinking rascal, what are you thinking about? Letting her go to that kind of movie to learn? Just see Lin Bai that eyes. Su Ruobing heart and a little panic. In case the words of this guy are all true. Then she is not. A car, however, drove up at that moment and stopped next to the two. The car door opened and down came a Maitreya Buddha-like fat man. None other than Xiao Dajiang. I've arranged for a chartered plane to be ready to go. Xiao Dajiang opened the door. Lin Bai, you two hurry up and leave. Currently, all of the 100 great clans in Jiangcheng are rushing to the Su clan. And that Miss Ning has also gone to the Su clan. This is the best time for you to leave River City. No one is coming to stop you. When the two of you arrive abroad, I will continue to arrange for you to go to areas in Tianhai that the Ning family's sphere of influence can't reach either. And I'm sure that as long as you keep a low profile, you'll be safe for the rest of your lives. Fat Joe, do you care about me that much? Lindbergh was a bit puzzled. Then he looked at Xiao Dajian with that look in his eyes and came to a realization. Da bing bing, this fatty seems to have a crush on you? Is there a possibility that he is explicitly in love with me? Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai, and then, she looked at Xiao Dajiang, her tone slightly cold. Young Master Qiao, thank you for your kindness, but I've already decided to go to the Su family for the funeral. Ruobing, if you go back to the Su family now, it's no different from sending yourself to death. Xiao Dajian was a bit anxious. I know you don't like me, but it doesn't matter. I just want you to live. You and Lin by leaving Jiangcheng is good for you. And it's equally good for Fei Yin. Do you want me to stand by and watch something happen to both you and Fei Yin? Young Master Qiao, Lin Bai and I can leave. But what about our families? Su Ruobing spoke in a calm tone. I know I'm bound to die, but I can't just walk away after involving my family. Besides, Joe Major, you know what my least favorite thing about you is? You're overly cautious. Just like Fei Yin. Fei Yin is a girl, and it's good to be cautious. But a man, who is fearful, is not liked by girls. Ruobing, I know you're right. Qiao Dajiang was a bit bitter, but I'm not alone. I'm carrying the fate of the entire Qiao family on me, so I have to be careful. Well, since you're not willing to leave, then I can't force myself. Later on, I won't go to the Su family. Lindbergh, even though I think you're bound to die, actually, I still hope that you'll survive. Zhou Dejiang got back into the car. The car left quickly. This fat guy is a good guy. Lindbergh lamented. I decided to do him a favor and fulfill his wish. What? Su Ruobing asked. Put you to sleep. Lindbergh replied. Listen to yourself. Are you speaking humanly? Su Ruobing was furious. If Qiao Dajiang heard you helping him like this, he might fight you to the death. It's okay, he can't beat me anyway. Lindbergh didn't care at all. Where in the world did you learn this martial art? Su Ruobing still didn't understand. If you were so powerful, how come you were hit by a car and became a vegetable back then? You wouldn't believe me if I said I practiced it while dreaming. Lin Bai shrugged. Come on, let's go to Su's house. Why don't you say you met Miss Ning when you were dreaming? Su Ruobing mocked. Big ice. You're so smart. You even know that. Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Su Ruobing gave the whole won't. She simply came to her car, opened the door and got in. Lindbergh followed in the car. I'll ask one last thing. Are you sure you want to go to Su's? Su Ruobing took a deep breath. It's still not too late for you to run away by yourself. That won't work. I'm sleeping with you tonight. Lin Bai immediately shook his head. How can you run away? Su Ruobing stepped on the gas. She decided to die with this rascal. River City, still sleepless. All the big families rushed to the Su family, and everyone was understanding of Miss Ning's decision to ask for the funeral to be brought forward, because in their opinion, this was Miss Ning not wanting Lin Bai to continue living. They also didn't want to let Lindbergh continue to live. If Lin Bai didn't die, not only would they have a hard time, they would also carry a lifetime of shame. The image of them being forced to kneel and kowtow not so long ago still haunts them. The Su family spirit hall had been set up 3 days ago, and it was large enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people at once. At 1 a.m., the first people to pay their respects had shown up. Divine Dr. Ning, you died unjustly. Your wonderful hand saved countless people, yet you died at the hands of a petty criminal. God is not fair. Some people swooped down to the hearth, knelt down and kowtowed, crying out to the heavens and looking as if they were particularly sad. Dr. Ning, you are the reincarnation of Huatua, the rebirth of the magpie. But you, alas, Divine Dr. Ning, our Wang family has received many favors from you, but we haven't had the time to repay them. One by one, they came forward to kneel and salute. The dead Ning Boer, in their mouths, had become the vanguard living Buddha. Without realizing it, it was already 2 in the morning. The 100 great clans of Jiangcheng had almost arrived, but the real protagonist had yet to arrive. That Miss Ning still hadn't appeared. Su Yufei wasn't in the spiritual hall at the moment, and of course, the most crucial thing was that Lin Bai hadn't come either. Lindbergh is here. Suddenly someone whispered. The crowd looked at the doorway together, and then they were all stunned. This son of a bitch. What the hell? Lin Bai and Su Ruobing walked into the spiritual hall arm in arm, even though the two had only met with these people 2 hours ago. At this moment, the crowd was like seeing two strangers, simply because both Lin Bai and Su Ruobing had changed their costumes. Lin Bai was dressed in a suit while Su Ruobing wore an evening gown. That's not the point. The point is that the two were all in red. Red suit, red tuxedo. Even the shoes are bright red. It's a funeral. Who else in the room wasn't in black and white? It's just plain provocative. Su Ruobing. A furious voice came. What are you wearing this? Go change it for me at once. An old lady walked out on her crutches. It was the real steward of the Su family, Old Lady Su. Behind Old Lady Su were two middle-aged couples, Su Ruobing and Su Yufei's parents. But Su Yufei still hadn't come out. Ruobing, things have come to this, let's resign ourselves to our fate. Why do you have to fight for this again? A sigh came out, and the one who spoke was none other than Su Ruobing's father, Su Ran. He looked haggard, apparently resigned to his fate. Dad, since the outcome won't change anything, what difference does it make what I'm dressed as now? Su Ruobing spoke in a calm tone. In her heart, she actually wanted to vomit, Before she drove to the halfway point, Lin Bai had a sudden idea to let her divert to the top of Jiangcheng, and then both of them changed to a red out. That, Uncle Su, on such a festive day, of course you should dress festively. Lin Bai, however, picked up the conversation at this time. As for me, I also advise you and Auntie to go in and change into something more festive. This is a dead man from the Ning family. What does it have to do with your Su family? Shut up. Old Mrs. Su is shaking with anger. You're that little brute called Lin Bai, aren't you? You're dying and you still dare to be so reckless. Aren't you arrogant even when you're dying, you old beast? Lin Bai's mouth didn't suffer. I suggest you stay still, or the Su family will really have to hold a funeral today. Can you cut the crap? Su Ruobing finally couldn't help but grab Lin Bai hard. This guy can be really good. Even her grandmother scolded. Lin Bai, even if your parents died early, you can't be so uneducated. Qin Zhenjiang roared out. Don't you know what it means to respect the elderly? Yo, old man Qin, you've got a really good upbringing. No wonder you taught trash like Qin Shanfeng. Lin Bai had a mocking look on his face. Oh yeah, Qin Shanfeng is dead through and through this time. You wouldn't still be unaware of that, would you? What? Qin Zhenjiang's face changed greatly. He covered his chest and collapsed again. Su Ruobing was once again convinced. This guy is really good at making people angry. Qin Zhenjiang was just so alive and dizzy. Other people are also stunned. This goods is completely broken. See who cursed? Even 70-year-old old man and woman are not spared. Lindbergh, you're damn unqualified. An angry voice rang out. I, Fan Shiming, really can't stand to watch. Our Fan family doesn't care to be in the company of people like you. Fan, shut up. The reprimand came from a Cheongsam beauty who quickly walked in. None other than Fan Chichi. The usually dignified and tranquil Fan Chichi was obviously a bit flustered at the moment. She quickly walked over to Lin Bai and bowed. Sir, I'm really sorry. My father and I knew nothing about what happened tonight. It was all Fan Jiming's private actions. Father is on his way here. He will come over later to deal with Fan. I hope you will pardon me. This incomparably respectful attitude of Fan Chichi, as well as the obvious hint of panic in her tone, left the crowd stunned. What are you doing, Auntie? Fan Jiming was even madder. Just because you're hanging out with that lunatic Lin Bai, it caused all the big clans in Jiangcheng to think that our Fan family is on the same side as Lin Bai. It's so hard for me to get rid of him, and you want to get together with him? Are you crazy too? Fan Chichi slowly stood up straight. She turned to look at Fan Jiming, and that dignified and serene face had an indescribable coldness at the moment. Fan Jiming, you've never been good at anything, but you're the only male member of the Fan family, so father has always smoothed out everything for you. Fan Chichi's moving voice had an indescribable power. I'll tell you something now. Lin Bai is the person I swore to follow. In my mind, he's like a teacher to me. That's why I respectfully refer to him as sir. I'm giving you a chance now. If you come over here now, kneel down and apologize to the gentleman, and admit your mistake. Then I, for your sake, will ask the gentleman for mercy once. But if you don't want this chance, then don't blame me and father for not protecting you when the time comes. I hope you understand one thing. You don't really think that the Fan family has to have you. I'm still young. I'm only 30 years old. Big deal. The children I'll have in the future will have the name Fan. Auntie, do you realize what you're saying? Fan was filled with disbelief. Look around. Who would think you're not crazy? Making me apologize to Lindbergh? Who is he to make me apologize for being a punk hillbilly on the verge of death? Bastard. Shut up. With a roar, Fan Zhongjing rushed to Fan Jiming. Snap. Fan slammed Fan Jiming across the face. You kneel down for me. Kneel in front of Mr. Lin. Fan gets a slap on the wrist. Immediately afterward, he yelled in exasperation. I don't. Grandpa, you're getting old too, aren't you? I'm saving the Fan family. You guys have to get involved with Lindbergh. That's just asking for death. You. Fan Zhongjing pointed his finger at Fan Jiming. Bastard. You little brute. It's even if you usually don't study and don't do your job. It's not easy for my Fan family to seek a great opportunity. But, yet, it's going to be lost by you. The loser. You hurry up and kneel down for me, or I'll expel you from the Fan family. Expel me from the Van family? Fan Jiming roared. Fan Zhongjing, you old thing. I've put up with you for a long time, minding my business all day long. And Fan Chichi, the dislike in your eyes when you look at me, I can feel it every time. Expelling me from the Fan family? Fine. I'd like to see if the Fan family is still in your hands later. Fan Jiming looked around. Elder Lady Su, and everyone present, please bear witness to me that I, Fan Jiming, no longer have any relationship with Fan Zhongjing Fan Chichi. You guys must help me testify so that Miss Ning doesn't misunderstand. No problem. We're all watching. Don't worry. Young Fan, We'll bear witness to you. It seems that the Fan family is the only one with some vision. Young Fan. The crowd took a stand, and they couldn't figure out even more why Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi had to side with Lin Bai against the son. Cough. Fan Zhongjing was shaking with anger. Dad. It's okay. Fan Qiqi softly comforted Fan Zhongjing. I will find the right person. Give birth to a son, and take your surname Fan. Good. Good. Qiqi or you know what you're doing. Fan Zhongjing slowed down immediately. Qiqi, as a friend, I'm genuinely curious as to why you're so dead set on Lin Bai? A clearly cynical voice rang out. The one who spoke, however, was none other than Yi Changlong. Perhaps because he wanted to witness Lin Bai's downfall with his own eyes. He came on crutches despite having a broken leg. Hardly, just because this lunatic put you to sleep? The men present were all looking at Fan Qiqi, and for a while, they became a little jealous of Lin Bai again. This son of a bitch, he's a real show-off. Although Fan Qiqi's appearance and figure were slightly inferior compared to Su Ruobing Qin Shuiao's, her dignified temperament actually made many men more desirous of conquest. Su Ruobing also looked at Fan Qiqi with a strange look. She also really didn't expect that Fan Qiqi would stand so firmly on Lin Bai's side. It made her even wonder if Fan Qiqi knew some of Lin Bai's secrets, and this in turn made Su Ruobing that little bit uncomfortable. This dog man, trying to sleep with her all day long, but it turns out he trusts Fan Qiqi more? Yi Changlong, your nasty soul naturally can't see the nobility of Mr. Fan Qiqi's entire being returned to quiet dignity. Also, we were never friends. Fan Qiqi, who had witnessed Lin Bai's alchemy of pills and weapons with her own eyes, didn't doubt Lin Bai's ability in the slightest, and her eyes had long been set on a higher level. As for what Tian Haining family, it was just a second-rate family, not worth mentioning in front of Lin Bai / she believed that there wouldn't be any problems with her choice. After all, she was now only one step away from becoming a true alchemist. I'm a great young man of the Yi family, and you're calling me nasty? Yi Changlong laughed back in anger. And he's a poor man from the countryside. A complete hick. You call him noble? Ha ha ha, it's true. Once this woman gets laid by a man, she's fucking fuzzy. Very well, Fan Qiqi, later, there will be times when you beg me. Fan Qiqi was about to speak. Lin Bai, however, spoke first. Alright, Qiqi, there's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Anyway, after today, Yi Changlong or the Yi family, they will all disappear from Zhongchang. You too, stay behind me. Yes, sir, Fan Qiqi bowed and replied. And then, he stood behind Lin Bai with Fan Zhongjing. Lin Bai, you're on the verge of death and you're still talking so loudly. Yi Changlong gritted his teeth. Make our Yi family disappear? Are you worthy of that? Yi Changlong, you're nothing but a dog raised by Ning San. Now that your master has been killed by me, you're still barking in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you to death now? Lin Bai was a bit impatient. I say you trash. Aren't you just waiting for Miss Ning to come out and fix me? Can't you guys just wait there quietly? What kind of presents do you have to come out now? Lindbergh, you're the one who tried to bite people before you died. People just couldn't look away. A voice came from the doorway and another young man walked in. It's Zhou Erskine. Su Ruobing softly introduced. The Qiao family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Qiao Dajiang is Fei Yan's real brother. Qiao Ers and Qiao Sancher are all Fei Yan cousins. I'm sorry, but that big brother of mine isn't willing to come to the funeral, and that genius sister of mine, who's still preparing for the launch of her shocking Thunder Group, is similarly unwilling to come and give divine Dr. Ning a ride. Qiao Ersin walked towards the spirit hall and came to the spirit seat, bowing and saluting. And then, he turned his head to look at the crowd. Because of well-known reasons, that third brother of mine couldn't make it. So on behalf of the Qiao family, I'll send my condolences to divine Dr. Ning. I also hope that elder lady Su and second miss, I'm sorry for your loss. Second Zhou has a heart. Old lady Su nodded slightly. Your respect for my grandson-in-law will be kept in my heart, and I will also truthfully tell elder Miss Ning. Thank you, old lady. Zhou Erskine was quite pleased. He didn't really have much of a presence in the Zhou household, but tonight, he took his chance. When the time came for Miss Ning to take her anger out on Xiao Dajiang and Xiao Fian, then he, Qiao Ersin, would become the true power holder of the Qiao family. Big bing bing. Look, still that fat guy is considered a good guy. Lindbergh was a bit emotional. I must help that fat man fulfill his long-cherished wish tonight. Su Ruobing couldn't bear it and pinched Lin Bai hard. This stinking rascal, even at someone's funeral, still thinking of sleeping with her. Stop pinching. I'm not in pain and you shouldn't waste your energy. Lin Bai had a serious face. You save some strength for the night. Su Ruobing was speechless. This dog man was really hopeless. She was now even somewhat expecting that Miss Ning to come out and slap Lin Bai to death. The eldest miss of the Tianhai Ning family, Ning Qingya has arrived. A voice suddenly came from outside the hearth. The scene was instantly quiet, and the crowd held their breath as they looked toward the door. Ning Qingya, who was dressed in a light blue water-patterned robe, slowly stepped in, instantly stunning everyone. That incomparably beautiful face and excellent body, as well as that natural noble temperament, made everyone present feel ashamed of themselves. Even Su Ruobing and Fan Shiqi paled in comparison to Ning Qingya. At this moment, many people were reminded of Qiao Fei Yen. Looking at Jiang Chang, perhaps it was only Qiao Fei Yen that could barely match Ning Qingya. It's really catching fire to watch, Lindbergh muttered. Ah! Su Ruobing let out a cry of surprise. Her pretty face was red and she glared fiercely at Lin Bai, wanting to fight with him. This dog man, he looked at Ning Qingya on fire and pinched her for what? She exclaimed, but it brought the crowd back to their senses. Greetings, eldest Miss Ning. See you, eldest Miss Ning. Hello, Miss Ning. Miss Ning. Everyone bent down and saluted. Even old lady Su was no exception. Lin Bai, however, wrapped his arms around Su Ruobing and didn't move, while Fan Zhongjing and Fan Shiqi likewise didn't move. Look, big ice. Am I right? She's as big as you. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. Su Ruobing felt at this moment. Lin Bai. This dog man. The whole thing was like he was in heat/love. In the next second, Su Ruobing suddenly felt a gaze towards her, and it was Ning Qingya. Only, she then realized how Ning Qingya seemed to be looking at her breasts. Hell, it must be because Lin Bai just made Ning Qingya hear that. This dog man, he's going to die, but he's still doing it. Ning Qingya glanced at Su Ruobing with meaningful eyes, and then continued to walk towards the spirit seat, while behind Ning Qingya were dozens of young men and women, who were all standing at the entrance of the spirit hall at this moment. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside completely blocked the door of the hearth. The atmosphere inadvertently became grave. Everyone stopped talking as well, waiting for Ning Qingya's next move. Brother Futsuki, it's my sister who's late. Ning Qingya looked at the spirit seat and said softly. There was a faint wisp of sadness in her heavenly voice. My sister was in seclusion for 2 years, originally wanting to become stronger and be able to better protect you, but I didn't expect that the day I came out of seclusion, what I got was the news of your death. The crowd/atmosphere didn't dare to come out. Was Ning Boer actually this Miss Ning's own brother? Many people were a bit confused in their hearts, as they had actually gotten word earlier that Ning Boer was not a direct descendant of the Ning family, but now it seems they were misinformed? Ning Qingya slowly turned around, and a powerful aura violently surged out of her body furiously. That robe was windless, and the water patterns on the robe seemed to be raging. At that instant, everyone felt the anger emanating from Ning Qingya's body. I've already chosen the hour, and today, I'll bring Boer back to the Tianhai Ning family for burial. Ning Qingya's voice was unusually cold, but before that, I'm going to seek justice for him first. I'll make everyone who got him killed pay. Ning Qingya's beautiful eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Now, who tells me who, exactly, killed my brother Ning Boer? The crowd looked at each other, a little confused for a moment. Do I even have to ask? And then, everyone looked at Lin Bai. They thought that Lin Bai should be panicked at this moment, but they were surprised to find that Lin Bai was wrapping his arms around Su Ruobing and seemed to be groping around. Fuck! Men are cursing away in their hearts. This son of a bitch, dying to enjoy a few moments? Greetings, Miss Ning, I am Yi Chenglong of the Yi clan. Yi Chenglong leaned on his crutches at this time and stepped out of the crowd, bending down to salute Ning Qingya. Regarding the cause of Dr. Ningshen, your brother's death, I had been ordered by Duke Ning to conduct a detailed investigation. Yi Chenglong, the Duke Ning you spoke of, is he Ning-san? Ning Qingya interrupted Yi Chenglong and faintly inquired. Yi Chenglong was slightly stunned, but still, he immediately nodded respectfully. Yes, eldest Miss Ning, it's none other than Duke Ning-san Ning. So, you're one of Ning-san's men. Ning Qingya nodded slightly. Go on, what was the result of your investigation? Miss Ning, in order to ensure that the results are accurate, I questioned all the major clans in Jiangcheng in detail and thoroughly restored the situation at that time. Yi Chenglong nodded. In the end, I, along with the 100 great families of Jiangcheng, determined that, just as the rumors had it, it was Lin Bai and Su Ruobing who colluded with the Dark Dragon Hall and killed Divine Dr. Ning. How did you determine this? With your own eyes? Ning Qingya slowly asked. Yi Chenglong was slightly stunned. Then he replied, Miss Ning, we couldn't witness the explosion at Dark Dragon Hall at that time, but we all know that before Divine Dr. Ning died, Lin Bai and Su Ruobing had been to Dark Dragon Hall, and they're both fine, so it follows that this is their plot. As expected of the famous detective Yi Chenglong, the reasoning is rigorous and flawless. A mocking voice rang out, and it was none other than Lin Bai. Lin Bai, you're dying and you still dare to be reckless? Yi Chenglong angrily shouted. Miss Ning is right here. Is it your turn to speak? The death of divine Dr. Ning. Even if we didn't see it with our own eyes. What about Duke Ning? The matter of you killing Duke Ning, everyone saw it with their own eyes. Do you think that by now, you can get away with it by denying it? Yi Chenglong, do you mean that Lin Bai killed Ning-san? And this is something that all of you can be witnesses to? Ning Qingya's tone had a surprising calmness to it. For the moment, people didn't seem to feel her anger. Yes, Miss Ning, even if we can't prove 100% that Lin Bai was responsible for the death of divine Dr. Ning, the murderer of Duke Ning's death is Lin Bai. Yi Chenglong looked to the sides. The 100 great clans of Jiangcheng can all attest to this matter. Miss Ning, we can all prove it. Eldest Miss Ning, this is indeed what we saw with our own eyes. What a tragic death for Mr. Ning. Miss Ning, you must avenge Mr. Ning. The others spoke up, and the hearth became a little noisy again at once. Miss Ning, the crimes Lin Bai has committed recently are simply too numerous to mention. Yi Chenglong once again saluted towards Ning Qingya. He relies on having a few points of force to act recklessly in Jiangcheng, and our Jiangcheng 100 great families, as a result, have no life in their clans. I, Yi Chenglong, on behalf of the Yi family of Jiangcheng, implore Miss Ning to take action and rid our Jiangcheng of evil. I implore you, Miss Ning, to take action and rid Jiangcheng of the evil. I implore you, Miss Ning, to take action and rid Jiangcheng of the evil. The others followed suit and saluted with great vigor. The 100 great clans of Jiangcheng looked incredibly united. Ugh, seriously, as much as I think you're all trash, I've always admired your shameless style. A lazy voice rang out, and naturally, it was Lin Bai who spoke. You guys don't like me and want to take me out. And really, that's normal. But this Jiangcheng, who's really running amok, and who's the real pest? Don't you have any pussy in your hearts? Where do you guys get the face to talk so righteous? Lindbergh, you're still talking nonsense here at the end of your life. Yi Chenglong laughed coldly. Who was right and who was wrong? Miss Ning can naturally decide. I advise you, kowtow to eldest Miss Ning right away, and then go to the spirit seat of divine Dr. Ning to make a good confession. If you are sincere enough, you may still be able to save your family's lives. That's right, Lin Bai, you hurry up and apologize to Miss Ning. Lin Bai, hurry the fuck up and go kneel in front of divine Dr. Ning's spiritual seat. Get on your knees. What are you still standing there for? Hillbilly, kneel or I'll break your legs. There was a clamor around the room and a kind of exuberance on the faces of the crowd. The humiliation they had suffered a few hours ago. Now, they were going to get it all back. All quiet. With a clear cry, a powerful aura emanated from Ning Qingya's body. Don't raise your voice in my brother's spirit hall. The scene was instantly silenced. Yi Chenglong and the others were pale and didn't dare to utter a single breath. Lindbergh, do you have anything to say? Ning Qingya slowly asked. Oh, this one certainly does. And I, for one, have a story to tell. Lin Bai smiled brightly. 3 years ago, I was hit by someone and turned into a vegetable. In the 3 years since I became a vegetable, a beautiful doctor with extraordinarily beautiful breasts has been caring for me with all her heart. Su Ruobing was full of question marks. What the hell is this? What's the dog man talking about? When did she pamper him with her heart? The moment I woke up, I touched her conscience and told myself that I would do anything for her. Su Ruobing is going crazy. What the hell is this rascal talking about? And touching her conscience? Is that a conscience? Not just her. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this son of a bitch Lin Bai making up? Lin Bai, what the fuck are you babbling about? You're actually making up bullshit in front of Miss Ning. Yi Chenglong couldn't bear to roar out. Snap! Lin Bai backhandedly slapped Yi Chenglong across the face, but tremendous force directly slapped Yi Shilong to the ground. I told you not to raise your voice in the hearth. Didn't you hear me? Lin Bai snorted coldly. What? You don't put Miss Ning in your eyes? No, Miss Ning, I just... Yi Chenglong hurriedly explained. Okay, next time. Ning Qingya's voice was indifferent. Lin Bai, go on. Well, as for this beautiful doctor, she is the Su family's eldest miss beside me. Su Ruobing. Lin Bai wrapped his arms around Su Ruobing. That night, Ruobing told me that she has a sister who is particularly affectionate, which is second Miss Su Yufei. Su Ruobing was stunned. This stinking rascal was talking nonsense in public. The others are stunned. This guy is so dead that he's lost his mind. Isn't he? How can he make this up? Wakabing told me that her good sister is in danger and wants me to help her. Lin Bai continued to tell the story as if nothing had happened. I touched Ruobing's conscience at that time and told her that for her sake, I would definitely do anything for her sister. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. This stinking rascal. But she was, at the moment, beginning to feel vaguely out of place. Why was Ning Qingya just there to let Lin Bai talk nonsense? Suddenly, she began to feel a little uneasy. This This smelly rascal wouldn't really have anything to do with Ning Qingya, right? What about after that? I met Su Yufei, and from her mouth, I got a shocking secret. Lindbergh's story continues. As it turns out, she and her husband, Ning Boer, have been receiving threats to their lives. Because of being threatened, Ning Boer also had to do a lot of things against his will, and even Su Yufei was. Ahem. I won't go into the details. In short, underneath second Miss Su's bright and shiny exterior, her life is quite unbearable. It's nonsense. Old Lady Su couldn't bear to yell lowly at this point. Old Lady Su, do you not take what I say seriously either? Ning Qingya coldly interrupted. I'm sorry, Miss Ning, I'm just really tired of seeing that little brute make things up. Old Lady Su hurriedly apologized. I came to Jiangqing to seek justice for my brother. I will naturally investigate the rights and wrongs. Ning Qingya's voice was icy cold. Old Lady Su, you're a handful of years old. I won't bother with you, but if anyone interrupts again, don't blame me for not being polite. Old Lady Su's face was pale and she didn't dare to speak, and many of the people present had already begun to vaguely feel that the situation was not quite right. I'll keep making up. Oh no, I'll keep talking. Lin Bai smiled rather brightly. Anyway, after some investigation on my part, I finally found those people who persecuted/harmed Ningboer and Su Yufei, but, unfortunately, just as I was about to solve them, they made the first move and killed Ningboer. Although I wasn't able to come to Ningboer's rescue in time, I still wanted to protect Su Yufei, so I still stepped in and took care of the real culprit. Eldest Miss Ning, this culprit is no other than that so-called dupe Ning. Ning-san, he and those scum among the 100 great clans of Jiangcheng, together they squeezed and tortured Ningboer and Su Yufei. Those details, they're really unpleasant to look at. The crowd was stunned. Su Ruobing was also stunned. Actually, Fan Chichi was also dumbfounded. Everyone present knew that Lin Bai was talking nonsense. It was just too outrageous. Miss Su, are these true? Ning Qingya finally opened her mouth as she looked towards Su Ruobing with a burning gaze. Su Ruobing woke up with a jolt. She looked over at Ning Qingya, her mind somewhat confused, but she only hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. Yes, Miss Ning, what Lin Bai said is all true. In this instant, Su Ruobing felt that she had fallen. She actually lied without changing her face for this dogman Lin Bai. She lied. Su Ruobing, you're talking nonsense. Su Ruobing, feel your conscience. When have you and Su Yufei ever been on good terms? Eldest Miss Ning, you can't trust them. They're all talking nonsense. Not a single word is true. Angry voices erupted from all around, and the crowd could no longer care less about Ning Qingya's warning. I can testify. A voice came from the doorway. Su Yufei, dressed in heavy mourning, holding 2 little boys who were also in heavy mourning, slowly walked into the funeral hall. Yes. Fei Su can testify. Eldest Miss Ning, listen to Su Yufei. Su Yufei, quickly tell Miss Ning that Lin Bai and Su Ruobing are talking nonsense. For a moment, it was as if the crowd had seen a savior. The hearth, which had been noisy just a moment before, soon quieted down of its own accord. Su Yufei slowly walked over to Ningboer's spirit seat and knelt down with the 2 children. She pulled the 2 children together and kowtowed 3 times, not getting up afterward. Sis, Buchan, he really died a horrible death. Su Yufei looked up at Ning Qingya with tearful eyes. You must do right by Buer. That beast/beast Ning-san, controlling the 100 big families in Jiangcheng, kept oppressing us all these years, doing whatever she wanted. My sister found Lin Bai to help in order to help me. But I didn't expect that these people would also put Lin Bai to death. They're animals. Su Yufei had a sad face. The hearth was incredibly silent. Su Ruobing was dumbfounded. The rest of the Su family was also dumbfounded. Yi Chenglong and the others were even too shocked to speak. Fei, do you realize what you're saying? Old Madame Su warily trembled. She could not believe at all that these words actually came out of Su Yufei's mouth. Mr. Ning, that's you. Grandma. Su Yufei spoke violently. What I said is the truth. In the past, I didn't dare to say anything because I was afraid that Ning-san and the 100 great clans of Jiangcheng would join forces to suppress me. But now that eldest Miss Ning is here, she'll make the decision for me. Crazy. Su Yufei is absolutely crazy. Su Yufei, you're simply talking nonsense with your eyes open. Have you forgotten what just happened in the Dragon Palace? What's going on here? How could Su Yufei testify for Lin Bai? Ridiculous. So ridiculous. How could this happen? The hearth was getting a little chaotic, and the crowd was beginning to feel that things were not going well. That this was, well, too much of an anomaly. It was normal for Lin Bai to make things up there, but it was too unbelievable that Su Yufei would actually go along with Lin Bai's nonsense. Su Yufei, you bitch. You have a thing with Lin Bai too, don't you? Yi Chenglong was furious. He roared angrily and rushed towards Su Yufei. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. The walking stick in his hand, ruthlessly smashed at Su Yufei. Seek death. With a cold shout, Ning Qingya waved her hand. Yi Chenglong let out a miserable scream and flew tens of meters, falling heavily to the ground, instantly bleeding from his 7 orifices. He died of gas. How dare you commit murder on my siblings in front of me? Ning Qingya's body exuded a thick murderous aura. Whoever dares to make another move will end up like Yi Chenglong. The hearth was silent again, and the crowd/atmosphere dared not come out. The matter is clearly understood and I will put my brother in the ground as soon as possible. Ning Qingya coldly swept over the crowd. Someone come. Send my brother's casket to the heavenly sea. Yufei, you and the child, go to Tianhai as well, where you will be better protected. Thanks sis. Su Yufei had a grateful look on her face. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. Ning Qingya sighed softly. Considering that you might be lonely alone in Tianhai, I'll have your parents and your grandmother come over with you. After all, they love you on a regular basis. Ning Qingya gestured. Send elder lady Su and aunt and uncle away. Dozens of people had already walked quickly. A few of them lifted Ning Boer's coffin and left. Su Yufei held up the spirit tablet and followed along with her 2 children. And old lady Su and Su Yufei's parents were quickly escorted towards the outside by several people. No, I'm not leaving. I'm not going to Tenkai. Old lady Su was yelling there. She had obviously realized something. But it didn't help. Those people that Ning Qingya had brought with her didn't say a word. They just silently sent the Su family and the others out of the spiritual hall. The voices were far away, and the door to the spirit hall, still blocked by Ning Qingya's men, prevented others from entering or leaving, even though it was summer. At the moment, many people began to shiver. They felt cold. By this time, most people had already realized that Su Yufei's family had, in fact, been forcibly sent away by Ning Qingya. Su Yufei's perverse behavior was obviously threatened, and the one who threatened Su Yufei was no other than Ning Qingya. So, the only question now is, why is this Tianhai Ning family's eldest miss doing this? She was clearly supposed to deal with Lindbergh. What in the world is going on here? Su Ruobing was like a dream. She still didn't understand what was going on. It seems, Lindbergh is fine? Well, then, isn't something going to happen to her? Big ice, you're already mine. Lin Bai whispered softly in Su Ruobing's ear. Instead, he let go of Su Ruobing and walked towards Ning Qingya. Well, it's almost dawn, so I'll stop pretending. Lindbergh dragged over a bench and sat on it. The real funeral now begins. This is the funeral of your 100 families of Jiangchang. After today, the 100 families of Jiangchang no longer exist. He paused for a moment, as if remembering something. Oh, Qinjia, come and sit. Ning Qingya smiled sweetly and slowly walked over to Lin Bai, and then sat on his lap. The hearth was incredibly silent and the crowd/brain went blank, shocked beyond words. What the hell is going on here? The crowd rubbed their eyes hard, closed them, opened them, closed them again, opened them again. What they saw, however, remained the same image. That incomparably beautiful and noble Miss Ning was sitting meekly and obediently on Lin Bai's lap. How is this possible? Finally, someone couldn't hold on and paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were dull and he mumbled. It was like a chain reaction, and at least a dozen people, all of them, sat helplessly paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, they didn't even have the strength to stand still. There was only one thought in everyone's head. It's over. This time, it's completely over. Su Ruobing was also completely dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Bai actually did have this special relationship with Ning Qingya? This is just too unbelievable, isn't it? No, it can't be. It's impossible. Suddenly someone yelled. But it was Song Yujiao. Miss Ning, you must have been deceived by Lin Bai. He's Qin Shui's man. He was just cuddling with Su Ruobing. Don't believe him. No, Lin Bai, you must have used some dirty tricks to control Miss Ning. Eldest Miss Ning must have been taken hostage by Lin Bai. You people from the Ning family, go save eldest Miss Ning. Hearing Song Yujiao's words, the others looked like they had finally come back to their senses as well, and they all began to roar angrily. Yes, it must be. You guys go save Miss Ning. Lin Bai, you shameless villain. Let go of Miss Ning. Lin Bai, no matter what dirty tricks you use, you won't succeed. The Tianhai Ning family won't let you go. The hearth became noisy again. The crowd kept clamoring. However, they soon realized that no one was paying any attention to them at all. Those of Ning Qingya's men were still standing quietly at the door. Qingya, your body is really getting on people's nerves. Lin Bai, however, sighed and stood up with Ning Qingya in his arms. somewhat fondly touching her body twice before placing her on the bench. I'm on fire tonight. It's time for someone to take it out on me. Lin Bai's eyes slowly swept over the crowd. The clamor of the hearth grew diminished, and at last, once more, there was silence. Go on, why don't you scream? Lin Bai slowly walked towards Song Yujiao. Even if you scream your throats out, no one will come to save you. Lindbergh, what do you want to do? I've already given you $1 billion. Song Yujiao subconsciously stepped back. Speaking of $1 billion, I actually really don't understand. Where on earth did you get the confidence to think that your ugly face is worth $1 billion? Lin Bai shook his head. Could it be that you are simply very afraid of pain? Seriously, you're so ugly it's hard for me to look at you. I'd better do your whole face. Lin Bai gently raised his hand. Don't worry, it's painless. As he spoke, Lin Bai tapped his finger in the void a few times. The crowd did not go away to look at Song Yujiao's face. And soon, someone exclaimed in shock, only to see that Song Yujiao's face was rapidly appearing a black line. The black lines crisscrossed like a spider's web, quickly covering the entire face. Looking very bizarre. What you did to me. Song Yujiao felt something was wrong and hurriedly fumbled for a mirror. In the next second, she shrieked, "No, this isn't me. Lindbergh, you bastard. What have you done to me? I'll fight you." Song Yujiao rushed towards Lin Bai like crazy, but she didn't even touch him and flew out backwards. What a lack of aesthetics. Lindbergh shook his head inside. What a nice face. A natural Spider-Man. Miss Willow, what do you say to tea? Lin Bai turned towards Liu Xian Mei. Why don't I help you fix one too? No, don't. Liu Xian Mei hastily backed away. You, don't come over. Yes, it's Chao Jun who has a grudge against you. It has nothing to do with me. I've already broken up with him. What do you mean? How can you be like this? Lin Bai shook his head. My old classmate broke both of his hands for you. And you actually abandoned him? I really don't feel sorry for my old classmate. I actually think you two are quite compatible. Lin Bai revealed a bright smile. Never mind. I'll do you guys a favor. He waved his hand again. Liu Xian Mei's hands hung down helplessly. What did you do to me? My hand. What happened to my hand? Willow Heartbrow had a panicked look on her face. It's nothing. It's just that one of your hands is broken as well. You see, so that you and Chao Jun, you won't mind anyone. Lindbergh smiled. Ugh, I'm such a good person. The crowd held their breath, not even daring to look at Lin Bai for fear that Lin Bai would find them next. Lindbergh's eyes fell on Fan Jiming. Before he could say anything, Fan broke down. Grandpa, save me. Fan Jiming swooped down in front of Fan Zhongjing, knelt on the ground, and hugged Fan Zhongjing's calf. Grandpa, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. You must save me. Don't beg me, you beast. Fan Zhongjing roared. No one can save you now. No, Grandpa, you can't. Fan Jiming was filled with panic. I'm your only grandson. No, Auntie, help me. Fan Jiming turned to beg Fan Chichi again. Little aunt, I really know I'm wrong. Help me plead for mercy one more time. When I was a child, you loved me too. I don't want to die. I don't want to become crippled or ugly. Little auntie, you help me. You're so pretty and have a good body. You just need to sleep with Lindbergh a few more times. He'll definitely be willing to let me go. Fan throws a nice leg kick that just misses Fan. Bastard thing. Fan Zhongjing roared. Bye now. There's no respect for your little aunt. He took a few steps forward and came in front of Lin Bai. Mr. Lin, it's all my fault that our Fan family has produced such a brute like Fan Jiming. I've decided to hand over all my assets as compensation to Miss Ning, and I'll demobilize everyone in the Fan family. As you said, from now on, the Fan family of Jiangchang will cease to exist. As for Fan Jiming, the beast, he is at your disposal. Fan Zhongjing, the most refreshing one is really you. Lin Bai smiled faintly. Good thing too. The Fan family was originally a burden to you guys. In the future, you and Chi will just help me with my work. No, you can't. Fan Zhongjing, you old thing. You can't. Fan yelled up. A maniacal laugh ensued. Ha ha ha, old thing. You're so desperate. In order to follow Lin Bai, you actually abandoned the entire Fan family. Also, Fan Chi, what's so good about Lin Bai? He's got another woman, and you still have to lick him for life. Fan's voice ended abruptly. Lindbergh kicked him in the head. Noisy. The scene was quiet, and anyone could tell that Lindbergh was cranky, and there seems to be no letting go of any of them. Lin Bai, this is the first time we've met. I was never involved in that Mr. Ning's matter, and I wasn't involved in Qin Shuiyao's auction. Xiao Erson, however, spoke up at that moment. We have no grievances between us, so I guess I can get out of here, right? Sorry, no one can leave. Lin Bai smiled brightly. As I said, this is the funeral of the 100 great clans of Jiangchang. After today, every clan you are in will cease to exist. Lin Bai, my sister Qiao Fei Yan has treated you well. Don't you feel ungrateful for even sparing the Qiao family? Zhou Erson was a little annoyed. Will you stop being funny? Lin Bai scoffed. Fei Yan and your Qiao family no longer have anything to do with each other, just like my wife, Qin Shuiyao, has nothing to do with the Qin family. Today, both the Qiao family and the Qin family will disappear. Oh yeah, big ice. Lin Bai looked at Su Ruobing. Don't be angry. Your Su family, too, is going to disappear. After all, this Su family, in fact, has nothing to do with you. How could you? How could you? Su Ruobing was also stunned. She had thought that she and her parents were safe, and that she and her parents would be the only ones here in the Su family in the future. So the entire Su family, rightfully so, would be hers and her parents. She had even begun to conceptualize in her mind how she would manage the Su family in the future. But it turned out that Lin Bai was going to destroy the Su family as well? What the hell is this dog man up to? Even her? Other scumbags sleep with them and then throw them away. This dog man hasn't even slept with her yet, and he's throwing her away? Could it be that Ning Qingyao won't let him? Su Ruobing had all sorts of messy thoughts popping up in her head. Wakabing. Su Ren, however, spoke up at this time. You stop talking. It's already the best outcome if we can survive. And then, he also walked towards Lin Bai. Mr. Lin, the Su family's matters has not been me and my daughter's responsibility. Our family of 3 will be netted out. Everything in the Su family will just be disposed of by you and Miss Ning. Yeah, ice. Su Ruobing's mother also hurriedly came next to her at this moment, softly persuading, this is already very good. Available. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Bai. Even though mom and dad were right, it was good enough to survive. But this dog man, why does he have to go so far? Can't you leave her some money to spend? Uncle Su is really deeply righteous. Don't worry, I'll treat Big Bing Bing very well. Lindbergh smiled brightly, and then, he looked to the corner. Yi Shifeng, you're hiding there like a shrunken head turtle. Do you think I can't see you? You're disappointing me like that. Honestly, I still like the bratty look you gave me when you threatened me on the phone tonight. Lin Bai slowly walked towards Yi Shifeng. Lin Bai, you, what else do you want? My big brother is dead. Do you have to drive everyone to extinction? Yi Chengfeng's face was pale and colorful. Even if you have eldest Miss Ning to protect you, but eldest Miss Ning will eventually return to the heavenly sea. Do you think she'll always be here to protect you? I can give you half of the Yi family's assets. You say you're still so petty even when you want to live. Lin Bai shook his head. This person, is really no good. So damn stupid. Lin Bai, half of my Yi family's assets. There are also nearly $100 billion. You should not be so greedy. Yi Shifeng was a bit angry. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Yi Shifeng across the face. Fool, do I need this much money from you? Snap. Lin Bai continuously slapped Yi Shifeng again, cursing as he did so. I'll let you call someone to kidnap my sister. Let's get you to auction off my wife. Let you threaten me on the phone. In less than a minute, Yi Shifeng's face had swollen into a real pig's head. Fuck. Why the fuck do you look like a pig? Lin Bai stopped and cursed with dissatisfaction. Growing so ugly and coming out in the middle of the night to scare people. Do you have any fucking morals? In the midst of cursing, Lin Bai kicked Yi Shifeng in the knee. Yi Shifeng let out a miserable cry, opened his mouth and sprayed out another mouthful of blood, and directly fell to the ground and fainted. What a fight! Lindbergh was a bit disgruntled and turned around. Puff, puff. The floor was suddenly a mass of knees. Brother Lin, I'm willing to hand over all the assets of the Wang family, so you let me live. My Zhang family is also willing to. I'd love to. The crowd's mentality finally broke down completely. Not to mention, you guys have a much better attitude now. Lin Bai's tone had a faint mockery in it. Unfortunately, I don't intend to let you guys off, but I'm too lazy to lecture you trash one by one. Saya, next, you handle it. Aha. Ning Qingya slowly got up and walked over to Lin Bai. Hubby, go and take a rest. You still need to attend the Amazing Thunder Group's press conference in the morning. Just leave it to me here. Lindbergh nodded and said no more, turning towards the door. Big ice. Want to take a walk with me? As he passed by Su Ruobing, Lin Bai opened his mouth to inquire. No go. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Where did this dog man get the face to ask this kind of question as if nothing had happened? Well, there's not quite enough time now to wait until the evening. Lin Bai smiled brightly at Su Ruobing, but he didn't force himself. He walked out of the hearth without any panic, and those who had originally blocked the door made way. It's so nice to never see this garbage again. Lin Bai lamented a sentence, but it caused the crowd kneeling on the ground to be flooded with roiling chills. This What does this mean? Su Ruobing, however, is secretly gritting her teeth. What did this stinking rascal say about not having enough time? What else does he want to do at night? Could it be that he still wants her to honor that bet? Lin Bai walked out of Su's house and slowly walked down the road. A few minutes later, hundreds of cars came roaring towards the Su family from all over Zhangcheng. The heads of the 100 great clans in Zhangcheng had all been notified by Ningxingya. Lin Bai went straight back to the top of River City. He stood on the rooftop, feeling the richer aura of the place, and his brain was a little clearer. Lin Bai didn't cultivate. He slightly closed his eyes. Various memories of the immortal realm kept flashing through his mind. He wanted to organize all kinds of information and prepare for his next plan. After today, it shouldn't be too often that someone would come after him anytime soon, and he needed to plan for the future. Time passed and it was morning. Lindbergh opened his eyes when he heard the sound and turned to look. It was Qin Shueyo who had just walked up to the rooftop. She looked slightly haggard, a little excited, but seemed a little apprehensive. Fei Yan asked me to pick you up. She specifically told you not to forget to wear that dress. Well, I'm going to go change. Lindbergh went back to his bedroom and put on that robe while going downstairs. Qin Shueyo looked at Lin Bai and was a bit mesmerized. Honey, am I handsome again? Lindbergh smiled cheekily. Ha! Qin Shueyo came back to her senses, her pretty face slightly red. I'm just curious. This dress of yours, what's so special about it? Well, they all especially like me in this dress. Lindbergh smiled brightly. Inwardly, they lamented that they preferred him without his clothes on. Well, he liked the way they looked without their clothes on too. Well, couldn't keep thinking about it. It was catching fire. Go! Lin Bai wrapped his arm around Qin Shueyo's waist and headed outside. The car drove down to the top of River City to the thrilling Thunder Building. This is Chao Fei Yin 4 years ago has been built office building, high 99 floors, but just when it is about to be put into use, Chao Fei Yin accidentally coma, and after that, it is so vacant for 4 years, until it was opened a few days ago and became the office building of the Surprise Thunder Group. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the venue was already set up on the wide field at the main entrance of the Thunder Building, while all the media had already arrived. In the midst of countless people's expectations, the three of them, Qin Shueyo, Chao Fei and Ningxingya, walked out side by side. Instantly, stunning the room, the three women took their seats, and Lin Bai then stepped out, wearing a mouth shao. He stood a few meters behind them, becoming a handsome backdrop. Dropping, hundreds of cars sounded their horns at the same time, a long convoy that came from far and near. The convoy soon stopped in 2 lines at the entrance of the shocking Thunder Mansion, and 2 to 3 people came down from each car, while in each person's hand, they were still carrying boxes of different sizes. Jiangcheng Xiao family, congratulations on the establishment of the Thunderbolt Group. Congratulatory gift, all of the Chao family's assets. The voice, like thunder, shocked all the media attending the conference. All your assets as a congratulatory gift? It's a bit of a departure. The Yi family of Zhangcheng, congratulations on the establishment of the amazing Thunder Group. Congratulatory gift, all of the Yi family's assets. Another voice rang out and the crowd was even more shocked. How could there be another such gift giver? Jiangcheng Su family, congratulations on the establishment of the Surprise Thunder Group. Congratulatory gift, all of the Su family's assets. Jiangcheng Qin family, he, Jiangcheng Fan family, he, Jiangcheng Song family, he. Gradually, the crowd went from being shocked at the beginning to being numb. Is this true? It's not an intentional gimmick, is it? But I just checked. Those are really the family heads of the major families in Zhangcheng. I think I've seen a few of them. It's true. What the hell is going on here? Zhangcheng 100 big families actually came, and are all offer all assets as congratulatory gifts. What in the world is the Thunder Group in the beginning? On a Mercedes-Benz Big G by the roadside, Su Ruobing watched the conference with a complicated face. The other families were still giving gifts. While she naturally understood that this was actually just creating momentum for the shocking Thunder Group, the entire assets of the major families were given away, and that was something that had been finalized hours ago. And these families are rewarded with the fact that innocents are allowed to live. And as for those who showed up at the funeral last night, basically, they're either dead, crippled, or crazy, dog man, and masked. Su Ruobing took a picture with her cell phone and all 4 people appeared in the picture while she suddenly realized something was wrong. Strange, how come all 3 of their clothes are robes? Su Ruobing muttered. Lin Bai, this dog man, how in the world did he get to know Fei Yan and Ningxingya? The phone suddenly rang. Su Ruobing connected. It's me. Are you sure Ningxingya has been missing for 2 years? Rumor has it that she's seriously ill and in a coma under treatment? Wait, you give me an exact time. What day did she wake up? What? That day too? I know. Su Ruobing hung up the phone with an indescribable shock in her heart. Lin Bai and Ning Qingya Qiao Fei woke up on the same day. They were also dressed in what both looked like vintage clothing and somehow seemed to be closely related. What's the secret between them, anyway? Su Ruobing muttered. Big ice. You could have just asked me. The lazy voice rang out abruptly. Ah! Su Ruobing exclaimed. You? When did you come up? At some point, Lindbergh had gotten into the car and sat in the passenger seat. Why are you down here before the press conference is over? I just need to get up there and take a picture. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Anything else? Shui Yao and the girls will naturally take care of it. After this launch went viral, the pictures of him and Ning Qingya Qiao Fei in the same frame would be circulated all over the world. Even though he deliberately blocked his face, those 7 other holy female Taoists of his would definitely be 100% sure that it was the 3 of them as long as they saw the photo. And that was the reason why he had the 100 great clans of Jiangcheng congratulate the establishment of the amazing Thunder Group. Then let me ask you, how exactly did you and Ning Qingya meet? Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. She's still a little pissed off that this dog of a man took things too far and didn't leave her parents a dime. In your dreams, Lindbergh replied without hesitation. I'll believe the hell out of you. Su Ruobing still didn't believe it. Big ice. Let's talk somewhere else then. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Drive me to the top of Jiangcheng. It won't open. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. This car isn't mine anymore. It's your wife's. You let her drive it. Drive on. And when we get to the top of River City, I promise to come clean to you. Lindbergh had a serious face. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. Su Ruobing finally managed to drive. While it was true that the car should theoretically belong to the amazing Thunder Group now, she knew that no one would be held accountable if she drove it away. Su Ruobing roared all the way to the top of Jiangcheng, driving Lin Bai. Is there any wine here? Just after entering the door, Su Ruobing spoke. I want to drink. The wine is certainly there. But then, big ice. I need you to be sober. Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. I've planned a lot of our future, and there are countless choices for our future. But for each of them, we need to accomplish the same thing first. Do you know what it is? I don't know. Su Ruobing said in a bad mood, and I don't want to know. I have no future with you, rascal. Big ice, you have a lot of fire today. This point is like me. I have a lot of fire too. Lindbergh sighed. Well, that's okay. After today, none of us will be on fire. In fact, the future and so on is not important. The important thing is the present. Lin Bai's eyes scanned over Su Ruobing's body recklessly. So, big bing, here comes the question. When are you going to honor our bet? I knew you were up to no good. You stinking rascal. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. You brought me here just for this? I'm telling you right now. I'm cheating and I'm not going to honor it. Big bing ah. Cheating is not how you cheat. If you really want to cheat, you shouldn't admit that you cheat. Lin Bai shook his head. You're still too honest and conscientious. No wonder you have such a big conscience. Lindbergh's eyes burned, so big that he wanted to feel her conscience again. He abruptly reached out and picked Su Ruobing up by the waist and headed upstairs. What are you doing? Get off me. Su Ruobing was a bit irritated and tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. She was instantly a bit flustered. You don't mess around. I don't really want to cheat. I'm just angry. Su Ruobing didn't finish her sentence, but realized that she seemed to have misunderstood, because Lindbergh put his arm around her and went up to the rooftop, not to the bedroom. Lin Bai put down Su Ruobing, still holding her waist, and looked across the river. Would you believe me if I told you that one day we could fly from here, right over the river? Lin Bai looked serious. You must be curious as to why I'm so powerful, but what if, say, I can make you as powerful as I am now? What the hell is that ability of yours? Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. She was genuinely curious. Lindbergh was too strong. In fact, she didn't like white boys, but she, inwardly, worshipped the strong. Lin Bai turned his head, looked at Su Ruobing and smiled brightly. Big bing. Do you want to cultivate immortality? Cultivating immortality? Su Ruobing was a bit confused for a while. Can anyone in the world really cultivate immortality? You mean, you're practicing immortality and, well, teaching me? Su Ruobing quickly understood, and inadvertently, in her tone, there was a hint of excitement. Lin Bai's palm spread out and 2 pills appeared in his palm. This is the body refining pill and bone hardening pill, which can change one's roots and bones so that ordinary people can have a chance to cultivate immortality. Lin Bai's expression was slightly more serious, but body refining and bone quenching will both have a certain amount of pain. If you're willing, you can give it a try. Even if you can't cultivate immortality in the end, it will still change your physique drastically, and you'll at least be able to become a powerful martial artist. Su Ruobing directly took 2 pills from Lin Bai's hand and stuffed them into her mouth. She was tired of having her fate in someone else's hands. She wants to be strong. Well, Su Ruobing had a pained expression on her face. How long will this last? Well, the first time, it will take longer. About 6 hours. Lin Bai looked at Su Ruobing with rather eager eyes. But, Big Bing Bing, I have a way to divert your attention without feeling any pain. What way? Su Ruobing found this pain to be very strange. It wasn't particularly painful, but the kind of itching that was unbearable in general, made it very difficult to bear. Lin Bai probed and pulled Su Ruobing into his arms. What do you do? Su Ruobing was a little flustered. Stinking rascal. Don't take advantage of the fire. Big ice. You promised me a full meal. Lindbergh's movements had started to become a bit louder. And, don't you realize? You're forgetting that you're in pain right now. Without realizing it, Lindbergh breathed heavily. He had already touched Su Ruobing's conscience without hesitation. Why did you have to sleep with me? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Ning Qingya is prettier than me and has a better body than me. Wouldn't she give you sleep? That bet. You're practically cheating. I was just cheated by you. Su Ruobing was still struggling. There was always some unwillingness in her heart. This is only known a few days. Cannot so easily let this smelly rascal get. She, Su Ruobing, is a recognized iceberg. Definitely can't really melt just because she was touched by him a few more times. Except, she also had to admit that at the moment she really did seem to forget about the pain in her body. It's a distraction that works surprisingly well. Don't you? Yet. Su Ruobing realized that Lin Bai was on the verge of losing control. I'm asking you, why don't you give me any face at all? Why do you have to get rid of all the Su family's assets? Can't you just let me continue to be the Su family's first lady? Su Ruobing still can't get over this hurdle in her heart. I don't have to ask for money. I can support myself and my parents as a doctor. But I feel like I've become a joke, and they all think I'm getting nothing for sleeping with you for nothing. Su Ruobing suddenly bit Lin Bai fiercely. This dog man, just know to touch and not reply. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to lose, but she was just holding her breath. Big Bing Bing, the Su family of the past was dirty and sordid, and you, being ice clear and clean, can't be tainted with those things of the Su family. Lin Bai finally paused his movements and looked at her with a serious face. I just want you to be clean and start from scratch. In the future, you will be the high and mighty Su Ruobing, but not Miss Su, and have nothing to do with the Su family. Okay, I believe you once. If you dare to lie to me, I will bite you to death. Su Ruobing knew she couldn't hide. Don't be here. Go to the bedroom. Big ice. Actually no one can see it here. I think the rooftop is pretty good too. Lindbergh didn't leave. I won't give it to you if you say it again. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. This dog man, he wanted to play so flowery the first time. Lindbergh finally compromised and came to the bedroom. It's not too late to come back to the rooftop next time. Perhaps Su Ruobing herself didn't know that she wasn't actually repulsed by Lin Bai. The experiences of the past few days flashed through her mind. It wasn't until this moment that she was truly grateful for the aftermath. She actually knew that without Lindbergh, she would have died. Even if they don't die, they will most likely become the playthings of those men. Qin Shueya could be publicly auctioned off by those people. How much difference would it make if she really fell into those people's hands? Dog man, cheap or not? Su Ruobing murmured and suddenly burst into unrivaled enthusiasm. In the bedroom, the iceberg completely melted. Lindbergh was also quickly and completely lost. Without realizing it, the sun was setting outside the window. Big ice. You're a bit of a misnomer. Who says you're an iceberg? Look at you. It's broad daylight. So big, so white, so hot. Lindbergh loved it and was watching the sunset with Su Ruobing by the window. Can you say less and do more? Su Ruobing was a bit irritated. That ghost elixir you gave me. It's been half a day. Why does it still hurt? 6 hours is 12. And the time is not yet up. Lindbergh explained. Big ice. It's okay, we'll be almost there 7 more times. Su Ruobing bit her lip and didn't say anything. This dog man may be a donkey. It's been 7 times and he still wants 7 more. Without realizing it, it was already late at night. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Why am I so dirty? Su Ruobing suddenly realized that something was wrong. I have to take a shower. The elixir refines the body and quenches the bones, and will expel some impurities. Lin Bai explained, then picked her up. I'll help you wash. 10 minutes later. The bathroom. Did you have to toss me to death to do it? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Doesn't this dog man know how to get tired? Big ice. This is my special training for you. Don't you realize that you're not even tired until now? Lin Bai pressed close to her back. Look again. Your skin. Has it gotten better? Well, the body is in better shape too. Su Ruobing looked at herself in the mirror and was a little dazed. Well, she seems whiter and bigger now. With this figure, she herself was on fire when she looked at it, so it was no wonder that Lindbergh couldn't help himself. Without realizing it, it was already early morning. No, I'm really tired now. I'm so sleepy. Su Ruobing finally couldn't carry on and fell into a deep sleep. Lindbergh dressed and got up. His spirits were high and his body was soothed. He went downstairs to the pool, and with a crash, Ning Qingye gently leapt up and landed in front of him. She came here last night, and Lindbergh actually knew it. Honey, I have to go back to Tianhai. There are still a lot of things over there that I need to take care of. Ning Qingye slowly leaned into Lin Bai's arms. Most of the things on the Jiangcheng side have already been taken care of, and for the rest of those, Fei Yin and Shui Yao can handle them as well. Hubby, you don't need to mind too many mundane things. Just focus on cultivating and restoring your strength. This world is not absolutely safe for us at the moment. You will always be our last safeguard. Ning Qingye quickly left. Lindbergh gently exhaled, and then, made a few phone calls. Almost an hour later, Lin Bai walked out of the villa. A car happened to stop and two people came down. It was Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi. The two were about to greet each other when Lin Bai waved his hand. Follow me. The trio went down a few hundred meters where there was a row of two-story houses. This was originally the property management office of top of the river city. However, I just demobilized the property company here, and from now on, this place will be under your responsibility. Lin Bai looked at Fan Qiqi and Fan Zhongjing. Fan Zhongjing, from now on, you'll be a true pill king, only responsible for refining pills. As for Qiqi, you'll be responsible for refining pills. I will give you various medicinal and Dan formulas, as well as the refining process, which you will operate specifically, and you can also recruit some apprentices to help you, and the funds needed will be provided by the amazing Thunder Group. Lin Bai spent several hours discussing various details with Fan Qiqi. Remember one thing, there are specialties in the arts, and both of you must focus on your part and do what you do to the best of your ability. Lin Bai looked at the two. Qiqi, in the future, you will become a Dan Immortal, and this place will be named Dan Immortal Sect. You have lost the Fan family, but in the future, your status will surpass that of any lineage. He wasn't painting a picture, he knew that it would come true. He could also see Fan Zhongjing and Fan Qiqi's excitement, and he understood that they truly believed, and he also had high hopes for the Dan Xian sect, which was why he had allowed the Dan Xian sect to choose this location, close to him. You guys get ready, I have things to do. Lindbergh returned to his villa bedroom only to see the supreme beauty again. Su Ruobing had just sat up from the bed. Whiter, bigger, glowing. Lindbergh found himself on fire again. Stay where you are. Su Ruobing realized that Lin Bai's eyes were not right and hurriedly spoke. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Well, don't. Not really. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. My parents sent me a lot of messages. They are very worried about me. I have to go home. Big bing bing. Don't be afraid. I'll just touch it. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. He didn't really act further. I actually have something to tell you. But are you hungry? Big bing bing? I can go get you something to eat. Like laying down some noodles. No. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Ruobing always felt that this guy's words were immodest. She was a bit puzzled. Don't all those novels and TVs say that cultivating immortality requires clearing one's mind? Why are you so rogue? Well, because I'm just different. Lin Bai felt Su Ruobing's excellent touch. Just this woeful figure. Still want him to clear his mind? Wouldn't that be a waste? First things first, I've got a promising job for you. I have a job. Su Ruobing couldn't help but speak. Don't be that doctor of yours. It's not for you. Lin Bai shook his head. Big bing bing. In fact, I did not go to investigate you, but you have practiced boxing and kicking, and you are quite familiar with the underground world of Jiangcheng, as well as, you helped me to find the Dragon Palace, in the shortest possible time. Anyway, I think you have another aspect of your specialty, so you'll be in charge of my security from now on. Are you trying to get me to start a security company? Su Ruobing frowned. Big ice, you are so big and smart. Lin Bai was satisfied. That's right. There are many things in this world that still require the use of technological means, and we all have family members that need to be protected as well. The means of the immortal cultivators aren't applicable at all times, and I'm split up on my own. It takes a lot of money to start a decent security company. Su Ruobing just opened her mouth. A card was placed on her chest. There is 10 billion here. In the future, all the money I earn myself will also be credited to this card. Big ice, you just spend as you please. That's the 10 billion? Su Ruobing stared at Lin Bai and had a strange feeling for a moment. This stinking rascal, How come he made it look like he really took $10 billion to put her to sleep? Yeah, big ice. All my money went up to you. Lin Bai had a serious face. You're my first woman. Of course I have to treat you well. Do you take me for an ignorant little girl? Su Ruobing said without any good humor. I don't believe in this nonsense of yours, but that's okay. I'll take the card and I'll open the security company. Just this dog man, that do not know how many tricks, and said it was the first time. She did not believe. Su Ruobing's cell phone rang again at this time. It's my mom again. Su Ruobing picked up the phone. Mom, I'm really fine. Okay, I'll go back right away. The phone hung up. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. Let go. I really have to go. Well, let me have a couple more bites. Lin Bai was reluctant to let go, but in the end, he let go of Su Ruobing. When Su Ruobing wrapped her perfect body into her clothes, Lin Bai handed Su Ruobing a business card. This Wang Jinjin is my housekeeper in the bank. You spend money to encounter any problems. You can find her. Also, here are 8 body refining pills and 8 bone tempering pills. You'll take one of each every night for the next few days. Don't worry, it won't hurt as much anymore. When these pills are finished, I'll teach you to cultivate immortality. Aha! Su Ruobing discreetly put it away. The tone of voice inadvertently seemed much softer. I'll go first. Su Ruobing unconsciously swept across the bedroom. A reddish-halo floated on her white face. Her mind flashed through the various poses she had been put in. Dog men are so much fun. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai again, then turned and hurried away. That's nice. Lin Bai collapsed backward, as if he was lying on the bed in large letters. The world is too good. A few minutes later, Lin Bai sat up from the bed again before dialing Qin Shuiao's number. Honey, have you eaten? No. I'm busy recruiting. I don't have time to go out for lunch. There was a hint of exhaustion in Qin Shuiao's tone. So what do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. Lin Bai decided to go see Qin Shuiao. There were some things that he needed to talk to Qin Shuiao about as well. An hour later, Lin Bai was shocked by the crowded scene when he arrived at the entrance of the shocking Thunder Mansion with his packed meal. Out here, there are at least a few thousand people lined up to apply for the job. Lindbergh, man. Someone waved at Lindbergh. It was actually Hu Pingan. Peace, what are you, looking for a job here too? Lin Bai walked over. What are you doing in line here? Tell me if you want to work here. Let's go. I'll take you in. Don't. Man, I want to be on my own strength. Hu Pingan hastily shook his head. Yo, isn't this Lin Bai? Came here to deliver? A shady voice came at that moment. However, it's noon, and there are quite a few of these people in line who actually order takeout. Don't say it. With this look, Lin Bai really looks like a delivery man. Fu Xin, what are you talking nonsense about? Hu Pingan was a little displeased. Fu Xin, some myopic eyes. Looks average. All 3 of them are the same class in college. But the last party, Fu Xin did not participate. Ho Ping, how did I make that up? Fu Xin was a bit upset. Isn't this a delivery for Lin Bai? Besides, delivery is quite good. You are not thinking right. Are you looking down on delivery? Lindbergh, I'm sorry. I was busy looking for a job at the party the other day, so I didn't come. But I'm supporting you. You've been a vegetable for 3 years after all. It's normal that you can't find a job that matches. Delivery is quite suitable for you. Do a good job and you can earn over $10,000 a month too. No, Fu Xin, you're deliberately phasing people, aren't you? Hu Pingan was a bit annoyed. You just graduated from graduate school. Like me, looking for a job. Who are you looking down on? You don't even know Lindbergh. Forget it. Peace. Ignore him. Are you sure you don't want to come in with me? Lin Bai was too lazy to bullshit with Fu Xin. Now that the Surprise Thunder group is short of a lot of people, there must be something suitable for you. Why do you need to line up here? Lindbergh, I'll try it myself first. Hu Pingan hesitated. You also said that there is a shortage of many people here. I should be able to apply for the job. Alright then, I'll go and bring Shuiao some food. Lin Bai didn't force himself and continued to walk towards the inside. See, I told you he delivers, right? Fu Xin laughed coldly. Hu Pingan, you're a person. You're just kind-hearted. A country bumpkin like Lin Bai. You have to associate with him. When the time comes, the one who suffers will only be you. Poor mountains produce unruly people. And Lindbergh is the one who came out of those poor mountains. Will you shut the fuck up? Hu Pingan couldn't bear it. You know shit. Hu Pingan, we're classmates. I'm kindly advising you. Don't be insensitive. Fu Xin was a bit annoyed. Don't listen even if you don't listen. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. At this moment, Lin Bai had already arrived at the gate of the shocking Thunder Group. Job applicants waiting in line outside. The security guard stopped Lindbergh. Delivery. Lin Bai casually said. Your general manager Chin's takeout. Go on in. Mr. Chin is in interview room 1. The security guards didn't stop them, mainly because there were quite a lot of takeout orders. There are too many people applying for the job today, and the recruiting leaders of each department are interviewing on the first floor to avoid the trouble of going up and down the stairs. Lin Bai walked into interview room number 1 and saw Qin Shuyo rubbing her head with a tired face. Honey, it's time to eat. Lin Bai came and sat down opposite Qin Shuyo, then frowned. You haven't slept for the past 2 days? Aha. Qin Shuyo's tone had a bit of a petulant flavor. I'm really too busy. So many things. I can't even remember how much coffee I drank. Let's eat first, and I'll press your head. Lin Bai opened the lunchbox, while later coming behind Qin Shuyo, gently rubbing and pressing on her head. Strands of aura entered her brain, soothing her exhaustion. I'm better. Qin Shuyo turned back to look at Lin Bai, a few strange glints in her eyes. You're really powerful. Honey, let's eat together first. Good. Lin Bai returned to the opposite side of Qin Shuyo. Are people good recruiters? The two ate and talked. It's quite a good recruitment. Yesterday we established the amazing Thunder Group. The 100 big families in Jiangcheng came together to congratulate us. Everyone knows that we have a promising future here, and the number of people who came to apply for the job was especially high. Qin Shuyo's tone had a few moments of happiness in it. However, I'm now in desperate need of someone who is willing to travel and trustworthy. A lot of the assets of the 100 great families of Jiangcheng are in the field. I need a reliable person to lead a team over there to receive them. Actually, I would have wanted you to go, but Fei Yan said that you had other more important things to do, and that business matters would not trouble you. That would be a coincidence. My college roommate Hu Pingon is out there. He just graduated, but he's certainly not a problem. Lindbergh had an idea. Tell you what, I'll call him and have him come right in. Well, you trust him, so it must be okay. Qin Shuyo immediately nodded her head. Lin Bai didn't hesitate to call Hu Pingon. A few minutes later, Hu Pingon walked into interview room number 1. What made Lin Bai slightly surprised was that Fu Xian actually followed him in. Lindbergh, why are you still here? Fu Xian saw Lin Bai as soon as he entered the door and was a bit puzzled. Then he directly chided. You damned delivery of a takeaway. You still don't leave after delivery. Are you trying to harass Mr. Qin? Fu Xian, shut up. Hu Pingon was anxious. Mr. Qin, I am really sorry. This is my classmate. He had to follow in. Mr. Qin, my name is Fu Xian. I'm a graduate student from the School of Finance at Jiangcheng University, and I've actually met you before. Fu Xian, however, has stepped forward with a fawning smile. Qin General, you may have forgotten, but back then you actually said a word to me. Honey, is this your classmate too? Qin Shuyo looked at Lin Bai and inquired rather gently. Mr. Qin, I am indeed a student of Lin Bai, but I don't know him well. Fu Xian subconsciously answered, but in the next second, he suddenly reacted. He was instantly confused. Mr. Qin, what did you call out to Lin Bai? Since you don't know my husband well, please get yourself out. Qin Shuyo's face suddenly turned cold. Or else I'll call security. Lindbergh, it's your husband? How is this possible? Fu Xian looked at Qin Shuyo, then at Lin Bai, then at Hu Pingon, but he found Hu Pingon's face as usual. He instantly realized that Hu Pingon knew about this. How did this happen? Fu Xian subconsciously stepped back, but he still couldn't accept this reality. This was Qin Shuyo, the dream lover of all the boys at Jiangnan University. How could she be gotten by a country bumpkin like Lin Bai? Fu Xian sat on his ass on the outside porch, but no one cared. After all, everyone assumed that he was devastated by his failed interview. Pingyan, there's a job here that's perfect for you. Shui Yao will tell you the details later. Lin Bai spoke up at this time. Don't think too much. This isn't a backdoor either. But this job needs someone I and Shui Yao both trust to be in charge of it. And you happen to be someone we trust. Buddy, then, I won't be pretentious. I will definitely not let you and Mr. Qin down. Hu Pingon didn't push back. Lin Bai accompanied Qin Shuyo after lunch and left the interview room. However, he didn't use to leave the thrilling Thunder Mansion. Instead, he directly took the elevator and came to the top floor. Non-smoking. Lin Bai walked into the chairman's office and smoothly took Xiao Fei Yin into his arms. He spoke about his arrangement. In the future, on the Dan Xian Sex side, you and Chi Chi will directly interface. The pills are very important to us. We can't afford to make any mistakes. As for Ruobing's side of the security company, you also take the initiative to make a call to her. After all, you guys are friends, and you'll be guiding her from behind. Well, all the ordinary business of the surprising Thunder Group will be handed over to Shuyo, and the ones related to cultivation, I will personally handle. Xiao Fei nodded. I'll look for spirit stone mines around the world and see if I can make some discoveries. I'll refine some more magic weapons in the next few days. Then I'm going to prepare the foundation establishment pills for you guys. With your special physique, you'll be able to have better results with the special foundation establishment pills. Lin Bai had actually planned it all out. Foundation building is crucial. I recalled the events in my dream earlier. It seems that the step of foundation building for each of us is not stable enough. Perhaps, this is also the reason why in the end, we were easily crushed by the heavenly tribulation. Well, then, husband, we must play it safe this time. Xiao Fei's stunningly beautiful face also became grave. This matter of heavenly tribulation had always been her greatest worry. By the way, husband, here's a copy of the Saya. Not quite complete, but you can read it first. Xiao Fei sent Lindbergh a piece of information. Lin Bai briefly looked at it, in which the second-rate family information was relatively detailed. The first-rate family was more abbreviated, and as for the top-ranking family, there was only the name. Lin Bai saw a familiar name in the profile. Luo Ruoshi, the fourth miss of the Luo family of the divine capital. The Shindu Luo family, on the other hand, was a first-class family that was one level higher than the Tianhai Ning family. This Ruoshi student, is she coming from such a big place? Lin Bai was a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it. At 3/odd o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Bai finally left the thrilling Thunder Mansion, and outside, there was still a sea of people. For a while, Lin Bai was a bit emotional. These days, it's not easy to find a good job. It's better to eat soft food. Lin Bai took a cab and came to number 1 Moon Lake. He was planning to refine magic weapons, and the materials he bought earlier were still here. When he walked into the living room, Lin Bai froze. He had thought that there was no one at home, but he didn't expect that not only there were people, but also quite a lot. His second uncle's family was there, along with 2 other people he hadn't expected at all. Qin Shuiyao's parents, Qin Kuan and Wen Ting. Lindbergh, you came back just in time. Qin Kuan looked furious. If you were in a coma for 3 years, you delayed Shuiyao for 3 years. Now that you've woken up, you actually secretly got a license to marry my family Shuiyao. Do you have a little bit of conscience in this person? I'm telling you, if you're still a man, go and divorce Shuiyao right now. Don't delay her great future. Hubby, there's something to be said for. Wendy whispered in a soothing voice. What's there to say to him? Qin Kuan had an impatient look on his face. He's a poor boy from the countryside. He wasn't good enough for Shuiyao before, let alone now. Lin Bai, you know what's good for you. Shuiyao is now the president of Surprise Thunder Group. Surprise Thunder Group's assets are in the trillions. Shuiyao has 10 points of shares. That's a real 100 billion female president. What's more, she's also like a sister to the eldest miss of the Ning family in Tianhai. With Shuiyao's condition, she should at least be the son of a family in order to be worthy of her. You're a country bumpkin. What kind of thing are you? Father-in-law, are you delirious? Lin Bai finally spoke. Mother-in-law, do you want to take him to the psychiatric department? Shut up. Who's your father-in-law? Qin Kuan shouted angrily. You uneducated thing. I think it's better if you shut up for a while. Lin Bai impatiently interrupted. What? You're upset that I called you incompetent last time? Actually, it's okay for you to be incompetent. Don't mess around. And Shuiyao and I can let you continue to be pampered. But if you insist on messing around, believe it or not, I'll let you experience the good old days of earning a monthly salary of 3,000. Bye. You talk to your father-in-law properly. Bai Xiangui couldn't help but speak. Don't make a scene. I have nothing to say to him. Qin Kuan roared. Lin Bai, I'll put my words down here. Our Qin family, there's you but not me. I'll see if Shuiyao chooses me, her real father, or you, an outsider. Hubby, don't be like this. I think this kid Lin Bai is quite good. He even saved us the other day. When Ting couldn't help but advise Qin Kuan again, she was actually quite happy with Lindbergh. Lin Bai took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Shuiyao's number, directly putting it on speakerphone. The call was quickly answered. Honey, what's wrong? I'm still in the interview. Qin Shuiyao's voice was quite gentle. Oh, it's okay. Your dad came to my second uncle's house to make a scene, asking me to divorce you and saying there's me without him. Lindbergh said casually. What? Qin Shuiyao was shocked. My dad, what's he up to? I'll call him right away. No, I can fix it. Lin Bai interrupted Qin Shuiyao. Just cooperate with me for a bit. That is, in the future, how about you only give your father $3,000 a month for living expenses? Oh, and by the way, give mother-in-law $300,000. Ha? Qin Shuiyao stayed dumbfounded. Then, well, hubby, I still have an interview to do, so that's all for now. By the way, it's okay for you to scold my dad, or don't hit him, okay? You're busy then. Lin Bai hung up the phone. then looked at Qin Koan. Father-in-law, what do you think now? Does Shui Yao listen to you or me? Asshole, don't do whatever you want just because Shui Yao is protecting you. Qin Koan was very annoyed. She's just simple and ignorant, so she'll be coaxed by you. When I introduce her to those outstanding sons of the world, she'll definitely leave you for good. Father-in-law, it's really not that I'm looking down on you. As far as you're concerned, can you know the children of the world? Lin Bai had a mocking look on his face. However, this attempt of yours to introduce my wife to someone else makes me very unhappy. So what? I've decided that I'll introduce your wife to someone else as well. What did you say? Qin Koan's face changed drastically. Bastard. How dare you? For the sake of Shui Yao, I won't hit you. Lin Bai looked at Qin Koan coldly. But there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Starting tomorrow, I'll introduce 18 men to my mother-in-law every day. From 18 to 80, and there'll always be one that she'll like. It won't take long for mother-in-law to realize that there are men much better than you, in every way. Guess how long before mother-in-law divorces you? You. Qin Koan was so angry that he trembled, and then he covered his heart with his hand with a pained expression. Look, you're just not very fit. You've got a heart problem, don't you? Lin Bai shook his head. Mother-in-law, this man's heart can't work. The bed will not work either. Lindbergh, stop it. When Ting's face turned slightly red. This child of yours is really something too. Look at how your father-in-law has been angered by you. Well, I'll take your father-in-law to the doctor first, and don't take his words seriously. I'll talk him down. When Ting helped Qin Koan, pulling him toward the outside, husband, let us go back first. I have asked you not to come. You have to come. Qin Koan's face turned pale and he seemed to want to say something else, but in the end, he was pulled away by Wen Ting. Fight me? Lin Bai had a disdainful look on his face. He wouldn't suffer from this cheap father-in-law's unjust anger. Xiao Bai, Shui Yao really doesn't blame you for being so angry with your father-in-law? Bai Xiangui was more or less worried. Second uncle. Don't worry, Shui Yao is sensible. Lindbergh smiled. I'll collect the stuff. By the way, second uncle, second aunt, I'll dispense some medicine for you later, so that you can condition your bodies. Lin Bai used the rest of the herbs to make some pills and gave them to his second uncle, while he took those jades and went back to the top of the river city, so much so that the time was already late in the evening. He didn't start refining magic weapons right away. He planned to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi cultivation first. After raising to the 4th level, the magic weapons he refined would no longer be disposable. What's for dinner? Lindbergh muttered. The phone rang at just the right time, and when he saw the caller, he jumped to conclusions. Better to have a big IC. He quickly connected. Big ice. We still have such a heart-to-heart. I happen to miss you too. I wasn't thinking about you, Su Ruobing said without any good humor. A man asked me to have dinner tonight. Do you want to come? Someone chasing you? Lindbergh instantly realized. Can't you just refuse? This person is my hospital colleague. I went to the hospital in the afternoon to check out. He pulled a few doctors and nurses who usually have a pretty good relationship with me. Said he wanted to send me off together. Su Ruobing explained. I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. I'll send you an address. Come if you want to. It's okay if you don't. Su Ruobing directly sent an address to Lin Bai and then hung up the phone. Ancient Rhyme Court? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. This place was quite familiar. Better go. Who's still craving big ice? Lindbergh sighed. He wasn't tired of eating last night even though he was full. Still want to eat. He pulled out his cell phone and started to hail a cab, only to find that it was a little hard to get a cab up here. Not being able to drive seems a bit of a problem. Lindbergh mumbled. Despite what he said, he had no intention of learning to drive. When he was a little more cultivated, he could walk faster than he could drive. Chi-Chi, send me to the ancient rhythm pavilion. Lin Bai directly found Fan Chi-Chi. Fan Chi-Chi drove Lin Bai to the ancient rhythm pavilion. Sir, ancient rhythm pavilion is currently still under my name, and Miss Ning said it was my personal asset and didn't want it. Fan Chi-Chi took out a card and handed it to Lin Bai. This is the Tianzi VIP card. You take it, you can directly get the bill waived. Lin Bai put away the card, casually inserted it into his pocket, got out of the car and walked into the ancient rhythm pavilion. Arriving at the yellow-lettered private room Su Ruobing had mentioned, he pushed the door in and found 2 men and 2 women sitting inside. One of them was none other than Su Ruobing. The other 3, were all quite young, less than 30 years old, and all looked pretty good. Big bing bing, here I come. Lin Bai directly walked over to Su Ruobing and sat down next to her, and in the process, he even wrapped his arms around her. It was a shock to the other 3. Dr. Su, is this your boyfriend? The other young woman couldn't help but inquire. Wait, you, how do you look so familiar? Ah, she suddenly exclaimed. You, Aren't you the plant called Lin Bai from our hospital? You just woke up last week and touched Dr. Su. When she said that, she was even more shocked. That, Dr. Su, you wouldn't be his girlfriend just because you were touched by him, would you? Pretty much. Su Ruobing didn't deny it. Lin Bai, let me introduce to you. This is Nurse Zhang. This is Dr. Lu from the surgery department. And this is Dr. Zhang from the brain department. Dr. Su, it's fine if you don't accept my advances, but there's no need to find such a person to use as a shield, right? Dr. Lu spoke up at this moment. This patient called Lin Bai. I've heard about him as well. I won't talk about anything else. He clearly has a girlfriend. Who in the hospital doesn't know that? Dr. Lu, as a colleague, I don't want to make things too ugly. Su Ruobing's voice was slightly cold. Regardless of whether Lin Bai is really my boyfriend or not, I think my attitude is already very clear, so there's no need to continue with those details. Su Ruobing, what are you pretending for? Dr. Lu suddenly exploded. Do you think I don't know that your Su family is bankrupt? You still think you're the Su family's eldest lady? It's your good fortune that I'm looking at you now. Dr. Lu, you should leave this blessing to others, Su Ruobing said coldly. And then, she pulled Lin Bai up. Let's go. Just go? Lindbergh was reluctant. Won't this kind of trash get a beating? Trying to hit me? Dr. Lu sneered. Come on, try hitting me instead? If you dare to touch me, I'll make you unable to stay in Jiangcheng. Lin Bai directly kicked and sent Dr. Lu flying with his chair. What an underpowered contraption. Lin Bai put his arm around Su Ruobing and walked out of the private room. Let's change the private room and continue eating. He took out his Heavenly Character VIP card and the waiter directly arranged a Heavenly Character private room for him and served more than 10 specialties according to Lin Bai's request. Su Ruobing ate it with relish. Only, after a while, she couldn't help herself. Just eat some food and stop touching. I'm eating my vegetables. Lin Bai looked innocent. Eating vegetables does not affect him at all to touch his legs. You made me eat properly. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. I'll just go back with you after eating. Lindbergh instantly pulled his hand back. Boom! The door to the private room, however, was kicked open at that moment, and a group of people rushed in. Just the little white boy. An angry shout followed. Fight me! It's that Dr. Lu. He pointed at Lindbergh with his hand while the group of people rushed towards Lindbergh. However, before they could reach Lin Bai, the group suddenly stopped in unison as if they had been immobilized. Su Ruobing, in the past, you were the Su family's big miss. I didn't dare to touch you. Tonight, you found a plant to perfume me, even if it's not enough, but you still dare to let this son of a bitch beat up my old man? Dr. Lu looked furious. See how I'll get you later. When he said this, he realized that something was wrong. And then he was a bit annoyed. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and get on. I paid for it. Yeah, come here you guys. Lindbergh spoke up as well, with a pushy look. I'm still waiting. No, big brother, we're in the wrong booth. The man at the front of the line was on the verge of tears. We're leaving. Want to go? But Lin Bai laughed. Come all the way here. I'll also have to take a beating before you can go. You send me your faces so I can slap you and I'll let you go. Yes, big brother. You smoke. The man at the front took a few steps forward and bent down to bring his face to Lindbergh. Snap. Lindbergh slapped him out of the booth. And the others didn't dare to resist and lined up to go forward. Slap. There were a dozen people in total, and they were all quickly slapped out. It was no wonder that these people didn't dare to resist. They were all from the Black Tiger Hall, and it was even if they had all been beaten up a few days ago. The key was, that boss of theirs, Black Tiger, had been beaten up too badly. You're the only one left. Aren't you going to send it over? Lin Bai looked at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu had been dumbfounded. He couldn't understand at all how these punks from the Black Tiger Hall, who supposedly dared not mess with anyone, would obediently line up to be smoked. What do you want? Dr. Lu subconsciously stepped back. I'm warning you, don't mess around. I'm now a person from the Amazing Thunder Group. Do you know the Amazing Thunder Group? That's the most awesome company in Jiangcheng. Dr. Lu let out a scream and flew out of the booth. What kind of trashy thing dares to threaten me in the name of the shocking Thunder Group? Lin Bai was a bit upset. Big ice. Send me that trash's name. I'll have Shuiyao fire him. Su Ruobing was cooperative about it. After Lin Bai called Qin Shuiyao, the two of them continued eating. There's a matter. Our security company. Should we get involved in the underground forces of Jiangcheng? Su Ruobing hesitated slightly. These underground forces will never disappear. It might be better if we take direct control. Big ice. There's always going to be dust and other junk in the room. And all we have to do is sweep the floor every now and then instead of turning it into junk ourselves. Lindbergh had a serious face. I see. Su Ruobing's tone seemed a bit strange. She actually didn't want to be in the same boat as those underground forces. This dinner lasted for more than 2 hours, and although that Dr. Lu didn't come back to disturb, Su Ruobing received phone calls from time to time, basically preparing for things related to the security group. By the time the two of them walked out of the ancient rhythm pavilion, it was already past 9 in the evening. The two returned to the top of the river city and had just gotten out of the car when another car drove by. The car stopped and it was Qin Shueyo who came down. I'm just sending Lindbergh back. I'll go first. Su Ruobing hurriedly got into the car and left. Lindbergh was more or less depressed, actually letting Big Ice run away. I haven't slept in a couple days and I need to come back and rest, Qin Shueyo softly explained. My parents live in that house at Wangjianlu. If I go back, I guess my dad will have to read about it again. So I thought of coming here to sleep peacefully. Well, you sleep in peace, wife. Lindbergh was a bit regretful, but it was good. So let's practice tonight. Big Ice would only affect the speed of his practicing. The 4th level of Qi cultivation was actually considered the first small threshold of immortal cultivation. After Lin Bai told Qin Shueyo not to disturb him, he went to the rooftop and started practicing. By the time he reopened his eyes, it was already a few days later, and he had finally broken through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Lin Bai didn't waste any time and continued to start refining the magic weapon. After refining the magic weapon, he continued to refine pills. Not only did he refine it himself, he also taught Fan Qiqi to refine it. However, the fire problem of ordinary people refining pills had not been completely solved. Fan Qiqi was working on a new kind of alchemy furnace, with the help of modern tools, to provide fires of various temperatures in place of the cultivator's mana. Another few days passed, and Lin Bai finally refined a furnace of medium-grade Qi replenishing pills. After a little bit of cleaning up, he called Xiao Fei Yan and prepared to send a few over to her. Hubby, keep all the Qi replenishing pills for yourself for now. Xiao Fei Yan, however, suggested, you raise your strength first. The stronger you are, the safer we'll be, and when you're so strong that these Qi replenishing pills are useless to you, then just give them to us. Good thing too. Lindbergh thought about it and thought that it was also a solution. Hanging up the phone, Lindbergh was thinking about where to go next when his cell phone rang again. Dude, are you free tonight? Come out for a drink. I called out Ding Cheng. No one else. The call was from Hu Pingon. Okay, I'll see you later then. Lindbergh agreed in one bite. Pingon who sent him an address. Lindbergh looked at the time. It was actually evening now. He dialed Su Ruobing's phone. Where are you? Big Bing Bing? Accompany me out for a drink. Su Ruobing came very quickly, arriving at the top of Jiangcheng in less than 10 minutes. Big Bing Bing, you look better after not seeing you for a few days. Lin Bai was a bit emotional. Oh yeah, those pills, you should have finished them alright? You finally remembered? Su Ruobing glared fiercely at Lin Bai. She was a little upset in her heart. This dog man, he hasn't looked for her in 10 days or so. Originally, she thought it was good that this rascal didn't look for her, but as a result, Lin Bai didn't call her for 10 days or so, leaving her with an indescribable suffocating feeling. She's got such a great body. This dog man gets tired of sleeping with her once? Well, more than once that night, though, but it shouldn't be. This is outrageous. I've been busy practicing alchemy and stuff for a while now, and I've just finished. Lin Bai explained. Don't worry, Big Ice. When I come back at night, I'll teach you to cultivate immortality. Where are we going now? Su Ruobing's tone eased up without a second thought. Half an hour later, at the barbecue, Lin Bai and Su Ruobing met Hu Pingon and Ding Cheng who had also just arrived. This is Su Ruobing, my personal physician. Lindbergh introduced himself. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. When did she become his personal doctor? Is it specifically for this dog man? Hu Pingon and Ding Cheng's expressions were also a bit odd, but they didn't say much. Lin Bai, it's actually that I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, and in a short period of time, I probably won't be returning to Jiangcheng, so I thought I'd get together. Hu Pingon was a bit emotional. By the way, I also want to thank you. This job is really thanks to you. No need to thank me. In fact, I should thank you. After all, you're all going to collect money for my wife. Lin Bai smiled. With you working so hard, I can eat soft food in peace. He turned his head to look at Su Ruobing. Speaking of which, Big Bing Bing Shuayo gives me $100,000 a month for pocket money. Why don't you give me $100,000 as well? I think it's better to have a double portion of this soft rice. Boring. Su Ruobing gave him a blank look. Where did this guy get the bad taste to be so fond of the reputation of being a soft touch? By the way, Lin Bai, did Luo Ruoshi call you? Ting Qing looked like she suddenly remembered. I think she said she'd be coming over for a while. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Lindbergh shook his head. Did she come here for something? Lindbergh, if you don't know, how would I know? Ting Ching was a bit helpless, but if she does come, she'll definitely look for you. Su Ruobing secretly gritted her teeth. This dog man knows so many women. Come on, drink. Hu Pingon hurriedly changed the topic. Lin Bai. Dr. Su, I toast you. Thanks, but I'm not a doctor anymore. Su Ruobing took out 2 business cards and handed them to Hu Pingon and Ding Ching respectively. I'm now the president of the Questioning Sky Security Group. In the future, if you guys have security needs, you can contact me. Ask Sky Security? Lin Bai smiled brightly at Su Ruobing. That name, I like it. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai again. She always felt that this dog man was thinking of bad images in his head. After all, this matter was decided on the top of the river city at the top of Ask the Sky Peak. And in that place, she was taken by this dog man a dozen times a night. Speaking of which, Qin Shueyo is really hot right now. Ding Ching was a bit emotional. Not to mention the news. Our school's various alumni groups are discussing her every day. No, she's still the dream of all the boys. Hu Pingon nodded. I almost couldn't help myself several times. I wanted to show off that she was my college roommate's wife. Ahem. Drink. He suddenly felt that it wasn't appropriate to say this. After all, Su Ruobing looked like she had an obviously extraordinary relationship with Lin Bai. At this moment, Qin Shueyo had just returned to her home at the Riverwatch Tower. She actually hadn't been back for a while. This house was basically her parents' living. As for herself, she had been living in the company because she didn't want to disturb Lin Bai. It was also true that the company was too busy during this period of time, and there were too many things that the Shocking Thunder Group needed her to deal with. Mom, what's wrong with you? Qin Shueyo walked into the house and opened her mouth to ask. She didn't want to come back. It was her dad who called, saying that her mom wasn't feeling well. Before the words were finished, Qin Shueyo frowned slightly. There's someone else in the house. A well-mannered and rather handsome young man. And his outfit was obviously worth a lot of money. Hello, Ms. Qin. The handsome man got up and took the initiative to extend his hand towards Qin Shueyo. I'm Luo Mingyang, from the Shindu Luo family. Dad, what's going on? Qin Shueyo didn't shake hands with Luo Mingyan. She caught a glimpse of her father's excitement and her mother's helplessness and realized at once that she had been tricked. Shueyo, what kind of attitude are you having? Hurry up and say hello to Mr. Luo. Qin Koan had a disgruntled look on his face. Mr. Luo is the third son of the Shindu Luo family. Do you know what the Shindu Luo family is all about? That's the closest first-class family to our Jiang city. Even that big Miss Ning of the Tianhai Ning family, in front of Mr. Luo, that would have to be courteous. In that case, you entertain him, Dad. I have business at the company. Qin Shueyo turned around and left. She forced herself not to lash out on the spot. It had been a while, and she had thought her father wouldn't screw up again, but she hadn't expected it to come straight out of the gate. Qin Shueyo came downstairs, but a voice came from behind her. Ms. Qin, I think we should talk. When Qin Shueyo turned around, she saw Luo Mingyang walking towards her. Mr. Luo, I don't know what my father told you, but I don't think that we have much to talk about. Qin Shueyo looked indifferent. If you have business to talk about, then please make an appointment with my assistant and go to my office to talk. Miss Qin, your Shocking Thunder Group is too large to control with your background, Luo Mingyang said slowly. Even with the Tianhai Ning family as a backing, that's not enough. An asset of this magnitude is not something a second-rate family can monopolize. In fact, I could have gone to work with Ning Qingya or Qiao Fei, and I'm sure they'd both be happy to do so, but I still chose you, and you should feel lucky. Mr. Luo, don't flatter yourself. Whether it's Qingya or Fei Yan, they can't see you. Qin Shueyo said coldly. Me too. Please leave me alone and my parents alone. After saying this, Qin Shueyo pulled open the car door and got into the car to leave. Ungrateful bitch/person. Luo Mingyang's face instantly became gloomy. Third prince, do you want me to do it? A middle-aged man came behind Luo Mingyang silently. Forget it. Stay put for now and settle Luo Ruoshi first. Luo Mingyang's voice was ice cold. The thrilling Thunder Group is right here. It can't run away. I just received news that Luo Ruoshi has gone to Castle Peak County. We'll go over there as well. Luo Mingyang turned to get into the car and soon left as well. In the barbecue store, Lindbergh had just hung up the phone. After Qin Shueyo returned to the thrilling Thunder Mansion, she still told Lin Bai about what happened. She was mainly a bit worried about Luo Mingyang. Being targeted by a first-class family was not a good thing for the Shocking Thunder Group either. Dude, is something wrong? Hu Pingon could see that Lin Bai's face didn't look quite right. It's okay. It's just that father-in-law of mine. He's not too happy with me. Lin Bai smiled faintly. He turned his head to look at Su Ruobing. Big Bing Bing. Your company, do you have manpower that can do things now? What do you want? Su Ruobing asked. Well, it's like this. You arrange for a few bodyguards, preferably exceptionally handsome ones, and make them responsible for protecting Shuiyao's mother, Wen Ting, 24 hours a day. Lin Bai's expression was serious. Remember, only protect Wen Ting. Don't worry about Qin Kuan. Then what? You help me find all the men Wen Ting knew in the past, even her kindergarten friends, especially her whatever ex-boyfriends and the like, as well as the men who had crushes on her, and try to find a way to get them to Jiangqing to create a chance to meet with Wen Ting. Oh, and also, those male stars and male models and whatnot nowadays. If there are any that Wen Ting likes better, get them to Jiangqing as well. What are you trying to do? Su Ruobing was a bit confused by what she heard. Since that father-in-law of mine had to find my wife a man, then of course I had to return the favor and find a few men for his wife as well, Lin Bai said unhurriedly. Su Ruobing was stunned. Is this what people do? It's a good thing he thought of it. Hu Pinggan and Ding Qing on the side also listened with some dumbfoundedness. Lin Bai's operation. It was too divine. Are you sure you want to do this? Su Ruobing couldn't help but follow up with a question. You're not afraid of Qin Shuiao scolding you? Big ice. If I really get scolded by Shuiao, you'll more than likely gloat. So what the heck? Just go ahead and arrange it without worry, Lindbergh said lazily. Su Ruobing instantly felt that this dogman was right. Why should she worry about him being scolded by Qin Shuiao? No! She stopped talking nonsense and immediately started calling to make arrangements. Lin Bai, however, also received a call from Bai Xiaowei at this time. Brother, we plan to go back home tomorrow. Are you going back? Tomorrow? Lindbergh froze. Wait, today is? He looked at the date and it suddenly dawned on him. Xiaowei, tell second uncle that I'll go back tomorrow, and you guys can just wait for me at home. He had been so wasted for a while that he hadn't paid attention to the time, and it was only when Bai Xiaowei called that he realized that tomorrow was the last day of July. This is a special day. Tomorrow, it's the day of his parents' memorial. On this day 15 years ago, his parents were killed in a car accident. Peace, Ding Cheng. Sorry, I have some urgent business to take care of. I have to go home first. Lin Bai stood up while pulling Su Ruobing, who was still on the phone, away, until she got into the car. Su Ruobing explained things and hung up the phone, then looked at Lin Bai with some exasperation. You hooligans should not be so eager to be colorful. What's wrong with you? Su Ruobing realized that Lin Bai didn't look quite right. The bottom line is that the dogman isn't even looking at her boobs anymore and it's really wrong. Tomorrow is my parents' memorial day and I have to go back home. Lin Bai's tone was calm. I promised to teach you immortal cultivation, so I have to hurry. Su Ruobing froze and wanted to say something, but still didn't say anything and just drove silently. When he returned to the top of Jiangchang, Lin Bai brought Su Ruobing to the rooftop. Big ice. I've already checked your physique, and although it's not considered special, it should be able to cultivate. Lin Bai made Su Ruobing sit down on her knees. I will guide you. Later you will feel the flow of aura in your body. Remember the path. The first step in immortal cultivation. You need to rely on yourself to sense the aura in the heaven and earth. When you can sense it on your own, then it's considered barely introductory. And only after that will I be able to use pills and those methods to help you improve your strength. An aura entered Su Ruobing's body. Lin Bai had already picked out a cultivation technique for her, and after circulating it dozens of times to make sure Su Ruobing had memorized it, he left Su Ruobing alone on the rooftop. In his estimation, Su Ruobing might need the entire night to truly sense the aura. Lindbergh lay quietly on his bed. 15 years on, and every time he reached this day, he still had a hard time. After waking up this time, he had thought everything was wonderful until the day came again. Before he was 10, he was happy too. After that day, he truly realized the warmth of the human world. The sound of footsteps came and woke Lindbergh up. Big ice. You're so fast. Lin Bai was a bit surprised. Was Su Ruobing so well qualified? However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Su Ruobing had not yet succeeded. I'm not used to you being like this. Su Ruobing's tone was a bit odd as she walked towards the bedside while speaking. At the same time, she slowly unbuttoned her coat. Lindbergh soon realized that no matter how hard it was in his heart, but his body was still honest. When Su Ruobing climbed up on the bed and sat on top of him, he had instinctively reached over. This year is better still. Lindbergh mumbled, then couldn't speak. Icy white big soft, gagged his mouth. Mom and Dad should be happy to know I'm like this, too, right? This thought popped up in Lindbergh's head, and after that, all that was left in his mind was the white/flowery flowers in front of him. It didn't stop all night. Early morning, Lin Bai placed a jade pendant and hung it on Su Ruobing's chest. Big bing bing. This jade pendant should not be removed at any time. Lin Bai took out 2 more jade rings. These 2 you'll give to Fei Yan and Shuiyao for me later. Got it. Su Ruobing's voice was slightly lethargic, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked again, do you want me to accompany you back home? No, those people in my old family will not be able to diaphragm you. Lin Bai shook his head. Just arrange a car for me. I'll go back with second uncle and the others. One day, when he had found all 9 saintly wives, he would bring them together to worship their parents. Half an hour later, Lindbergh left in his car. Su Ruobing, on the other hand, was a bit remorseful. Why did she take the initiative to comfort the dog man? Now I am so tired. It is better to sleep. One Moon Lake. Bai Xiaowei got into the car and was a bit curious. Brother, are you alone? Bai Xiangui and Wang Guiyun followed suit. Bai, are you okay with your father-in-law? Bai Xiangui was a little worried. Is Xueyao not? Second uncle. It's fine. I didn't tell Xueyao about this. She's quite busy right now. Lindbergh explained. I'll bring her back home later. Oh, yeah, I've also heard that she's especially busy right now. Bai Xiangui didn't say much. The car quickly drove out of the city and onto the highway, heading for Castle Peak County. The car pulled off the highway a little after 10 in the morning. We're almost at the county seat. Bai Xiaowei was a bit excited. Green Mountain County, with green hills everywhere, a true mountainous region. The county town was 200 kilometers away from Jiangchang, while from the county town to Baijia village, there were still 30 kilometers. Hey, it looks like someone is waving up ahead. Bai Xiaowei added at this time. Up ahead on the side of the road, a short-haired girl kept waving. Stop. Lindbergh opened his mouth, and the Mercedes quickly stopped next to the girl. Hello, can you help take someone to the hospital? Our car broke down and the ambulance hasn't come. The girl's voice was eager, and then she saw Lindbergh getting out of the car. She froze, then popped out. Great nephew? Lindbergh was more or less speechless. He didn't expect to meet her either. This is his middle school classmate Bai Lu, and his mother Bai Lu's name is the same sound. On the generation is also with her mother is the same generation, so she always liked to take advantage of Lin Bai, shouting his great nephew. That's the patient you were talking about? Lin Bai looked to the side of the road. A middle-aged man was holding an old man who was covering his chest and looked in pain. Ah, yes, that's my grandfather. Bai Lu came back to her senses. Lin Bai, help me. It's still 10 kilometers to the county seat, and it's too late to get to the hospital. Lindbergh interrupted her. But I can save him. Ah, good. Lindbergh, you saved them. Bai Lu was busy saying. Lin Bai felt out a silver needle and walked towards the old man. Without saying a word, the silver needle was stuck into the old man's heart. What do you do? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Stop it. I save lives. Lin Bai frowned and turned his head to look at Bai Lu. Dad, this is my classmate. Bai Lu hurriedly explained. He said it was too late to send the hospital. Jokes, what does he know? The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Lin Bai. Are you a doctor? Just treating people? Do you have a license to practice medicine? You take it out and look at it first. What's wrong with you? Lin Bai impatiently interrupted. It's your family that's going to die. It's not me begging to give you medical treatment. Cure me if you like. Or not. Lin Bai put away the silver needles, turned around and headed towards the car. He wasn't used to this kind of people's stink. Lindbergh, wait. Bai Lu was dumbfounded. Why don't you lend me your car for a while? Sorry, I can't have people dying in my car. Lin Bai said indifferently. Your grandfather can still hold out for a minute at most. Ah, this. Bai Lu was a bit flustered. That, Lin Bai. My dad can't talk. I apologize on his behalf. You still saved my grandfather. Okay? What are you fooling around with? The middle-aged man was disgruntled. Dad, will you shut up? Bai Lu suddenly became furious. Are you responsible for Grandpa's death? And are you responsible for your grandfather's death when he cures him? The middle-aged man asked rhetorically without good humor. I'm in charge, okay? Bai Lu roared out, then looked at Lin Bai again. Lin Bai, please, save my grandfather. Bai Lu, you've helped me in the past. This time, am looking at your face. Lin Bai finally took out the silver needle again and came to the old man. The silver needle quickly stuck a few stitches in the old man's heart. Okay. After Lindbergh said this, he turned around and got into the car, closed the door and instruct the driver. Let's go. Brother, what happened to the old man? Bai Xiaowei was a bit curious. Just had a heart bypass. There was a bit of a problem with the surgery, but he's fine now. Lindbergh casually replied. Brother, you're awesome. Bai Xiaowei had a face of adoration. When I go back home, I'll be sure to tell them that you're super awesome now. Hoshi, when you get home, it's better not to say too much. Lin Bai smiled. I'm fine, but I'm afraid that you and second uncle, you'll often encounter people borrowing money. Yes, Hoshi, don't talk nonsense. Bai Xiangui also hurriedly spoke. Otherwise, If we let people know about Shui Yao's relationship with Xiao Bai, then I don't know how many people will come looking for us. Okay, Bai Shell we beamed. Not too happy. I had wanted to earn some face for my brother. The car continued on its way, and around 11 o'clock, it finally arrived at Baijia village. The Bai family village was basically all surnamed Bai, and back then, Lin Bai's father, Lin Xiao, had always lived in the Bai family village even though he wasn't a member of the family. The car pulled into the entrance of the village and stopped. Second uncle, I won't go back with you, I'll go straight to the mountains. Lindbergh prepares to get out of the car. It's okay. Bai Xian Gue sighed. Xiao Bai, tomorrow is your grandmother's 80th birthday. I know you don't want to attend, but you should still make the trip. Lin Bai was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, second uncle, I'll go tomorrow. He really didn't want to attend, but when his second uncle asked, he decided to make the trip anyway. Lin Bai got out of the car and turned towards the tallest mountain not far away, Qingyun Mountain. The green peaks tower into the clouds, hence the name Qingyun. It's been 3 years since he's been here, but it's still familiar to him. The parents are buried halfway up the hill, and there is a driveway to get up there, and Lindbergh slowly walks up the hill, getting closer and closer. Suddenly he heard the rumbling of machinery, and with a bad feeling in his heart for some reason, he accelerated sharply and sprinted toward the top. And his hunch was soon confirmed when a backhoe was actually vandalizing his parents' grave. The headstone had been dug up and the backhoe hadn't stopped and was continuing to shovel into the grave. Boom! There was a loud bang. Lin Bai slapped his palm on the excavator's bucket with anger, and the bucket violently upturned, driving the entire excavator to the ground. Who told you to come and dig my family's grave? Lindbergh grabbed the man driving the digger by the collar and heaved him to the ground. Do what? A middle-aged man with glasses walked quickly to the side. Who are you? Don't obstruct our construction. We're still waiting to finish our work and go back for lunch. This is my parents' grave. Who do you think I am? Lin Bai grabbed the glasses man by the neck. Who gave you the dog's guts? You dare to dig my family's grave? You don't mess with. The man with glasses was pinched and couldn't breathe. This is none of my business. I'm an employee of the Qingyun Group. I'm just a part-time job. Why did the Qingyun Group dig up my family's grave? Lin Bai asked coldly. Qingyun Group is developing the tourism resources of Qingyun Mountain, and a hotel is planned near this grave, so all the graves here have to be moved. The man with glasses hurriedly said. Right. This grave of your family, is Bai Xianping received money to agree to digging. Who is he to agree? Lin Bai violently pushed the glasses man away. Take your people and get out. Fine, I'll roll. The man with the glasses pulls the one driving the digger into the car and leaves in a hurry. Lin Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart. Bai Xianping is his brother-in-law, a gambler, but most favored by his grandmother. As much as he wanted to go and settle the score with Bai Xianping right away, he had to take care of his parents' graves first. Lin Bai lifted the broken tombstone from the ground and closed it back up, pinching out a spell in the void and hitting the crack. After a few minutes had passed, the crack slowly disappeared and finally, it looked intact. Lin Bai took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Shuiyao's number. Wife. There's a Qingyun Group that's developing the Qingyun Mountain tourism in Castle Peak County, so help me find this company, buy it out, and then stop this project for now. Be quick about it, and when it's taken care of, you give me a call to let me know. After explaining this matter, Lin Bai did not leave. He didn't want any more accidents and waited for Qin Shuiya to buy Qingyun Group before leaving. Dad, Mom, I'm here again. Lin Bai sat on the ground in front of the grave and whispered softly. I'm sorry, I haven't been here for 3 years. But then again, these 3 years, I've been looking for a daughter-in-law for you. I've found you 9 super pretty daughters-in-law, and I'm not going to lie, they're definitely the 9 prettiest women in the world. And what's more, they're super well-behaved. I'll bring them with me when the next time comes. That's right, you actually have more than 9 daughters-in-law. The prettiest schoolgirl in our school is also your daughter-in-law. Oh, in fact, there is. I also found you guys a big breast/big ass especially good birth daughter-in-law. I later let her give you 8 grandchildren. Lin Bai kept talking, and every time he came, he told them about the happy events that had happened to him. In the past, there really wasn't much he could say about joy, but this time, he really had a lot to say, but he was obviously talking about happy things, and before he knew it, he was already blurring with tears. Dad, Mom, you really don't have to worry about me from now on. I'm doing well and will get better. He's doing fine now. My parents would be happy to know that. The cell phone rang, and it was Qin Shuiyo who called. Hubby, it's done. Hu Pingan happens to be in Ningyang City dealing with assets. I'll have him arrange for the handover of Qingyun Group, and if you run into things, you can contact him directly as well. Qingshan County was part of Ningyang City, which was only 100 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. Good. Lindbergh hung up the phone and exhaled softly. This schoolgirl's wife is still quite reliable in her work. It's time to settle the score with Bai Xianping. Lindbergh slowly got up and prepared to go down the mountain. Boom boom boom. The roar of a motorcycle came at that moment. Soon, a motorcycle stopped in Lindbergh's line of sight and jumped off a man in his 40s. Flowery shirts and pants and a mustache. Lin Bai's eyes instantly turned cold. This person was none other than his brother-in-law Bai Xianping. He didn't expect this brother-in-law to come to his door by himself, which saved him a lot of work. Good boy. Is it really you? Aren't you a vegetable? Can you even wake up? Bai Xianping was surprised to see Lin Bai. Then he looked dissatisfied. I say Lin Bai, you kid is good. Do you still have a little conscience? We, the White family, raised you so well, and this is how you repay us? I've taken $100,000 from people, and now you're here to wreak havoc, and they're asking me for a refund, and I've spent all my money, so where am I going to get it back to them? I'm telling you right now, you boys either give me $100,000 or let them keep coming and digging up graves, or what? Lin Bai's voice was unusually cold. Or I'll teach you a good lesson for your dead parents. Bai Xianping rolled up his sleeves, with a gesture of making a move. I will let you kid know what is called respecting elders. This day, pop. Lin Bai slapped Bai Xianping in the face. I'll teach you how to be an individual first. You, how dare you hit me? Bai Xianping was blindsided by a slap on the wrist. Then he raged. Little beast, I'll get you killed. Pop. Lin Bai threw another slap on Bai Xianping's face, this time with more force, directly slapping Bai Xianping to the ground. For a measly $100,000 you straight up had my parents' graves dug up. Lin Bai violently stomped on Bai Xianping's chest. You just don't deserve to be a human being. To call you an animal would be an insult to animals. Bai Xianping had a pained expression on his face. Lin Bai, what are you doing? I'm your brother-in-law. You, how dare you do this to me? You will be retributed. You beware of being struck by heaven and thunder. How can there be retribution in this world when you haven't even been struck by lightning yet? Lin Bai slammed his feet together. I'll warn you once. If you dare to touch this grave again, I'll dig a grave and bury you alive. Now, get the hell out of here. Lin Bai fiercely collected his foot and then kicked out, directly sending Bai Xianping flying out and crashing into his motorcycle. Bai Xianping let out another scream, and the motorcycle was knocked down by him. Okay, kid, you're tough. Bai Xianping endured the severe pain, climbed up from the ground, and picked up the motorcycle again with great effort. You wait for me. Lindbergh with another kick. Bai Xianping flew straight into the woods. Bai Xianping landed in pain, and then struggled to climb up, but no longer dare to tease harsh words, and even dare not come to the main road, directly from the woods to run down the mountain. The motorcycle is not wanted this time either. Lindbergh smoothly kicked the motorcycle into the woods as well. The bad breath in his heart finally dissipated a few points. Lin Bai came to the grave and bent down to bow. Dad, Mom, I'll see you next time. He turned toward the mountain, but at that moment, a Rolls-Royce drove up on his face. The car quickly stopped. The driver was a long-haired woman with a scar on her face, and after that the passenger side also came down to a skinny middle-aged man. The scarred woman quickly pulled open the rear door while a dull-faced beauty got out holding a bouquet of flowers. Luo Ruoshi? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Lindbergh, you're there too. Luo Ruoshi seemed to have just seen Lin Bai and was a bit surprised for a moment. She then softly explained, I came to see Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai. Luo Ruoshi walked to the grave, bowed 3 times with a solemn expression, and then, squatting down, placed the flowers under the tombstone. She still seemed to be whispering softly, but even Lindbergh couldn't hear what she was saying. It was only after a few minutes that Luo Ruoshi got up and walked over to Lin Bai. Ruoshi, thank you. Lindbergh thanked from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai used to love me too. Luo Ruoshi said softly. It's only right that I come to see them. Lin Bai was silent. When he was a kid, Mom and Dad did love Luo Ruoshi. The phone rang. It was Bai Shall We calling. Brother, do you want to come to dinner? No, I'll eat on the street. Lindbergh didn't want to go back to the village. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Luo Ruoshi. Classmate Ruoshi, it's noon. I'll treat you to some supplementation in the county? Luo Ruoshi's small face slightly reddened. She always felt that Lindbergh was implying that she was malnourished again. I'm sorry, Lindbergh, I still have an appointment with someone, so I can't have lunch with you at noon. Luo Ruoshi looked apologetic. Why don't you do this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight? I should still be in Green Mountain County today. Well, that's okay. Lin Bai didn't force himself. I'll go down the mountain first. Yes, Lindbergh. Luo Ruashi seemed to have just remembered as if, I'm sorry the bracelet you gave me last time, accidentally broke. Do you have any more? Can you send me another one? Broken? Lin Bai looked at Luo Ruashi. This girl looks innocent and cute, and her face doesn't change when she lies. Nevertheless, he fished out a jade bracelet from his body. It's okay, I've got plenty here. They're all worthless. Take this one. Lindbergh, thank you. Luo Ruashi took the bracelet and put it on her hand with a happy face. I'm off then. See you tonight. Lindbergh quickly walked down the mountain. Luo Ruashi looked at his back, a little out of breath, when Lindbergh disappeared from sight. Fourth miss. This is really still an immortal sect artifact. The middle-aged man was a bit excited. And this one, it should be of better quality than your last one. What is he? Now? Really? Luo Ruashi softly whispered. As I remember, it's completely different. Why don't you let him stay, miss? That way he might be able to help us later. The scarred woman couldn't help but speak. I'm not sure about his strength. Luo Ruashi gently shook her head. Can't let him take the risk. Fourth miss, you really do come here to visit the grave every year today. The grim voice came from far away. Since you like it here so much, why don't you just bury it here too? The silhouette flashed. It was also a middle-aged man with an arrogant face. Luo Mingyang sent you? Luo Ruashi looked calm. Where is he? A trifling matter. Why do you need the third prince to come out personally? The middle-aged man had a disdainful look on his face. I'll just handle you guys. Fourth miss, it can truly be said that you don't go to heaven when there's a road to heaven. Knowing that there's danger, you still dare to come to a place like this. I don't know whether to call you naive or stupid. Meh. Luo Ruashi's tone had a faint mockery in it. It seems like you think we're bound to die. You actually don't even deny it. Or what? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. This broken village. Usually there are not many people. As for this mountain, even more no one comes. Who can come to save you? Just your two loser henchmen? In that case, why don't you do it? Luo Ruashi inquired in a cold voice. There's no rush. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Ruashi, a kind of thick longing showing on his face. Fourth miss, I like lowly-faced little beauties like you the most, but the third duke said, I'll do whatever I want with you today. In that case, I'll certainly have to have some fun. A pained expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he looked down at the tip of the sword emerging from his chest, laboriously turning his head, trying to see who was behind him. The long sword abruptly withdrew, and he finally failed to turn his head, and just slumped to the ground, his vitality broken. The one holding the long sword was a man in his 30s, who slightly saluted towards Luo Ruashi. Fourth Miss Luo, my mission is complete, so I'll take my leave first. After saying this, he abruptly disappeared. It's a pity Luo Mingyang didn't come, or else, the scarred woman was a little sorry. It's okay, it's good enough to take care of this vicious dog around him. Luo Ruashi was satisfied. Take care of it, then we'll go to the county. Lindbergh was already walking down the mountain fast. A man holding a long sword abruptly appeared in front of him. Your name is Lindbergh? The man with the sword opened his mouth to inquire. Exactly. Lindbergh frowned. Which one of you? Not important. The sword-wielding man's tone was bland. It's fine if it's you. I'm still in a hurry to go to dinner, so I won't bullshit with you. The long sword stabbed at Lin Bai like lightning. You can go to hell. Lin Bai's eyes stared and two fingers clamped down on the long sword. You, the man with the sword paled. The long sword abruptly turned around and stabbed back into the man's heart. You don't have to eat, Lin Bai said indifferently, withdrew his finger and turned around. This cannot be possible. The man fell on his back, his eyes rounded. How could he not have expected to die so abruptly? He was totally unprepared. A few minutes later, a Rolls-Royce was parked next to it. What's going on? The scarred woman was horrified. Miss, difficult. Could it be that there is a more powerful expert beside Luo Mingyan? Luo Ruashi didn't say anything. She actually thought of another possibility, but, again, wasn't sure. Get rid of it first. Luo Ruashi took a deep breath. Remember, this matter, when we are completely unaware of it. Yes, ma'am. The scarred woman did as she was told. It's inexplicable. Lin Bai, who had already walked down the mountain, was currently spitting. Just because I'm handsome, there are people who want to kill me even when I walk on the road? It's better to stay in Jiangcheng. You can practice in peace, and you can still sleep on big ice. Kind of missing big ice again. She's got a real nice body. Lindbergh muttered. Who said she was an iceberg? She was so enthusiastic last night. Lin Bai felt out his cell phone and dialed Su Ruobing's number. What for? I'm sleeping. The call was answered and Su Ruobing was a bit disgruntled. Big ice, I'm backtracking. You'd better come to Castle Peak County to accompany me, Lindbergh said with a smile. No go. Su Ruabing directly hung up the phone. Dog man. It's only been a few hours and he wants to sleep with her again. Lin Bai didn't mind. He didn't actually expect Su Ruabing to actually come over, purely to make a phone call to tease her a little. Of course, in the unlikely event that she did come, then he was begging for it. Gah! The sound of sharp brakes came. A BMW stopped beside Lindbergh. Great nephew. Get in the car. Shira poked his head out of the car. Speechless, Lindbergh pulled open the car door and sat in. Lindbergh, thank you so much for today. My grandfather is now alive and kicking and in better spirits than before. Bai Lu was a bit excited. He's still in the hospital for a checkup, and asked me to come and thank you first, and when tomorrow comes, he'll thank you in person. I think it's noon, so I'll buy you a big lunch first. Lin Bai didn't have a problem with this. After all, he was about to go eat. The BMW drove toward the county seat, and almost half an hour later, the car pulled up at a restaurant called Castle Peak Fish House. The two had just gotten out of the car and were about to enter the restaurant when they heard angry voices from behind them. Bai Lu, you're good. Tell me something about accompanying your grandfather to the doctor. When he's so young? A rather ordinary-looking young man rushed in front of the two. Holy shit, Lindbergh, it's actually you hillbilly? The young man was furious. Damn, I knew there was something wrong with you too. Bai Lu, I say why did you take care of this country bumpkin so much back then? And you even talk about your great-nephews. You guys, this is disgusting. He Fei, if you're sick, go see a psychiatrist. Bai Lu looked exasperated. Lin Bai and I are just ordinary friends. He saved my grandfather today. What's wrong with me treating him to dinner? How can you have such a dirty mind? Bai Lu, you're my fiancé and yet you come on a date with another man. And you're saying I have a dirty mind? He Fei looked furious. You've cuckolded me in public. And you still don't allow me to talk about you? He was yelling this out, loudly, in a way that he was afraid no one would hear him. It was not a surprise that it attracted a lot of attention. Cuckold? Catch an adulterer? The people eating the food took out their cell phones and started taking videos. Fei, do you want to be a cuckold that badly? Lindbergh was genuinely puzzled. There's something mentally wrong with you, isn't there? He Fei is his junior high school classmate, but in high school he and Bai Lu went to the city of Ningyang. He Fei is still staying in Castle Peak County. Lin Bai remembers that He Fei and Bai Lu were the two richest in their class at the time, and as for the fact that Bai Lu was He Fei's fiancé, he really didn't know. As a matter of fact, Bai Lu's looks are not considered beautiful, but only can be said to have decent features. Of course, it's more than enough to match He Fei. Lin Bai, of course I know Bai Lu has nothing to do with you. She wouldn't look at a hick like you. He Fei, however, came forward and lowered his voice, but since you've appeared so coincidentally, don't blame me for holding the pot over your head. So many people are watching. You adulterer/husband. For sure. Lin Bai had a question mark on his face. What was this? This one had to find an adulterer/husband for Bai Lu? He Fei, however, raised his voice again at this moment. Lin Bai, you lowly country bumpkin, actually dare to play with lousy-ass woman. Lousy get you killed. As he said that he also swung his fist and smashed it towards Lin Bai. And then, he just screamed. Ah! Lin Bai directly kicked him, sending him flying a few meters away. Well, Bai Lu, how dare you let your adulterer/husband beat up old me? He Fei fell to the ground and roared. You wait for me. If you Bai family doesn't give me a statement, this won't go away. He Fei, your dirty mind. Don't think I don't know. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. I'm telling you, you're delusional. And then, she lowered her voice. Lindbergh, let's go in first and ignore him. Lindbergh nodded. He also realized that this seemed to be out of place, but Bai Lu should know the inside story. The two walked into the restaurant, and Hafi didn't stop them. The fish restaurant has 2 floors. The two came to the second floor private room. The room is not big, can sit 5 or 6 people. Have one of your special deep water spirit fish here, and feel free to do anything else. Just prepare 8 to 10 dishes for us in total. Bai Lu instructed the waiter who followed him in. Okay Ms. White. The waiter quickly exited. Lin Bai. I also called out to Tian Feng and Zhang Tian. They should be arriving soon as well. Bai Lu sat down. Don't pay any attention to He Fei. That son of a bitch is deliberately looking for trouble. Tian Feng and Zhang Tian were also classmates who had taken the exam with them to study in Ningyang City, so they were considered more familiar. What's the deal with you and He Fei anyway? Lin Bai was idle anyway, so he casually asked. It's not really complicated. Although Castle Peak County is a small place, here, the He family and our Bai family are considered to be the 2 biggest families. Bai Lu hesitated slightly, but still said it. The 2 of us are considered to be in a family marriage, and it was originally nothing, but that son of a bitch, He Fei, had his eyes on another person from our Bai family. He's throwing dirt on me now to get our white family to marry that person off to him. But that's not going to happen. Anyway, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Bai Lu paused for a moment, then changed the topic. By the way, Lin Bai, I'm actually quite curious. How do you know about medicine? I remember you went to Jiangcheng University, studying finance, right? I also heard that you seem to have been in a car accident and were in a coma for a long time. When did you wake up? Just woke up a few days ago. As far as healing goes, Lin Bai laughed. Just think of it as a long illness. As they were talking, a pair of man and woman walked in. The man was tall and thin. The woman was petite. It was Tian Feng and Zhang Tian. Lindbergh, you're back. Lindbergh, long time no see. The two men greeted each other with enthusiasm. They had just sat down and were only chatting for a few moments when the booth was suddenly kicked open. Who's Lindbergh? Get the hell out of here. Two big burly men appeared in the doorway, both wearing undershirts and covered in tattoos. I am Lindbergh. Lin Bai slowly stood up. I advise you to get yourselves out. Boy, you sure are arrogant. No wonder he even dared to hit his own uncle. Beastly thing. The two men cursed. Kid, kneel down and apologize right now, and give us the $200,000 you owe your uncle. Lin Bai directly kicked both of them twice, sending them flying to the stairway and rolling down. He had thought that it was someone Fei had found, but he hadn't realized that it was actually his brother-in-law. Kid, you dared to offend our moto club. You're dead. An exasperated voice came from downstairs, and upon hearing this, the other guests of the Green Mountain Fish Pavilion instantly fell silent. Anyone would dare mess with the moto club? Who's this guy who's dying? What? It's the moto club? In the private room, Tian Feng and Zhang Tian, who had just been very enthusiastic, both changed their faces instantly as well. Lindbergh, I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters at home. I'll go back first. You guys take your time to eat. Bai Lu, I'm sorry, my mom is suddenly and urgently ill. I have to go back too. The two men made an excuse almost simultaneously, then turned and hurried away. This motorcycle club, is it terrible? Lin Bai looked at Bai Lu, sort of the biggest underground organization in Green Mountain County. Bai Lu was a bit helpless, but it's fine, they will still give our Bai family some face. I'll give Grandpa a call and ask him to negotiate. Bai Lu walked out of the booth and made a phone call. A few minutes later, a relaxed face returned. Grandpa said he would help. Let's eat in peace. Ms. Bai, the deep water spirit fish is ready. The waiter walked in at that moment with a large pot of fish. Come on, Lindbergh, try this pot of fish. There's no better fish than this in the whole of Castle Peak County. Bai Lu also hurriedly greeted. Lin Bai chucked a chopstick, and as the fish entered his mouth, he was instantly a little shocked. Is this a lucky day? In this fish, there was actually a faint trace of aura. As far as this place with thin spiritual chi was concerned, there was only one reason for spiritual chi to exist in the fish, and that was that the water in which the fish grew would have a much more intense spiritual chi. It does taste good. Lin Bai continued to eat a few chopsticks and also drank a few mouthfuls of soup to make sure that the fish lived up to its name and was a true spirit fish. Bai Lu, can you inquire for me where this fish was caught? Lindbergh inquired as if nothing had happened. This one might be a little hard. Bai Lu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The owner here, who has been keeping this matter a secret, refuses to say where the fish came from anyhow. It's understandable. After all, it's his signature. Tell you what then, you can show me the boss later. Lindbergh smiled. Okay, that's no problem. Bai Lu didn't ask why. The fish tasted really good, and Lindbergh ate it with great satisfaction. In the end, a total of 10 dishes were served, and it was a good thing that Lin Bai was actually quite able to eat now, so it was hard to finish them all. Come on, let's go meet the boss. Lindbergh was actually a bit impatient. This matter was of vital importance to him. The two stepped out of the booth and realized that the atmosphere was off. The whole fish house. It's quiet now. Upstairs and downstairs, there are no guests. That's the boy. A voice came from the stairway entrance. It was one of the two people who had been kicked away by Lin Bai earlier. However, at the moment, these two people were both standing behind a white young man. Mr. Ha, what do you mean by that? Bai Lu spoke up. My grandfather should have called your father. She lowered her voice. Lindbergh, this man is motorcycle club chairman Harley's son. Ha Tianlong. Elder Miss Bai. Elder Bai's face. We will naturally give it. Ha Tianlong smiled faintly. But then, we have to give face to young Master He. Oddly enough, this friend of yours called Lin Bai has messed with a bit too many people today. Actually, I'm quite a good talker. Let this kid crawl over from there, then kneel down in front of me and admit his faults, and finally, roll down the stairs by himself. Then, this matter will be over. Mr. Ha, you're going too far, aren't you? Bai Lu was a bit annoyed. Lin Bai is my grandfather's savior. Are you sure you want to do this? Miss White, I think you're really confused right now. Ha Tianlong shook his head. Your Bai family is already struggling to protect itself. Are you sure you want to go against me for this little white boy? He took a few steps forward and looked at Lin Bai. Kid, you're quite the little white boy potential looking guy. Unfortunately, men, in the end, you have to rely on real skill to eat. Miss White can't protect you today. So, are you going to crawl over here on your own? Or do you want me to break your legs and help you do it? You're right. Lin Bai nodded. Men, they do have to rely on real skills to eat. So don't come out barking without real skill. It's easy to get killed. Oh, it's you I'm talking about. As the word you exited, Lin Bai kicked out, hitting Ha Tianlong squarely in the knee. Click. The sound of bones breaking was distinctly crisp. Then, there was Ha Tianlong's earth-shattering scream. Lindbergh kicked again and Ha Tianlong flew to the stairway and rolled down. The screams came to an abrupt end. Mr. Ha has fainted, someone exclaimed. You actually even dare to hit Duke Ha. There were also people who looked at Lin Bai with horrified eyes. Lindbergh kicked again, sending the man down the stairs as well. Mr. Ha's leg was broken by him. Quickly send Mr. Ha to the hospital. There was another shriek from below. The scene was instantly a bit chaotic as a group of people panicked, lifted the unconscious Ha Tianlong, and rushed out of the fish restaurant. Lin Bai, you broke Ha Tianlong's leg? Bai Lu was also stunned at the moment. There was also only one thought in her mind. This time, it was really over. Lin Bai, things are in trouble now. You leave Castle Peak County quickly. Bai Lu looked anxious. I'll arrange a car for you, so you should leave right away or you might be too late. Bai Lu, I dared to break his legs, so naturally I'm not afraid of him. Lin Bai had a calm face. You'd better introduce the boss here to me first. No, Lindbergh, I can still find a way to smooth things over for you if you injure an ordinary person from the Moto Club. But Harley loves this son of his the most, and he won't stop no matter who steps in this time. Bai Lu quickly said, I know you came back from Jiangcheng. You hurry back to Jiangcheng. It should be fine. Castle Peak County is a small place. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Some things are different from your big city. Ms. Bai, you and this little brother had better leave. Count on me to beg you. There was a middle-aged man on the first floor, but he looked even more panicked at the moment. Or when Harley finds this place, my restaurant will be finished too. You're the owner of this place? Lindbergh walked down the stairs unhurriedly. I'll leave, but I happen to have something to ask you. It's that deep water spirit fish in your house. Where did it come from? The owner hesitated. Boss, just tell me and I'll make it up to you. Before Lindbergh could finish, he was interrupted. It was sold to me by Xiaosher from Baijia village. So go find him. The boss flew off the handle and said, anyway, go away. I'm begging you. Thanks boss. I'll remember you for this favor. Lin Bai smiled lightly and walked out of the fish restaurant. Bai Lu naturally followed. Lin Bai took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Xiaohui's number. Xiaohui, do you know Bai Xiaosher? Recognize. I used to hang out with him a lot. Bai Xiaohui replied. Why are you asking about him? Brother, do you also know that something happened to him? What happened to him? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. I heard he got beat up and is being hospitalized in the county, and I wanted to go see him. Bai Xiaohui replied. In that case, Hoshi, I'll go check on him for you then. Lindbergh quickly decided. Although Bai Lu wanted to send Lin Bai away, she finally sent Lin Bai to the county hospital, and then she answered a phone call and hurriedly left. After a few inquiries, Lin Bai found Bai Xiaosher. You, our brother Lindbergh? Bai Xiaosher looked a bit like a skinny monkey, looking quite witty, but at the moment his head and right leg were bandaged. You know me? Lin Bai was a bit surprised. He didn't have much of an impression of Bai Xiaosher. Of course I know you. Brother Lin, you're the best reader in our village, and Xiaohui often tells me about you. Bai Xiaosher looked a little excited, but accidentally moved his leg, and immediately bared his teeth in pain. Who did you get hit by here? Lin Bai could see Bai Xiaosher's injuries at a glance. Ringo, I fell and hurt myself. Bai Xiaosher stammered. Never mind. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Lin Bai pondered slightly. Xiaosher, I won't beat around the bush. I want to know where you caught the spirit fish you gave to the Green Mountain Fish Pavilion. Just tell me and I'll pay you a fortune. Or you make an offer. Brother Lin, how can I ask for your money? I'll draw you a map. Bai Xiaosher touched out his cell phone. There's no signal in there. Can't send out a locator. No, just take me. Lin Bai touched the silver needle. I'll heal your injuries first. 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaosher, who removed the bandage and walked out of the hospital, was still a bit incredulous. Was this really better? Brother Lin, are you an immortal? How come you're so powerful? Bai Xiaosher looked at Lin Bai with a face of adoration. A motorcycle came barreling in and stopped next to the two. Ridden by a yellow-haired young man carrying a young girl in smoky makeup. Didn't you say you broke Bai Xiaoshi's legs? How can he still walk? When the smoky makeup girl saw Bai Xiaoshi, she was instantly enraged. She punched Yellow Hair in the face. Are you playing with me? Yellow Hair was also a bit confused. He looked at Bai Xiaoshi in disbelief. What the hell? This bastard was clearly still lying in bed before. I even read the medical records. His leg is broken. Fuck. Whatever. I'll just break it for him again. Yellow Hair jumped off the motorcycle, drew out an iron bar, and without saying a word, he smashed it Bai Xiaoshi fiercely again. Lindbergh waved his hand. Yellow Hair flew far away and fell to the ground. You, how dare you hit Brother Huang? Brother Huang is a member of the motorcycle club. The smoky makeup girl looked at Lin Bai angrily. I'm telling you, you're dead. Lin Bai waved his hand again. This smoky makeup girl also flew out backwards and fell on Yellow Hair. Brother Lin. You're really a god. Bai Xiaoshi was dumbfounded. Let's go and touch the fish. Lin Bai had a glib face. Instead, the cell phone rang at that moment. It was an unfamiliar number, but Lindbergh answered it anyway. Redneck, it's me, Hafi. The caller sneered. I'll just let you know that everyone is waiting for you at Bai Lu's house. If you don't come, don't blame us for sending people to the White Village. And don't forget, I know where your house is. He Fei hung up the phone directly after saying that. He Fei, you're really in a hurry to find death. Lindbergh muttered. Sure. You go back to Baijia village first and wait for me at home. Okay, Ringo. I'll go back first then. Bai Xiaoshi quickly left. In the north of Castle Peak County, there is a residence that covers dozens of acres and is surrounded by a high wall. The locals call it the White House compound. At this moment, inside the courtyard walls, on the wide field, the faces of the Bai family were not looking too good. Elder Bai, the situation is clear now. He Fei looked at Bai Lu's grandfather, Bai Changgung. While there was obvious smugness, not only did Bai Lu cuckold me in public, her adulterer/husband even broke Duka's leg. She caused such a big trouble. Your old man has to give me an explanation, right? He Fei, Lulu and Lin Bai are just ordinary classmates, and Lin Bai is even my savior. Why do you have to slander them so much? Bai Changgang looked huffy. He had just returned from the hospital shortly after, and the tests showed that his heart, which had been a problem, was now as good as it had ever been. He wasn't actually unconscious on the side of the road at the time. He just couldn't speak. Elder Bai, is there any point in dwelling on this now? He Fei, however, became even more complacent. Boss Ha of the motorcycle club has already decided that Lin Bai is Bai Lu's man, which means that the matter has nothing to do with you guys. Your Bai family was already in danger, and now that you've offended Boss Ha, it's not an exaggeration to say that tomorrow, in this Castle Peak County, I'm afraid it'll be hard to say whether there's still a Bai family or not. He Fei, are you threatening our Bai family? Bai Lu was unusually angry. I'm telling you, our Bai family hasn't fallen yet. Bai Lu, don't hang in there. He Fei shook his head inside. Elder Bai, I believe that you know your Bai family's situation better than I do. If not, you wouldn't have rushed back just after the surgery. Right now, the only one who can save your Bai family is my He family. As long as you guys give me what I want, then I, for one, will help your Bai family through this difficult time. He Fei, don't you dare. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. You're disgusting. I won't let you get away with this. Bai Lu, it's not your turn to decide. He Fei laughed coldly. Elder Bai, if you must ask me to make things clear, then I will. I want the Jade Widow of your white family. Bai Changgang's face was gloomy. He was a little angry, but didn't reject it right away. Grandpa, you don't really want to say yes, do you? Bai Lu felt a little bad. What's not to promise? The one who answered was Bai Lu's father. By Ming Tang, that would have been a scourge. Dad, I think it's better to say yes just to send this scourge out. Uncle really is a sensible man. He Fei was instantly happy. As long as you give the Jade Widow to me, then we, the He Bai family, will still be a family. Elder Bai, what are you hesitating about this win-win situation? He Shao, why are you in such a hurry? The voice came in and walked a middle-aged man with a full beard. We still have to discuss who this Jade Widow belongs to. The visitor was none other than Harley, the president of the motorcycle club. He looked at Bai Changgang and grinned. Elder Bai, my son was beaten by your granddaughter-in-law and broke his leg. You have to give some compensation, right? How about using that Jade Widow as compensation? Boss Ha, you actually want the Jade Widow too? He Fei's face changed slightly. Didn't we agree that the Jade Widow belongs to me and the money belongs to you? He Shao, money is something that, if you don't lack it, I don't lack it either. Harley shook his head. But this Jade Widow, I've known it for a long time. They say the Jade Widow is worth its weight in gold. How can I give up such a treasure? I'm more curious. A lazy voice came. What is this Jade Widow you speak of? Is it Jade, or the widow? It was none other than Lindbergh who entered the door. And seeing Lin Bai Mingtang instantly became furious. What are you country bumpkin doing in our Bai family? It's all because you dead hick pestered my daughter and caused our white family to suffer. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Bai Mingtang's face. Don't be a hick. I ate / your rice? You? How dare you hit me? Bai Mingtang was unusually angry. Bai Lu. Look at what you know. Pop. Bai Changgang violently slapped Bai Mingtang in the face. Shut up. Is that any way to talk to my savior? Bai Changgang walked a few steps toward Lin Bai, bent down and bowed. I am Bai Changgang. Thank you for the grace of the divine doctor to save my life. I wanted to personally go to the door tomorrow to thank you. I did not expect. Lin Bai waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. I'm just returning Bai Lu's favor. In the past, when I was studying, she also took care of me. Your attitude is 100 times better than your stupid son's, so it's a good thing I didn't save you for nothing. Lin Bai, you have some balls. You really dare to come? He face sneered. Pop. Lin Bai abruptly appeared in front of him and slapped him in the face. Did you stupid / cunt just threaten me on the phone? Pop. What the fuck are you? Pop. If you're so damned indebted, I'll fulfill you. Lin Bai slapped He Fei several times in a row. Not only did He Fei get blindsided, even the onlookers of the Bai family were confused. Kid, did you ask my opinion when you hit someone in front of me? Harley grunted. Lindbergh finally stopped and turned to look at Harley. What? Do you owe it to yourself too? Kid, you've got balls. Harley shouted angrily. No one in Castle Peak County has dared to talk to me like that. Get on your knees right now. Pop. Lindbergh slapped Harley across the face. You really do owe it to yourself. Then I'll make you whole. Snap. Lindbergh slapped Harley a dozen times in a row, slapping him around, and when he finally stopped, Harley was unsteady on his feet and fell to the ground. Bai Lu's mouth was already closing. Bai Changgang was also stunned. You dare to hit my old man. Harley roared in exasperation and anger. Men, get in here, all of you. However, there was no response. Stop yelling. They're all lying on the ground. Lindbergh kicked Harley out. Go lie down together. He then walked towards He Fei. Don't worry, we're not done yet. Lindbergh, what the fuck are you trying to do? He Fei's color was so strong that he subconsciously backed away. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Do you know who I work with? It's the Shocking Thunder Group. Aren't you from Jiancheng? You wouldn't not know about the Thunderbolt Group, right? Oh, Lin Bai was a bit surprised. How did you become the one who hangs out with the Shocking Thunder Group? It's only natural that a hick like you wouldn't understand. He Fei immediately looked smug. Thrilling Thunder Group also has a lot of assets in Castle Peak County. They also need people to manage the assets over here. There are only 2 big families in Castle Peak County, and the White family's backer was just exterminated by the Thundering Thunder Group. So the Thundering Thunder Group will naturally choose our He family. What are you doing here? Daydreaming? Lin Bai had a mocking look on his face. Who said I was dreaming? He Fei was very annoyed. My brother is the one responsible for receiving the assets of Castle Peak County, and he's on his way here. Lindbergh, I don't know when you learn some kung fu, but I'm telling you, you're still just a human being even if you can fight. Amazing Thunder Group's assets are in the trillions. With the backing of the lineage, the 100 major families in Jiangcheng were all wiped out by the Amazing Thunder Group. A bottom-feeding hillbilly like you may not understand it, but ask Bai Changgang and Bai Lu if they dare to go against the Amazing Thunder Group? Divine Dr. Lin, you are indeed a high-level person with amazing medical skills, and your martial arts are also very high, but the Shocking Thunder Group is indeed very strong. Bai Changgang said in a low voice, if the Yi family was really chosen by the Shocking Thunder Group, then it would be better for you not to offend them. Yes, Lindbergh, the He family is actually nothing, but we really can't afford to mess with the Shocking Thunder Group. Bai Lu also looked helpless. Why don't you just leave this place? Bai Lu, don't worry. Lin Bai smiled. The He family will definitely not be chosen by the Shocking Thunder Group. What a joke. What makes you say that our He family won't be chosen? He Fei sneered. Because, when it comes to the Amazing Thunder Group, I call the shots, Lin Bai said unhurriedly. He Fei first froze, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lin Bai. I heard that you were hit by a car and became a vegetable. This is brain damage, right? Who the hell are you to let you have the final say in the Shocking Thunder Group? You're trying to fucking laugh at me. Ha 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 ha. Lindbergh kicked He Fei off and slammed him in the doorway. Stop laughing. It's awful. Hoffy? What's up with you, man? Surprised voices came, and several people walked in from outside. One of them hurriedly pulled He Fei up from the ground and inquired with considerable concern. Xiaobin, you're just in time. He Fei pointed his finger at Lin Bai. Not only did this son of a bitch hit me with his hands, he also completely disregarded the surprising Thunder Group and actually said that he had the final say in the surprising Thunder Group. Is there such a thing? Xiaobin looked at Lin Bai and then frowned. Kid, I don't care who you are. It's best if you don't use our shocking Thunder Group's name to woo people. There are only 3 people who can say what they want in our shocking Thunder Group. One is Mr. Qin, while the other is Chairman Xiao, and the last is that Miss Ning of the Tianhai Ning family, and it just so happens that all 3 of them are female. No man has ever been able to have a say in our Thunderbolt group. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bullshit you. Lin Bai felt out his cell phone and dialed Hu Pinggan's number. Pinggan, is there a man named Xiaobin under you? Tell him to do my bidding next. Ah, okay, I'll call. Right away. Wait, buddy, you're in Castle Peak County too? Hu Pinggan finally reacted. Yeah, my old neighborhood is this way. Lindbergh said, do your work first, we'll talk later when we have time. Okay. Hu Pinggan was also very dry and hung up the phone. And Xiaobin's phone, too, rang immediately. He picked up the phone and his tone became respectful. Mr. Hu, it's me. Okay, I understand. Xiaobin hung up the phone and came to Lin Bai, with a polite face. You are Mr. Lin Bai Lin, right? Mr. Hu has already explained. Everything is at your disposal next. What? He Fei's face changed greatly. Xiaobin, we are not. Shut up. Xiaobin fiercely chided at him. Does your He family want to go against the shocking Thunder Group? He Fei looked indignant, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Mr. Lin, let me first introduce you to our asset disposal method. We divide our assets into 2 categories. One category is in line with our thrilling Thunder Group's business model. Then we'll take over and manage it. And the other category is not in line with it. Then we'll just sell it. Xiaobin continued his introduction. We originally planned to pick a partner in Castle Peak County to help us sell and escrow some of our assets. You see, should we pick the Bai family or the He family? Of course, if you have any other options, just order them. Just the White family, and put Bai Lu in charge. Lindbergh said casually. Okay, then I'll sign the relevant agreement with the White family. Shibin didn't hesitate at all. As for Bai Changgang and Bai Lu, although they were both a bit confused, they naturally wouldn't refuse a good thing when it came to them. Xiaobin was well prepared, so the agreement was signed quickly. Mr. Lin, at the risk of asking, what is your relationship with Mr. Hu? Xiaobin asked carefully at this time. We went to college together. Why? Lin Bai looked at Xiaobin. Problems? Oh, it's not a problem. It's just. A few moments of triumph appeared on Xiaobin's face. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You just cut off Hu Pinggan's future. Ha ha ha. Xiaobin couldn't hold back his laughter. Bai Changgang and Bai Lu, who had just been in joy, immediately felt that the situation was not good. Xiaobin, you mean? He Fei also reacted at this moment. He Fei. Originally we had prepared quite a few big gifts to give to Hu Pinggan later, but we didn't realize that we wouldn't be able to use any of these. Xiaobin had an excited look on his face. A brat fresh out of college is really just good to deal with. He took the initiative to make such a big mistake without us laying a trap. I'll see how he dies this time. What do you mean by that? Bai Lu couldn't help himself at this point. The meaning is very simple. Your Bai family is a crony of the Song family in Jiangcheng. Xiaobin laughed coldly. Song Yujiu, the eldest miss of the Song family, is our Thundering Thunder Group's general manager Qin's greatest rival. Now that the Song family has been destroyed, how could Mr. Qin spare your Bai family? But this idiot, Hu Pinggan, actually let your Bai family not only survive, but also let your Bai family become a partner of the shocking Thunder Group because of a college classmate. Xiaobin couldn't help but laugh again. Ha ha ha, it's really ridiculous. Thanks to the fact that I prepared so many tricks, ready to catch Hu Pinggan's handle, let him roll down from such an important position. But I didn't expect that, to get it all without effort. Great, man, I knew you'd help me. He Fei had an excited look on his face and slapped Xiaobin's shoulder fiercely. That's for sure. Helping you is helping me too. Xiaobin had a smug look on his face. What kind of a thing is Hu Pinggan? He can actually be in charge of the asset disposal of the shocking Thunder Group. Such a big fat job is not something that trash like him can sit on. Now, all I need is a phone call to tell Hu Pinggan to get lost. He Fei, don't worry. From now on, this Castle Peak County, it's your call. No, bro. From now on it's your call. Whatever you say, I'll do it. He Fei became even more agitated. Bai Lu, Lin Bai, why don't you two roll over and beg for mercy? An old man Bai, I told you to hand over the Jade Widow earlier, but you weren't willing to do so. Now, your entire Bai family, it's all mine. F***ck. Lindbergh, you dead hick. You just dared to hit me. I'll slap you twice first to take out my anger. He-Fei was a bit hyper/exuberant as he rushed to Lin-Bai and raised his hand to slap him. Snap! Lindbergh slapped He-Fei across the face. He-Fei was slapped straight away. Are you crazy? How dare you hit He-Fei? The first to rebuke angrily but was actually Bai Ming-Tang, who had always been dissatisfied with Lin-Bai. Why don't you hurry up and apologize? You want to kill our Bai family. You shut up! Bai Changning roared. Do you have any brains at all? We got ourselves into this mess with our white family. What does it have to do with the other divine Dr. Lin? Also, do you think that if you go and beg He-Fei now, he'll let the Bai family go? I have to say that Bai Changing hasn't aged well at all. Elder Bai, that may not be the case. Xia Bin, however, opened his mouth at this time. Actually, in the future, if you all die or live, that's all up to me. You here in Castle Peak County, to put it bluntly, only have a few $100 million in assets, and we, Mr. Qin, have a lot of work to do in the daytime, so how can we be in the mood to pay attention to you? So yeah, you guys serve me right, then, everything. Also, Lindbergh, I really don't like the way you just talked to me. Pop, Lin-Bai slapped Xiebin's face. I also don't like the way I just spoke to you. I'm too polite for your dumb/cunt. Lin-Bai kicked Xiebin. What the hell? Wasting my time. He took out his cell phone again and dialed Hu Pingon. Pingon, there's a small problem in the Bai family. You still have to come in person. Okay, I'm just about done on my end. I'll be right there. Hu Pingon didn't ask for details either. This side of the phone just hung up. Xiebin, who fell on the ground, had already furiously touched his cell phone. Lin-Bai, you still think that Hu Pingon can protect you? You wait for me. I'll call Mr. Qin directly. Xiebin dialed a number. Hello, I'm Xiebin from the Asset Management Department. I'm looking for Qin. Always has something urgent to report. It's really urgent. It's a matter of Qingshan County. Okay, I'll wait. A minute later. Hello? Yes, Mr. Qin. It's the Qingshan County side of things. Hu Pingon colluded with his classmates to act recklessly, and actually cooperated with the remnants of the Song family in Jiangchang, which is simply not to put you in the eye at all. You asked me to put it on speakerphone? Yes, Mr. Qin. The speakerphone is already on. And then, from Xiebin's cell phone, an incomparably moving but with a hint of exhaustion voice came out. Hubby, are you there? There was a brief silence in the room. The Bai family crowd was even a bit confused. Shouldn't that be Qin Shuayo of the Shocking Thunder Group? Who is she calling her husband? Xiebin was also a bit confused. He even thought he had heard wrong. Mr. Qin, are you? He was careful, but before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice. Honey, I'm here. Xiebin turned his head violently and looked at Lin-Bai in disbelief. Everyone else also snapped to look at Lindbergh. Was he talking back? Hubby, you have to talk to Hu Pingon. The person he picked out is not very reliable. Qin Shuayo had some helplessness in her tone. He's your friend, so I can't say anything about him, but it's only the first day of work for his team, and someone is trying to get him off. How can this be? He's got no authority here. You've got to tell him he can't be the good guy. He's got to be ruthless in his tactics. It's his first job after all. He's inexperienced. He'll be here soon. I'll have a chat with him. Lindbergh couldn't help but sigh as well. Well, I'll take care of it for him this time. I'll fire all these people in Xiebin, and the rest, let him handle it. Qin Shuayo didn't say much. Right, hubby, why did you go to Castle Peak County? I remember that's your old hometown. Is there anything special going on? Husband, today is your parents' Memorial Day? I knew that before, but I screwed up and forgot. I'm sorry. I'll set it up right away and go over there now. No, don't come over. I'll find a suitable time to bring you back later. Lin-Bai hurriedly stopped it. There are too many people messing around on my old side of the house. You wait for me to finish dealing with it first. Well, then. Qin Shuayo hesitated. Hubby, then I'll hang up first. The phone hung up and the White House was silent. Xiebin sat paralyzed on the ground, his entire body dumbfounded. And the few people that Xiebin had brought with him were similarly dumbfounded. He-Fei is even more full of disbelief. Lin-Bai, this country bumpkin, actually is the president of the Thunder Group. Qin Shuayo's husband? How is this possible? No, that's impossible. Xiebin, who did you call? It definitely wasn't Qin Shuayo, was it? He-Fei grabbed Xiebin and shook him hard. Xiebin looked at He-Fei with an expression that was about to cry out. Brother, that's General Manager Qin. Finished, we're finished. The phone rang again. It wasn't just Shibin. It was the people Shibin brought with him. After receiving the call, the crowd sat woodenly paralyzed. They were all fired. It's pretty busy here. A faint voice came. and another person crossed into the courtyard. It is said that this white family compound has a rare treasure. It was a literate and handsome young man, although I don't quite believe that there are really any treasures in this small town in the ravine, but as the saying goes, I've come here, so I have to take a look anyways. To introduce myself, my name is Luo Mingyang, from the Luo family of the divine capital. What? The god's capital Luo family? Bai Changang's face changed greatly. Then, that first-class family. Oh, Luo Mingyang looked at Bai Changang. Old man, you have some insight. You actually know about our Shindu Luo family. It seems that this white family compound of yours is really something. I, Bai Changang, have met Mr. Luo. Bai Changang hurriedly pulled Bai Lu over to salute. At his level, he had never dealt with lineages in the past, but he did hear that every lineage, that was a behemoth, and he knew that the shocking Thunder Group, too, had the world family as its backing. Be my guest. I'm just bored and came to hang out. Luo Mingyang waved his hand. Hurry up and show me whatever Jade Widow you have. If you can really make me like it, I will give your Bai family a lifetime of glory. Where can't you just stroll around in boredom? You have to stroll in front of me. Are you here to seek death? Lin Bai looked at Luo Mingyang. He had really expected to meet Luo Mingyang here. However, remembering that I also saw Luo Ruwashi today, it didn't seem to be a coincidence. Who's barking there? Luo Mingyang looked as if he had just seen Lin Bai. Oh, so it's a country wild dog that specializes in eating soft food. Lindbergh, even though we've met for the first time, I've known about you for quite a while, and to be honest, it's quite surprising to me that you're still alive even now, but it's good to have you witness me stealing your wife. Lindbergh kicked Luo Mingyang off as well. Good. Very good. Luo Mingyang slowly climbed up from the ground. Lin Bai, I was afraid that you wouldn't do anything. Now, we, the Shindu Luo family, have a reason to destroy you in an honorable manner. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Luo Mingyang's face. I'll give you more reasons. Snap. Lin Bai slapped front and back in quick succession, turning Luo Mingyang's handsome face into a pig's head. What the hell? How dare you steal my wife if you're so ugly? With a look of disgust on his face, Lindbergh ended up with another kick, sending Luo Mingyang to the ground. The crowd around them looked dumbfounded. Bai Changang wanted to say something several times. He wanted to tell Lin Bai that this worldly son couldn't be beaten. Lindbergh, you're a fucking maniac. Luo Mingyang stood up again and shook. Are you trying to become mortal enemies with our Shindu Luo family? I'm telling you now, we have a big feud. Even if Qin Shueya loses the entire shocking Thunder Group, she won't be able to save you. Luo Mingyang, please don't go around causing trouble in the name of the Shindu Luo family. A cool voice came, and three people slowly walked in. It was none other than Luo Ruwashi and her two attendants. Luo Ruwashi, how did you? Luo Mingyang had a hellish expression on his face. You're surprised I'm still alive? Luo Ruwashi's tone had a faint mockery. Do you want to guess what happened to the one you trusted the most? Now, if you guessed his end, what do you think? What should you do now? Luo Ruwashi's voice suddenly turned cold, and an aura overflowed. Why don't you hurry up and get out of here? Luo Ruwashi, Luo Mingyang gritted his teeth. Fine, you're going to protect this little white boy, aren't you? I'll just go. I'd like to know how the one who's protecting you will react when he realizes that you're still entangled with this little white boy. Luo Mingyang turned around and walked away. Did I let you go? Lin Bai, however, spoke at that moment. Lindbergh, let him go first this time. Luo Ruwashi said softly, I can't explain the reason to you, but just think of it as helping me. Okay. Lin Bai flicked out a few finger winds that silently disappeared into Luo Mingyang's body. Luo Mingyang, listen to my advice. Don't steal other people's wives. Go back and find a boyfriend. Because you're soon going to be a man no more. Luo Mingyang didn't say anything and just fled for his life. He was genuinely panicking. He had come to kill Luo Ruwashi, but his most capable henchman had obviously been taken care of by Luo Ruwashi. Now, he was afraid that Luo Ruwashi would kill him and he had to escape. I was careless this time. Next time, I'll make sure to get Luo Ruwashi and Lin Bai. This pair of dogs. Luo Mingyang quickly got into his car and roared away. Several vehicles drove over at this moment, and it was none other than Hu Pingon and his group. Hu Pingon quickly walked into the compound. Lin Bai, what's the situation here? Luo Ruwashi, you're here too? Hu Pingon, I'm here for something. Luo Ruwashi turned her head to look at Bai Changang. I've heard it said that there is a priceless treasure here called the Jade Widow. Can I see it? What is this Jade Widow anyway? Lin Bai was also interested at the moment. How come so many people want it? Bai Changang looked odd and finally sighed. Lulu, go ahead. Actually, the Jade Widow is my sister-in-law. Bai Lu finally spoke up. But she never meets her guests in private, and usually in my house. I'm the only one who can go see her. However, if Ms. Luo wants to meet, I'd better go ask my sister-in-law. Shira turned to go into the house. Lindbergh was speechless for a moment. He had thought it was some kind of expensive jade, and he wondered if he could use it to refine magic weapons. Turns out, it's a real widow? Why did Hafi get into all that trouble? Seemingly for a widow? Is it possible that this kid has some kind of Mendel syndrome? Sorry, I had thought it was a piece of jade. Luo Ruwashi blushed slightly. Peace. Here's the thing. Lin Bai then began to talk to Hu Pingdan about Xiebin. However, he didn't say too much about it now. Right, Ruwashi, Pingyan, let's have dinner together tonight. Lindbergh planned to talk to Hu Pingdan again in the evening. As for the matter of searching for spirit fish, looking at the time, it should be too late today. Ms. Luo, excuse me, Bai Lu finally came out. My sister-in-law, she doesn't want to see you. It's fine. Then I'll take my leave. Lindbergh, why don't we change places? Luo Ruwashi didn't care. That, Lindbergh, Bai Lu looked odd. My sister-in-law wants to see you. Ha? Lindbergh was truly confused. What's going on here? The Bai family members were even more surprised. But that person was not seen by anyone except Bai Lu. Why are you suddenly meeting a stranger? A man. No way. An exasperated voice rang out. But it was He Fei. How could she possibly want to see Lin Bai? This is absolutely impossible. Lindbergh, you hillbilly, how did you get so lucky? No, none of this is true today. I must still be dreaming. Lindbergh cracks Hefei with a nice leg kick. Are you howling? Lin Bai was a bit irritated. Then looked at Bai Lu. I'm also a bit curious. Take me to take a look. Bai Lu nodded and led Lin Bai inside. Through the living room to the backyard. In one corner of the backyard, there was actually a Buddha hall. What's the deal with your sister-in-law? Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire. Well, that's for you to see her first. Bai Lu hesitated. She's in the Buddha hall. Lindbergh walked into the Buddha hall. At a glance, he saw an incomparably enchanting back, obviously wearing a wide gray robe, but still unable to hide her amazing figure. At this moment, Lin Bai thought of Su Ruobing, and then Ning Qingya, and even the other few saintess wives. But, in the end, his eyes, still focused on the woman in front of him. The woman slowly turned around, and the appearance, which did not disappoint Lin Bai in the slightest, was enough to rival Qin Shuya. However, she was completely different from Qin Shuya's innocence, clearly not intentionally dressed up and with a plain face. She had an amazingly charming demeanor. She suddenly smiled softly. With this smile, the Buddha can't top it. Lulu said that you're her great-nephew and I'm Lulu's sister-in-law, so you should call me little auntie too. Lindbergh returned to his senses. Why does this woman seem to be flirting with him? Lin Bai was immediately unconvinced. Bai Lu was not good-looking. He could not bother with Bai Lu. But this woman in front of me, who is so pretty, still dares to take advantage of him? This is absolutely intolerable. Yes, little auntie. Lin Bai smiled brightly. I'm hungry and want to eat/milk. Good nephew, auntie will give you some. The woman smiled flirtatiously, then watched as she fished out a carton of milk. Instead, she didn't hand it to Lindbergh right away, but stuffed it through her chest first. Then again, it was taken out and handed to Lin Bai. Good nephew, drink it while it's hot. Nice guy. Lin Bai only felt his blood boiling. This woman was really good at it. Is it hard to believe that this is how she became a widow? But that's not right. She's obviously still yellow. While these thoughts popped into his head, Lin Bai had already taken the milk and opened it without hesitation. While drinking, he also stared recklessly at the woman's high bulge. A hallowed immortal dignitary, being seduced by someone on his own accord. This aura could not be lost. When I was a year old, my stepmom killed my real mom. Not because she didn't like me, but because she wanted to take me over as her daughter. When I was 3 years old, my grandfather got into a fight with my dad because he wanted to raise me himself. When I was 5 years old, my dad had my fortune told by a very famous Taoist priest, who tried to steal me away. And before he was beaten to death by my dad, he yelled that I was a demon. Then I was sent to a Taoist temple on Qingyun Mountain, where there was only a blind granny. And I finally lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. 5 years ago, my sister went to the Taoist temple and saw me. And then she thought I was living too comfortably, so she married me off to Bai Lu's sick and dying brother. Halfway through the wedding, her brother died. And not only did I become a widow, but there was a rumor that I was a kleptomaniac. I only go out once a year during the Qingming festival. And even so, I still have a reputation as a jade widow in Castle Peak County. And many men want to meet me. The woman softly narrated. My name is Song Yujie, and I have a sister named Song Yujia. Lindbergh froze. The half-drunk milk was put down. This milk, it's a little sour. You're much better looking than Song Yujia. Lin Bai sighed. It's just too much good looking. It's become a scourge. Looks like I'll just beat you to death. Good nephew, the Song family has only unpleasant memories for me, and the past 5 years have been more like house arrest by the Song family. Song Yujie smiled even more charmingly. I heard that it was you who destroyed the Song family, and I specifically wanted to repay you with my body. Wouldn't it be a waste if you beat me to death? Song Yujie took 2 steps closer towards Lin Bai, crouching slightly downwards, tilting her head, that pair of winks/eyes with obvious supplication. Good nephew, if you take me, Auntie will never starve you. There was something endlessly seductive in her voice. Lindbergh agreed almost on the spot. You reach out. I'm going to take your pulse. Lindbergh took a deep breath. Song Yujie's experience, and this fawning manner she exuded, made him think of a certain possibility. Lin Bai quickly pinched Song Yujie's wrist, and just this simple touch made his heart flutter. He forced himself to calm down as his aura penetrated into her body and began to examine it in detail. A full 3 minutes later, only then did Lindbergh withdraw his hand. It took him a lot of effort to calm the shock of his mood. He was truly surprised that he would meet someone with such a special physique here. In that immortal realm in the dream, this physique had been given many names, such as born to enchant, born to demon, and so on, but in fact, this was only the outward manifestation of a certain stage of it. Its real name is Heavenly Tao Immortal Body. The Heavenly Tao Immortal Body was even better than Lin Bai's Heavenly Tao Spiritual Body, but it had one biggest problem. It was an ever-evolving physique, and it was said that no one had ever truly evolved into an immortal body. The vast majority of such physiques were already destroyed at the stage of being born with charming bones. Herein lies the biggest problem with this physique. One cannot lose one's body before evolving into the Heaven's Path Immortal Body. But it's so hard to do that with such an upside-down beauty that would have been coveted by countless people since she was a child. In fact, it's a miracle that Song Yujie has managed to hold on until now. You don't want me, do you? Song Yujie suddenly spoke. The smile had disappeared from her face, and there was a noticeable gloom in her expression. If you don't want me, then, in a few days, you remember to come to my funeral. Not that it will take days, I can bury you tonight, Lindbergh said casually. Are you really that cruel? Song Yujie was watering and miserable. You stop acting. Buddha is watching you, Lindbergh said without a trace of anger. He was really torn. Ever since he woke up, when he saw the beautiful women he liked, he wanted to give them sleep, such as Su Ruobing, such as Qin Shuaya, but this one in front of him, he really kind of didn't want it. It was too difficult to guard a Heaven's Path immortal body to evolve. Fast as a few years, slow as decades or even centuries, he would have to keep enduring her seduction without being able to touch her. He wasn't short of beautiful women now, so many saintly wives were waiting for him. He didn't feel the need to suffer this torment for Song Yujie. However, if she could really evolve successfully, her future achievements would be unlimited. In the future, if there really was a heavenly tribulation, Song Yujie, who had achieved the Heavenly Tao Immortal Body, might be his greatest help. Do you believe in immortality? Lindbergh suddenly spoke. I believe everything you say. Song Yujie had a good face. I'll believe the hell out of you. Lin Bai wanted to beat up Song Yujie, she just refused to talk properly. I'll tell you something, believe it or not. Lin Bai directly told Song Yujie about the special nature of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Body. Finally, he looked at Song Yujie with a serious expression. I'm only going to ask you once, and you're not going to lie, and if you do, I'm going to be able to find out. A coldness emanated from Lin Bai's body. How sure are you that you can hold out until you evolve into a Heavenly Tao Immortal Body? Heavenly Tao Immortal Body? So am I that special? Song Yujie whispered softly, her face changing. After a full minute, she looked up at Lin Bai, and her expression became serious. I'm actually not sure, because I don't really know much about this, and what you're telling me is as good as reading a novel to me. But I know one thing, the 2 smartest women in Jiangcheng chose you. I also know that you're particularly familiar with my physique, so you must know what to do. So, while I'm not sure of myself, I am sure of you, and I believe that you can make it work for me. Lin Bai glared at Song Yujie, wanting to beat her up again. She's not lying, but the thing is, he's not sure of himself. This chick, want it or not? My great nephew, are you out of your mind? Song Yujie sighed, even if I can't succeed, in the worst case scenario, isn't it just to be a normal pretty little auntie who feeds you well every day, and you don't suffer? Lin Bai wanted to beat up Song Yujie again. Her words, they actually made quite a bit of sense. That's right, what am I obsessing about? Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, let's pretend she doesn't have the constitution. Well, I'll find a way to make you evolve as fast as possible. Lindbergh finally decided to follow his heart. Though he made many excuses, the bottom line was that he still craved her body. No man can resist the Tendo Immortal Body. A color batch immortal dignitary like him could do even less. Lin Bai felt that he used to be honest, It was all because cultivating immortality had made him impure. Your natural development over the past 20 years or so has caused your body to actually have a bit of a problem. To put it simply, you actually want a man. I'll help you apply needles to ease it. Lin Bai touched the silver needle. Just sit down. Well, Song Yujie squatted down on the futon/ball and tilted her head. Big nephew, come on. Little auntie is waiting. That pose, that tone. Lindbergh was a little topsy-turvy. Don't deliberately seduce me. Lindbergh was a bit irritated. The fact that she casually squatted down there was enough to make it difficult. A silver needle was stuck on Song Yujie's head, and she was instantly unable to move or speak. And after that, Lin Bai continued to apply the needle. Sister-in-law. Bai Lu finally couldn't help but push the door in and was relieved to see this scene. So it's healing. She hastily retreated again, closing the door behind her and keeping watch outside. A few minutes later, Lindbergh ended his needle application. I'm going to teach you something called the Heavenly Tao Immortal technique. So sit on your knees. Lin Bai helped Song Yujie pose. It had to be said that Song Yujie's cultivation talent was nothing to write home about. In just half an hour, she had already sensed the aura. I'm practicing immortality now? She looked at Lin Bai, quite excited. Good nephew, I want to feed you so much. Don't you say anything? I need to make a phone call. Lin Bai pressed down the agitation in his heart and dialed Su Ruobing's phone. What are you doing again? Su Ruobing was a bit exasperated. I'm already at the company. Busy. Big ice. Take your security company and come to Castle Peak County to open a branch. Besides, I need an all-female security team. Lin Bai had just said this when he heard a snap over there, and he didn't know what he had dropped. It's only been a few hours and you've hooked up with some woman again, haven't you? Su Ruobing was furious. This dog man, last night to see him quite difficult, but in the end today to the Green Mountain County. Place so happy. Big ice. Would you believe me if I said that she was the one who hit on me first? Lindbergh sighed. Well, I don't think that's a good idea either. So what? I need you to arrange for a team to keep an eye on her around the clock and not let her get close to me. Of course, if you're willing to watch me around the clock. Big ice. That would be even better. Send me over the woman's name and address and I'll make arrangements. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. I don't want to see you. I'm just working for you. She hung up after that. Big ice seems to be jealous. Lin Bai muttered to himself, still sending her over Song Yujie's message. I've found some bodyguards for you. They'll come to protect you later. Don't go easy on yourself even though you're capable. Lin Bai looked at Song Yujie. Also, wear this ring, and hang on to this necklace as well. He casually took out 2 spells and put them both on Song Yujie. If your physique wants to evolve, you can't stay at home all the time. In addition to your daily cultivation, you need to go out and walk around like an ordinary person. Then in that case, there will definitely be a lot of men looking for me in Aoyama County. Song Yujie smiled cheekily. Speaking of which, that He Fei has been trying to get me to marry him, and wants me to change my last name to Bai. Well, say what's it called by Jie. Lindbergh was a bit taut. He Fei, the dog, is really very sick. Don't go out until the bodyguard arrives. Next you continue to cultivate. Familiarize yourself first. I have to go. Lin Bai walked out of the Buddha hall and realized that Bai Lu was still outside. Lindbergh, what happened to my sister-in-law's body? Bai Lu looked concerned. There's nothing more to do, so you can let her rest for a while. Lindbergh said casually. Lindbergh, I really thank you so much for today. Bai Lu looked grateful. If it wasn't for Lin Bai, the Bai family might have been finished today. And now that the White family is directly hitched to the amazing Thunder Group, it might even be able to go to the next level. Seriously, Lindbergh, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Bai Lu was a bit emotional. It's normal. I wouldn't have thought of it myself. As Lin Bai spoke, he saw Wu Pingan walking hurriedly. Peace, is something wrong? Oh, it's fine. Buddy, are you done? Wu Pingan shook his head. Luo Ruwashi is waiting for us at the restaurant. Well, busy, let's go. Lin Bai quickly walked out of the Bai family compound and took Wu Pingan's car to the restaurant. Man, thanks to you for today. I didn't expect them to make small moves on the first day of doing something. Wu Pingan sighed. I had thought that all of these people I picked were loyal enough to the Shocking Thunder Group. Pingan, in fact, you're picking people the wrong way. You don't need to pick people who are loyal to the Shocking Thunder Group, but, instead, people who are loyal to you. Lin Bai's tone was serious. You have to make each of them understand that listening to you is the only way to stay in the Shocking Thunder Group. Otherwise, no matter how capable they are, tell them to get lost. But if I'm like this, in case someone sues Chairman Xiao's side, will it be unfavorable to Mr. Qin? Wu Pingan was a little worried. Lindbergh fumbled for his cell phone and dialed a number. Honey, what's wrong? The gentle voice came. It's okay, just kind of missed you. Lin Bai smiled. I'm in Castle Peak County. I'm going home to see my parents today. Next time when you guys get together, I'll bring you over. By the way, Hu Pingon and I are going to dinner together. I'm on speakerphone. Do you want to say hello to him? Hello, Hu Pingon. I'm Xiao Feiyan. The voice was still gentle. I heard my husband say that you used to take care of him quite a bit. Thank you. Ah, Joe, Chairman Joe. Hu Pingon slammed on the brakes and the car came to a halt. His entire body shocked beyond words. Fei Yen. I may stay a few more days on this side of Castle Peak County. I'll talk to you in detail when I get back. Lindbergh remained calm. Okay hubby, bye. Xiao Fei hung up the phone of her own accord. Dude, you. Hu Pingon looked at Lin Bai with an expression of seeing a ghost. What kind of person are you? Peace. Ah, a man can eat soft food, but not really dish. Lin Bai smiled brightly. Anyway, what about? You remember. You're backstage in the Shocking Thunder group as me. Don't need to be afraid of anyone. It took several minutes for Hu Pingon to calm down a bit. The two of them came to the restaurant, which was actually the same Green Mountain Fish restaurant that Lin Bai had eaten at noon. Still the second floor private room. Luo Ruwashi's two henchmen guarded the door, and in the private room, there was no one else. Lin Bai, you remember Tianfeng and Jiang Tian, right? They said they invited me for dinner. I'll ask them to come here and join us. No problem, right? Luo Ruwashi asked softly. Oh, remember, we had lunch together at noon. Lindbergh said casually. Luo Ruwashi actually attended middle school here, but left after only a month. Although she still got to know some people. As they were talking, Tianfeng and Jiang Tian walked into the private room. When the two saw Lin Bai, they immediately had a look of hell. Lindbergh? How dare you come here? Tianfeng was a bit annoyed. Aren't you punking people, Luo Ruwashi? That's right, Lindbergh. If you've caused trouble yourself, why don't you hurry up and run away? Why do you have to be here to harm others? Jiang Tian was also a bit angry. It's not easy for Luo Ruwashi to come here once. Are you going to let her encounter this kind of danger? If you guys were informed enough, you'd know I've taken care of the Moto Club. Lin Bai looked at the two of them. Of course, if you are afraid, you can find another excuse to leave just like you did at noon. Lindbergh, what are you bragging about? You can fix the Moto Club? You have no idea how powerful they are. Tianfeng was a bit annoyed. And, on what grounds are we allowed to leave? You're the one who offended the Moto Club. Just leave alone. Don't involve us and Luo Ruwashi. That's right. Lin Bai, why do you have to pester Luo Ruwashi? Jiang Tian also looked dissatisfied. Other people, Luo Ruwashi is a rich girl. You a village from the village. Enough. Luo Ruwashi interrupted Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, Lin Bai is my friend. I don't want you to talk about him like that. If you guys are willing to sit down and eat, I'd welcome it, but if you're going to continue attacking Lin Bai, then I'll have to ask you to leave. No, Luo Ruwashi, you're from out of town. You don't even know how scary Moto will be. Those people, we can't afford to mess with them. Jiang Tian looked bitter. I don't mean to speak ill of Lin Bai, but he's really only going to cause trouble for you. Jiang Tian, you can go out now. Luo Ruwashi's voice was a bit cold. Jiang Tian was a bit exasperated. Luo Ruwashi, we kindly invited you for dinner. Do you really want to kick us out for this country bumpkin, Lin Bai? Jiang Tian, do you have to make me do it? Lindbergh was a bit impatient. I even beat up people from the motorcycle club. Do you think I won't beat you up? Jiang Tian gritted her teeth. Just go. Lin Bai. I'll be waiting to see what happens to you. Tianfeng also spoke indignantly. The two left together in anger. That's twice in a row. And it's kinda hard to have dinner with both of them. Lin Bai couldn't help but shake his head. That's two good lucks they've missed in a row. Hu Pingon couldn't help but lament. He was now considered to truly know how bullish Lin Bai was. Even Xiao Fian is Lin Bai's woman. Unfortunately, Hu Pingon didn't know that he actually remained unaware of Lin Bai's true bullishness. Here comes the deep water spirit fish. The waiter came in with a pot of fish. Classmate Ruwashi, eat more of this to make up for it. It tastes really good. Lindbergh hurriedly greeted. Aha! Luo Ruwashi's small face slightly reddened as she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Lindbergh also picked up a chopstick of fish and brought it into his mouth. Then he frowned. Waiter, not so fast. He called out to the waiter who was already at the door. What's the situation with this fish? It's not a deep water spirit fish. Forget it, let your boss come over. The waiter rushed off, and within a few moments, came over with a flat-headed man in his mid-20s. Were you the ones who said there was something wrong with the fish? The flat-headed man's face was impish. Not only did you change the fish, but you changed the owner too? Lindbergh frowned. This wasn't the boss he had met at noon. I came to eat at noon, and I won't say there's anything wrong with your fish. but you make another real deepwater spirit fish like the one you had at noon, and we'll pay for this one, too. Lin Bai looked at the man. My friends from out of town came here once in a while. I want them to taste the real spirit fish. You came here on purpose to fuck things up, didn't you? The flat-headed man was impatient. This is a real deepwater spirit fish. I say you people, you just like to pretend. Eating a fish and picking it up. You really think you know how to eat? The deepwater spirit fish is named by us at Castle Peak Fish House. And when we say which fish is a deepwater spirit fish, then it is. Now do you understand? Fuck. If there's fish for you guys, eat it or get the fuck out of here. Is that how you do business? Hu Pingon snapped up. Watch your mouth. That's how I do business. Why? The flat-headed man cursed. Not convinced? Bite me if you don't like it. This is Castle Peak County, and you few out-of-towners still want to make trouble? F***CK. I can't see you guys pretending. You really think you can eat the spirit fish differently? Pop. Someone slapped the flat man on the head. You shut up. Who the fuck? The flat-headed man was instantly enraged and turned his head, then froze. Dad, what are you doing hitting me? They're the ones who come to our restaurant and talk nonsense. Pop. The person who came was the owner of the fish restaurant that Lin Bai had met at noon, and he slapped the flat-headed man on the head again. You animal. I let you watch the store for a while, and you're going to cause this kind of thing for me? Do you know who he is? The fish restaurant owner was shaking with anger. He's the one who broke Duka's leg at noon. What? The flat-headed man shivered in fear and his legs instantly went weak. Puff. He turned around and gave a knee towards Lin Bai. Big brother, I'm wrong. It's me who can't speak. You mustn't break my legs. This person broke the legs of the motorcycle club's male son at noon, and still came to eat fish at night unharmed. This absolutely can't be messed with. Alright, get lost. Lindbergh waved his hand. He just came to eat fish. Boss, I just want my friend to eat a real spirit fish. Why don't you get lost? The fish restaurant owner kicks his son in the body. When the man with the flat head left in a hurry, he was slightly relieved, bent down and looked at Lin Bai with a respectful face. This gentleman, I'm really sorry, we don't have any spirit fish in the store. I had explained that I don't want to serve this dish. I didn't think. If you don't have it, forget it, go away. Lindbergh didn't want to dwell on it either. It's not a spirit fish, but the restaurant actually does a pretty good job with regular fish. Maybe it's hard for the average person to tell the difference. 2. Classmate Ruwashi, next time I'll go catch a real spirit fish for you. Lindbergh sighed. You'll just have to make do with what you've got tonight. Well, the fish is actually kinda tasty too, Luo Ruwashi said softly. The owner of the fish restaurant soon took the initiative to send a few more specialties. The flavor is still good. The three of them ate and chatted, but also happy. Only, Hu Pingon always felt a bit like a light bulb. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed. Mississippi. The scarred woman appeared in the doorway of the booth. I know. The sweet smile on Luo Ruwashi's face disappeared without notice. Lindbergh, it's time for me to return to the divine capital. Luo Ruwashi stood up, a little reluctant. Maybe. Nothing. I'm leaving. She snapped and walked quickly out of the booth. What's going on here? Hu Pingon was a bit frazzled, but before Lin Bai could answer, Luo Ruwashi rushed into the private room again. Classmate Ruwashi, isn't it time for a hug? Before Lin Bai finished speaking, Luo Ruwashi jumped into his arms. Lin Bai subconsciously wrapped his arms around Luo Ruwashi. Her body seemed to be shaking. Ruwashi-san, what happened? Lin Bai realized that the situation was not right. In fact, if you have something, you can tell me directly. Perhaps I can help you. Luo Ruwashi didn't say anything. She just hugged Lin Bai tightly, and her body quickly stopped shaking, apparently calming down. I'm fine. Luo Ruwashi gently struggled a bit and left Lin Bai's embrace, and then, she took out an exquisite invitation from her body. Lin Bai, this invitation is for you. Wait a few minutes before you open it. I'll go first. Luo Ruwashi turned around again and hurriedly left. Lin Bai directly opened the invitation and froze. It's a wedding invitation. This, Luo Ruwashi is getting married? Hu Pingon came over to take a look. What's going on? So sudden? I didn't hear about it before. It's fine. Watch the clock. The wedding isn't until September. There's still over a month to go. Lindbergh returned to his senses. The matter of Luo Ruwashi wanting to get married was indeed out of his expectation. But whether or not to steal the marriage, he hadn't actually thought about it yet. Maybe it's because Luo Ruwashi doesn't have a good enough body, right? Dude, want to find another place to drink? The two of them walked out of the fish restaurant, and Hu Pingon couldn't help but propose. He thought Lindbergh might not be in a good mood, although Lin Bai now had Jin Shueyao and Xiao Feiyan. Back then in the university, they all felt that Lin Bai and Luo Ruwashi had such an ambiguous relationship. Forget it, Ping and you have things to do. Get some early rest. Lindbergh shook his head. He really wasn't unhappy. It's just that things are a little sudden. So, okay, dude, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Pingon pulls open the car door. Before Lindbergh could say anything, a Mercedes-Benz Big G violently stopped next to him. Seeing this familiar car, Lindbergh was instantly surprised, and he didn't hesitate to pull open the door and sit in. Sitting in the driver's seat was, indeed, Su Ruobing, who was tied up with a seatbelt that made her even more impulsive. Peace, you don't have to worry about me. I have somewhere to go. Lindbergh spoke to Hu Pingon, and then he looked at Su Ruobing. Big Bing Bing, have you opened a room yet? If not, I'll open it now. Boom! The car had sped off. Big Ice. Where are you taking me? Lindbergh soon realized that Su Ruobing drove the car directly out of the county. You don't want to go to my hometown in the countryside, do you? My old house is long gone. I'm going to go see your parents. Su Ruobing finally spoke. Lindbergh was instantly a bit messed up. What did this Big Ice want to do? Going to his mom and dad's grave to tell them? Half an hour later. Green Cloud Mountain. Su Ruobing took out the incense and candles for offerings, placed flowers, and bowed in front of the grave. Mom and Dad, the daughter-in-law with the big boobs and good breeding that I told you about at lunchtime is here to see you. Lindbergh, on the other hand, smiled and spoke from the side. Big Bing Bing, I have promised our parents that you will give them 8 grandchildren, so you have to work hard. Will you stop talking nonsense on your parents' graves? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Dog man, think she's a pig, giving birth to so many. How can this be bullshit? Lindbergh was serious. We will definitely have 8 in the future. Why don't we start tonight? You and Qin Shueyao are going to have it. Su Ruobing grimaced. Or we can go to the county to find that jade widow. She cursed again in her mind. The dog man. The widows are not spared. The way you're jealous. Big Ice is really cute. Lindbergh sighed. Not only was it cute, but it was also impulsive. If it wasn't the wrong place, he would have wanted to strip her on the spot. Don't you think about that tonight? I'm going to fix it here. Su Ruobing hummed. And then, she literally sat down on her knees in front of the grave. This. Lindbergh was not going to be fixed by Su Ruobing, and ran to his parents' graves to cultivate immortality? What is she doing? Alright, then I'll accompany you to cultivate immortality. Lindbergh happened to still have a furnace of medium-grade chi replenishing pills that he hadn't taken yet. Just like last time, Lindbergh directly stuffed all of the chi replenishing dan into his mouth. Then it began to absorb the medicinal power. This time, it took a bit more time, but the progress was also obvious. Originally he had just entered the 4th level of chi cultivation, and now, he was only 1 step away from the 6th level. Lindbergh didn't continue to cultivate, but began to stare at Su Ruobing. Around Su Ruobing, a slight fluctuation of aura had begun, a sign that she was about to sense aura. Without realizing it, the weather was slightly bright. The surrounding auras abruptly began to gather towards Su Ruobing. Lindbergh instantly relaxed. It's a done deal. Big Ice. Continue to absorb the aura until it feels impossible to do so. And so, a few more hours passed. Su Ruobing opened her eyes. Is this cultivation? I, for one, feel like a whole different person. Su Ruobing had an indescribable joy. Well, it's different. Lindbergh nodded. Big Bing Bing, in the future you won't be so tired at night, and you'll be able to unlock more positions. You, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Dog man, letting her cultivate immortality just for this? Lindbergh's cell phone rang at this time. Brother, are you back? Bye shall we called. Grandma was just asking about you. I'll be right back. Lindbergh looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Big Ice. You go back to the county and wait for me first. I'll go for a bit for my grandmother's 80th birthday. Since I promised my second uncle, I still have to make the trip. Lindbergh quickly descended Qingyun Mountain and walked into the Bai family village. The most beautifully built 3-story villa at the end of the village was quite busy at the moment. As today's birthday girl, 80-year-old Ma Yufeng is also smiling happily. After all, her son, Bai Xianfu, was the richest man in the village, and she was naturally the richest old lady in the village. The villa courtyard was large and remained spacious with dozens of tables set. Lindbergh didn't attract much attention when he walked into the courtyard. Brother, the eagerly awaiting Bai Shelwi was the first to see it and flew over. She wrapped her arm around Lindbergh's arm and whispered, I've already helped you with your $10,000 gift. You don't have to write a gift yet. Okay. Lindbergh hadn't intended to give a penny. However, he sort of understood why his grandmother had asked about him, mostly because of the $10,000. Who's that young man? He's quite handsome. Hoshi boyfriend? Why does this look familiar? What? That's White. The Lulu kid. Ha? I thought he died in a car accident. Don't talk nonsense. just turned into a vegetable. Woke up a while ago. Xian Gui was so happy for a while, saying it everywhere. Many people in the village were talking, and many of them recognized Lindbergh. Yo, if it isn't my most promising cousin, Lin Bai? A conspiratorial voice sounded at this time. Lindbergh, I heard that you are mixing very well now, but if you are mixing so well, how come you come back with empty hands? Grandma's 80th birthday and you don't show it? A fat man walked towards Lin Bai. No one else but Bai Dafei. Apparently, the beating he received at the ancient rhythm pavilion last time hadn't made Bai Dafei any wiser. Don't talk nonsense, brother Fei. My brother sent $10,000. Where is the empty hand? Bai Shelwi hurriedly answered. $10,000 is considered a heavy gift around here. Hoshi shot up. You think I don't know? Bai Dafei grunted. I was listening when second uncle told you about this. This $10,000 was taken out by second uncle, and Lindbergh didn't give a penny. Also, shall we? You dead girl. I'm your brother. Lin Bai is an outsider. What are you shouting about? You don't know anything at all. Bai Shelwi was angry. My brother gives my family all the money. Is there a difference between my father taking money and my brother taking money? And no, I don't have a brother like you. All you do is bully us. Ha ha ha, he paid for it? Bai Dafei laughed out loud. Shall we? You don't think that Lin Bai has really gotten ahead, do you? You think I don't know that he doesn't even have a job? He's just being bagged/supported by a rich woman. There was a clamor around the room, and more people looked this way. Is there such a thing? Lindbergh, this young man is with a rich woman? Don't say. There are really rich women who like him in his condition. Bai Shelwi, however, was furious. Don't talk nonsense, brother Fei. My brother isn't the one who's being adopted. Ha, I saw it with my own eyes and I'm still saying no? Bai Dafei laughed coldly. Lin Bai, last time at the ancient rhythm pavilion, you fooled around with that rich woman and I bumped into you, and you even got someone to beat me up. Now you don't dare to admit it? I said it's okay for you to be bagged/supported by a rich woman, and there's no shame in having a soft meal, but why don't you have any conscience at all? Grandma loved you since you were a child, and even raised you so big. You usually don't come back even if. Today Grandma's 80th birthday, you also come empty-handed. You're also too unfilial, right? The more Bai Dafei said, the more angry he looked. Even if the rich woman you're with went bankrupt, you're not so bad that you don't have a penny, are you? Bai Dafei, do you fat ass have to make trouble? Lin Bai coldly looked at Bai Dafei. I let your dog bark for so long for the sake of my second uncle, and you're still talking more and more vigorously, aren't you? Before Lin Bai, was 10 years old, it was my parents who raised me, and after 10 years old, it was my second uncle and second aunt who raised me. So where do you get the face to say I'm unfilial? You're talking to me about conscience? Your family has a conscience? Your family screwed my parents out of their compensation and knocked down my house to build this villa of yours, and now you're talking to me about conscience? Lin Bai suddenly let out a roar. Bai Xianfu, get the hell out of here. I'll settle this score with your family today. The courtyard suddenly fell silent, and then a lot of people whispered and looked like they were watching the show. Lindbergh, what are you babbling about there? With a roar, a very rich middle-aged man came out from inside, and it was none other than Bai Xianfu. You used to be small and unintelligent. I won't bother with you when you talk nonsense there. Now you're an adult too, and you're still talking nonsense here. I haven't taken a penny from you, and I still give you all the money for your studies. This house of yours was collapsed by the rain, so I came here to build a house, and it was your grandmother who made the decision to agree to it as compensation for the money I gave you for your studies. So what are you coming to make a scene for now? Yes, that's what happened. A silver-haired old lady came out on her crutches, and it was today's birthday girl, the Bai family's old lady, Ma Yufeng. Shao Bai, I explained to you back then, you're an adult now. You need to earn your own living. Don't keep thinking about asking your great uncle for money. Also, you're young and don't learn. A big man actually go to eat soft rice. Can't you be a little outstanding? Don't say I'm in charge of you. If it wasn't for your mom's face, I wouldn't bother talking about you. Your old man has the nerve to mention my mom. Lin Bai laughed, his tone filled with sarcasm. If it weren't for the fact that you're 80 years old, I'd really want to give you an earful. No, I can't stand it. Snap. Lin Bai slapped Bai Dafei's face. This dead fat guy is your old man's most beloved grandson, so I'll whip the pain out of him for you. Snap. Lin Bai followed with 2 more slaps. Bai Dafei's fat face, suddenly even fatter. Bastard. You dare to hit my son. Bai Xianfu was furious. Pop. Lin Bai smoothly slapped another slap on Bai Xianfu's face. I've wanted to whip you for a long time. Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. The crowd was stunned. I remembered him as an honest boy who read books. Why did he suddenly become so violent? You little brute. Ma Yufeng was shaking with anger. Snap. Lin Bai slapped out 2 slaps, and both Bai Xianfu and Bai Dafei took a hit. You keep cursing. Lin Bai smiled brightly. If you curse, your eldest son and eldest grandson will both receive a slap from me. You, beast, ah. Ma Yufeng was furious. Snap. Lindbergh's slaps followed, and Bai Xianfu's face was swollen. Grandma, don't curse yet. Daffy White was on the verge of tears. Ma Yufeng was so angry that her lips trembled, but she really didn't dare to curse. Xian Gue, you come out. Ma Yufeng suddenly yelled. Not a moment later, Bai Xian Gue finally came out. He was still holding a tray in his hand, obviously helping cook for today's banquet. Mom, what's going on here? He's obviously not clear on the situation. Bai Shelwi ran over and got close to Bai Xiangui's ear and spoke quickly. Xian Gue, this is the stuff you're raising even though you're desperate not to have a son yourself. Ma Yufeng gritted her teeth. Look what you've raised. You tell him to get out. Get out of our White House right now. Bai Xiangue had also figured out what happened at this moment. Xiao Bai, give second uncle face. Don't do it again today. Bai Xiangue took a deep breath. Back then, he was originally going to have a second child, but gave it up because he decided to raise Lin Bai. And over the years, Ma Yufeng often scolded him with this. Mom, everyone watched what happened today. Daffy started the trouble. White, he's right. As for that money back then, Mom, do you have to ask me to tell the truth? I was trying to save face for everyone back then, saying that you guys actually gave me a little bit of money, but are you really not sure if you gave it or not? Bai Xiangue was a bit angry. You're 80 years old, why are you still so biased? Xiao Bai is your own grandson. He's not an outsider. He's your daughter's favorite son. Xiangue, what kind of attitude is that? Do you talk to mom like that? Bai Xianfu chided. In front of so many guests. Are you making such a mess with Lin Bai? Are you trying to disgrace our Bai family? Oh, the face of the White family. Bai Xiangue shook his head. Big brother, I don't have much culture, but you have to be conscientious as a human being. Back then, so many of you bullied Xiao Bai, a 10-year-old kid, and pitched his mom and dad the money they traded their lives for. At that time, the White family's face will be disgraced by you. The surrounding area was finally noisy again, and many people were there pointing their fingers. It's surprisingly true. I heard about it back in the day and thought it was fake. Xiangue have said so. It must be true. I told you so. Why Xiangue was so short of money back then? They all went to make money as a porter. Xiao Bai is quite a good kid, being bullied by them so much. You guys say that Xianfu was not without money. Why bother? Rich people always have too little money. These comments were quite loud and naturally penetrated into the ears of Ma Yufeng and Bai Xianfu, also making their faces even more ugly. Xiangue, your family came here on purpose to make trouble today, right? Ma Yufeng was unusually angry. Good. You guys are really good. You guys are giving me such a big gift for my 80th birthday, aren't you? Get out. All of you family, I don't want to see you ever again. Okay, I'll go. Bai Xiangue looked disappointed. Shall we? Go call your mom to come out. This family, we don't want it. I'm out. Wang Guiyun was also disgruntled. Just leave. It's obviously your big brother's treat, and receiving gifts is also for them. But they sit there and play, letting the two of us go to the kitchen to help. You're the only one who's honest, and you're bullied by them all day long. So I won't serve them anymore. She and Bai Xiangue got up early in the morning to help with the banquet, and they have been busy until now, and they're on fire. Mom, I told you not to go and you wouldn't listen to me. Bai Shelwi beamed. We came back from out of town and were guests, treating us like nannies. Many guests secretly shook their heads, but it was no secret that the Bai family's old lady favored her oldest son. After all, the oldest son was rich. Bai, it's second uncle's fault today. I shouldn't have had to ask you to come. Bai Xiangue sighed. Let's go. Let's go to second uncle's house for a while first. Second uncle. It's okay. It's good to get rid of these people. Lindbergh appeared calm. He decided to forget about it today, and wait for the next time. He would come alone to settle the score with Bai Xianfu. Excuse me, which one is Old Lady White? Instead, a voice came from the doorway at that moment, followed by a group of people walking in. The two people in the lead were Bai Changgang and Bai Lu. The two quickly walked towards Ma Yufeng. Hello Old Lady Bai. I'm Bai Changgang from the Bai family in Qingshan County, and this is my granddaughter Bai Lu. I heard that today is your 80th birthday, so I would like to offer a small gift. Bai Changgang waved his hand to signal, and a person behind him carried a box up, then opened it, and it was full of cash, which immediately blinded the eyes of the crowd. I'm sorry, Old Lady Bai, we don't know what you like, plus we're in a hurry, so we'll just give you $1 million in cash and wish you a long life. Holy shit, $1 million? Big deal. No, the White family of Castle Peak County? That's the biggest family in our county. That Bai family in the county actually came to give such a big gift? There was a gasp of shock all around, especially from the Bai clan village, who were all shocked at the moment. You know, although all the white, but the White family village and the White family in Castle Peak County, that's completely different. As a matter of fact, everyone in this village with the surname of Bai wants to be related to that Bai family compound. But unfortunately, the people here with the surname of Bai, and that Bai family, can only be said to have been a family 500 years ago. Old Mr. Bai, is this a mistake? Ma Yufeng was a bit confused at the moment. No shit. A man rushed out violently and hugged the box of money. Thank you, Elder Bai. Thank you so much. I'll take this money for my mom. The one who rushed out was no other than Bai Xianping. He was in a rather sorry state at the moment. His nose was bruised and swollen, and he looked like he had been beaten up. San what's wrong with your face? Ma Yufeng looked distressed. Did you fall somewhere? Everyone in the village knows that Ma Yufeng's favorite, in fact, is not Bai Xianfu, but the youngest son Bai Xianping. Since ancient times, loving mothers have many defeated children, and Ma Yufeng has also spoiled a gambler. It's that bastard Lin Bai. Bai Xianping looked furious. He hit him. This beast came to me for money, and when I didn't give it, he beat me. Sinful. How did our Bai family raise such a white-eyed wolf like him? When Bai Xianping said this, he completely failed to notice that both Bai Changgang and Bai Lu's faces changed. You little beast are simply. Ma Yufeng was shaking with anger. Pop. Slaps were heard. Lin Bai abruptly appeared in front of Bai Xianping and slapped him in the face. I did beat you yesterday, but I didn't do this to your face today. Lin Bai coldly looked at Bai Xianping. However, since you said I hit you, I'll satisfy you. Slap. Lin Bai slapped Bai Xianping's face a few more times, swelling it up, and then, with a probe, he carried the box of money that Bai Xianping was holding onto for dear life. Elder Bai, you're giving the wrong gift. Lin Bai handed the box to Bai Changgang. Take it back. I no longer have anything to do with this old woman from the White family. Give me my money back. It's my money. My money. Bai Xianping was furious and tried to come over to grab it. Lindbergh kicks him off. Divine Dr. Lin. I'm really sorry. I originally came to visit you today to thank you. Halfway through I heard about your grandmother's 80th birthday, so I didn't have time to prepare. So I sent this little gift. I didn't expect to make a mess of it. Bai Changgang was apologetic, and his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear him clearly, and he didn't take the box. However, although this money is small, but since I gave it away, there is no reason to take it back. Why don't you take it as pocket money? As for the other guests, they were all stunned at the moment. How could this Bai clan compound's Bai Lao be so respectful to Lin Bai? In that case, give it to my sister to take for pocket money. Lin Bai walked towards Bai Xiaowei. Xiaowei, this is for you. Ha, brother, what about the $1 million? Give it all to me? Bai Xiaowei froze. So much money, will it be a bit dangerous for me to carry it like this? Bai Lu, you'll take my sister to the county later and help her save it. Lin Bai looked at Bai Lu who followed him over. Also, let me introduce you. This is my second uncle and second aunt. This Bai family, only the two of them and my sister, Xiaowei, are my family. As for the others, I hope you never have any contact with them. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Lin. My Bai family knows how to handle this. Bai Changgang followed suit and nodded respectfully. Seeing the people of the Bai family compound take Lin Bai at his word, whether it was the guests present or Bai Xianfu, Bai Dafei and the others, they were all filled with shock. Ma Yufeng was also turning blue. How could she have never imagined that the Bai family compound that she usually couldn't flatter, would in turn flatter Lin Bai? The yard was a little quiet. Instead, a horn suddenly sounded outside the door, and soon a group of people, armed with iron bars, rushed in. Each one is fierce. At the head of the group was a large, burly man wearing sunglasses. Bai Xianping, didn't you fucking tell me to come get the money? The burly big man rushed to Bai Xianping, grabbed him by the neck and grabbed him out. Where's the money? What are you doing? Let go of my son. Ma Yufeng exclaimed. How much does he owe you? I'll pay it back. Old woman, your son doesn't owe a little money this time. It's $800,000. The burly man sneered. You return it? Can you afford it? It doesn't matter. Isn't it just $800,000? My son has money. Ma Yufeng immediately nodded her head. Xianfu, you quickly pay back the money to your brother. Mom, how many times have I paid him back? Bai Xianfu was furious. You think I'm rich now? My company has been losing money this year. It's almost bankrupt. Anyway, I don't have any money right now. Also, that compensation money from Lin Bai back then. It was also you who had to take it to pay off Lao San's gambling debt. I won't take the blame for this. What are you pretending to be innocent about? Big brother? Bai Xianping shouted. Back then mom just let you help me pay back the money. It was you who couldn't spare your own money and proposed to use that compensation to pay back. That can be all your hands. Now you want to skim. No way. Shut up. All of you. The burly big man was very upset. I'm not interested in listening to your shit. Just one sentence. This $800,000. Which one of you will give? If no one gives it today, I'll chop off Bai Xianping's hand. Don't. Jean, don't cut my hand. Bai Xianping was shocked. He suddenly pointed with his hand. Brother Jean. Look. It's not that I don't give it. I'm all set. There's $1 million in that box. But they took my money. You go and get it. It's your money. An extra 200,000. For you as interest. Oh. The burly big man looked toward the box in Bai Xiaohui's hand. Chick. Open the box and let me take a look. Master Jean. That money has nothing to do with Bai Xianping. It's what I gave that Miss Bai for pocket money. However, Bai Changgang spoke up at this time. I suggest that you still need to find the right person to collect the debt. Old man White? The burly big man apparently saw Bai Changgang only now. Rather a rare guest. How did you run here? Don't say I don't give you face. I came to this village this morning. $800,000 must be recovered. Master Jean. I just think it's better if you don't offend the wrong people. Bai Changgang smiled faintly. If you have to go get that box of money, then I'm afraid the consequences are something you can't afford. Yo, old man White, you got a lot of nerve now? Master Jean sneered. If you had told me that yesterday, I would have given you some face. But last night, the Moto Club disappeared overnight. And now in the entire Castle Peak County, it's just me. The money gate? Who's the biggest? Do you believe that I can make your white family compound disappear overnight as well? Geez, it sounds so powerful. I'm so scared. A distinctly coquettish voice came from the door. This voice, with its endless charm, instantly tickled the heartstrings of countless men present. And then, a voluptuous woman walked into the courtyard. Black skirt and black stockings, long legs and thin waist, black heels, and a pair of black gloves. Under the reflection of this black, those exposed skin, was even more amazingly white, and also made her that figure set off even more hot. It made the blood of every man in the room run cold. Even the village's 80-year-old dad felt instantly energized. For her part, Bai Lu was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and finally managed to speak incredulously. Sister-in-law? Lindbergh was also shocked. What is Song Yujie playing at? He let her go out normally, but he didn't let her go out like this. You? Which one are you? Master Jin's voice was dry, and he felt like his whole body was on fire. It was already hot in August, but now it's even hotter and ready to explode. Master Jin, have you heard of the Jade Widow of the White Family Compound? Song Yujie smiled sweetly. That would be me. You just said that you want the White Family Compound to disappear overnight. It really scares me oh so much. What? You're the Jade Widow? You don't never go out. Master Kim's mouth was dry. This Jade Widow lives up to her name. One look at her and you're in for a treat. Master Jin, times have changed. Song Yujie smiled gently. So what? I decided to come out and have some fun. But you said you want our White Family Compound to disappear. I'm really a bit worried about it. What do you think I should do? It's fine. It's fine. As long as you follow me, I'll make sure the White Family Compound is fine. Master Jean was busy saying, it's that simple? Song Yujie was a bit surprised, but then she sighed. It's a pity. You don't deserve it. She suddenly just slapped it out. Snap. Directly on Master Kim's head. Master Jean fell head over heels and just straight up fainted. Hit me. The flirtatiousness on Song Yujie's face suddenly disappeared and became somewhat cold. A group of female bodyguards, heavily armed, rushed in from outside. In less than a minute, the group of people brought by Master Jean all fell to the ground. The crowd, on the other hand, had a sudden jolt, as if they had come to their senses at once. Good man, this woman has a hot body, and her fight is even hotter. Grandpa, what's going on with her sister-in-law? Bai Lu was confused. Bai Changgang shook his head. He didn't know either, but he subconsciously glanced at Lin Bai. He always felt that Song Yujie's change had something to do with Lin Bai. Your old man is the birthday boy today, isn't he? Song Yujie walked towards Ma Yufeng again. Ah, yes. Ma Yufeng subconsciously nodded. Bring it here. Song Yujie gestured and a female bodyguard brought in a Buddha statue from outside. The statue of Buddha shines in gold. Song Yujie received the Buddha statue, then smiled sweetly. As for me, I've always believed in Buddhism all these years. So I built this 9 pounds and 9 taels of pure gold Buddha statue. Elder Lady Bai, I heard that you are celebrating your 80th birthday today, and I, for one, had originally planned to give you this golden Buddha statue. This? Ma Yufeng was incredulous. Don't get excited. I'm talking about the original. Song Yujie smiled charmingly. Originally I wanted to wish you to live to 99. But yeah, you don't have that fortune now. She handed the golden Buddha statue back to the female bodyguard. Take it back and put it away. I'll just put it in my own home. Ma Yufeng's jaw dropped. The crowd was also speechless. Was this great beauty who called herself the Jade Widow deliberately coming to play tricks on people? I know you guys don't understand. But then, when I was a kid, I recognized a particularly good godsister. But unfortunately, my godsister died too early. Son Yujie sighed softly. Well, what about yesterday? I met that sister of mine's son. That sister of mine was really super nice to me back then. So it's only natural for me to take care of that nice nephew of mine now as well. She slowly turned around and slowly walked over to Lindbergh. And then, slowly reached out and stroked Lin Bai's cheek. Little Bai, don't worry, your little auntie Nia will definitely take care of you. Thank you. Then, little auntie. Lin Bai glared at Song Yujie. He felt that he had met his match. There are people in this world who can bullshit more than he can. Bai Lu was even more confused beside her. Her sister-in-law really had such a relationship with Lin Bai? Good nephew. Auntie will go back first. Find me on the street when you have time. I'll make you a delicious meal. Song Yujie smiled charmingly, withdrew her hand, turned around and walked out of the courtyard, while the group of female bodyguards she brought with her, naturally all followed her. Bai Xianping sat on the ground, his eyes lifeless. $1 million is gone, and so is the golden Buddha. That's all money. Divine Dr. Lin, why don't we change places and I'll host a banquet for you and your family? Bai Changgang offered in a low voice. I have a few things to do, so why don't you guys accompany my second uncle and his family up the street? Lindbergh still wanted to find the spirit fish. White, are you? Bai Xiangue hesitated. Second uncle. Don't worry, as long as they don't mess with me, I won't bother looking for them. Lin Bai smiled lightly. I really do have other things. Don't worry about going out on the streets. The Bai family will entertain you. Okay then. Bai Xiangue sighed and said nothing more. The group of them also finally left, and Lin Bai then also walked out of the courtyard and called Bai Xiaoshi. Ringo, let's go. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaoshi ran over. Go? Where are you going? A cold laugh came out. It was actually Bai Xianping who came out from inside. Lin Bai, you little brute, are really stupid. Actually staying here alone. Master Jean, you come and catch him. As long as you catch him, that Jade Widow will definitely do whatever you say. Master Jean, who had just been knocked out, had woken up, and he led a group of his men to rush out from inside. Kid, you call the Jade Widow right now and tell her to come back alone. Master Jin's mind was full of that Jade Widow, and before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain came from his crotch. Ah! Master Jean let out a mournful scream, and the man finally came to his senses. Fuck! White boy, how dare you sneak up on? He put his hands over his crotch and gasped. Get on, all of you. There were screams of misery as the group that Master Jean had brought with him were all knocked down once again, and this time, they couldn't get back up, because each one had broken 2 legs. You? What the hell are you? Master Kim covered his crotch and backed away. I was originally your benefactor. Lindbergh looked at Master Jean. How do you think the motorcycle will be gone? But you're too stupid to know how to return the favor. Lindbergh kicked again, kicking Master Jean in the knee. Master Jean once again let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Who did you just, call stupid? Lin Bai looked at Bai Xianping. You, stay back. Bai Xianping subconsciously stepped back, then his entire body flew up. Boom! Bai Xianping crashed into the wall of the villa, and the entire villa suddenly shook. The house is cracked. Suddenly someone shouted. No good. The villa's coming down. Move. Some chaos was rising inside. That wall of the villa was cracking and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. A few minutes later, everyone ran out, and the villa, at that moment, completely collapsed. Even the fence outside, it collapsed. Hundreds of people all ran to the road and watched the beautiful villa just turn into ruins. Help! Help! Santa is in there. Ma Yufeng, however, screamed at that moment. The crowd froze. Bai Xianping was buried underneath, then finally reacted as well. Come on, help! Go get the guys and dig. Some went home to get their tools, some started digging, and others watched. Bai Xianfu, don't forget, you still owe me money. Lin Bai, however, spoke faintly at this time. Get ready, I'll come and get it. Sure, let's go. Lindbergh didn't want to continue wasting time here. What do you say to a good house? How come it suddenly collapsed? Needless to say, this is retribution. Yes, when they were so mean to Lindbergh, the house collapsed as soon as Lindbergh came back. That's just the heavens looking the other way. Lin Bai is now related to the Bai family compound. I think that old Mrs. Yufeng is going to regret it. The villagers were talking behind them. Lin Bai and Bai Xiaoshi had just stepped out of the crowd when they saw a familiar Mercedes-Benz Big G driving over. The Mercedes quickly stopped next to Lindbergh. Su Ruobing probed that stunning face. Isn't your grandmother's 80th birthday? It's not even 12 o'clock yet. And the birthday banquet is over? Big bing bing. I don't have a grandmother. Lindbergh got into the car. I'm going to look for a delicious kind of fish with Xiaoshi. Do you want to come along? Su Ruobing was naturally going to go. Led by Xiaoshi, Su Ruobing first drove to the top of Qingyun Mountain. Ringo, we have to go down from here. Bai Xiaoshi led the two of them downward for half an hour to the valley on the backside. And in the valley, there was a pool of water. The water in the pool was clear, but there were no fish to be seen. Lin Bai tried sensing. In the pool of water, there was a faint strand of aura. Brother Lin, this water pool is very deep. There's an opening at the bottom of the pool that leads to another place. The spirit fish are in there, and I stumbled upon it when I came for a swim. Bai Xiaoshi explained at this time. I am very good at water, but I don't know Lin brother you and Su's sister. Rumble. There was a sudden blast of thunder in the sky. Crap. Ringo, it might be raining. Why don't we come back another time? Bai Xiaoshi's face changed drastically. This neighborhood is often struck by lightning. It's very dangerous. Before the words were finished, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky and landed not far from them. Ringo, hurry up. It's really dangerous. Bai Xiaoshi turned pale with fear. Big ice. You and Little Rock go up first. Lin Bai made a decision after a brief thought. You're going back down? Su Ruobing knew Lin Bai's intentions. Be careful. Scum are easily struck by lightning. Then I'm relieved that I'm not a scumbag. Lindbergh smiled. Snap. A bolt of lightning fell again. Bai Xiaoshi was scared and shivered again. I'll go first. Then, Su Ruobing turned around and went up the mountain. This lightning, it's not quite normal. Lindbergh muttered that there was a bit too much lightning. It reminded him of the apocalypse in his dream. And for a brief moment, he seemed to feel once again the fear, and the resignation, that he had felt before his soul was scattered. This time, definitely not. Lindbergh whispered softly. And after that, he jumped into the pool of water. Lin Bai directly sank to the bottom of the pool, and then he found the passageway that Bai Xiaoshi had mentioned. After walking about 200 meters in this passage, he entered another pool of water, from which he leapt up and Lindbergh came to another valley. No, it was actually more like a giant cave, with just a single line less than a meter wide above it letting light in. Below, however, it was very spacious, almost 10 acres, with the sound of water gurgling, and there was actually a small stream, which wasn't connected to the water pool, and Lin Bai quickly discovered the spirit fish. There were many of those spirit fish in the creek, but what excited Lin Bai even more was that the creek was full of rich spiritual chi. Rumble. The thunder still hasn't stopped. Lin Bai sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to follow the stream, sensing its source. It was a full half hour before Lin Bai snapped his eyes open, his face already filled with uncontrollable joy. His guess was not wrong. There really is a vein of spirit stones here, but there was something else he hadn't guessed. In this spirit stone vein, there were not only ordinary spirit stones, but also special thunder spirit stones. Ordinary spirit stones were suitable for everyone, while thunder spirit stones, which were specially tailored for a thunder spirit body like Xiao Fei Yan, would not only allow her to cultivate faster, but would also allow her to accumulate more lightning power. This trip was really not in vain. Lin Bai muttered. This Castle Peak County, it seemed to be his blessed land. Not only did it allow him to discover Song Yujie, a heaven's path immortal body, but he also found such a vein of spirit stones. Oh, and Green Mountain County birthed me. Lin Bai stood up. He planned to go out. He wanted to tell Xiao Fei Yan the happy news. Wow. The sound of water rang out, and a swimsuit-clad beauty emerged from a pool of water. Big ice. You're still going out with a swimsuit in this carry-on? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Specially prepared to wear it for me? Without waiting for Su Ruobing to reply, he had already scooped her up from the water. What do you want again? Su Ruobing was a bit exasperated. Aha! Lin Bai nodded his head without hesitation. Think. So happy. He's going to celebrate. Of course, the main thing was that Su Ruobing in her swimsuit was really gluttonous. Why don't you get struck by lightning? Well, Su Ruobing was a bit annoyed. Half an hour later. It's raining. It's really going to get struck by lightning. More excitement. 2 hours later. Don't. This won't work. Big ice you can do it. You are a cultivator now. This posture can. See? I told you it would work. 4 hours later. Are you done? I haven't even eaten my breakfast. That's the benefit of practicing immortality. We're fine if we don't eat for a day. I never should have worried about you. Su Ruobing regretted coming back. Big ice ah. You obviously happy too. You shut up. Su Ruobing wanted to beat this dog man to death. nonetheless saying that cultivating immortality could unlock more poses. Offhand, she actually unlocked it. As a result, she's still exhausted now. When Lin Bai returned to the top of Qing Yin Mountain with the exhausted Su Ruobing in his arms, he just happened to see the last sunset after the rain. Koisher, you're still here? Lin Bai was a bit surprised that Bai Xiaoshi was still waiting for them at the top of the mountain. Ah, Ringo, you're back. I was debating whether or not to go down and take a look. Bai Xiaoshi was visibly relieved. By the way, Koisher, can you drive? Lindbergh asked casually. Yes, I used to drive for someone for 3 months. Bai Xiaoshi nodded his head in a hurry. Then you'll help us get out of the car and drive us to the county. Lin Bai put his arm around Su Ruobing and got into the car. Su Ruobing didn't fall asleep, but she was just too tired to talk. Bai Xiaoshi isn't very old, but the car is a steady driver. Xiaoshi, how much did you earn in a month when you sold spirit fish before? Lindbergh asked. In fact, not much money. Catching fish once is quite hard, but also depends on the fish museum side of the shortage of goods. At most a month sold 10,000 yuan, I think. Less time is only 5 or 6,000. Bai Xiaoshi replied, but it's quite high in Castle Peak County. But it's a pity that I didn't even save any money. That girlfriend of mine before, Ringo, you saw yesterday, she took all my money and it was too little. Changed boyfriends. I asked her to return my money. She beat me up. Sure, do you want to go live in Zhangcheng? Lin Bai pondered slightly and opened his mouth to inquire. Actually, I kinda want to go, but I only went to high school, so I can't find a good job in Zhangcheng. And I can't afford a house in a big city. Bai Xiaoshi was somewhat helpless. Sure, you helped me a lot today. That place is very useful to me. Lin Bai thought for a while. This way, I'll buy you a house in Zhangcheng. You'll pick it by yourself then. Any house will do. Then what? You'll go and work as a chauffeur for my second uncle, and I'll give you a salary of 20,000 per month. What do you think? Ha, brother Lin. You're giving too much. Bai Xiaoshi slammed on the brakes. Koisher, you deserve this. Lin Bai smiled faintly. Or I'll give you another option. I'll directly give you $10 million in cash. Which one do you want? Ringo, did I really do you a big favor? Bai Xiaoshi was a bit uneasy. I'm really a bit afraid to take so much money from you. Xiaoshi, $10 million is not worth it to me. Just take it at ease. Lin Bai thought for a moment. Why don't I give you 10 million in cash? And you also remain a driver for my second uncle. No, Ringo. No need for that. Bai Xiaoshi quickly shook his head. I'll go pick out a small house then and just work as a driver for Uncle Xiangue. It's already a good thing I couldn't even dream of before. That's fine. The house you don't have to pick a small one. Once in place, you have to buy at least 100 square feet. After all, in the future you are also going to get married and have children. Lin Bai was quite satisfied with this. Let's go up to the street first. Let's get something to eat. Bai Xiaoshi calmed his mind a little, then continued driving. When I came to the street, it was dark and the barbecue stalls on the side of the road were all set up. Su Ruobing was starving, and when she saw the first barbecue stand, she let Bai Xiaoshi stop the car. Start me off with a stir fry, and you can order anything else. Su Ruobing shoved the menu to Lin Bai. 10 kebabs for all of them, and one of each of the others. Lindbergh's order was more direct. Another case of beer. The fried noodles came up quickly, and Su Ruobing started eating directly. Lin Bai, on the other hand, got up and walked to the curb, dialing Xiao Feiyan's phone. Feiyan, there's good news. Lin Bai told Xiao Fei in detail about the situation of the spirit stone mine, and then, after a slight hesitation, he still told her about Song Yujie as well. Hubby, Castle Peak County is very important to us. I'll go over there tonight, and from now on, I'll look forward to being in Castle Peak County for a long time, specializing in dealing with things over there. Xiao Feiyan quickly made a decision. Well, I'm relieved that you're here, and I'll personally handle the preliminary mining of the spirit stone mine. Lin Bai had actually wanted Xiao Feiyan to come over and keep an eye on it. He followed it up with a call to his second uncle about having Bai Xiaoshi work as a driver for them. Although Bai Xiangue felt it was unnecessary, he accepted Lin Bai's arrangement. And when Bai Xiaowei heard that Lin Bai was on the street, she clamored to come and find him. Lin Bai sent Bai Xiaowei an address, then returned to his seat, but was surprised to find that there was an additional young man at the table. This man was good-looking, wearing glasses, and the gaze behind those lenses was like he couldn't wait to swallow Su Ruobing. My classmate. Su Ruobing simply said 3 words. She had just finished eating the fried noodles and smoothly leaned on Lin Bai. I'm sleepy. The jealousy of the man with the glasses bubbled up through the lenses, but he quickly returned to normal and smiled at Lin Bai. I'm Long Jun, the vice president of Qingshan Tongren Hospital, and also Su Ruobing's college classmate. What's your name, and where do you work? Lin Bai, the man who was bagged/supported by Su Ruobing, Lindbergh said casually. Put. Bai Xiaoshi sprayed out a mouthful of water. Coldly that face instantly became even colder. He somewhat reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Mr. Lin is so funny. To be favored by Ruobing, you must have something to offer. That's for sure. These days, eating soft food requires not just physical strength, but also skill. Lin Bai had a serious face. It just so happens that I'm strong in both areas. Su Ruobing, who was fast asleep, was woken up by Lin Bai's anger. She opened her eyes and fiercely pinched Lindbergh on his thigh. Dig bing bing, just tell me if it's the truth. Lindbergh had an innocent look on his face. Su Ruobing was speechless. This dog man, I don't know how many women he's practiced his skills on after fooling around with, and he's using them all on her, but he'd gone ahead and said she was the first. As for physical strength, this dog man is so shameless, an immortal cultivator, comparing physical strength with ordinary people. Has he bullied people like this? Su Ruobing was spitting on Lin Bai in her heart, while the opposite party, Lang Jun, had a bit of a breakdown in his mind. The goddess he begged for, the proverbial iceberg, was developed by a white boy to raise his hand and throw his foot is a young woman style. Ruobing, I heard that something happened to your family. Is that true? Cole forced himself to calm down. Yes, Su Ruobing answered dryly. So, Wakabing, are you out of work right now? Lang Jun instantly felt the bottom come back. You know, my family also runs a hospital, Qingshan County Tongren Hospital. In fact, I'm in charge. If you're looking for a job, I'm sure I can set you up. Thanks, but I have a job now. Su Ruobing frowned slightly. She could naturally see Lang Jun's intentions, but she was fine with that. Any normal man would have craved her body. Ruobing, we're all classmates and I'm concerned about you. You don't have to be strong. Lang Jun sighed. You used to be the Su family's eldest young lady, with an illustrious family lineage, but you are now reduced to running to a small place like Castle Peak County, and even coming to a barbecue stand to eat fried noodles. Seriously, I don't have anything else in mind. It's just pure heartache. I don't want to say anything bad about your boyfriend, but if a man can't protect his woman, does he still deserve to be a man? Lang Jun, we're just ordinary classmates. I don't need to explain anything to you. Su Ruobing's voice was cold, but I can tell you that my man can protect me. Although Lin Bai, the dog man, was a super scum, he had protected her many times. Also, I'm not reduced to eating fried noodles. I was just so hungry. Su Ruobing had just finished saying this when the kebabs were already delivered. It filled the whole table at once. The beer moved over as well. Lin Bai opened the beer and poured it for himself and Su Ruobing, then directly gave a bottle to Bai Xiaoshi. Ringo, I have to drive, so I won't drink. Bai Xiaoshi hastily shook his head. Good thing too. Lin Bai looked at Lang Jun. Vice President Lang, would you like a bottle? My family, big ice, may be broke, but I can still afford to treat someone to a barbecue. No, I have friends over there. Cole forced a smile and got up to walk to another table. Good lord, your fellow dean is pretty good at this. Having a barbecue with 4 nurses. Lindbergh lamented. At that table, besides Cole Dai, were 4 young girls in nurses' outfits. Go over there if you're envious. Su Ruobing took the meat skewer and nibbled on it. She was still hungry. I just think that dress is a good design. Lin Bai smiled cheekily. Dig bing bing, I'll buy one for you to wear in a couple days. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai, not bothering with him. She's not wearing it. Lin Bai didn't say anything else and started to eat meat and drink wine. Although it wasn't a big problem for immortal cultivators to not eat for a day, they would actually be hungry. Not to mention, his cultivation level wasn't high enough right now. Su Ruobing and Lin Bai were like a race, pounding away at the food for half an hour, leaving hundreds of sticks behind, and then the speed finally slowed down. Hey, handsome, what a coincidence. Another nurse appeared at the table and waved at Lindbergh. Lin Bai subconsciously looked at the table not far away. The 4 nurses were still there, and the nurse in front of him looked quite pretty. We know each other? Lindbergh was a bit confused. Couldn't it be any of his middle school or even elementary school classmates? To be honest, there were some classmates that he really couldn't remember what they looked like. Handsome, you're funny. We just met yesterday and you forgot? The nurse covered her mouth and laughed softly. You weren't wearing pants, call nurse. Cough. Sorry, that you do not misunderstand. I am a nurse in the men's department of the hospital. At that time is the proper treatment. She said she was sorry, but her voice was quite loud, afraid that people wouldn't hear her. No, the other people who were eating barbecue were looking this way. Isn't that a nurse from the same hospital? Yeah, they were just handing out flyers in the plaza. So who is it? Went to the gynecologist and got caught by his girlfriend? This hospital is no good. Who would dare to go there when such privacy is also spoken? I go. That guy's girlfriend is so beautiful, body is good. Unfortunately he actually want to go to see a male doctor. This is mostly not work, a waste of. Laughter came from all around. Both men and women looked at Lin Bai with some sympathy. This man. No way. Seriously. Your little tactics are kind of pointless. Lin Bai shook his head before raising his voice. Vice President Lang, do you think my family Bing Bing will believe this nonsense? Su Ruobing was also somewhat speechless. If this nurse had said that she slept with Lin Bai yesterday, there was still a chance that she would believe it. But to say that Lin Bird went to see some male doctor is outrageous. Mr. Lin, I don't know what you're talking about. Lang Jun had actually been looking this way, but he's obviously not going to admit it. However, if you do see a male doctor at our hospital, I can give you a discount. Call Dai, have you had enough? Su Ruobing finally opened her mouth. Originally, I still regarded you as an ordinary classmate, and now that you're using this kind of underhanded trick, it only makes me think you're disgusting. My man doesn't need to see a men's doctor, but I suggest you see a brain doctor. Su Ruobing, I said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Lang Jun looked a bit annoyed. Now you're slandering me. You're damaging our hospital's reputation now. Believe it or not, I'll sue you. Just go ahead and sue and leave me alone. Su Ruobing was impatient. It's really inexplicable. You can meet a fly like you even eating a barbecue. Su Ruobing, who the fuck are you calling a fly? Cold Mind finally exploded. What are you pretending to me? Do you still think you're the big miss of the Su family in Zhongcheng? Your Su family is bankrupt and exterminated. You're fucking hiding in Castle Peak County. And you're still tugging at me like shit. I'm telling you, times are different now. And since you're in Castle Peak County, I can make you beg for it tonight. Lang Jun got up with a huff and walked toward Su Ruobing once again. Su Ruobing, you also come from a wealthy family. There are some things you should know very well. Lang Jun had a proud face. If I can open a hospital in Castle Peak County, then there's nothing here that I can't handle. Do you believe I can get this kid to actually go to the men's clinic tonight? Just you? Su Ruobing glanced at Lang Jun, and that look, it was thick with contempt. And after that, she went back to eating barbecue. At this moment, not to mention Lang Jun, even those people watching from the side could feel Su Ruobing's kind of contempt for Lang Jun. Hey, what are you yanking for? Our Dean Lang can make it impossible for you to mix in Castle Peak County with just one phone call. That's right. What kind of person? Completely unaware of our Dean Lang's power. What's the use of being pretty? It looks like she has big boobs. That's right. How dare you offend our Dean Lang in Castle Peak County? You don't even think about Dean Lang's background. The four nurses at Lang Jun's table all started to help out at this moment. Su Ruobing, do you hear me? Lang Jun was a bit smug. I can't stand the way you're so high and mighty. What kind of iceberg beauty are you pretending to be? And now you're still not keeping a man? In the past, when you were the Su family's eldest miss, I didn't dare to do anything to you. But now, you're in my territory. I'll give you one last chance. You come over here now and have a good drink with me, or else your man will definitely have to go to the men's department tonight. Lang Jun suddenly just let out a miserable scream, covering his crotch with both hands and curling his body into a ball. Dean Lang, what happened to you? Dean Lang, are you alright? A couple of nurses were shocked and rushed over to check it out. This look was all a big surprise. A couple of bamboo sticks were stuck in Coldplay's crotch. Vice President Lang, your family's mail department. It's better for you to see for yourself first. Lin Bai's lazy voice sounded at this time. If your hospital is not specialized in pitting people, maybe your balls can still be saved. Yes, it's you. Lang Jun forced himself to endure the pain and looked at Lin Bai with spiteful eyes. You, the bamboo stick you threw. Yeah, that's me. Lin Bai picked up a meat skewer. If I finish this meat skewer and you're still here, then this bamboo stick will definitely grow on you as well. After saying this, Lindbergh unhurriedly took a bite. Send me to the hospital. Cold stumbled forward. Vice President Lang, don't go too fast. You'll rip your eggs. Lindbergh was kind enough to remind. Before the words were finished, Lang Jun let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. The four nurses hurriedly lifted him into the car and hurried away. This nurse lady, are you ready to leave here? Instead, Lindbergh looked at the nurse who came last. This nurse is trying to sneak away. It's none of my business. I'm just following orders. The nurse was a bit uneasy. You, don't mess around. My boyfriend is from the Moneygate. You, if you dare to touch me, my boyfriend won't let you. Go. A bamboo stick popped out and pierced the nurse's mouth. A tooth flew out after it. I was going to leave you alone, but you threatened me, so I had to do something. Lin Bai didn't panic. Since this mouth of yours likes to talk nonsense, let's pay a price. You're dead. I won't let you go. The nurse covered her mouth. unusually angry. Then she fumbled for her cell phone and dialed a number. Honey, someone molested me. Ah! The nurse screamed all over again as another bamboo stick was stuck in her mouth. You've been told to keep your mouth shut. Lin Bai shook his head inside. You can say I hit you. Why do you have to say I molested you? Aren't you slandering someone's innocence out of thin air? You wait. My boyfriend is Moneygate's wallet. Well, it hurts. The nurse covered her bleeding mouth with spite. What? Wallet? Isn't that the number 2 guy from Moneygate? What number 2? Now it's number 1. I heard that Gene, the Moneygate boss, is crippled. No way? Then that's going to be the end of that guy. Yeah, this money sect is not something to be messed with. I've heard that Tongren Hospital is actually protected by the Moneygate. Shouting came from all around. Boss, pay for this table and give us a bag. Boss, we're packing too. We pay the bill too. At the barbecue stand, the crowd bought and left, apparently afraid of being implicated. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing continued to eat barbecue and drink wine. Excuse me, could a few of you get your orders in first? The owner of the barbecue stand came over. How much? Su Ruobing took out her cell phone and scanned the code for the bill. Sorry, you guys go ahead and eat. I'm going to close up here as well. I'll leave the tables and chairs for you. The owner of the barbecue stall quickly put away his other tools and prepared to flee. Otherwise he would not know who to ask for compensation for these damages if he was broken. Before he left, he finally couldn't help but say, I advise you guys to hurry up and run, or else it's really too late. That's not right. Lin Bai suddenly remembered something. It's been so long, why hasn't Xiao Hui come yet? Qingshan County wasn't big, and no matter where Bai Xiao Hui had been before, she should have arrived by now. Lin Bai felt a little uneasy, so he immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed Bai Xiao Hui's number. The call went through, but no one answered. Bing bing, quickly help me track down Hoshi's whereabouts. Lin Bai spoke to Su Ruobing. Just then, the cell phone rang again, and it was Bai Xiao Hui who called. Xiao Hui. Lin Bai had just said 2 words when a man's voice came from over there. Lindbergh, it's me. The voice was familiar. It was definitely He Fei. Your cousin and the bitch/person Bai Lu. They're all in my hands. If you don't want them to die you'll. Right now. He Fei's voice ended abruptly. The phone, however, did not hang up. Great nephew. It's me. The voice over there was exceptionally delicate. I've solved the matter here, so I'll send your sister over to you later. Little auntie said she'd take care of you. The phone hung up straight away. Lin Bai was a bit confused for a while. Was this Song Yujie so capable now? No. She can't do it. Lin Bai collected his mind and looked back at Su Ruobing. Bing bing. Hui is fine. You don't have to track it. It's still Big Ice who can do it. Bow. Here, the nurse yelled at the moment. Soon, a group of people rushed this way, forming a circle nearby. A skinny man in his 30s walked quickly to the nurse with a distressed look on his face. F***CK. Who beat up my woman like this? The man had a large gold chain around his neck, and underneath it, there was actually a wallet made of solid gold hanging. Don't tell me, it's quite something. Bow. That's him. The nurse pointed her finger at Lin Bai. He also injured Dean Lang. Did he beat up Dean Lang too? Wallet was furious. I was just getting a call from Dean Cold. He fiercely walked towards Lin Bai. Kid, you're really fucking looking for death. Don't you know that this woman's mouth is for serving me? How is she going to serve me at night when you've done this to her mouth? I'll give you a choice. Let you chicks serve me with your mouth at night. Wallet instantly stepped into Cold June's footsteps, covering his crotch with both hands and dropping to his knees. He was a little bit worse off than Cold. Not only did he have a few more bamboo sticks in his pants, but he also had bamboo sticks on his knees. You see, you'll never need a woman to serve you again. Lin Bai smiled faintly. You have to remember to thank me. It was me who made you get rid of this kind of trouble. Fuck. Get him. Wallet hissed. Miserable screams rang out at the same time. Hundreds of bamboo sticks flew out at the same time, and the surrounding area instantly knelt down. You say you, like that boss of yours, are ungrateful. Lin Bai sighed. If I hadn't abolished them, where would you have gotten the chance to get to the top? Let's hope the next one knows how to be grateful. Great nephew. You're fast. A soft and melodious voice drifted in. I was going to help, and you took care of them. Dozens of cars drove up, and it was none other than Song Yujie with a group of female bodyguards. And of course, Bai Lu and Bai Xiaohui. You're just in time. Drag these people away. Lin Bai glanced at Song Yujie and immediately withdrew his gaze. Song Yujie's dress was no different from noon, but for some reason, it looked even more seductive at night. Yeah, with a wave of Song Yujie's hand, those female bodyguards immediately went to work, picking up all the people and shoving them into the trunk. Good nephew, I'm off. Song Yujie waved her hand, but then as if she remembered something, She smiled gently towards Su Ruobing. Mr. Su, thank you for sending me these bodyguards. Oh, they are super obedient. Su Ruobing frowned slightly, and Son Yujie didn't say anything else, quickly turning around and leaving behind an incomparably enchanting back. Lindbergh, my sister-in-law, is she alright? Bai Lu couldn't help but speak. I always feel like she's not quite right. It's okay, this little aunt of mine, she's just suffocating from being at home for so long. Lindbergh casually made a perfunctory remark. Brother, Mom and Dad said they're going back to the countryside. We'll go back to Jiancheng tomorrow. When are you going back? Bai Shall we asked at this time. I may be staying for a few more days. Lin Bai thought for a moment. Xiao sure. You go and deliver it. Lin Bai. I heard Xiao Wei say that she doesn't have a car. I happen to have a Cayenne that I just bought. I want to give it to Xiao Wei first. Bai Lu spoke again at this time. Xiao Wei said she wanted to ask you. That's fine. It saves you from having to go shopping again. Lindbergh didn't dwell on such trivial matters either. Just like that, Bai Lu Bai Xiao Wei quickly left. Bai Xiaosher followed them. And at the barbecue stand, only Lin Bai and Su Ruobing were left. The barbecue isn't finished yet. What's the situation with that Son Yujie? I always feel like she's out of place. Su Ruobing couldn't help but inquire at this time. Those bodyguards I brought in, after handing them over to her, actually obeyed her immediately. Big ice. It shows that your bodyguard has a great work ethic. Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. You're too good. In just a few days, you've trained these bodyguards so well. Su Ruobing twisted Lin Bai's thigh. This dog man was fooling her again. Lin Bai, you're really good. As soon as Luo Ruoshi left, you're stealing food behind her back? Cold laughter came at that moment. You're good at it too. It's your third time and you're still so blind. Lin Bai looked at the visitor and shook his head, sighing. The person who came was Tian Feng, and this time, he did not appear at the same time as Zhang Tian. What? Afraid to admit it? Tian Feng took out his cell phone and looked like he wanted to take a picture. Believe it or not, I'll take a picture now and send it to Luo Ruoshi to take a look. Here, I've got the pose all set up for you. Lin Bai smoothly wrapped his arm around Su Ruobing. Hurry up and shoot. Get lost after shooting. You. Tian Feng was a bit annoyed. You think I don't dare, right? I'm recording it. Tian Feng started recording the video. I can't stand people like you, eating a soft meal and being so arrogant. Tian Feng looked more or less envious and jealous. Well, I've already sent it to Luo Ruoshi. Lindbergh's cell phone rang. Ha ha ha, it's Luo Ruoshi calling, isn't it? Tian Feng was instantly excited. I told you were going to be finished. What makes you a country bumpkin? Get Luo Ruoshi's favor? The call was really from Luo Ruoshi. Lindbergh picked up the phone and put it on speakerphone. Luo Ruoshi's rather moving voice came out. Lindbergh, where are you? Tian Feng is secretly filming you. Be careful. Oh, it's okay, he wasn't stealing the picture. I let him. Lindbergh laughed. He thinks I'm cheating on you behind your back. That's outrageous. I've always been honorable. Okay? Puff. Luo Ruoshi's soft laugh came from over there. Alright then. I don't care about this law. I'll pull Tian Feng's blackout so that he doesn't bother me. This side of the phone just hung up. Tian Feng was there howling. What's going on? Luo Ruoshi actually really pulled the plug on me. What the fuck is this shit? Lin Bai. What exactly is your relationship with Luo Ruoshi? Why is she so biased in favor of you? Lindbergh sends Tian Feng flying with a head kick. It's so annoying. Lin Bai sighed. Big bing bing. Let's just go to a hotel room. I'd rather be out there in all this trouble. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. When roadside barbecue gets into trouble, Lindbergh is able to fix it all. And she's very frugal. If she really wants to get a room, then she'll have to cooperate in all sorts of ways. It's too tiring. I'm going to finish my barbecue and not waste food. Su Ruobing added. Okay, I'll help you eat. Lindbergh's speed of eating became fast again. 10 minutes later, the barbecue was a clean sweep. The beer is all gone too. It wasn't wasted at all. I've eaten too much to take a walk. Su Ruobing could naturally see Lin Bai's mind, but she could never let him get away with it this time. This dog man, after tossing her around in that cave all afternoon, actually wanted to continue tossing her around at night. Big ice. There's actually a lot of exercise for elimination. Lindbergh doesn't want to take a walk. Who takes walks when they're practicing immortality? Lindbergh, I'm serious with you now. Su Ruobing's face suddenly turned a little cold. That's right. I was sleeping with you after knowing you for only a few days, which might make you think I'm a random woman, but I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm 25 years old and I've only had you as a man, and I'm more traditional than you think. We've been through a lot together in a while, and I don't regret letting you sleep around, but at least show me some respect. Big bing bing, I think you're still not traditional enough. There are so many traditional positions that you don't know. Lindbergh shook his head inside. As for respecting you, well, next time posture you choose? You. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. I'm not joking with you, okay? I'll be serious. Lin Bai instantly became serious. Big bing bing. In fact, you have long checked my information. 3 years ago, I was nothing, just an ordinary college student. There are things I've told you and you don't believe me, but when I woke up, I just wanted to be happy and live. You're always obsessing about it being too soon. But really, we're both 25 before we go to bed. And that's not fast at all, okay? Do you really have to be an iceberg when people think you are? You're not an iceberg at all. You just have high eyes. To iceberg beauty this kind of thing. Lin Bai is very right to speak. He has a holy woman wife. That is really iceberg. How to touch our ice cold cool cover not hot kind. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. The dog man was still trying to fool her. People are prone to change after experiencing life and death. She knew she had actually changed. She actually didn't mind being slept with by Lindbergh. But this dog man, every time only crave her body. Other nothing to say to her. Just treating her like an outsider. Get your hands off me, dog man. Touching up again. Su Ruobing decided that she couldn't let him have his way tonight no matter what. Are you guys really not going to get a room? An abrupt voice rang out. I don't really like killing people on the street, but if you don't go to the hotel, then I'll have to do it now. A man stands quietly in the dim light. It was an ordinary-looking man with clothes that were a bit of a mess of colors, like colorful black. If you don't look closely, you can't actually see that there is a person there at all. It's like he's one with everything around him, blending in. Look, big bing bing, just because we don't get a room, we're making people killers work overtime. Lindbergh sighed. Let's hurry up and get a room, so that people can clock out of work earlier and punch his performance as well. Su Ruobing had actually been a bit nervous. The assassin gave her a very dangerous feeling. But when she heard Lin Bai's words, she wasn't nervous anymore. Needless to say, Lindbergh would definitely be able to take care of this killer with ease. Right. So where did you get the killer? Lindbergh looked at the man again. Forget it, it's not important. What's important is, how much am I worth now? Interesting. The killer grinned. You can still be so calm when you meet a killer. Not bad for a target worth $1 billion. Unfortunately, no matter how confident you are, in front of our shadowless palace, you are dead. Only $1 billion? Lindbergh was a bit disappointed. Looks like I have to keep working hard. I hope the price will go up next time. Next time? Killer sneered. You don't have a next time. I'll give you a chance to escape. Run now and I won't kill you. You say you, a killer. What are you pretending to be? Lindbergh shook his head. Didn't anyone tell you that killers die from talking too much? Did you ask my wife if you wanted to kill me? Lin Bai. Do you mean this Miss Su beside you? Or Qin Shueya who is far away in Jiangcheng? The Slayer laughed. Don't worry, even though you're the first target, after I kill you, I'll take care of them too. You're not lonely on the way to the Yellow Springs. He was talking about me. An indifferent voice sounded abruptly behind the assassin. The killer instantly died, and as he turned around violently, he saw a crystalline jade-like palm slapping towards him. With a short grunt of pain, the assassin flew out a dozen meters away before falling to the ground and dying outright. Fei Yen, you're so powerful. Su Ruobing looked dumbfounded. Standing there was none other than Xiao Fei Yen. She was still in that thrilling Thunder Holy Maiden outfit. A dozen or so buses were traveling over at the moment, and on the buses, all of them, there were obvious signs of the shocking Thunder Group. The buses pulled up to the curb, and dozens of people came down from each bus and stood silently at the curb, none of them saying a word, but they brought an endless sense of oppression. Wakobing. Xiao Fei smiled serenely at Su Ruobing. In the future, you'll be this good too. She slowly walked over to Lin Bai. Hubby, I want to visit that place. Well, I'll take you. Lin Bai nodded his head, then sighed. Big bing bing. You see, there are some opportunities that, once missed, are gone. You finally missed your chance to get a room with me tonight. Ruobing, I came in a hurry this time. Next time we're free, we'll talk together. Xiao Fei Yen said softly. Before turning around and getting into the car, Lindbergh followed in the car. The entire caravan left together and drove in the direction of Qin Yun Mountain. It was already late at night when Lin Bai and Xiao Fei arrived together in the Spirit Stone Mine. Wife, since you're here, I'll simply dig out the Spirit Stone vein here. Lindbergh quickly made a decision. Well, hubby, Qin Yun Group bought a lot of land in this neighborhood. I'll buy some more in the next few days and buy all the nearby areas. Xiao Fei nodded. I'll be developing tourism here in the name of the amazing Thunder Group. On the one hand, it's a cover-up. On the other hand, we dug up the spirit stones here, so we should also give this place something in return. You're in charge of these, I won't be going out for a while. There's no cell phone reception in there, so hold on to them for me. Lindbergh handed his cell phone to Xiao Fei Yen. Once accounted for, he began to focus on digging. The vein was buried deep, and Lin Bai had dug for more than 10 days before he finally saw the vein. The richness of the aura made his heart happy. At this moment, he had the feeling that he had returned to the immortal world. There were also some techniques for mining spirit stone mines, not just digging randomly, but for Lin Bai, these were not problems. Another few days later, Lindbergh walked out of the mine. Then I saw a wooden house. Next to the wooden house, Xiao Fei Yen was grilling fish. Hubby, are you hungry? Have some spirit fish. Xiao Fei Yen smiled gently. I'll take a shower first. Lindbergh jumped directly into the pool of water. After a few minutes, it popped back up. Hubby, this vein of ore is still not enough for all of us to cultivate, right? Eating the grilled fish, Xiao Fei Yen asked softly. Well, if all 10 of us rely on this vein, we'll probably only be able to support ourselves until the Jin Dan stage. Lindbergh nodded. Moreover, there may be more than 10 of us this time, but it's fine. Since there are spirit stones in this world, there are bound to be more elsewhere. They can definitely still be found. By the way, nothing much has happened in the meantime, has it? Xiao Fian hesitated briefly, then said, Hubby, you might need to go back to Jiangcheng. Something happened? Lindbergh couldn't help but inquire. There are 2 things. Fan Chichi's alchemy encountered some problems and called you for help some time ago. Xiao Fei nodded gently. There's also the trouble on Shueyao's side. There are a couple of worldly families that have their eyes on her. She's pretty, and she's sitting on such a large fortune from the shocking Thunder Group, so it's not surprising that she's being targeted. And although she's not in danger for the time being, she's also called you a few times. Well, I'll go back then. Lindbergh decided to leave. Although cultivating immortality is important, you can't let your wife be robbed by someone else. As for the spirit stone mines over here, Xiao Fei could handle them all later. Lin Bai left Chengyun Mountain and headed straight to Jiangchang without much stopover. He came to the Dan Immortal sect first, only to find that Fan Chichi's technological alchemy method had made great progress, and there were just a few minor problems that Lin Bai needed to help solve. These subtle fire handling issues may seem small, but in fact they are all critical, affecting the success or failure of the alchemy and the quality of the elixir. Lin Bai spent half a day helping Fan Chichi deal with these problems before returning to the top of Jiangchang Villa and dialing Su Ruobing's phone. Well, it was rejected. It's okay, keep fighting. 3 refusals in a row. Called again and finally got through. Are you finished? I'm busy and I don't want to see you. Su Ruobing huffed. In the president's office of Ask the Sky Security, Su Ruobing was gritting her teeth. This dog man is too doggy. That night, he tried to find a way to get a room with her. Then Xiao Fei Yen showed up, and this dog man ran away with Xiao Fei Yen. That's even if you don't. But then you actually don't hear from them for a whole half a month. Not a single phone call. Well, that's okay, I'm just happy to hear your voice. Lin Bai's tone was serious. Big bing bing, then you're busy. I won't bother you. With that, Lindbergh hung up the phone. Su Ruobing immediately gave a whole will not. This dog man, what tricks are you playing again? Lin Bai actually wants to ask Su Ruobing about the recent situation in Jiangcheng, especially if his father-in-law has not made a mess. But it wasn't like he had to ask about it. He could just go directly to Qin Shueyo as well. The phone rang again, and Su Ruobing didn't resist calling the phone back. Hey, what's the matter with you? Is something wrong? Su Ruobing hadn't called Lin Bai for the past half a month and had no idea what he was doing. It's okay, I'm fine, Lindbergh replied. And what did you mean by that just now? Su Ruobing was a bit annoyed. What do you mean it's fun to hear the sound? Literally, Lin Bai was innocent. Big bing bing, I haven't heard your voice for half a month. Then of course I'm happy to hear your voice. But you know, I prefer to hear your kind of voice. Go to hell. Su Ruobing hung up the phone. Dog man, next time she will cover her mouth and not yell. Nope, no next time. No more sleep for him. Crap, now that's something I really want to hear. Lin Bai muttered to himself. Before he was so focused on mining that he didn't think about these things. After that he rushed back to deal with the alchemy. Even if he called Su Ruobing before, he was busy with business. But this phone call back from Su Ruobing made him instantly fill his head with Su Ruobing's white, big, and soft, as well as her notorious passion. Let's go take care of those guys who stole my wife first. Lindbergh muttered to himself. You can't just eat from the bowl. You have to guard the pot. Lin Bai dialed Qin Shueyo's phone, but it was her assistant who answered, saying she was in a meeting. Taking a look at the time, Lin Bai cleaned himself up and walked out of the top of Jiangchang in a casual outfit to the surprise Thunder Group. It's half an hour before the end of the shift, but the entrance to the Thunder building was quite lively at the moment. Someone is arranging hearts there with roses. 2 young security guards at the door. One fat and one thin. Didn't stop it. Two big security guards. Do you know what this is all about? Lin Bai just hit the Qin Shuya phone again. Or the assistant picked up. Qin Shuya, that meeting is not yet finished. What else can I do? It's not that Mr. Yu coming after Mr. Qin. The fat security guard shook his head. This Duke Yu is also a talent. The first day he sent 9 villas. The second day he sent 9 sports cars. The third day he sent 9 diamond rings. And this fourth day he finally sent something cheaper. And it was said that it was 9,999 roses. Rich guys picking up girls is generous. The thin security guard lamented. Just this rose tops my salary for a year. If you ask me, that's not generosity. It's pure stinginess. The fat security guard did not think so. Our Mr. Qin is worth $100 billion. How much would it cost to get him? Not to mention Mr. Qin's face and body. How can you spend such a small amount of money to chase Mr. Qin? It's also true, but it's been 4 days. This Duke Yu hasn't even seen Mr. Qin's face, so I'm afraid he doesn't have much of a chance. Do you seek death? A cold voice came at this moment. I, Yu Lingfeng, am one of you trash security guards to discuss? A tall man stepped out of it with a cold look on his face. A few watchdogs, and they dare to talk about me behind my back? Yu Lingfeng swept a glance at the three. Now, immediately, kneel down and apologize to me. The two security guards looked at each other, a little angry, but a little apprehensive. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. We just... Before the fat security guard could finish his sentence, he felt a fiery/hot pain. Snap! Yu Lingfeng slapped him on the face. Kneel down and say it. Mr. Yu, don't bully people too much. This is the Shocking Thunder Group. The fat security guard was a little angry. What about the Thunder Group? Yu Lingfeng laughed coldly. Qin Shuyo doesn't even dare to come out to see me. Do you still think she'll come and protect you? Even if she does come out, she would go against my Longdu family for you few watchdogs? A dog is a dog with no eyesight at all. Pop. Slaps on the wrist. The fat security guard who was holding his tongue was suddenly confused. He subconsciously looked at Lin Bai. Who was this guy? How did he even dare to hit Duke Yu? Yu Lingfeng was also dumbfounded. This was followed by a violent rage. You're fucking looking for death? You a watchdog. How dare you hit my old man? I tell you, you are finished. Your entire Shocking Thunder Group is finished. Even if Qin Shuyo personally come to make amends, can't save your Shocking Thunder Group. Pop. Lindbergh slapped again. Silly bastard. And you say others have no eyes. Which dog's eye did you see that I'm a security guard? Lin Bai raised his foot and kicked Yu Lingfeng out of the thrilling Thunder Group. You damned well want to steal my wife, but you don't even recognize me. Are you blind or brain dead? Aha! Yu Lingfeng fell to the ground and let out a painful grunt. And then, he slowly climbed up and looked at Lin Bai with devouring eyes. Ha ha ha! Yu Lingfeng suddenly laughed, and in his tone, he was full of smugness. Lin Bai, you are so stupid. Do you really think I didn't recognize you? I knew it. You stupid bastard will do it. Just you wait. This time, you're the one who gave me your wife with your own hands. Ha 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 ha. Yu Lingfeng was laughing proudly when he suddenly let out a short grunt of pain and fell on his back. Mr. Yu! Mr. Yu! A few people who were originally arranging flowers there rushed towards Yu Lingfeng. Then his face changed drastically. It's no good. Prince Yu is unconscious. Quick, take it to the hospital. These people hurriedly carried Yu Lingfeng away. What kind of trashy stuff comes to steal my wife too? Lin Bai's face was irritated. These bastards knew that Qin Shuyo had married someone, but they still had to come and cause trouble. Wasn't that not putting him completely out of his mind? Snap. Pop. Pop. Slow applause came. A svelte man walked slowly. Worthy of being Lindbergh. Sure enough, he dares to fight anyone. The Sven man's face was filled with a smile. Introduce myself. I am Ye Zhangyang of the Nie family in Yangcheng, one of the 3 people who are currently chasing after your wife. I've always been open and honest. So what? I'll tell you up front. I'll watch you and Yu Lingfeng lose both of them, while I'll sit back and reap the benefits. Are you thinking you're smart? Lin Bai looked at Nie Zhangyang as if he was seeing an idiot. No. I just thought that I was being sassy. Nie Zhangyang still had a smile on his face. Of course. I'm even more confident and sure that I'll end up holding a beautiful woman. You, what have you done to me? Nie Zhangyang covered his chest with a pained expression on his face. And then, he also fell headfirst. Nya Shao. Nya Shao. 2 men rushed over at once, examined him, and then hurriedly carried him away as well. Why are all my love interests so stupid? Lindbergh sighed. Shouldn't I reflect on this? Well, I must be too smart for that. He turned his head to the 2 guards. You too, do you know who that third idiot chasing my wife is? You're Mr. Qin, the one who eats soft. No, sorry. The fat security guard almost uttered the word soft food. and then didn't feel too good about it. Thanks to Mr. Lin for helping me out. However, who the third one is, we don't know. That one hasn't come to the Shocking Thunder group. Only Prince Yu and that Nieshao just now often come. Never mind. I'll ask Shuayo. Lindbergh walked into the thrilling Thunder Mansion. Wait, you're Lindbergh, aren't you? A beautiful woman in a professional suit walked out of the elevator, and she quickly came to Linbai. I'm Qin Yu, General Manager Qin's assistant. General Manager Qin knows you're here, but she's busy and doesn't have time to see you. She asked me to give you this agreement to sign. Qin Yu handed Linbai an agreement. I can't believe it's divorce papers. What nook or cranny did you come from? Stupid woman? Linbai looked at Qin Yu. What is all this? Who came up with this crap? Sign as soon as you're told to. Qin Yu snorted coldly. Is it fun for you, a man, to stalk? Be a man of self-knowledge. You're a country bumpkin. You weren't good enough for Mr. Qin in the first place. Snap. Linbai directly slapped Qin Yu's face. You don't want to be a good assistant. You have to be a bitch. Lindbergh also had a bit of fire in his heart. You, how dare you hit me? Qin Yu froze, then screamed. Molestation. Someone's molesting me. Security. Security. Help. Molestation? The lobby was also somewhat crowded now, with at least a couple dozen pairs of eyes looking over. Isn't that Assistant Qin? Someone actually dared to molest Mr. Qin's assistant at the Shocking Thunder group? Who's that? He's quite handsome. Why is he so lewd? Where's the security guard? Security guards? Come on. This mustn't kill this guy? The two security guards at the door had come over instead, and the two of them looked at each other without daring to act. What are you watching for? Quickly catch this rascal for me. He molested me. Qin Yu continued to scream. Pop. Lindbergh slapped again. When you say molestation, do you mean molestation like this? That's a unique interest you have. And that's considered molestation? What? Is that how you play with your boyfriend? You stinking rascal molested and dared to hit people. Qin Yu was unusually angry. Are you security guards all blind? Quickly catch him for me. Another group of security guards came, but when they saw that the two security guards didn't move, they were a bit hesitant. What the hell is going on here? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Several people came out of it. One of them, a stunningly beautiful woman who combined purity and sex/sexuality, was the beautiful president of the Amazing Thunder Group, Qin Shuayo. Mr. Qin, you must decide for me. Qin Yu lunged towards Qin Shuayo. That man molested me. She pointed her finger at Lindbergh. The few people next to Qin Shuayo also subconsciously looked at Linbai, with eyes that looked like they were looking at an oversized dish-a-bag. What kind of idiot could have come to Amazing Thunder Group to molest Qin Shuayo's assistant? Qin Yu, are you sure he molested you? Qin Shuayo's pretty face was clear and cold. Yes, Mr. Qin. He pretended to press the elevator and touched me with his hand. Qin Yu immediately replied. Do you know him? Qin Shuayo continued to inquire. No, don't recognize him. It's the first time I've seen him. Qin Yu quickly shook her head. Mr. Qin, could it be that you know? Pop. Qin Shuayo suddenly just threw a slap on Qin Yu's face. The crowd was stunned. What's going on? That doesn't make any sense at all. Mr. Qin, how do you hit me? Qin Yu touched her cheeks and looked aggrieved. Even if he is your friend, you cannot harbor him. Snap. Qin Shuayo slapped Qin Yu in the face again. He's not my friend. He's my husband. Qin Shuayo said coldly. What class are you that he would molest you? I'll go. That's Mr. Qin's husband. Ha! I can finally see him. They say he's hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Don't say it. He's really quite handsome. No wonder Mr. Qin is willing to keep him. Beautiful women still like handsome men. Mr. Qin is so rich. It's nothing to raise a handsome man. Everyone looked at Linbai. Men's eyes are envious and jealous. Women, some even starry. Qin Shuaya can even look at the handsome man. Looks that can be bad? Mr. Qin, even if he's your husband, does he get to molest female employees at will in the Shocking Thunder Group? Qin Yu's angry voice rang out. I'm your assistant, but my duties don't include serving the little white boy you keep. If you're still protecting your husband like that, I'm going to bring this to light. Qin Yu, from the first day you entered the company, I knew you were sent in by my father. Qin Shuaya's voice was icy cold. I've also told you very clearly. Be a good assistant and don't follow my father there to make trouble. You print that divorce papers and you think I don't know about it? Who the hell are you to impersonate me and make my husband sign divorce papers? As for the so-called molestation, do you think there's no surveillance in this lobby? Or do you think that you can really get someone to turn off the surveillance for you? Now, I'm officially informing you that you're fired. Security, take her and pack her things and get her out of here. The security guards pounced on Qin Yu like wolves and dragged her away. Mr. Qin, I'm doing this for your own good. Mr. Qin, You'll regret it. You have no future with Lindbergh. Qin Yu was still there yelling. Qin Shuya came next to Lin Bai and wrapped her arms around him. Hubby, let's go. Let's go eat. The two ignored the gazes around them and walked out of the shocking Thunder Mansion together. Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made Qin Yu an assistant. Qin Shuya looked apologetic. Actually, I'm not afraid of them messing up. But this tactic, it's too childish, isn't it? Lindbergh was quite speechless. My dad has decided that everything you have is from me. So just stray away from our relationship. Qin Shuya sighed. Right, hubby, there's something. I know you don't like my dad, and I actually don't really want to see him right now. But later, I'm afraid we're going to have to go see him anyway. For my mom's 50th birthday, my dad threw a birthday party and invited a lot of people. Qin Shuya was quite helpless. He did it in my name. The invitations were sent out before I knew about it. And now I can't cancel it. My mom's birthday. I can't not go. Originally, husband, you can pretend not to know. Not go is fine. But no surprise. This birthday banquet, Su City Mu family's Mu Changqing will appear. Of the 3 people chasing me lately, the one my father is most satisfied with is this Mu Changqing. And the reason is simple. He has given my father quite a few things. That's just as well. I'll finish him off too. Lin Bai casually said. Yu Lingfeng and Ye Zhanyang are both in the hospital now. And by the way, Mu Changqing was also sent in. Ha! Qin Shuya froze. She hadn't known about this. When she heard Lin Bai finish his passage, her face couldn't help but look a little grave. Hubby, these days, I also know something, that Yu Lingfeng should have deliberately let you out. Qin Shuya was slightly uneasy. It's said that there's an organization called the Forbidden Temple that is specifically responsible for regulating all types of fights between lineages, and any city where lineages exist has a branch of the Forbidden Temple. There used to be no lineage existing in Jiangchang, so people didn't even know about the existence of the Forbidden Palace. But now, because the shocking Thunder Group involves lineages, it's rumored that the Forbidden Palace is going to set up a branch in Jiangchang as well. Unsurprisingly, Yu Lingfeng is trying to get the people from the Forbidden Temple to come and find you in trouble. It is said that the people from the Forbidden Temple are all very powerful. I am afraid that. Qin Shuya didn't continue. Lindbergh clearly understood what she meant. It's okay, your husband. Me, I'm not afraid of anyone. Lin Bai, however, didn't care, and felt normal about the existence of such organizations. Even in the immortal realm of dreams, the fights of the immortal cultivators could not be completely out of control. Only, in the dream, he and the 9 holy maidens were the ones in charge of adjudicating the affairs of the immortal world. At this moment, Linjiang's 7-star hotel, the top-floor luxury banquet hall. Wendy's birthday party was held here. Qin Kuan sent out a lot of invitations, and the high society of Jiangchang was proud to receive them. Almost all of the once 100 great clans of Jiangchang had gone up in smoke, leaving countless vacancies in Jiangchang, and the small clans that were originally not in the top tier all hoped to rise to another level. Wow! The banquet hall is so big and luxurious. Bai Shelby marveled as she and her parents just came in. She swept a glance around. Brother doesn't seem to be here, but sister Shuyo isn't here yet either. Bai Shelby? A surprised voice rang out. How did you get in here? Huang Lin, is that you? Bai Shelby instantly became angry. You still have the nerve to appear in front of me? What do you mean I appeared to you? Huang Lin sneered. It's you, the poor girl, who mixes into such a high-class place. She raised her voice sharply. Someone come quickly. There are beggars mixing in. Beggars? The crowd looked over. How could there be beggars in a place like this? Just the 3 of them. All beggars. Huang Lin pointed at Bai Shelby's family. Quickly blow them out. You're the beggar. Your whole family is a beggar. Bai Shelby was furious. I'm not blending in. I have an invitation. Laugh your ass off. You can have an invitation? Huang Lin laughed coldly. Your father is a security guard. Your mother is a nanny. And your family are all poor country bumpkins. Who would invite you to such a high-end banquet? You said you have an invitation, right? Fine. Show me the invitation. Just watch. Bai Shelby took out the invitation. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. What is this if not an invitation? Well, Bai Shelby, I mean how did you get in here? Huang Lin raised her voice. So you used a fake invitation to blend in. Don't be ridiculous. How is this a fake invitation? Bai Shelby was annoyed. Huang Lin, who are you? You say it's fake or not? What's going on? A displeased voice came. Who's making noise at my wife's birthday party? Mr. Qin. It's Mr. Qin coming. Hello Mr. Qin. The crowd greeted each other. The person who came was well dressed and had an extraordinary demeanor. It was Qin Kuan. Uncle Qin. Huang Lin smiled sweetly at Qin Kuan. It's me. I'm Huang Lin, Sister Shuiyao's friend. I'm telling you, someone here has blended in with a fake invitation. and I think they're more than likely trying to steal something. Is there such a thing? Chin Cohen had a displeased look on his face. I'd like to see who dares to blend in. Uncle Chin, this is Xiao Hui. Bai Xiaohui hurriedly greeted Chin Cohen. You are? Chin Cohen frowned. Do we know each other? Bai Xiaohui was instantly confused. What's the situation here? That, in-laws. Bai Xiangui stepped forward and tried to greet Chin Cohen. What's all the blind yelling about? Chin Cohen impatiently interrupted. And who are you? He reached out violently, took the invitation from Bai Xiaohui, looked at it twice, and violently tore it in half. That's right. This invitation is a fake. Chin Cohen let out a cold snort. Men, throw them out. What's wrong with you? Bai Xiaohui was on the verge of crying with anger. This invitation was clearly given to their family by Chin Cohen. Hoshi, stop it. Bai Xiangui spoke. Since Mr. Chin doesn't welcome us, we'll just leave. He knew in his heart that Chin Cohen was deliberately targeting them. And the reason was also very simple. Lin Bai's relationship with this father-in-law was too poor. Bai Xiangui pulled Bai Xiaohui, greeted Wang Guiyun, and the three of them were ready to leave. He didn't want to make things too ugly. That would affect Lin Bai and Qin Shuiyao's relationship as a couple. Go, did I tell you to go? Chin Cohen laughed coldly as he waved his hand and several people blocked the path of the three members of the Bai family. I'm afraid you few country bumpkins mixed up here and now you're in such a hurry to leave. So you didn't steal anything, did you? You can leave. You have to let us search you first. Mr. Chin, I know you don't like Bai, but why would you wrong us like this? Bai Xiangui was a bit angry, saying that they were deliberately trying to humiliate them by stealing and searching them. You're bullying us like this. My brother will be angry when he finds out. Bai Xiaohui took out her cell phone and wanted to call Lin Bai. Instead, a hand snapped out beside her, snatched her cell phone, and slammed it down hard on the floor. It was no one else but Huang Lin. Well, the bracelet I just bought is missing. And I can't believe you have it. Huang Lin suddenly looked like she had discovered a new continent. Look guys, the jade bracelet on her hand. It's mine. She really is a thief. Quick, catch her. Strip her naked and see what she's hiding on her body. The surroundings were quite quiet at the moment. The crowd was all watching the show. They vaguely felt that this family of three knew Chin Cohen, but it didn't matter. Chin Cohen was the host of the day. The two security guards really grabbed Bai Xiaohui. Let go of Hoshi. Bai Xiangui was in a hurry, but he and Wang Guiyun, likewise, were both grabbed and unable to move. You guys hold on tight. I'll strip her. A few moments of smugness appeared on Huang Lin's face, as well as a few moments of sinister. The loss I suffered last time. I must get it back this time. Huang Lin, if you dare to touch me, you'll be dead when my brother comes. Bai Xiaohui struggled desperately. It's not certain who will die. Huang Lin violently grabbed Bai Xiaohui's clothes. Tonight, I'm going to let you know what happens when you offend me. It was a scene that got a lot of people a little excited, and they even took out their cell phones and started filming. It's still hard to see something like public stripping. Enough! A cold voice shouted. Stop it! The crowd followed the sound and looked. The eyes of the men present almost fell out. This body, too luxurious, absolutely crushed the whole scene. Sister Ruobing. Bai Xiaohui was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. The person who came was none other than Su Ruobing, who was wearing a gift, and her increasingly mature figure showed even more flavor. However, her stunningly beautiful face was filled with ice coldness at this moment. Mr. Chin, I didn't want to be involved in your family's affairs, but if you have a problem with Lin Bai, you can go to him. Why use such tactics to humiliate his family? Su Ruobing's tone was cold. Please let go of them immediately. What if I don't let go? Chin Cohen sneered. Su Ruobing, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Those people around my wife, I heard you found them all. You and that asshole Lin Bai are really working together. I just don't get it. You listen to him so much. Why don't you let him marry you? Oh, I forgot. That asshole took my daughter's money and raised you. Pop. Su Ruobing slapped her face, scaring Chin Cohen into closing his mouth. Luckily, the slap wasn't on his face, but on Huang Lin's. Su Ruobing directly slapped Huang Lin, followed by a few more punches, knocking all those who had grabbed Bai Xiaohui's family to the ground. Hui, you guys go ahead and call your brother. Su Ruobing commanded in a low voice. Okay, Sister Ruobing. Bai Xiaohui hurriedly nodded her head, picked up her cell phone from the ground, and pulled her parents away. In the banquet hall, the crowd was a little surprised. Obviously did not expect such a beautiful and sexy woman to hit people so cleanly. Mr. Chin, let me remind you for the last time. All the men in your Chin family who go against Lin Bai don't have a good ending. Don't be reckless just because you have a good daughter. Su Ruobing's voice was icy cold. I'll take my leave first. Wish your wife eternal youth and an early divorce for me. Leaving these words behind, Su Ruobing turned around and left. The crowd was dumbfounded. This blessing is also too bullish. In front of Chin Koen, wishing his wife a divorce? Chin Koen's face was blue, but he didn't dare to stop. He couldn't even afford to mess with those bodyguards under Su Ruobing, let alone Su Ruobing herself. Why is Mr. Su in such a hurry to leave? A rather magnetic voice came from the doorway and in walked a handsome young man. At least, you should apologize to Uncle Chin first. Get out of the way. Su Ruobing coldly looked at the handsome youth. Mr. Su, perhaps you don't know who I am. The handsome youth didn't move a muscle. I'm Mu Changcheng, the Mu Changcheng of the Sioux City Mu family. Your Ask the Sky security has been developing well lately, but if you don't apologize tonight, I can guarantee that Ask the Sky security won't be able to walk out of Jiangcheng. You might as well think about whether you're going to make it out of this ballroom tonight. Su Ruobing's tone was thick with mockery. No surprise, you are going to be carried out tonight. Mr. Su seems to have a lot of confidence in his own strength. Mu Changcheng shook his head inside. Only, you'd better apologize first. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this ballroom either. A long white tender leg flashed abruptly, and before Mu Changcheng had time to react, he felt a sharp pain coming from his calf. Mu Changcheng let out a scream and fell to the ground. If you're not capable, don't be strong. Su Ruobing looked at Mu Changcheng coldly, her eyes were even more disdainful. For goods like you, don't hit Qin Shuiyao's idea. You're not worthy. Su Ruobing took long strides and walked out of the banquet hall. At this moment, Qin Shuiyao's car had just driven into the hotel's underground parking lot. Honey, you go up first. I'll ask Hoshi if she's arrived yet. Lin Bai got out of the car and called Bai Xiaowei. He had received a message from Bai Xiaowei earlier, asking if he was coming here. Well, then I'll go up and check on my mom first. Qin Shuiyao walked into the elevator. Hui, where are you? You guys have something not coming? Then, okay. The phone hung up, and Lindbergh vaguely felt that something was wrong. Xiao Hui's tone seemed a bit strange. Ding! The elevator opened and he caught a glimpse of those familiar breasts. Big ice. You're here too. Lindbergh immediately felt like he was on fire again. He didn't hesitate to go over and put Su Ruobing in his arms, and that hand began to travel back to the old place. You still have the heart. Su Ruobing was a bit annoyed. This dog man was hopeless. His sister had just been bullied like that, yet he was still in this mood. But she responded the next second. Hoshi didn't call you? Why did Hoshi call me? Lindbergh was a little puzzled. I just called her. She said not to come. Wait, big ice. What just happened? His movement stopped. Su Ruobing hesitated for a moment, but still said it. At the end, she added, Hey, I'm telling you this not to provoke your relationship with Qin Shuiyao, and also, I think Qin Koen is targeting you. I'm afraid it's not just because of Qin Shuiyao. As far as I know, although Qin Koen didn't care about things in the past, he and Qin Zhenjiang Qin Chanfeng all have a pretty good relationship, and he also supports Qin Shuiya's marriage to Qiao Sancher. Well, Lindbergh gagged her. It was a full minute before he released her. Big ice. I'm really liking you more and more. Lin Bai looked at her with a smile. If I didn't have to go find those things to trouble, I would want to have 18 positions with you right now. You get up there. Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. Lindbergh finally managed to turn around and walk into the elevator. In an instant, the smile on his face abruptly disappeared. For the sake of Qin Shuiyao, he had already given Qin Koen enough patience. Since Qin Koen was still going to be a demon, he wouldn't continue to be polite. When Lin Bai arrived at the top-floor banquet hall, Wen Ting, who was today's birthday girl, had already appeared on the stage. Wen Ting was dressed in a dark-colored gown, just like a 30 young woman, and standing with Qin Shuiyao beside her. She was more like a sister. Although Qin Shuiyao was better in terms of looks, Wen Ting's body had a mature flavor that Qin Shuiyao did not possess. At this moment, the guests who went to the banquet were sending gifts one after another, and all of them were eager to say a few words to Qin Shuiyao. To put it bluntly, these people came to attend this birthday banquet. Originally it was also for the sake of hitching a ride on Qin Shuiyao's relationship. Who let Qin Shuiyao be the president of the Amazing Thunder Group? The huge business of the Amazing Thunder Group. Casually distributing a little bit of it would allow these people present to go to another level. Auntie, this is an ice-grade imperial green jadeite bracelet I made especially for you. Wishing you to be young forever. Mu Changcheng also presented his own gift at this time. Wife, this bracelet, but Changcheng spent several $100 million to create it. So hurry up and put it on. Qin Koen immediately said from the side. The crowd clamored. A few $100 million? What a masterstroke. Ever since the assets of the 100 clans of Jiangcheng had all been vested in the shocking Thunder Group, the so-called high society of Jiangcheng had actually become a bit shabby. For example, most of those who came to the banquet today are worth less than a few $100 million. Lin Bai, I didn't think you'd actually have the face to come. Qin Koen, however, raised his voice at this time. Since you're here, you have to give a gift, right? Everyone looked at Lin Bai. In the banquet hall, the people who knew him hadn't actually seen one. Is he that husband of Qin Shueya? I think so. It's rumored that it's a soft-eating white boy. And that's a pretty white face. Yeah, I heard that so many people have been chasing after Qin Shueya for a while now. And he doesn't even dare to show up. I guess he didn't bring a gift either. By the look of his empty hands, the crowd was talking. Many people's faces were full of contempt. And some people were gloating. Lin Bai's soft rice. It seems that he can't eat it anymore. Mom, this is for you from me and Lindbergh. Qin Shueya, however, also took out a bracelet and put it on Wen Ting's hand first. What's with the crappy bracelet? Qin Kuan was furious. Shui Yao, it's fine for that asshole to fool your mom, but you're following him too? I've seen these bracelets at the Tianbao Pavilion. You can buy a pair for $2,000. Some of the people who were closer were also whispering there. The bracelet is worthless. What's the situation? It's not like Qin Shueya is broke. Why would she send such a cheap one? Who knows? I think it was probably bought by Lindbergh. Dad, you don't understand the true value of this bracelet. Qin Shueya couldn't help but retort. It is a true priceless treasure, one that can keep my mom safe. This was a magic weapon that Lin Bai had refined. And although Qin Shueya wasn't very clear about these things right now, she trusted Lin Bai. Lin Bai, you're really good. Using this kind of trash to coax Shui Yao. Qin Kuan was furious. Shui Yao gave you so much money. You take it and go out to support a woman like Su Ruobing, but you're not even willing to take out a better gift. How is it that a shameless thing like you still has the face to come to this birthday party? Dad, will you stop talking nonsense? It's my mom's birthday. Do you have to say this? Qin Shueya was a bit annoyed. She shouldn't have come in the first place. Yeah, don't say that. The bracelet looks good to me too. I like it. Wen Ting also spoke up at this time. I'm so grateful that everyone could come to my birthday banquet. Mother-in-law, since father-in-law feels that my gift is not a large enough portion, then I'll just send another one. Lin Bai's voice, however, sounded at that moment. This is a gift that is sure to please everyone. Lin Bai swiftly dodged and grabbed the person with a probe. It was Huang Lin. What are you doing? You let go of me. Huang Lin screamed. Help! Molestation ah! Huang Lin screamed in terror, but her entire body flew up. The crowd subconsciously tried to dodge, and then they were surprised to find that the clothes on Huang Lin's body, pieces of them, fluttered down. In an instant, there was nothing left of her. In the next second, Huang Lin smashed into Qin Kuan. Ah! Quinn, save me! Clothes, give me clothes! Huang Lin exclaimed in panic, and almost subconsciously, Qin Kuan also took off his shirt and wrapped Huang Lin in it. He then angrily yelled, Lin Bai, what are you beast doing? Don't you want a present? Lin Bai's tone had a faint mockery in it. Father-in-law, this is the gift you wanted. This ugly thing in your arms. Don't you like it? Not to mention, you've been playing quite intensely. Father-in-law, look at those teeth marks on you. They're all from her bites, right? For a moment, the whole room was confused. What's going on here? Qin Kuan is having an affair with this woman? Although this woman is very young, but compared to Wen Ting it is far from it. Some people also looked at Qin Kuan. Not to mention, there were really teeth marks on him. You beast dare to slander me. Qin Kuan was trembling with anger. He wanted to shake off Huang Lin in his arms, but Huang Lin, who was nervous at the moment, held him so tightly that he couldn't shake him off at all. Mother-in-law, open your cell phone and look. I sent you something. Lin Bai slowly walked towards Qin Kuan. Those chat records and transfer records, as well as the video, are all evidence. I say father-in-law. In fact, you've always been quite good at playing. Back then, that Dragon Palace, you didn't go there too often. What? Qin Shueya's face changed drastically. Dad, you've really been to the Dragon Palace? To Qin Shueya, that place was a nightmare. Shueya, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know anything about the Dragon Palace. At all. Qin Kuan denied it. These records. Wen Ting's face was pale. She looked at her cell phone. This video. Husband you actually really. She didn't continue on. However, everyone present understood that what Lin Bai had said was true. False. That's all a fake by Lindbergh to slander me. Qin Kuan roared. Don't believe him. You guys. He must have conspired with Su Ruobing to harm me. Mother-in-law. This is my real gift to you. Lin Bai had walked up to them. Stay away from the trashy men of the Qin family and you'll be able to live a better life. Happy birthday to you. Your good times. They are truly beginning. It was a little quiet all around. Until Mu Changqing broke the silence. Lin Bai, don't you think that your tactics are too low? Oh, Lin Bai turned his head to look at Mu Changqing. Take out your advanced means and show them to me? Lin Bai. I'm not going to engage in these unnecessary verbal arguments with you. Mu Changqing shook her head. But today is Auntie's birthday banquet. You're wreaking havoc like this. Do you care about Auntie's feelings? You have cared about Shuiyao's feelings again. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Mu Changqing in the face. Shuiyao is something you can shout? Don't you dare hit me. Mu Changqing was unusually angry, followed by a miserable scream. Lindbergh kicked him in the stomach. What the hell? It's your turn as an outsider to pussyfoot around in our family's business? Lin Bai kicked again, sending Mu Changqing flying out of the banquet hall. Get out of here. Lin Bai, are you crazy? You actually dared to hit Changqing. Changqing is the young master of the Mu family in Sioux City. Do you know the Sioux City Mu family? Qin Kuan roared. That's a first-class family. It's a powerful existence that even the shocking Thunder Group can't afford to offend. You had to bring all this trouble to Shui Yao. Lin Bai kicked out and Qin Kuan fell to the ground holding the naked Huang Lin together. You actually even hit me. Qin Kuan was trembling with anger. Shui Yao, you see? This beast didn't take you into consideration at all. You hurry up and divorce him. Without you defending him, he'd be chunked up tomorrow and fed to the dogs in the trash. Enough. Qin Shuiao finally couldn't hold back. Dad, how many times do you want me to tell you? It's always been Lindbergh protecting me. Where were you when I was being auctioned off as cargo by those foul-beasts in the Dragon Palace? And what did you do when Mom was almost defiled at home? Forget about your inability to protect me and my mom. I don't blame you. Everyone has limited abilities. But you have to target Lindbergh. You have to make him leave us, and then make me and my mom into someone else's playthings? Qin Shuiao suddenly exploded. From the day the Dragon Palace was auctioned off, Qin Shuiao's world changed. She realized how scary the world truly was, and she truly understood who was the only one who could protect her. The surrounding area was silent. Many people couldn't hear much, but they could sense that Qin Shuiao was protecting Lin Bai. Forget it, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Qin Shuiao took a deep breath to calm herself down a little. Father and daughter, I'll give everyone one last chance. After tonight, if you still target Lin Bai, then I will notify the entire city to sever the father-daughter relationship with you. The crowd was instantly stunned. Qin Shuiao actually wants to sever her relationship with her father for a white boy? You actually. Qin Kuan pointed his finger at Qin Shuiao. Good. Rebellious daughter. Your grandfather was right. The daughter is after all an outsider. Can't be relied on. Really can't be relied on. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qin Kuan, and he lay on his back, looking directly infuriated, to the point of vomiting blood and passing out. Hello, ambulance? This is the Linjiang 7-star hotel. Yes, okay. Qin Shuiao dialed the phone very calmly, and then she looked to the crowd. Everyone, I'm sorry, tonight's birthday banquet, it ends here. Thank you all for the gifts. I, Qin Shuiao, will keep it in my heart. With things having come to this, the crowd naturally left quickly. The ambulance then arrived and dragged away Qin Kuan and also Mu Changqing. Wen Ting eventually followed to the hospital, and soon, only Lin Bai and Qin Shuiao were left in the large banquet hall. Hubby, I'm sorry, I just asked and realized that my dad is actually interested in shall we? Qin Shuiao's voice choked. I will go to my second uncle's house to apologize. She tilted her head up, and her face, which was so clear and beautiful, was now filled with tears. Lin Bai, I know that our marriage is fake. I also know that I can't compare to Fei Yan and Qinya, and I'm not as good as Su Ruobing is to you. I also know that you're angry, but don't want me. I've been having nightmares for the past few days that you don't want me and then I'm going to be auctioned off by them. Pop. Lin Bai slapped Qin Shuiao on her butt. He was a bit helpless. My Qin big schoolgirl wife. What have you been thinking about all day? Wipe away your tears and look at me seriously. Am I angry? Qin Shuiao touched the raw and painful area before wiping her tears, and for a moment, was a little confused. She looked closely at Lindbergh, who even had a smile on his face. Here, let me rub it for you. Lindbergh took her into his arms and began to rub her slightly sore spot. Don't. Qin Shuiao's pretty face was scarlet. Will be seen. Are you really not angry? I was so angry when I heard them do that to Hoshi. Miss Qin, why do you care if a dying man is angry? A cold voice came, and in the banquet hall, there was an extra person at some point. A long robe with a very conspicuous word, forbidden, embroidered on the chest. Lin Bai, I am Mu Changkong, the messenger of the Forbidden Palace. You being a martial artist, wantonly attacked the children of the world family, all of which I witnessed with my own eyes. The visitor slowly walked towards Lin Bai, a biting killing aura emanating from his body. The evidence of the crime is clear. In the name of the Forbidden Palace, I sentence you to death. Are you going to kill yourself? Or do I have to do it? Ah, Lin Bai slapped his palm in the air. Mu Changkong flew backwards a few meters and fell to the ground. I am the messenger of the Forbidden Temple. Did you not hear me? Mu Changkong roared as he reared up from the ground. Lin Bai, you even dare to hit me? Do you want to be implicated in 9 clans? Get your ass over here and confess. Ah, Lin Bai kicked hard, sending Mu Changkong flying. Get lost. Tell your Forbidden Temple not to mess with me. Lindbergh was annoyed. People who bother me touching my wife are the most annoying. He re-entered Qin Shuiao's side and once again took her into his arms. Wife I'm really a little angry now. Look, we are in the hotel. Why don't we open a room? Qin Shuiao's face turned even redder as she realized that she couldn't keep up with Lin Bai's rhythm at all. She was still suffering 10 minutes ago, worried that Lin Bai would really divorce her in a fit of rage. A minute ago, she was worried about this sudden emissary from the Forbidden Temple. But Lindbergh, how is it that he is now thinking of? However, on second thought, Lin Bai had been such a rogue since he woke up. To him, that made sense. Honey, why don't we just go back home? Qin Shuiao stuttered. She really wasn't mentally prepared. In addition to worrying about various things in the shocking Thunder Group, she had been worried about those few worldly children during this period of time, and she had not expected at all that Lin Bai would want to sleep with her as soon as he returned to Jiangcheng. She wasn't really reluctant. It was just really sudden. The phone rang at that moment. Qin Shuiao hurriedly connected. Mom. Okay, then I'll go there. Honey, my dad's in a serious situation and my mom can't make a decision and wants me to go. Qin Shuiao was a bit uneasy. I'd better go and take a look first, right? Okay. Lin Bai looked a bit reluctant, but he still let go of Qin Shuiao. Qin Shuiao suddenly took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Bai and flew to give him a kiss on the cheek. Honey, I'll go first then. Qin Shuiao trotted towards the door. Shuiao. Lin Bai suddenly called out to her. Your father has seriously threatened your safety, and I, for one, will not allow that to happen. Of course, I've addressed that security issue. Honey, what do you mean by that? Qin Shuiao froze. You'll understand after you go to the hospital. Lin Bai smiled faintly. Alright, you go ahead. Qin Shuiao was slightly uneasy in her heart, but she still left quickly. Lin Bai also quickly walked out of the banquet hall, took the elevator to the first floor of the hotel, and walked out of the lobby. I came to the curb and was about to take a cab home when the familiar Big Ben drove by. Big ice. Looks like you really missed me. Lindbergh pulled open the car door and sat in. How is Qin Kuan? Su Ruobing inquired. A half-dressed mute shouldn't be able to get into any more trouble. Lindbergh lazily smiled. Qin Kuan was certainly not angry and vomited blood, but he secretly did it. Big bing bing. Look, we've come to the hotel. Really, don't we need a room? Speaking of which, I've never been in a room with someone. I always feel like there's something missing in my life. Su Ruobing stepped on the gas pedal and lightly drove straight to the top of Jiangcheng. You let go first. Just inside. Lindbergh got on the ball. I'll get dinner ready. I'm hungry if you're not. Big ice. I'm hungry. Lindbergh quickly showed his hunger with his actions and went straight to his mouth to eat. Icebergs quickly dissolve into water. Without realizing it, it was already late at night. Lin Bai and Su Ruobing still hadn't fallen asleep, and far away in Longdu, there were also people who were sleepless late at night. Dragon Capital, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the middle of an ancient royal garden, there was a woman in fancy dress standing quietly, tall and magnificent, and her body exuded in natural nobility. Mississippi. A woman in black silently appeared behind the woman in fancy dress. News has come from Jiangcheng that Mu Changkong has been injured, and he has indicated the identity of the Forbidden Temple's emissary. Got it. The gorgeous woman's voice was very nice, but it had an indescribable indifference. I was thinking of going out for a break, so let's take a trip to Jiangcheng. Yes, ma'am. I'll make the arrangements. The woman in black retreated. It's time to meet. 2. The woman in the fancy dress whispered softly. At the top of the river city. It was early morning after a night's sleep. Big ice. You've made a lot of progress lately. Lindbergh loved it. Don't bite me. I don't mean the posture. Well, it's pretty big in that area too. I mean, you're practicing qi at the first level. It seems like you've been cultivating hard for a while now. Su Ruobing lay in Lin Bai's arms, too tired to speak. Instead, her cell phone rang at that moment, and she looked at the caller, only to answer it. Dad. What? What happened to my mom? Something's happened to my mom. I have to go check it out. Su Ruobing quickly dressed and got up. Big bing bing. Why don't I come with you? Lindbergh asked casually. No, you don't know how to drive. Su Ruobing cursed the dog man, and did not learn to drive. She often had to be a driver for him, and when she returned home, she had to become his car. Well, it's better to practice. Lindbergh followed suit and got up. He had brought back some spirit stones. He hadn't been able to cultivate properly all this time and had to make up for it. Lin-Bai absorbed the spirit stones for a whole day in a row without stopping to cultivate, and the benefits of the heavenly Tao spiritual body were once again displayed. He absorbed them very quickly, and the results were naturally very good. He hadn't reached the 6th layer before, but in a day's time, he had broken through to the 7th layer, the 7th level of Qi cultivation, which belonged to entering the late stage of Qi cultivation, was actually a threshold, and the strength was considered to have a breakthrough. Seeing that the spirit stones he carried with him were almost consumed, leaving him with only the last 2, which he intended to leave for Su Ruobing, he stopped cultivating. Moreover, he also needed to settle down his cultivation. Progressing too quickly and his foundation was unstable. Lin-Bai picked up his cell phone and dialed Su Ruobing's number. Can't help it. Craving again. Hey, don't call. I'm not going tonight. Su Ruobing quickly picked up the phone and lowered her voice, a little exasperated. Big bing bing. You're not thinking healthy. I just want to ask, is our mom okay? Lindbergh was serious. What our mom? That's my mom. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Dog man, obviously wanted to sleep with her, but still did not admit it. With that she fell back to a softer tone. It's okay. She got into a fight early in the morning and suffered a small injury. Nothing serious. Su Ruobing added. I'm still pulling their strings here. Alright then, if you can't win the fight, remember to yell for my help. Lindbergh was a bit sorry. Looks like we'll just have to eat something serious tonight. He also didn't call Qin Shueyao. The situation on Qin Kuan's side, he estimated that Qin Shueyao still needed some time to deal with it. Brother, are you and sister Shueyao okay? Bye shall we? However, called at this time, my dad is a bit worried and asked me to ask you. It's fine. Let second uncle not worry. Shueyao and I are fine. Lin-Bai looked at the time. Right. Hui, have you guys eaten yet? Not yet. My mom is getting ready to cook. Bye shall we replied. That's just as well. I'll be over for dinner. Lindbergh hadn't seen them for a while either. By the time Lin-Bai walked into Moon Lake No. 1 carrying a roast duck and some marinated vegetables, he was just in time for the meal to start. The second uncle's family had a guest. The second aunt's sister Wang Hohot and her son Feng Yi. While eating and chatting, Lindbergh heard their intentions. I can't believe I'm borrowing the house. Feng Yi is getting married and wants to borrow this villa for the wedding. Not only to have face, but also to save money. Lin-Bai was more or less speechless, but his second uncle had actually agreed, so he couldn't say anything. Brother-in-law this time thanks to you I told Feng Yi to find a rich girl in the city. People love face. We can't help it. Wang Hohot was very happy. The wedding is rather urgent. It's next week, so we have to trouble you to move out tomorrow, and this venue is something we have to prepare for. Feng Yi rented a house before, and there are still half a year before it expires, so you guys can go and live there. Live enough for half a year, and it won't be a waste. Wait, Lin-Bai finally couldn't help himself. What do you guys mean? You want my second uncle to give you the house for half a year? You want a venue to get married? It's not too late to set up on the first day at most, and you don't have to move out. The first floor and the front and backyards are more than enough for a wedding venue. Wait, what's an outsider like you talking too much about? Wang Hohot looked displeased. Just because Xian Gui and Guiyun raised you as their son doesn't mean you are their son. This Bai family's property has nothing to do with you. What are you talking about, Auntie? Bai Shelwi was instantly dissatisfied. My brother and us are family. What outsiders? You're speaking too harshly. Also, I think my brother is right. It's fine for you to borrow the venue to get married, but what do you mean you're asking our family to move out? Xian Gui, it's not that I'm talking about you. You two are poorly educated, and this child hasn't been taught well. Wang Hohot was even more dissatisfied. Have they ever talked to their elders like this? My son is getting married. What's wrong with borrowing your house for a few days? When you borrowed money from us, we were so poor, but didn't we lend it to you? Now that you're rich, you look down on our poor relatives, don't you? Big sister, don't be angry. We didn't mean that. Just, Bai Xiangui accompanied a smile and tried to explain. What does that mean? My Feng Yi is also a manager now, earning tens of thousands of dollars a month. Can we still want this house of yours? Wang Hohot grunted. And you, Lin Bai, when you had no money for your studies, your second uncle borrowed money everywhere, but I was the only one who lent it to him. You're not thankful even if you're not thankful, and now you're looking down on us, aren't you? I want to remember correctly, when the second uncle lent money to you many times, the most once lent you 10,000, and then the second uncle looked for your family to borrow money. You gave the second uncle $1,000, Just this $1,000. A month later to return to you. And you take this point of so-called kindness, and come to ask for favors from time to time. Lin Bai looked at Wang Hohat. I really don't understand how you still have the face to come and say this by now. My second uncle is honest, so you don't have to catch him griping alone. Do you? Lindbergh, how do you talk to my mom? Feng Yi slammed the table. Do you believe that I will get you? He was quite big and tall, while Lindbergh looked a bit thin. Don't. They're all family. Bai Xiangui hurriedly greeted him. Elder sister, quickly persuade Feng Yi not to fight. Wang Guiyun also spoke up at this time. He can't beat Xiao Bai. I can't beat him? Feng Yi became even angrier when he heard that. Come on, Lin Bai. Come and fight with me. If you win, I won't borrow this house. If you lose, this house will be mine for a year. Dare you? Yeah. Bai Xiaowei was busy applauding. It's a deal. Brother, you show your cousin how good you are. Okay, come on then. Lindbergh left the table. You do it first, in case you're not convinced. Feng Yi wasn't polite and directly slammed his fist towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai casually reached out and grabbed Feng Yi's fist, and then with a very casual send. Feng Yi kept backing up and then fell on his butt on the ground. Feng Yi, if you are willing to gamble, don't bother my second uncle anymore. Lin Bai spoke in a calm tone. You tricked me. Feng Yi was unconvinced. Again. He sprang to his feet and charged again. Lin Bai was a bit impatient and directly kicked. Feng Yi flew out of the living room. Feng Yi, what happened to you? Ah, it's all bleeding. Wang Hohat hurriedly ran out, and when she saw her son's appearance, she instantly became furious. Good. Surname Bai. You disown people when your family gets rich, right? If you don't borrow it, you don't borrow it, and you're actually hitting people. I'm going to tell all my relatives about this and show them the disgusting face of your family. Mom, there's no need to talk to them. If they dare to hit me, I'll have my brothers come and get him. Feng Yi wiped his nosebleed with a ferocious look on his face before he started to make a call. It's me. Call all the brothers in the neighborhood. All of them come to Moon Lake number 1. The more the merrier. Shout them all. Eldest sister. Feng Yi, don't be like this. Can't you discuss this with your own family? Wang Guiyun walked over. Get lost. Whose family with you? Wang Hohat shouted angrily. The most useless one in our family is you. Mom, forget it. Just leave them alone. Bai Xiaowei was disgruntled. I've long said that their family are not good people. Bai, do you want me to call the security guards from the property company over? Bai Xiangui asked in a small voice. Second uncle. No need. I'll take care of it. Lin Bai naturally didn't care about this. You go back to your room with your second aunt. It's fine. The cell phone rang at that moment. Lin Bai picked up the phone. Big bing bing. You miss me again? The hell with you. Su Ruobing said without any good humor. Hey, let me ask you something. When a person's face is scratched, is there any way to recover quickly? The kind that doesn't leave any scars? Yes. I'll just put in 2 stitches. Lindbergh replied. Come over here then. I'm in the Moon Lake Villa area. Su Ruobing was a bit eager. Such a coincidence? I'm here too. Lin Bai was a bit surprised. But there's something going on at my second uncle's house, so you'll have to wait a bit. Well, here they come. Wait for me to slap them first. The phone hadn't even hung up when a group of people had rushed into the yard. Lin Bai's hand, which had swung out halfway, stiffly retracted. Big ice. You need to come here or we're going to lose money today. Lindbergh was more or less speechless. The group wore the same clothing, all with the same pattern on their chests and 4 words on them, ask the sky security. If he sent all these people flying, the company would still have to pay to treat them, and wouldn't that be a loss of his own money? Brothers, that's him, looking down on us as bodyguards on the basis of having a few stinking dollars. Feng Yi pointed at Lin Bai with his hand. He also looked down on us, questioning heaven's security, saying that our company is all trash. I was too angry to retort, and he even sneaked up on my old man. Feng Yi, your ability to invert right and wrong is quite strong. Lin Bai laughed coldly. It's true that there is a mother and a son. You mother and son. You really are all the way. What? You dare not do it. You were so arrogant just now, but now you don't dare to admit it? Feng Yi's face didn't change. Dead trash. It's too late to deny it now. Brothers, all of you, let's go. Let him know how powerful we are at questioning sky security. Stop. The group of bodyguards were just about to move when a cold shout came from them. Mr. Su, you're here. Mr. Su. The group of bodyguards hurriedly greeted the visitor, and Feng Yi hurriedly walked forward. Mr. Su. Why are you here? He greeted respectfully while glancing over Su Ruobing's body. This Mr. Su, whose body is just too top-notch, has long been the topic of conversation for the entire Ask Heaven security. and can be called the dream goddess of all the male bodyguards of Ask Heaven Security. I'm busy. Long story short, you're fired. Su Ruobing coldly looked at Feng Yi. A few of you come and take him to the company. Pack up his things overnight and tell him to get lost. What? Feng Yi was instantly confused. He even thought he had heard wrong. He didn't come back to his senses until the other bodyguards started to come and pull him away. No, Mr. Su, give me a reason. On what grounds do you fire me? Am I doing wrong by maintaining the company's reputation? You'll chill the brothers like this. Come on, it's not far from here. Su Ruobing simply ignored Feng Yi and pulled Lin Bai away. Lin Bai smoothly wrapped his arm around Su Ruobing's waist, and this scene instantly stunned Feng Yi, who never shouted again. How is this possible? Feng Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Feng, you're awesome. You dare to offend Mr. Su's man. Someone else ventured this. Let go of my son. What are you doing? Let go of. Wang Hohot, on the other hand, chased after them. Moon Lake 1, on the contrary, quickly chilled out. Still my brother is the best. By Shall We had a happy face. By Xiangue Wang Guiyun face is not very good. And I do not know how Wang Hohot will say bad things about them and the relatives again in the future. And Lin Bai had been pulled into another villa at the moment. Moon Lake 8. It was also a single family house. Not as big as Moon Lake 1, but still worth tens of millions of dollars. The living room was pretty crowded and messy. This was Su Ruobing's aunt Sun Lan's house, and Su Ruobing's mother, Sun Mei, had fought with Sun Lan early in the morning. Today Sun Lan's daughter engaged. Sun Mei originally came early in the morning to help. The result of Sun Lan Yin and Yang, said what Su family bankrupt Su Ruobing was old man package/support, and ultimately it is a fight. And the diamond ring on the hand of Sun Mei scratched Sun Lan's face. Things had been going on all day and hadn't been resolved, and now Sun Lan was adamant that she had to let Sun Mei restore her face to its original state, or else this wasn't going to be over. The two families are originally relatives. Su Ruobing is not good to use too strong tactics, and finally thought that Lin Bai's medical skills may be able to work, so he called Lin Bai. Auntie, this is the old man who bagged/possessed me. Su Ruobing looked at Sun Lan. He can heal your face. Old man? The crowd looked a little odd. So young and handsome, how can they not be old? Just him? Sun Lan sneered. He can cure my face? When I say cured, I mean cured tonight, not some months. It doesn't take months, just seconds. Lindbergh picked up. However, I have to make it clear beforehand that my treatment is rather special. This old aunt. You mustn't be angry later. What old aunt? I'm only in my 40s. Sun Lan was annoyed. What treatment are you going to give? What kind of treatment? Look at what you're saying. I'm an old man in my 20s. You mustn't be an old aunt? Lin Bai didn't hide the mockery in his tone at all. As for the treatment method, that has to be kept secret. Anyway, the treatment will take no more than 10 seconds, and it will be done in public, with nothing to see. You're bluffing, aren't you? How can there be such great medical skills? Speaking as Sun Lan's daughter Yu Shishir, was originally the protagonist of today's engagement, but after this incident, the engagement ceremony is also a bit chaotic. She is now also a belly of fire. Believe it or not, Lindbergh had a disinterested look on his face. Auntie, if my man can't cure your face, then I'll pay you $1 billion. Su Ruobing spoke faintly. If it's cured, then all of today's events will be written off. If you still don't agree, then we don't need to negotiate. To be honest, for that little injury on your face, sister-in-law, it's only a matter of a few $1,000s if you go through the formal compensation process. Where did you get $1 billion to pay us back? Sun Lan snorted coldly. Auntie, I forgot to tell you, my man gave me a one-time package/payment of $10 billion. This amount of money, I can still afford it. Su Ruobing's sentence shocked another vote. $10 billion is called a package? It's true love that's stronger than gold. Just keep blowing it. Sun Lan laughed coldly. Still $10 billion? When they said diamonds, do you still owe a beating? Sun Mei immediately became angry again. This sister's mouth is really owed. It was a good thing that Su Run had been dragging Sun Mei around and didn't let her make a move. Forget it, it's late in the day, and I'm tired and don't want to keep pulling with you guys. Sun Lan looked at Lin Bai. Time me. I'll give you a minute. If it's not cured in a minute, then wait to pay me $1 billion. Yu Shishir picked up her cell phone, turned on the stopwatch, and started counting down. Lindbergh wasn't polite either. Reaching out, he slapped Sun Lan across the face. Without waiting for everyone to react, he slapped Sun Lan in the face a dozen times in a row. Don't you dare hit me. Sun Lan finally came back to her senses and was about to come over to fight with Lin Bai in a violent rage. Take it easy. Look in the mirror or show your daughter. Lin Bai had a calm face. Let's see if it's cured. I just told you already that my way of healing is rather special. But special it is. It really works. How is this possible? Yu Shirshir looked at her mother's face, and the wisp of blood had, indeed, disappeared without a trace. The face looked like it had never been hurt before. What was even more bizarre was that face hadn't swollen even though it had just been clearly slapped a dozen times. For a moment, she couldn't help but wonder if there really was such a special cure. It's, like, really good? Sun Lan is angry but she still cares about her face. Just because she's a couple dozen years old doesn't mean she doesn't love looking pretty. She looked in the mirror and realized that the area that had been injured was really as good as new. Why do I get the feeling that you're still hitting me on purpose? Sun Lan looked at Lin Bai with a skeptical expression. See what you're saying, how could I, a doctor, do such a shameless thing? Lindbergh shook his head. Trust me, I'm very ethical. Auntie, since your face is better, we'll take our leave. Su Ruwabing was not wanting to stay a second longer, pulling her parents to leave in a hurry. She was afraid that if she stayed a little longer, she couldn't help but laugh. The four of them returned to the car and Su Ruwabing drove the car out of the villa area, but then stopped. But she finally couldn't help herself and laughed her ass off, much to Lindbergh's delight. Unfortunately, there was someone behind him and he could only look, not touch. Kobayashi, did you hit it on purpose? In the back seat of the car, Sun Mei couldn't help but ask. On purpose? Of course. Su Ruwabing finally stopped laughing, which really needs to be cured like this, but Kobayashi is a doctor after all. Sun Mei didn't feel too good. Mom, he knows medicine, but he's not really a doctor, Su Ruwabing explained. After all, Lin Bai had told her so before. He wasn't even a doctor, so where was the need for medical ethics? Well, don't say anything, just get it over with. Su Ran also finally spoke. Shaolin, thanks to you again this time. As it should be, Isa's business is my business. Lin Bai smiled. Bing bing, I see that aunt and uncle are quite tired, so quickly send them home. Got it. Su Ruwabing glared at Lin Bai. She naturally understands what he has in mind. What is the point of sending her parents home quickly? Is it not that he wants her to go home with him quickly? It was more than an hour after the two returned to the top of the river city. Instead, there was a Cheongsam beauty waiting at the door, none other than Fan Chichi. Sir, it worked. Fan Chichi had an excited look on her face. Oh, I'll go check it out then. Su Ruwabing went inside, while Lin Bai followed Fan Chichi to the Dancian sect. Lin Bai also finally saw the pills that Fan Chichi had refined. Good. It did work, and although it was slightly worse in terms of quality, it shows that the path works. Lin Bai was satisfied. Chi, I'll give you some Dan formulas. You continue refining Dawn. In addition, you can start taking the Dawn yourself. I'll tell you exactly how to take them. Also, you can really start recruiting apprentices. After spending 2 hours explaining various details, by the time Lin Bai returned to the top of the river city, it was already late at night. He came to the bedroom, but found Su Ruwabing already asleep. Big Bing Bing is a good boy. Lin Bai lifted the thin sheet. His eyes instantly blazed/heated. Although Su Ruwabing was asleep, she had long been ready to meet him. Nothing to wear. Lindbergh didn't hesitate to stick it over. It doesn't matter if she's asleep. Just wake her up. Why do you keep catching me sleeping alone? Su Ruwabing woke up quickly. She kind of wondered if it was okay for this dog of a man to sleep with someone else after all the women he'd hooked up with. She really wasn't jealous as long as she was allowed to get a good night's sleep. It's been a long day, and it's made her boobs bigger than they should be. Gingo and tie until dawn. The crisp ringing of a cell phone interrupts the morning exercise. Lin Bai looked at the caller. It was actually Ning Qingya. Naturally, he immediately connected. Wife. Hiss. Lindbergh straight away called out good guy. Big ice really can bite. Almost turned into a eunuch. Honey, there's trouble. Ning Qingya's tone was quite grave. I've just gotten word that the Forbidden Palace young lord has personally gone to Jiangcheng. This young lord is the undefeated myth of the Forbidden Palace. His target should be you. It's okay, I've realized that there just aren't many masters in this world. Lin Bai didn't care. That what undefeated myth? When he sees me, he will definitely lose. Besides, we still have a lot of spells and life-preserving secret techniques, so even if we actually encounter one with a higher cultivation level than us, we'll be fine. It's been a while since I woke up, and I haven't met a single one I can fight. Husband, anyway, you still need to be a little careful. I don't know much about the Forbidden Temple, but I suspect that there are immortal cultivators in the Forbidden Temple as well. There were a few worries in Ning Qingya's tone. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Lindbergh paused and then asked, still no news from the others? Not yet. I suspect they may be in a special capacity and even I can't find out anything about them. Ning Qingya was slightly helpless. Let's hope they can see the press release from the Amazing Thunder Group. It will have to wait. Lindbergh was also a bit depressed. Perhaps it was because finding Xiao Fei and Ning Qingya was so easy that he felt that the next 7 wives of the holy maidens would be easy to find as well, and as a result, more than half a month had passed and there was no news of them at all. Ending the call, Lindbergh couldn't help but ponder. In fact, if he kept absorbing spirit stones, he could use the fastest time to build his foundation, but then there would be a problem. The foundation might be too weak. With the thinness of aura in this world, even for a special physique like his, without the aid of spirit stones and pills, foundation building would be difficult. With his current cultivation of late chi practitioner, although he was not necessarily invincible, it was not a big problem to protect himself. To him, the true opponent was that final heavenly tribulation, and he couldn't afford to disrupt his rhythm just because of a single forbidden temple in the district. Hiss! Lindbergh was bitten back by another bite. Big Bing Bing is jealous again. He hurriedly touched it, and if he ignored her any longer, he was going to turn into a real eunuch. In the meantime, suite at the 7 Stars Hotel in Linjiang, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a man quietly overlooks the river city. On the ground behind him, there was a man kneeling. Mu Changkong, see young lord, you have 3 days to collect evidence of Lindbergh's guilt. The young lord didn't turn around. Remember, the evidence must be as exhaustive as possible. Witnesses and material evidence. You can't have one without the other. A lot of people in Dragon Capital are watching me. I can't afford to have any problems. Yes, young lord, I will definitely find all the witnesses and material evidence. Mu Changkong was quite excited. Make sure it's foolproof. Go do something. The young lord's voice was cold. Yes, my subordinate will retire. Mu Changkong exited the room. At the top of the river city, the battle is in full swing. Half an hour later, Lin Bai touched out 2 spirit stones and placed them on Su Ruobing's snow-white skin. Big ice. You sleep first. This is a spirit stone for you. I have to go out. After Lin Bai told Su Ruobing how to use the spirit stone, he dressed and got up to leave. Dog man, like paying for a sleepover. Su Ruobing muttered a curse and went into dreamland. Too sleepy, Lin Bai came to the antique street in the old town of Jiangcheng. Although he felt that forbidden temple young lord was no big deal, he decided to refine an attack spell as a precautionary measure. He's here for the material now. Although this world was now thin in spiritual chi, there should have been periods of abundant spiritual chi in ancient times, and some ancient objects contain spiritual chi in themselves, making it easier to refine magic weapons. As Lin Bai walked down the street full of antiques, he could tell at a glance that at least 99% of those things on the stalls were younger than him. Lin Bai was a little surprised to see a fat man. Isn't that Zhou Daijiang? A thought came to him. Should he tell Xiao Dajiang that he had slept with Su Ruobing? There was no telling if Xiao Dajiang would fight him. Lindbergh? Xiao Dajiang got up at this time, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Lin Bai. You like antiques too? Sort of. Lin Bai casually made a perfunctory remark. Anything that's worth money, I like. Actually, there's nothing of value on this street. Xiao Dajiang smiled faintly, but everyone likes the feeling of picking up the pieces. After a slight hesitation, he added, I just got a rather strange call from someone who wants me to be a witness that you forcibly robbed my Zhou family's property. The other party comes from a place called the Forbidden Temple. You should have heard of it, right? Oh, I've heard that many times in the last couple days. Lindbergh didn't hide it either. Lindbergh, I'm not going to testify, but I'm sure I'm not the only one they called. Xiao Dajiang remained calm. I still don't understand your true origin until now, but my sister is dead set on you, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Well, what the heck? Thanks anyway. While Lindbergh was rambling, he was finally looking at something at the moment. He knelt down and picked up a bowl. How do I sell this? Lindbergh, this bowl isn't worth much. Xiao Dajiang also squatted down and couldn't help but remind. Yo, isn't this Mr. Qiao? You're here to pick up the pieces again? A mocking voice came at that moment. What? Are you buying a bowl and getting ready to beg for food? It was a man in his 30s with a large gold tooth and a sultry woman in his arms. How did the great young man of the Qiao family fall so low? The man with the gold teeth looked emotional. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Your Zhou's family is broke. No wonder you had to buy a bowl to beg for food. Mr. Zhou, don't tell me. I think it's a good bowl of begging. Lin Bai looked at the stall owner. $200, selling or not, it won't work. It cost me 2,000, just to collect it. The stallholder immediately shook his head. $100. Lin Bai interrupted. I'll leave if I don't sell. Wait, sell. The stall owner hurriedly took out the QR code. Scan the code. I'll give you 200. The man with the gold teeth opened his mouth at this time. Xiao Dajiang, I'm telling you, this street, as long as I'm here, you don't want to pick up anything. Are you blind? Lin Bai was offended. I bought it. It has nothing to do with Chao Dajiang. Boy, you keep your mouth shut. The man with gold teeth looked annoyed. You think I don't know? You're in league with Chao Dajiang. I'm telling you, whatever you guys buy today, I'll double it. Okay, I'll give you 100,000 then. Lindbergh was a bit impatient. You're a dog if you don't come out twice as much. You're damn good at acting. The man with gold teeth sneered. Scare me? It's just $100,000? If you want to pick up the pieces in front of me, there's no way. I'll give you $200,000. Oh, you take it then. Lindbergh put down his bowl. What an idiot. The stall owner, however, had already picked up the bowl, quickly wrapped it up, and sent it to the man with the gold teeth. Boss Luo, keep it. This bowl is yours. $200,000. Please pay for it. Fuck. You punked me? The man with the gold teeth looked at Lin Bai angrily, then flung his hand away and glared at the stall owner. What the hell? A broken bowl, and you really want $200,000? I'm just randomly yelling. I have things to do. Let's go. He put his arm around the sultry woman and turned around. F***CK. Luo Day. This dog, he's fucking cheating again. The stall owner was indignant and turned to look at Lin Bai. This boss, $100,000 for you? I naturally don't want a bowl like that garbage, so take it home for dinner. Lin Bai lazily said. But, having come here, it's better to just buy something. He reached down and picked up a piece of wood on which the bowl had just rested. $100. For sale? Sell. Must sell. The stallholder nodded immediately. Lindbergh scanned the code to pay and walked away with the wood. Is this wood worth anything? Chao Dajiang came after him. He looked at the blackened wood and couldn't figure it out. Worth something to me, worthless to you. Lin Bai casually replied that this was a top-grade lightning strike wood that contained lightning energy and could be used to refine magic weapons. However, it was a bit of a waste to refine it now, and it would be better to leave it to Chao Fei Yin in the future. This meant that he still had to keep looking for material. Lin Bai continued to stroll through the antique street, and Chao Dajiang followed along. Are you so idle now? After strolling around for a while, Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire. Yeah, I'm laying flat now. 30 years less to go. Early retirement. Chao Dajiang nodded. In the past, I felt that putting in effort could bring the Chao family to another level, but now I realize that there is no point. I've truly realized what it means to be an ant under a family of the world. A family with hundreds of billions of assets that instantly goes up in smoke. Do you know what your problem is? Lin Bai looked at Chao Dajiang seriously. You always think too highly of the lineage. It was and still is. Lin Bai stopped his steps. This antique street had been finished and still hadn't found any suitable materials. Speaking of which, do you know where else there's an antique street? What exactly do you want to buy? Chao Dajiang was a little confused, saying things you wouldn't understand. Lin Bai shook his head. Forget it, I'll keep looking myself. Actually, there's a rather special antique store on this street. Chao Dajiang spoke. It's run by a mute old man, called the $10 Curio Shop. Everything in there is $10 through and through, and he also collects things. Again, $10 through and through. And there have been people who have found good things in there. Do you want to check it out? Dead horse. Lindbergh decided to take a look. When he arrived at the unattended $10 antique store, he realized why no one wanted to come in. The place wasn't much different from a dump. The inside was cluttered with all sorts of unpleasant odors mixed together. Cough cough. Lin Bai. Go inside. I'll wait for you outside. Chao Dajiang couldn't stand it at all. Crap. Chao Dajiang. You're so depraved. You've come here to pick up trash? It's a narrow road. That gold-toothed man Luo Day has appeared again. However, this time, the sultry woman he was holding in his arms was gone, and instead he was followed by 4 tattooed men with iron bars. Fuck. You white boy too? Luo Day saw Lin Bai again. I knew you guys were in cahoots. Brothers, give me on. This little white boy actually tried to pit me. Give me to whip him to death. Chao Dajiang looked at Luo Day with the eyes of an idiot. Until now, he didn't understand what Lin Bai's background was, but he knew that Lin Bai was very capable of fighting. And sure enough, not surprisingly, the 4 tattooed men behind Luo Day had just rushed to Lin Bai's body, but they had already screamed and flew out backwards. Snap! Lin Bai followed with a slap. Luo Day flew out, and his big gold tooth flew right out. Fuck! My gold teeth! Help me find! Luo Day's biggest concern was actually not getting beaten, but the fact that his gold teeth were missing. No! The 5 people who had just been knocked off their feet started crawling all over the place to find that gold tooth. You used to be at least a young man of the Chao family. How could you have offended such a trashy person? Lindbergh was a bit puzzled. I heard him slurring at Rua Bing once before and I knocked out his front teeth. Before Chao Dajiang could finish his sentence, he heard Luo Day let out another miserable scream and flew into a trash can. You should have said so. Lin Bai instantly came back. dare to say bad things about my Bing Bing, isn't this looking for death? Xiao Dejiang was speechless for a moment. Lin Bai, however, had already walked inside the 10 yuan curio shop. The smell inside was too unpleasant. He directly closed his eyes, held his breath, and began to sense whether there was any aura present inside. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and with a wave, a black ball the size of a fist, appeared in his palm. Found what you were looking for? Xiao Dejiang couldn't help but inquire. Yeah, it's good to go. Lindbergh nodded his head and took out his cell phone in preparation for payment. It's cash only here, so I'll give it for you. Xiao Dejiang took out a $100 bill and put it in a metal box at the door. Not far away, the old man, who was drowsy in his recliner, also opened his eyes for a moment before continuing to squint. Lindbergh turned his head violently to look at the old man. He had barely sensed the old man's presence before, but the moment the old man opened his eyes just now, he actually sensed a wisp of immortal cultivator's aura on the old man. Chat, old man? Lindbergh opened his mouth. Lindbergh, he's dumb. Xiao Dejiang hurriedly opened his mouth. That's okay, I'm good at making dumb people talk. Lin Bai still looked at the old man. Your roots are destroyed and you think you have no cure, but I can cure you. The old man's eyes snapped open and shot out 2 streams of light. Kid, what are you? The old man really spoke. Xiao Dejiang was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? This old man in the antique street have not spoken for 10 years. If you want to be cured, clean yourself up and meet me at the top of River City. Lin Bai looked disgusted. A hallowed immortal cultivator with lice all over his body. I don't know how you got mixed up. Leaving these words behind, Lin Bai turned around and left. Xiao Dejiang was confused, but followed, and at this moment, Luo Dai had just climbed out of the trash can. Fuck, we got a big loss today. Guys, go get something out of this $10 store. Luo Dai was furious, then rushed to the store. Get out. The old man drank low and slapped out. Luo Dai flew into the trash can again. Lin Bai walked out of the antique street, so he was going to take a taxi back. He wanted to refine the magic weapon. Lindbergh, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Zhou Dejiang drove up next to him and parked. Top of River City. Lindbergh sat up. The car was traveling down the road. Lin Bai, you really don't care about the lineage at all, right? Xiao Dejiang suddenly spoke. To me, the worldly families are also ants. Lin Bai smiled lightly. What's there to care? Xiao Dejiang was silent. He stopped talking and kept driving. When he returned to the top of Jiangchang, Lin Bai realized that there was a car parked at the entrance. Seeing him get out of the car, a man and woman got out of the car. The male looked okay, the female he was quite familiar with. It was actually that big star Violet. You're Lindbergh? The man had an arrogant look on his face. My name is Ning Qingshan. Ning Qingya is my cousin. You know where I'm coming from, right? I'm going to cut you some slack. I've got my eye on this house and you're moving out right now. Do your cousins know you're so awesome? Lin Bai looked at Ning Qingshan and faintly inquired. Kid, you're where you are today because of my Ning family. Ning Qingshan laughed coldly. You are nothing more than a dog. In my Ning family. Lindbergh kicked Ning Qingshan off. How fucking dare you hit me? Ning Qingshan was instantly furious. He roared as he rose from the ground. Surname Lin. I'm telling you, Ning Qingya can't protect you either. She's not the one who has the final say in the Tianhai Ning family. You now kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. And then let me have this villa. I can still let you live. Before he could get up, Ning Qingshan knelt down. Lin Bai stepped on Ning Qingshan's shoulder and turned his head to look at Wei. You know, I'm at least half of your fans. Why do you always have trouble with my house? Can't you learn from other stars and spoil your fans? No, it's none of my business. Wei's face paled. Yes, it was Ning Xiao who had to come. I persuaded him. She was a bit afraid of Lin Bai now because she knew one thing. Not only was Yi Shifeng gone, the entire Yi family was gone. Although the rumors were all because of the Tianhai Ning family, she felt it was more because of Lin Bai. Can't you have a better eye for a reliable man like me? Lin Bai sighed. Okay, this is a bit too much to ask for, but it's better for you to find someone like Xiao Dazheng than to find a dumbass like Ning Qingshan. Lin Bai, you let go of me. You're the fucking idiot. Ning Qingshan struggled desperately. I'm telling you, the young master of the Forbidden Palace has already come to Jiangchang. You're fucking dead. If you dare to touch my old man now, Ning Qingya will be dragged into it by you as well. You've been stepped on by me and you still dare to clamor. What is it if you're not a fool? As soon as Lin Bai exerted force, Ning Qingshan's entire body fell to the ground. What trash dares to come and rob me? He directly kicking at Ning Qingshan's head, and this time Ning Qingshan couldn't even make a sound before passing out. Drag him away and remember to get a new man. Lindbergh looked at Violet. Is this something I can change whenever I want? Violet was a little depressed. I can't even say no when they look at me. If you're capable, you snatch me up. Didn't you say you were a fan? You have a point, but alas, I don't want a woman someone else has slept with. Lindbergh shook his head. As for the fans, he stared at Violet's chest before shaking his head again. Well, I'm off the fan. I'm a big Bing Bing fan now. She's bigger and whiter and better looking. If it was 3 years ago, he certainly wouldn't have been so picky. But if he even wanted this kind of woman now, it would be an insult to his saintly wife. Lin-bai didn't bother to pay any more attention to Virla and turned around to walk towards the inside of the villa. Walking to the door, he stopped and looked at Xiao Dazhang. Nah, big brother-in-law, I won't invite you in to sit down. Bing Bing is inside. Not caring how Xiao Dazhang reacted, he went straight into the house. Su Ruobing was still asleep, so Lin-bai didn't wake her up. He came to the rooftop and called Ning Qingya first. Hubby, I can handle the matters of the Tianhai Ning family. You only need to be careful of that forbidden temple young lord. Ning Qingya clearly didn't put Ning Qingshan at ease either. Lin-bai hung up the phone and began to concentrate on refining the magic weapon. He took out the black ball, which was actually originally a magic weapon, only that it had been damaged, and it was still a very low-grade magic weapon, and Lin-bai was now going to refine it a little bit, so that it would at least have the ability to attack an immortal cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Over here, Lin-bai was busy refining magic artifacts, while in the surprising Thunder Group, Qin Shuiao's face was slightly gloomy. Thrilling Thunder Group's various listed companies is being sniped in all directions, and the company's various types of business, from today onwards, have all suddenly appeared to be problematic, although the root of the problem has not yet been injured, but this is enough for her to realize that things are not right. Mr. Qin, I heard that you're in trouble now. A woman laughed softly as she walked into the office. Qin Yu? Qin Shuiao frowned. You've already been expelled. Why are you still here? Of course I'm here to solve your problems for you, Mr. Qin. Qin Yu, however, directly walked over to Qin Shuiao and sat down across from her. The stocks of the companies under the Surprise Thunder Group have all dropped, and the important partners have all suspended their cooperation. Also, the company's various types of research and development. I've heard that there are problems, but core researchers are on leave at home. Qin Yu's face was quite smug. Mr. Qin, am I right? Straight up. Who sent you? Qin Shuiao looked at Qin Yu coldly. I originally thought that you were my father's person, but now it seems that there are others behind you. Is it Mu Chongqing? Or Yu Lingfeng? Or maybe it's Nie Zhanyang? Mr. Qin, do you think there's a possibility that it's the three of them? Qin Yu laughed lightly. Of course, it's not just the three of them. Perhaps you don't know yet? The Tianhai Ning family can no longer protect you. That Miss Ning is now unable to protect herself. As for your husband, I've heard that he's going to end up, I'm afraid, in a bad way. Oh, right, Mr. Qin. Actually, I'm just here to talk to you about this matter. As for who you're going to discuss with next, that's up to you. Qin Yu stood up. There are plenty of men who crave your body. She turned and walked out the door with a triumphant air. And Qin Shuiao didn't stop it. She took out her cell phone and dialed Lindbergh's number. The call went through, but there was no answer. Miss Qin, if you want to solve the crisis of the shocking Thunder Group, it's actually very simple. A voice came abruptly from the doorway. Qin Shuiao frowned slightly. What's going on? One by one, they came straight here without an appointment. She looked up and froze. So beautiful. These two words popped up in Qin Shuiao's head. This was a stunningly beautiful woman who made her words run out of words. A long pale yellow dress embroidered with a jumping withered leaf butterfly. Her features were flawless, and her temperament was incomparably noble. Qin Shuiao knew that she was already beautiful enough, but in front of this woman, she was still unconsciously ashamed of herself. Despite the fact that Qin Shuiao had already seen Xiaofei Ning Qingya, who was such a great beauty on earth that was even better than her, she felt that the one in front of her was even slightly better than Xiaofei Ning Qingya. You're. Qin Shuiao subconsciously stood up to greet him. The purely natural nobility of the other party made her unconsciously lower her posture. Long Du Ji Clan. Ji Wu Meng. The woman slowly walked into the office and sat down opposite Qin Shuiao. You sit down too. Ah, yes. Qin Shuiao subconsciously nodded and sat down. It's like, Ji Wu Meng is the master here. Wait, the Londoji clan? Qin Shuiao suddenly reacted and exclaimed in disbelief. The Long Du Ji clan, one of the 8 top families? Ordinary lineage families would no longer surprise Qin Shuiao. After all, the lineage families she had dealt with recently were not that few. But the Long Du Ji clan was different. It was a family of families, a top family that had been passed down for thousands of years. Even among the 8 top lineages, the Long Du Ji clan was at least in the top 3. Since you know my Long Du Ji clan's prestigious name, I won't beat around the bush. Ji Woming's stunningly beautiful face was ancient. I only need one sentence to protect your shocking thunder group, but I have a condition. You say. Qin Shueyo was quite respectful. It's simple. You divorce Lindbergh. Ji Woming remained calm. Lin Bai has violated many rules of the Forbidden Palace, and the young lord of the Forbidden Palace is already investigating him for his crimes. My Longdu Ji clan has a close relationship with the Forbidden Temple, so I need to cooperate with the work of the Forbidden Temple. You must clear your relationship with Lin Bai. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Qin Shueyao's heart sank. She had thought that Lin Bai had only offended the Forbidden Temple, but now, it seemed that the enemies that Lin Bai had to face were not only the Forbidden Palace, but also the Longdu Ji clan. She knew that Lin Bai was very powerful, but right now, the enemy was really too strong. Ms. Ji, if Qin Shueyo tried to calm herself down, if I hand over the shocking thunder group, can you save my husband's life? You're saying that you want to use the $1 trillion assets of the shocking thunder group in exchange for Lin Bai's life? Ji Woman looked at Qin Shueyo with strange eyes. In your heart, is he really that important? Ms. Ji, he's worth it. Qin Shueyo smiled somewhat bitterly. Are you willing to accept this deal? I'm sorry, I can't sway the decision of the Forbidden Temple. Ji Woming smiled faintly. Lin Bai will definitely be dealt with by the Forbidden Palace. You can only choose to save yourself, or accept the punishment of the Forbidden Palace together with Lin Bai. I'll give you time to think about it. Ji Woming slowly got up, fished out a card, and placed it on the table. Call me when you figure it out. Ji Woming turned around and left. Qin Shueyo was silent for a moment and dialed Lin Bai again. Still no answer. Qin Shueyo didn't know that Lin Bai had muted his cell phone in order to focus on refining the magic weapon. At the top of Jiang City, Lin Bai was still concentrating on refining the magic weapon, not realizing that Jiang City was already in a state of flux and countless people were stupid/wanting to move. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Lin Bai refined this magic weapon, and what looked like still a ball was just a little smaller and shinier than before. The setting sun reflected on the ball with some beauty. As a fan, the weapon has to be the ball. Lindbergh muttered to himself. Gotta get a name. Let's call it Fairy Ball. The ball that fairies use. I picked up my cell phone, only to find that it had run out of power and turned itself off, so I went back to the bedroom to charge it up. Su Ruobing naturally left long ago. Lin Bai went back to the rooftop and sat down on his knees. Refining magic weapons took effort and energy. He had to recover. Cultivating like this until early morning, Lin Bai felt refreshed and returned to his bedroom to take a shower before he remembered to turn on his cell phone. There were quite a few missed calls, all from Qin Shueyo and Su Ruobing. Although Lin Bai was now Su Ruobing's loyal fan, he still called Qin Shueyo first. It was mainly because Qin Shueyo had called him a dozen times, and Su Ruobing had only called 2. Honey, are you done? The phone was quickly connected. Can you go to Green Mountain County? Fei Yan has something to find you. Okay, I'm on my way. Lindbergh didn't think much of it. He then dialed Su Ruobing's phone. Big Bing Bing, where are you? Accompany me to Castle Peak County. What are you doing in Castle Peak County if you're not going to the Dragon Palace? Su Ruobing said without a trace of anger. You should also take Qin Shueyo with you if you want to run away, right? Running away? Lindbergh was a bit puzzled. What's the run? What's the situation? I'm almost at your house. Let's meet up. Su Ruobing directly hung up the phone. Lin Bai walked out of the villa and saw Su Ruobing's familiar Big Ben. He directly got into the car, while Su Ruobing also directly turned around and went down the mountain. At 9 o'clock this morning, the Jiangcheng branch of the Forbidden Temple was officially established in the Dragon Palace, and the young lord of the Forbidden Temple will personally attend the ceremony. And the first thing that the branch will be established for is about your handling, Su Ruobing explained as she drove. Currently all the relevant people have gone to the Dragon Palace, including Qin Shueyo. How did you come up with the idea of going to Castle Peak County? Don't mention it. Shueyo said Fei Yan wanted to see me for something. Lin Bai was a bit depressed. This wife of mine still doesn't trust my strength. Ugh, it's my fault for not putting her to sleep. Are you educated? That word now reads convince. Su Ruobing said without any good humor. Wait, which sleep are you talking about? Rascal. She reacted suddenly. Big Ice, you sure do get it. No shame in being slept on by me. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. You shut up. Su Ruobing was a little exasperated, and a little vain. She felt like she was being slept on by this dogman too. Hey, are you sure about this one? Su Ruobing hurriedly changed the topic. I've heard that Forbidden Palace young lord is particularly powerful. Also, he's a guy. It can't be some old lover/lover of yours, right? That's definitely not it. Lindbergh shook his head. I'm not interested in men. But then, don't worry Big Ice. I won't allow there to be a man in this world who is more powerful than me, and if there is, I'll beat him to death. Then again, the Dragon Palace is a blessed place for me. It's a pity that I can't find a beautiful woman to bet with me this time. Su Ruabing gritted her teeth. This dog man, showing off. At this moment, the Dragon Palace, once it was a hidden place, but now, it had become a public place, a luxurious underground palace, transformed into the office of the Forbidden Temple. It used to be that the place was usually open at night. The Forbidden Temple is bright, and chooses to work during the day. The time was already 8:30, with half an hour to go, but the people who should be here are basically already here, except for the two real protagonists, the young master of the Forbidden Palace, as well as Lin Bai. In Lin Bai's absence, the center of attention on the field was naturally Qin Shuya. Qin Shuya was wearing a very formal lady suit today, still pure and sexy, but also a little more domineering, but with a closer look, one could find an unconcealed anxiety on her stunning face. Mr. Qin, it's come to this. What are you waiting for? Qin Yu was actually there. Lin Bai didn't dare to show up until now. There are 5 sons of the world's families here, waiting for you to pick them. If you don't pick one, you won't get a chance. Today, in this Dragon Palace, the children of the world's families seem to be worthless, and they did come to 5. In addition to Mu Changqing, Ye Zhengyang, Yu Lingfeng and the 3 of them, there was also Ning Qingshan and Luo Mingyang. Although they didn't say anything, they were all looking at Qin Shuya at the moment, eyeing her intently. Shuya, I'm kind of being sincere to you. Mu Changqing finally spoke. Whoever we are, it's your honor to look at you. If you choose me now, I'll still promise to marry you in the open and let you get married in style. But if you're still stubborn, then don't blame us when it's over. Qin Shuya, I'm not afraid to tell you. Yu Lingfeng snorted coldly. If you don't choose one now, then it won't be your turn to do so at that time. You'll be shared among the 5 of us. Qin Shuya, I wish you didn't choose. Nye Zhengyang was quite angry at the moment. That son of a bitch Lin Bai actually backstabbed me and made me stay in the hospital for 2 days. I was just about to take this out on you. That's right. I'm going to want you on your knees licking me later. Ning Qingshan was also furious. Damn. Actually dared to hit me and made me kneel. This revenge, I must avenge. Qin Shuya, I gave you a chance a long time ago. Luo Mingyang also had a resentful face. Lin Bai, that goon hasn't come until now. Ning Qingya is even still far away in Tianhai. Xiao Fian hides in Castle Peak County and doesn't show up. Who else is there to bail you out today? I really don't understand. Lindbergh is just a country bumpkin with no background. Why do you have to die for him? When the 5 sons of the lineage spoke, the others naturally didn't dare to interrupt. As they looked at Qin Shuya, there was sympathy, pity, gloating, and more than anything else, the pleasure of having their revenge avenged. Simply because, most of the people here, in fact, came from the once 100 great families of Jiangcheng. Actually, I don't see what you guys have to be proud of. Qin Shuya slowly swept over the crowd. All of you are my husband's defeated men. And now, you are doing nothing more than leaning on the Forbidden Temple. On your own. What are you? The crowd instantly broke defense. Qin Shuya, you owe it to yourself, don't you? Smack her mouth for me. I'll do it. Luo Mingyang rushed to Qin Shuya and raised his hand to slap him. Stop. A cold shout came from the air, and a breath of air was involved. Luo Mingyang immediately fell back uncontrollably, barely able to stand still. I'm Ji Wuming of the Longdu Ji clan. All of you get out of my way. The person who came was none other than Ji Wuming. It was still the same outfit that Qin Shuya had seen last time, still so beautiful and noble. Ji Wuming's aura was so strong that everyone present felt a sense of oppression. What? The Dragon Capital Ji clan? Greetings, Miss Ji. Hello Ms. Ji. I'm Yu Lingfeng. Ms. Ji, I don't know that you've come to, in a big way. The 5 sons of the worldly families, after returning to their senses, came forward to pay their respects. They didn't even dare to look squarely at Ji Wuming, fearful that he might not be able to resist the appearance of greed in his eyes. After all, Ji Wuming's looks and figure were just too heaven-defying. Thanks Ms. Ji. Qin Shuya also spoke up at this time. Ji Wuming, however, waved her hand. There's no need for Miss Qin to thank me so quickly. Ji Wuming took out an agreement. This is the last chance I'll give you. I prepared a divorce agreement for you and Lin Bai. If you are willing to sign it now, then I, Longdu Ji, will still shelter you. But if you don't want to, then I won't care anymore what they want to do to you. Qin Shuya was a bit confused. This Ms. Ji, why is she so insistent on getting her a divorce? I can't believe they even had divorce papers ready for her. And the service was so thoughtful. She always felt there was something wrong with this. But for a moment, I didn't know what was wrong. I'm sorry, Ms. Qi, I have no intention of getting a divorce. Qin Shuao still refused dryly. She didn't feel that divorce was a guarantee of peace, and all these so-called big families, or worldly families, she felt had no credibility. Instead of trusting them, it was better to trust Lindbergh. As long as Lindbergh could escape safely today, he would always come to protect her. Qin Shuao, you really don't know what to do. Ms. G asked you to get a divorce and you had the nerve to refuse? Qin Shuao, are you really tired of living? Qin Shuao, if you're sensible, sign the agreement right now. If you anger Miss G, then no one can save you. The 5 sons of the lineage chortled. Compared to the others, they were more aware of the weight of the Longdu Ji clan. Miss Qin, there are still 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. You still have a chance before then. Ji Wuming's tone remained calm. As long as you sign this agreement, I can let you continue to run the Shocking Thunder Group. I can also introduce you to a true son of the world, who will definitely be much stronger than these 5. I trust you to make wise choices. Seeing that Qin Shuao still hadn't taken the agreement, the crowd was nonplussed. What was Qin Shuao thinking with such a good offer? It's still not signed? Qin Shuao, do you like Lin Bai that much? Holy shit, what kind of charm does that dog Lin Bai have? Qin Shuao, this is your chance to truly leap the Dragon Gate with trillions of dollars in assets and marry into a top family. What else do you want? The crowd couldn't help but shout. It wasn't that they really cared about Qin Shuao. It was only because he wanted to show off in front of Ji Wuming. And because of that, they shouted louder than one another. Why is this place so noisy? Some nagging voice but then sounded. The ducks in the food market are not as rowdy as you guys, right? The scene was suddenly quiet. It's a voice that's all too familiar to everyone. The crowd looked towards the entrance in unison. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. But it was none other than Lin Bai and Su Ruobing? Husband? You? How do you? Qin Shuao, however, changed her face drastically. She quickly walked to Lin Bai. A little anxious. I didn't let you go to Castle Peak County. Wife, you forgot again. Last time in this place, I told you, no matter what or who, I can solve it. When Lin Bai said this, he suddenly stopped. He saw Ji Wuming. Lin Bai, at the end of your life, you still dare to speak loudly. Luo Mingyang had a sneer on his face. This is Miss Ji of the Longdu Ji clan. She has already promised to shelter Qin Shuao. She only needs Qin Shuao to divorce you. Do you really think that Qin Shuao will still be dead set on keeping you? A country bumpkin? You forced Shuao to divorce me? Lin Bai looked at Ji Wuming with rather peculiar eyes. I'm just giving her a choice. Ji Wuming looked at Lin Bai and appeared calm. I know it's great that you're good looking. Lindbergh looked serious. But you'll really get your ass kicked if you do that. He walked towards Ji Wuming. Pose yourself. You know where I like to hit you the most. The crowd was full of questions. What is this guy talking about? Mr. Lin. Are you mistaking me for someone else? Ji Wuming remained calm. I don't really know you. Lin Bai abruptly reached out, grabbed Ji Wuming, and with a stretch of his leg and a pull of his hand, Ji Wuming was on his lap. Snap! Lin Bai's slap fell, and the whole room was stunned. You're the one who's the most disobedient. There was obvious dissatisfaction in Lindbergh's tone, and his hand movements didn't stop. Slap! The whole room was silent. For a while, everyone was stunned, even Qin Shuao and Su Ruobing. They didn't expect Lin Bai to be so outrageous. That's the daughter of the Ji clan in Longdu. How did he dare? Even if you hit someone, it's still in this position. This position. Lindbergh, are you fucking crazy? The one who reacted first was Yu Lingfeng, who was also from Dragon Capital. You quickly let go of Miss Ji. You're fucking looking for death. Don't get anyone else involved. When Ji was angry, blood flowed. Yu Lingfeng was truly afraid. Tang Ji's princess, being molested and humiliated like this in public. Those of them who witnessed it alone would probably be exterminated. The Longdu Ji clan would not allow such a thing to get out. The moment he shouted this, the other few sons of the world's families also reacted. Lindbergh, you maniac. Stop it fucking now. Lin Bai, are you really fucking crazy? You're broken. Don't drag others down with you. Do you know what the Dragon Capital Ji clan means? If you want to go crazy yourself. Don't go crazy here. Lindbergh, shouting is shouting, but they really don't dare to go on. Just shout too. But just then, the crowd heard a voice. Hubby, don't hit me. I was wrong. This sound, although there was an extra hint of a sappy flavor that made everyone uncomfortable, the crowd still subconsciously looked at Ji Wuming. This is Ji Wuming talking? Recognize me now? Lin Bai slapped down another slap. He's still upset. Originally, he was very happy because he didn't expect at all that he would meet Ji Wuming here. The sacred maiden of the Deadwood. Ji Wuming. His 9 saintly wives. Their looks and temperament were almost indistinguishable from each other, but he was familiar with them after all, and in fact, there were still some differences when strictly differentiated. Ji Wumeng is good enough to be in the top 3. And her figure, moreover, there is something that makes Lin Bai particularly like. Her body proportion is a little incongruous. Waist is the smallest, that hip is the biggest. It was always his favorite place to be, and he couldn't get enough of it. And as it was now, he wanted to hit it a few more times. Lin Bai knew that he had some favoritism towards Ji Wumeng, but in his dreams, she always seemed to be less enthusiastic than the other few, and he had always thought that she had used the wrong title. Something about dead wood, almost turning into wood. But anyway, he was really happy to see her for the first time just now. But how could he not expect that Ji Wumeng was not only stringing Qin Shuiao along for a divorce, but also pretending not to recognize him? This cannot be tolerated. Honey, I don't dare anymore. Ji Wumeng was still pouting. You, don't hit me. So many people are watching. I'll let you call me Mr. Lin. Still disgruntled, Lindbergh slapped her before releasing her. There was silence all around. Everyone had the feeling that they were dreaming. What the hell is this? Lin Bai actually had an affair with all the Long Duji's daughter? The men in the room were almost as jealous as hell. How did this son of a bitch get so lucky? How the fuck is that possible? Luo Mingyang looked at Lin Bai with eyes that were about to spit fire. All sparks of jealousy. And other men are no better. After all, Ji Wumeng was truly too beautiful. Even Qin Shuiao and Su Ruobing were clearly not as good as Ji Wumeng. A woman like that, give them one sleep and they'd be willing to live 10 years less. No, even just giving a touch would be willing to live 10 years less. Su Ruobing was also stunned. She was truly surprised that Lin Bai actually had such a thing with Ji Wumeng as well. This dog man, so lustful that I'm jealous of a woman. Su Ruobing secretly gritted her teeth. Seeing Ji Wumeng, the noble and beautiful beyond words Ji Clan's daughter, she couldn't even afford the thought of being jealous. Even wanted to go out and show off like this. My man is Ji Wumeng's man. I told you something wasn't right. Qin Shuiao murmured. She finally realized what was wrong. Ji Wumeng wanted her to get a divorce so badly. Dare I say it was because she wanted to steal her husband. The auspicious time has come. Open the hall. A voice came from the stage, breaking the cold silence of the scene. The crowd subconsciously looked at Ji Wumeng, only to find that Ji Wumeng was already a few meters away from Lin Bai. For those brief tens of seconds, she had resumed her original regal appearance, as if what had just happened had not happened at all. As for Lin Bai, he had already come to Qin Shuiao's side, and had his arm around Su Ruobing, coming to a left and right embrace. For a while, the men present were even more taut. This son of a bitch, in front of Ji Wumeng, still dared to play like this. Everyone, in my name, Forbidden Palace Messenger Mu Changkong. Today, the Forbidden Palace Jiangcheng branch is officially established. Mu Changkong walked out from the backstage, and behind him, followed by two women in the same Forbidden Temple attire, holding a red cloth-covered plaque. Now, please invite the young master of the Forbidden Palace to come up to the stage to unveil the license plate. Applause thundered instantly. The silhouette flashed and there was an extra person on the stage. The applause ended abruptly. Once again, the crowd was so stunned that they stopped clapping. Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking they were blinking. Soon, however, they were sure that they hadn't been mistaken. The one who appeared on the stage was no other than that supreme and noble Ji Clan's daughter, Ji Wumeng. Shouldn't the young master of the Forbidden Temple be a man? The thought popped into everyone's head. Yes, the young master of the Forbidden Temple was a man, and Ji Wumeng definitely wasn't. However, right at this moment, Mu Changkong bowed and saluted. Please, young lord, unveil the license plate. The crowd went cold. That's right, Ji Wumeng was the young master of the Forbidden Palace. Su Ruobing suddenly pinched Lin Bai fiercely. This dog man actually really had an affair with the young master of the Forbidden Temple. He didn't admit it on the way here. Big ice. I really don't know about this. Lindbergh was innocent. If he knew that the young master of the Forbidden Temple was his saintly wife, why would he have to work so hard to refine any immortal orbs? Wouldn't it be nice to be a big Bing Bing fan in peace? At this moment, the stage was dead silent, and on the stage, Ji Wumeng had just pulled off the red cloth. The four words, Jiangcheng Branch Temple, were quite conspicuous, along with a not-so-conspicuous looking forbidden word mark. Please applaud. Mu Changkong was a bit dissatisfied. What's wrong with these people? Don't you know how to clap? Applause finally broke out. Leading the applause was Lindbergh. The others did begin to applaud, just sparsely, and the expression on everyone's face was almost as if they had died. Alright, the Forbidden Palace Jiangcheng branch has been established, and the branch palace master, for the time being, will be me part-time. Ji Wumeng's indifferent voice rang out as she sat down on the huge dragon chair in the Dragon Palace. Now, get down to business. Mu Changkong, You reported to the Forbidden Palace that Lin Bai abused force, acted recklessly, and attacked the children of the lineage. Do you have any proof? Yes, of course. Mu Changkong respectfully handed over a file bag. Young lord, this is the relevant physical evidence. While all the witnesses are at the scene, you can personally question them. Good. I'll look at the physical evidence later. I'll ask the witnesses first. Ji Wuming's cool, beautiful eyes swept over everyone present. Which one of you will speak first? There was a cold silence. No one's talking. Don't worry and speak boldly. The young lord is here and will naturally make decisions for you. Mu Changkong also swept over the crowd. If Lin Bai dares to threaten you, the young lord will naturally deal with it. The stage remained silent. Everyone sort of understood that this Forbidden Palace messenger hadn't seen the scene where Lin Bai had just taught Ji Wuming a lesson. Mu Changkong began to feel wrong. What is this situation? We agreed on this. Why isn't there any response now? What are you guys doing here? It's the same for whoever is the first to speak. Mu Changkong was a bit displeased. Forget it, I'll do the naming. Xiao Ersin, as the victim of the once #1 family in Jiangcheng, you'll speak first. Everyone looked at Zhou Ersin. After the last funeral of the 100 clans of Jiangcheng, although Xiao Ersin lost all his wealth, but the person didn't have much to do. Compared to that, he was considered to have a better outcome. And Zhou Ersin, who had just desperately dodged back, had a feeling of wanting to die at the moment. He didn't want to come out at all. There was no doubt that Xiao Ersin hated Lin Bai, and he had thought that this time, he would be able to make Lin Bai die a horrible death. But when he saw that scene between Lin Bai and Ji Wuming, he had a premonition of a nightmare repeating itself. It was just like the last time he saw Ning Qingya sitting on Lin Bai's lap, and when he realized that Ji Wuming was actually that mysterious Forbidden Palace young master, he knew that his hunch was right. Today, it's all over again. Xiao Ersin see young lord. Xiao Ersin finally came out and bowed on the stage. Young lord, you may not know, Lin Bai and my sister Qiao Fian have an extraordinary relationship, and he has never done anything to harm our Qiao family. Zhou Ersin, what the hell are you talking about? Mu Changkong instantly became furious. That's not what you said to me. Young lord, what I said before was all forced on me by emissary Mu. It was all lies. Xiao Ersin snapped to his knees. I still ask young lord to do me justice. I have no grievances with Lin Bai. I really don't want to frame him. You, Mu Chang'er sharply. Good, very good. Xiao Ersin, you're trying to bite me back, aren't you? Okay, Luo Mingyang. You say it. Mu Changkong turned his head to look at Luo Mingyang. You said that Lin Bai backstabbed you in Castle Peak County, causing you to have physical problems. Is that right? This, Luo Mingyang also had to step out. Young lord, Lin Bai and I did meet in Castle Peak County, and I did feel unwell after I left Castle Peak County, but I'm not sure if there's a connection between these two things. And although emissary Mu would like me to put Lin Bai in charge, I really don't have any proof. Luo Mingyang, you're just talking nonsense. Mu Changkong is going crazy. What the hell is this? Luo Mingyang had let Lin Bai turn into a eunuch. How could he still help Lin Bai? Mu Changqing, you speak. Mu Changkong almost roared out. He just couldn't believe that even Mu Changqing could speak for Lin Bai. Young lord, it's true that Lin Bai and I had some verbal clashes, but it's because I was in the wrong first. I tried to woo his wife, and that was indeed wrong of me. Mu Changqing's reply made Mu Changkong almost go crazy. Mu Changqing, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Mu Changkong roared. Why did I come to Jiangqing to deal with this matter? Wasn't it you who told me to come? You're trying to punk me now, aren't you? Good, very good. Mu Changqing, in order to compete for the family heir, you're pulling this kind of trick on me, aren't you? Mu Changkong and Mu Changcheng, both from the Sioux City Mu family, were cousins. The rest of you, talk to me. Mu Changkong was furious. Yu Lingfeng, weren't you beaten by Lin Bai? Ning Qingshan, you were also forced to kneel by Lin Bai. Nia Zhanyang, you were also hospitalized by backstabbing. And none of you are talking now? And all of you, the people of the great families of Jiang City, your families have been destroyed. And now that you've been given the chance to sue, you're all silent. What do you mean? Are you playing me or the Forbidden Temple? The stage was quiet. No one spoke. The way they looked at Mu Changkong was even somewhat sympathetic, although they also wanted to tell Mu Changkong the real reason. Right now, they didn't dare to say it. So the so-called evidence of Lindbergh's guilt doesn't exist at all? Ji Wuming slowly got up, a cold aura emanating from her body. I personally came to Jiangqing for this matter. Are you guys playing games with me? Or do you guys think that my time is worthless? A powerful pressure immediately caused a wave of fear to grow within the hundreds of people present. At least half of them even went straight to their knees. And then, it was a scramble to explain. Young lord, it's all because emissary Mu forced me to do it. He wanted to frame Lin Bai. I didn't dare to disobey him. Yes, it was all forced on me by the Mu messenger. Yes, young lord, we are all here at the order of emissary Mu. That's right. Lin Bai is innocent. He's a good person. The Mu messenger is just purely jealous of him. That's right. How could Lindbergh do those things when he's such an upright and kind person? It's all because emissary Mu said he wanted to put a charge on Lindbergh. For a while, the crowd accused Mu Changkong. In their mouths, Mu Changkong quickly became sinful and evil, while Lin Bai even looked like a pure little white flower. Lin Bai didn't have any special feelings about this. The immortal world was 1,000 years old, and he had mostly seen all sorts of strange things. However, Qin Shuya once again felt that her 3 views had been turned upside down, and she realized once again that these people, indeed, could go back on their word at any time. Su Ruobing also had a ridiculous feeling in her heart. What a bunch of things are these? You guys? Mu Chang's air shivered. He didn't expect at all that he would be stabbed in public by so many people, and he still hasn't figured out what the hell is going on. Did Mu Changqing have so much energy that he made the other few sons of the family cooperate as well? Young lord, it's my subordinate's work that's at fault. Please punish young lord. Mu Changkong violently knelt down towards Ji Wumeng. He knew there was no use in saying anything. You have delayed so many people and made so many people rise up. Let everyone decide how to punish you. Ji Wumeng swept over the crowd with indifferent eyes. Tell me, how will you punish Mu Changkong? Young lord, Mu Changkong's abuse of power is a heinous crime. We can't keep it. Mu Changqing snapped to his knees. Please also ask young lord to clean up the Forbidden Palace. The moment he took the lead, he instantly made the other few sons of the lineage understand. Mu Changkong was a person from the Forbidden Palace, and now that they had offended Mu Changkong, then Mu Changkong had to die. Otherwise, they would definitely be subject to Mu Changkong's retaliation in the future. Please, young lord, clear the door. Luo Mingyang immediately knelt down. Please, young lord, clear the door. Yu Lingfang followed suit. Please, young lord, clear the door. Please, young lord, clear the door. Soon, almost everyone was on their knees, and the mountains were roaring. Only Lin Bai, Qin Shuya, and Su Ruobing stood there, quietly watching the fun. Lin Bai was originally supposed to be the protagonist of the day, but he was now a complete bystander. He didn't bother to speak. No matter how Ji Wumeng dealt with it, it was her business. Mu Changkong, can you plead guilty to the punishment? Ji Wumeng faintly inquired. Subordinate, Mu Changkong's heart was sad, but he didn't dare to resist. At the young lord's disposal, he still didn't know what had happened, but he knew that he had been sold by those few worldly children. Don't you want to know why? Ji Wumeng continued to inquire. Please also ask the young lord for clarification. Mu Changkong was curious to know what went wrong. Honey, come up here for a minute. Ji Wumeng shouted. Husband? Mu Changkong was shocked. Who is the young master's husband? And then, he saw Lin Bai, who appeared beside Ji Wumeng. Seeing Lin Bai wrapping his arms around Ji Wumeng's incomparably slender waist, Mu Changkong came to a sudden realization. I see. But he, too, was all of a sudden more desperate. He knew that he was powerless to turn the tide. Had he known that Lin Bai was the young master's man, how would he have dared to meddle in this matter? In fact, he was still confused in his heart. He had looked up Lin Bai's information and was completely unable to figure out how Lin Bai and the young lord could be connected. Lin Bai had never even been to Dragon Capital. And the young master, he hasn't been to Jiangqing before. Young lord, it's my subordinate's incompetence. Please punish young lord. Mu Changkong had a bitter look on his face. He actually didn't find out the relationship between Lin Bai and the young lord. He didn't die unjustly. It was those sons of bitches. Mu Changqing, since they already knew about Lin Bai's relationship with the young lord, why couldn't they have warned him just now? If they really wanted to be reminded, they actually had the opportunity. But they, hard as they were, didn't say a word, didn't even give a hint. Just let him jump into this pit. Now, it's a concerted effort to put him to death. Mu Changkong, do you think that you are bound to die? Ji Wumeng's indifferent voice rang out. Mu Changkong subconsciously looked up. Wasn't it? You're wrong. I won't punish you. The moment Ji Wumeng's words came out, Mu Changqing and the others were also startled. What's the situation? You are a messenger of the Forbidden Temple, and we, the Forbidden Temple, always protect our own people. Ji Wumeng's voice had an additional coldness in it. These rumor-mongering and false accusations will be left to you to deal with personally. Effective immediately, you are the executive hall master of the Jiangqing branch of the Forbidden Palace. Thank you, young lord. Mu Changkong's voice trembled. Changkong is willing to go through fire and water for young lord. 10,000 deaths. He couldn't use words to describe the excitement in his heart. He only knew that from now on, he would do anything for Ji Wumeng. No, young lord, You can't hand us over to Mu Changkong. Young lord, spare your life. Young lord. At this moment, Mu Changqing and the others, however, all panicked. Just now they all wanted to get Mu Changkong killed. And now that they had fallen into Mu Changkong's hands, could they still have a chance to live? Honey, we need to talk alone. Ji Woming ignored these people as she pulled Lin Bai into the inner room. The door to the room closed and it was just the two of them. And then, she let go of Lin Bai. I know you want to touch me, but don't do it yet. Said a little late. Lindbergh is already on it. I just hit you and hurt you, so I'll rub it for you. Lindbergh was fully justified. 6 years ago, I participated in the Forbidden Palace trial and entered the Forbidden Palace illusion realm. Ji Woming ignored Lin Bai's movements. Her voice still seemed indifferent and lacking in emotion. You always think I'm disobedient. That's because, I've always thought that I'm in an illusion. For 1,000 years I've been trying to figure out how to escape the illusion. And everything in the illusion I've decided is false. Until the apocalypse comes and I return to reality. I still think that you are all people who do not exist. Actually, I knew about your existence more than half a month ago, but I didn't come to Jiangcheng until a few days ago. Ji Woming looked at Lin Bai, and that pair of beautiful eyes looked cold and unfeeling. I was just outside, cooperating with you, but I now want you to understand that you are not that immortal dignitary, and I, too, am not the sacred maiden of Deadwood. In this world, you are an ordinary person, Lin Bai, and I am the Ji clan's daughter, the young master of the Forbidden Palace. It is impossible for us to be together. Finished? Lin Bai pulled her into his arms. It's been 1,000 years, and you're still playing this kind of little mind games with me. You just depend on your pretty body. Lin Bai hugged Ji Woming fiercely tight. But who let really dislike you in particular? He gently kissed Ji Woming's earlobe and his movements were unconsciously wild. You're not even listening to me. Ji Woming finally stopped being so emotionless and became a bit exasperated. You still have a wife. She struggled hard but slowly softened. Don't, husband, no. My physique can't do this now. See, that's the right phrase. Lin Bai violently pushed Ji Woming away, panting/breathing violently. He was about to lose control. I have to go out. Otherwise I can't help it. Later you send me your cell phone number and call if you need anything. Lin Bai turned around and walked towards the door, but then abruptly turned back and rubbed Ji Woming into his arms once again before pushing her away and quickly leaving. Stop, all of you. In the main hall of the Dragon Palace, there was a roar at this moment, but it was actually Ning Qingshan. When he saw Lin Bai, it was even as if he had seen a savior. Lin Bai, you quickly order Mu Changkong to release me, or I'll die with your wife. What are you taking with my wife, you dumb/cunt? Lindbergh was having a fit. It wasn't anger, but Ji Woming's figure. It was too much for him to be on fire. That, and her reluctant look, got him even more fired up, wanting to pin her down and give her a hard education. Lin Bai, this pill in my hand is the 100 poison pill from the Qi medicine sect. Ning Qingshan was standing at the doorway, blocking almost everyone's path. Only, there were still Forbidden Temple experts blocking the doorway, so Ning Qingshan couldn't get out either. Su Ruobing and Qin Shuya were also not far from the entrance at the moment. I only need to pinch it lightly, and this 100 poisons pill will explode, releasing hundreds of poisons, and by then, everyone in this room, including Qin Shuya, will be poisoned to death. If you don't believe me, you can call Ning Qingya right now. She knows the authenticity of the 100 poison pill. Mr. Lin, the strange doctor sect does have the 100 poison pill. Mu Changkong came to Lin Bai's side with a respectful expression. Why don't we let him go first, and after that I'll find a way to hunt him down. There's no need to take risks for a character like him. Lin Bai raised his hand and looked at Ning Qingshan from afar. Then do you know what this is in my hand? I'm telling you, this is called a cactus. Want to know what it can do? Lindbergh said and threw the fairy ball. The immortal ball instantly arrived in front of Ning Qingshan. And then, in an instant, it expanded and a black hole appeared. Before Ning Qingshan could react, his right hand, which was holding the 100 poisons pill, was swallowed up by this black hole. Ah! Ning Qingshan let out a miserable scream. His right hand, its wrist broken, blood flowing. The fairy ball flew back to Lindbergh's hand and a bloody palm fell out. You deal with it, I'll go first. Lindbergh put away the fairy ball and came to the door with a flash. Honey, ice, let's go. Lin Bai put his arm around Qin Shuyo and Su Ruobing and quickly went out of the Dragon Palace. As for how Mu Changkong dealt with those people, he didn't bother. Hubby, that young Master Ji, like Fei Yin Chengya, are you all acquainted with each other long ago through some special way? Outside the Dragon Palace, Qin Shuyo couldn't help but inquire. Right, Lindbergh nodded. In short, they can be absolutely trusted. Can you tell me how many more there are like that? Qin Shuyo always felt that there were more than these three. Lin Bai turned his head to look at Su Ruobing. Still speaking truthfully, there are 6 more. After a pause, Lin Bai added, I don't know where they are for now. I'm still looking for them. Enough about that, let's go home and, celebrate. Lindbergh's heart was a little restless. It was all ruffled by Ji Wumeng. Hubby, I have to go to the company. There have been a lot of problems at the company in the past few days, but since the Forbidden Temple side is fine, it should all work out fine. Qin Shuao said softly, but I still need to go take care of it. You go home with Ruobing. Well, you can call me if you need anything, or, call Dreamless. Lindbergh nodded. Qin Shuao quickly left, and Lin Bai, too, got into Su Ruobing's car and drove to the top of Jiangcheng. The car had just stopped at the door, and Lin Bai wrapped his arms around Su Ruobing and went straight to the bedroom, unable to wait to pounce on her. You wait. Well, I have something to say. Well, Su Ruobing couldn't speak. 2 hours later. You take me for that Ji Wumeng, don't you? Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. Why don't you just go sleep with her? Big ice. She's a she and you're a you. Lin Bai still didn't change his face. Although Dreamless seduced me today, I held back. I just want to sleep with you now. I'll believe the hell out of you. Although Su Ruobing didn't believe it, she favored a better mood. Then he was a little bit ashamed. Don't hit me there. You hit Ji Wumeng. Snap. Lindbergh did it again. Well, go ahead. Until evening. I'm going back to Londo. Lindbergh received a text message. Although he didn't leave a name, he knew that it was Ji Wumeng. Hey, I have to go. There's a security mission tonight and I promised the other guy I'd be there myself. Su Ruobing's physique was progressing at a rapid pace, and she actually had a spirit. What security mission do you have to go on? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. A foreign entertainment company. Come to Jiangcheng to do some kind of live show. Right. The venue is on the riverside. In addition to a lot of netizens, Annie will also come. Su Ruobing explained. The entire security for this show is next up for Ask the Sky Security, and I've promised to personally protect Annie. Now that it's almost time, I have to go over. Who is Anais Nin? Is she famous? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. She's one of the few biggest actresses right now. Well, she only debuted 2 years ago, and it's normal for you to not know about it since you were a vegetable at the time. Su Ruobing got up and dressed, wrapping her snow-white beautiful body. Anyway, I'm leaving, and don't wait for me tonight. I'm sure I won't be able to get through. The stars, will all be playing late. Su Ruobing quickly left, and Lin Bai then got up. Just as he was considering what to do tonight, the doorbell rang. When Lin Bai walked out of the courtyard, he saw the old man from the $10 antique store. The old man had cleaned himself up and was looking spiffy in a Tang suit. I, Tang Chi, have met Mr. Lin. The old man saluted rather respectfully. You're a little late, old man. Lin Bai looked at Tang Chi. What? Waiting for the results of the Forbidden Temple? Mr. Lin. It's the old man's eyes that are too low. Please forgive me. Donkey lowered his stance even further. Apparently, Lindbergh was right. You're a handful of years old. You should have been in the immortal cultivation world for quite a few years. I just have one question. As far as you know, are there any Jindan stage immortal cultivators in this world? Lin Bai opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Lin. Not that I know of. Tang Chi shook his head. But as you know, I don't have enough eyesight. So perhaps there are strong people I don't know exist. Your cultivation has been wasted for many years. So I'll give you half a year first to pick it up again and condition it. Lin Bai pondered briefly. How about this? You go to the Dan Immortal sect first and become a protector elder for half a year. After that, I'll help you repair your foundation. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I won't force it. Willing? Old man willing. Donkey couldn't wait to nod his head. Lin Bai didn't talk nonsense and brought Tang Chi to the Dan Xian sect and explained to Fan Chi. And then Lin Bai was ready to give Qin Shuao a call and have dinner together. The cell phone had just come out and the phone rang first. Lindbergh, I'm Xiao Dajiang. There's an event with lots of beautiful women. Want to join? When Lin Bai heard this from Xiao Dajiang, he casually asked, this event wouldn't happen to be on the river, would it? Yeah, it's pretty close to your place. Xiao Dajiang replied. You know about this event? I heard that Anini will be there too. Let's just say, how good looking is this Anais Nin? Lin Bai sounded serious. Compared to Fei Yin and Bing Bing, how much worse is she? Well, she's not as good looking as my little sister. And if she's in shape, she's not as good as Ruobing. Xiao Dajiang's tone was a bit awkward. But she's famous. Star or this is something that can add up. You're right. Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of hers. Lindbergh didn't have much interest. Forget it, I won't go. He was really completely unaware of Anais Nin. When I hung up, I searched on my cell phone. This search. Nice guy. A fine example of fine branches bearing fruit. I don't know if the web image was PD or not. Otherwise, this body is not the same type as the big ice. But the comprehensive look is difficult to distinguish between. Lin Bai instantly regretted a little. Was it not too late to go? The cell phone rang again. This time it was Hu Pingan who called. Dude, I'm back from a business trip, but I have to leave again tomorrow. Come out and get together? Okay. Lindbergh agreed. Soon he received a localization from Hu Pingan. And then he took a look. It was quite close, and it was also on the river. Lindbergh walked straight over and found the restaurant full. He came to the second floor private room, where Hu Pingan and Ding Cheng were there, along with another female/classmate named Su Min. At the last gathering, Su Min was actually there, but she didn't say much. What are you looking at? Lindbergh realized that all three of them were next to the window, not only looking, but also taking pictures with their cell phones. Ahem. Lindbergh, you're here. The riverside is engaged in activities. We have this private room. Is the golden viewing position? A lot of millions of tens of millions of fans of the netizens. I heard that later Annie also want to come. Hu Pingan looks a little excited. I say peace. You didn't come back to see Anais Nin on purpose, did you? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. That's not true. I came back a few days ago when the company ran into some problems, but I heard from Mr. Chin that things were all resolved, so I have to continue my business trip again tomorrow. Hu Pingan returned to the table. Ding Cheng and Su Min also quickly both came back and sat down. Lindbergh, what have you been up to all day? Ding Cheng was a bit curious. Usually I don't see you in person, and I don't see you chatting in the group. I thought you went to the company to accompany your wife, but it turns out that I heard Hu Pingan say that you basically don't go to the company either. Well, sometimes with my wife, sometimes with my girlfriend, and sometimes with another girlfriend. Lindbergh replied casually. You're awesome. Ding Cheng gave a thumbs up towards Lin Bai. Then this is busy enough for you. It was okay, mostly because the soft food was so good. Lin Bai was serious. Such fragrant soft rice. Then ironically, I have to eat a few more. Hu Pingan was envious next to him. That soft rice that Lin Bai ate, it was really quacking fragrant. Lin Bai. Actually, Su Min and we have something to ask for your help today. Ding Cheng hesitated a little before deciding to speak directly. Originally, we were planning to seek Hu Pingan's help, but since Hu Pingan called you here, it's simply better to talk to you. We have some business matters that we would like to talk to Mr. Chin about. Can you introduce us? Before Lindbergh could reply, the private room was suddenly pushed open. All out. We'll take this booth. Two young men walked into the booth. One tall and one short. Both fat. But these days, there are already a lot of fat people. Yo, isn't this Mr. Su? Fatty Gao saw Su Min at a glance. Such a coincidence. I heard that Su General Company is going bankrupt. Would you consider coming to me to borrow some money? You know, I'm a particularly nice person to talk to, and I don't need any collateral. Just take a few pictures of me that I like. Ha ha ha. That look in tall fatty's eyes was very lewd/silly. It was obvious that he had some kind of intentions towards Su Min. Su Min's looks were actually average, but her body was really okay too. Of course, there are men who are, in fact, not picky eaters at all. Gua hao. Even if I go out on the street as a beggar, I won't ask you to borrow money. Su Min looked disgusted. And please get out. This is our private room. Su Min, you're on the verge of begging for food and you're still so tough. What? Expecting this classmate of yours to help you? Gua hao looked at Ding Cheng. You're Pine Shanggung's wife, right? That Mr. Pang of your family, he's going bankrupt too, right? I say you too. Why don't you beg me now so you can still keep your company? Gua hao, what do you mean by that? Su Min instantly reacted. Something happened to our company, and it has something to do with you? Yo, you're really smart. Mr. Su, you just realized it now? Gua hao had a mocking face. Your previous partner transferred to the Surprise Thunder Group, and the person from the Surprise Thunder Group in charge of your small business happens to be my uncle. I'm just asking my uncle to suppress your affairs for the time being. I didn't think you guys wouldn't be able to hold out so soon. If you do this, aren't you afraid that Mr. Chin from the Shocking Thunder Group will know about it? Su Min snorted coldly. Su Min, you're out of your mind, aren't you? Gua hao laughed coldly. How big is your business? It's just a few tens of millions of dollars. And Chin would care about such a small matter? People have so many assets. Put them in the bank to collect interest. Not just tens of millions of dollars a day. Okay, I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm here to see Anais Nin tonight. Your business. Tomorrow. Gua hao swept a glance at Lin Bai and Hu Pingan. What are you two looking at? Get the hell out of here. If you don't know who Lousy is, just ask Su Min and see if you can offend Lousy. Lin Bai directly kicked the 300-pound Gua Hao out of the private room. How? Humpty Dumpty hurriedly chased after him. Ding Chung, what you want to talk to Shui Yao about is what that fatty just said, right? Lindbergh asked casually. Right. Ding Chang nodded. I am really sorry. Su Min is actually in partnership with my husband. Originally such a small thing. There's no need to be so outgoing. Lin Bai interrupted Ding Chang. A few tens of millions of dollars isn't a small thing. How many people can't earn it in their whole life? Even for him, when he first woke up, Qin Shuiao's offer of $10 million in payment made him feel that it was an astronomical price. He directly dialed Qin Shuiao's phone. Qin Shuiao happened to still be in the company. He directly told Qin Shuiao about the matter. A few minutes later, Lin Bai hung up the phone and looked at Ding Chang. Shuiao will arrange for someone to contact you guys tomorrow. And as for that fat guy's uncle, he will also be fired. Who are you to drive off my uncle? Gua Hao, however, walked in again. How fucking dare you hit me? You're dead. I'll tell you what. My brother works as a bodyguard for Ask the Sky Security. They're in charge of security in this area tonight. I've already called him. Just wait. Ding Ching and Hu Pingan looked at Gua Hao with a little more sympathy in their eyes. This bastard pretending to be a pussy meets Lin Bai. The scene can be described as tragic. The phone rang at that moment. Gua Hao hurriedly connected. Uncle. Is me. What? Uncle, I don't know. I didn't offend Mr. Chin. I haven't seen her at all. You were fired, really don't blame me. Hello? Uncle. Uncle. Apparently, the phone was disconnected. He looked at Lin Bai fiercely. Kid, who the hell are you? How did you know that my uncle would be fired? Dead fatso. You won't believe me even if I say I'm Qin Shuiao's husband. You'd better just get lost. Lindbergh was a bit impatient. It's hard to believe in telling the truth these days. F***CK. Who the hell are you fooling? You can be Qin Shuiao's husband. I'm still Anini's husband. Gua Hao was furious. Just wait. I'll have someone beat you up right away until you tell the truth. As he was talking, a few burly men wearing questioning sky security uniforms walked into the private room with quick steps. Brother, you're just in time for this kid. Gua Hao pointed at Lin Bai. They're sneaking around in this private room, trying to do something bad to Annie. You guys are in charge of Annie's safety, so don't let him go. When the head bodyguard took a look at Lin Bai, he was instantly nonplussed. Fatso, who the hell is your brother? You're a loan shark. I'm not your brother. This bodyguard kicked Gua Hao. You're the one who's going to fucking do something bad to Anini. Drag the ya away from me. There was a sudden scream from outside. Anais Neen, I love you. Wow. Anini, you're so beautiful. Countless people screamed there, and the few people in the booth instantly seemed to forget what had just happened, rushing together to the side of the window. Even Gua Hao, that fatty, actually rushed over. Unfortunately, in the next second, Lin Bai picked him up by the neck and threw him out of the booth. Good lord, the web map did actually P smaller. When Lin Bai saw Anini, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he was able to charm so many fans. It's not like he's going to become her fan right away. Anais Nin was glittering and seductive in a short dress that was all sequins, or ices bigger. Next to Annie, Su Ruwabing was dressed in a black gown, like a high-coal iceberg. Lindbergh was soon surprised when he saw two more familiar people, Xiao Dajiang and Weier. These two were actually holding hands and looking quite intimate. This Violet is quick, changing men again. Lindbergh also looked at it for a few moments before returning to his seat. The bodyguard had already dragged Gua Hao away, and the waiter had already served the food at this moment. If you guys don't come back, I'm going to finish eating alone. Lindbergh was more or less speechless. Hu Pingan look at beautiful women, even if it is Ding Ching Su Min, two women. Why also look so energetic? Anais Nin is so beautiful. Hu Pingan is still back. Yeah, she sings super well. Ding Ching also lamented. I like to see her dance. Su Min then said, it seems that this Anais Nin, on the contrary, is multi-talented as well. Although the three returned to the table to eat, their minds were clearly not on eating, and one by one, they opened their cell phones and began to brush the live broadcast. Until after 10 o'clock in the evening, the riverside activities were over, and Lindbergh and the others were considered to have finished their meal and walked out of the restaurant. Hu Pingan, Ding Ching, Su Min and the three of them left separately, while Lin Bai walked home. As he walked, a car stopped beside him. Lindbergh, you were just in the neighborhood too? It's Zhou Daijiang again. There's the next one. A small indoor party. Annie will be there. Want to go? Why do you want me at this event so badly tonight? Lindbergh was a little confused. Xiao Dajiang was a bit embarrassed. Well, I'll be honest with you. Violet wants you to attend. She said she'll sleep with me tonight if I can call you over. What does this woman want with me? Lin Bai was a bit puzzled. Forget it, just go. He got into the car, and Violet was naturally not in the car at the moment. You haven't slept with Violet until now? In the past. Where was Yi Shifeng's person? Where would she look at me? And naturally, she's even less able to look at me now. Xiao Dajiang sighed. I'm just a deadweight with no money now. But Violet clearly sees you in a different light. And I'm not sure as to what she's trying to do. The car quickly drove into the Linjiang 7-star hotel. And the next party was actually held in the top-floor banquet hall here. When Lin Bai and Xiao Dajiang walked into the banquet hall, they found that there were already quite a few people inside. But it was a bit of a yin and yang. Mostly women. I'm going to go find Violet first. Xiao Dajiang quickly tossed Lindbergh aside. Lin Bai casually took a glass of wine and found a corner to sit down. He didn't see Su Ruobing, nor did he see Anini. Handsome, can I sit here? A rather pleasant voice came. As soon as Lindbergh turned his head, he saw a young girl wearing oversized black-framed glasses, a baggy t-shirt, very thick smoky makeup, and a purple wig. Oh, whatever. Lindbergh looked a bit odd. He suddenly felt a little more interesting tonight. Sharp footsteps came. A group of bodyguards walked in quickly, but the leader was none other than Su Ruobing. She looked slightly anxious, her eyes searching around. Why are you here? Su Ruobing saw Lin Bai and walked over quickly. I missed you, so I came to see you. Lindbergh had a serious face. You're here to see a pretty girl, aren't you? Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. Did you come to see Annie too? Never mind that. Never mind that. Have you seen Anais Nin? She's missing. I'll tell you if you give me a kiss. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. Forget it if you don't. I'll find it myself. Su Ruobing turned around and left. This dog man, who just slept with her so many times during the day, is still negotiating this kind of condition with her? Lin Bai reached out and grabbed Su Ruobing. With a gentle pull, Su Ruobing sat on his lap. Big ice. Look, isn't that Anais Nin? Lin Bai looked at the wigged girl. Ah, I'm not. The young girl hastily denied it. How could I be Annie? Seeing Lin Bai's smirking expression, the young girl was depressed. No wonder Sister Violet said you were super awesome. How on earth did you recognize me? You? Really, Ms. Anne? Su Ruobing stared at the young girl in front of him. It wasn't exactly like the Anais Nin she knew. She couldn't say it was exactly the same. She could only say it was completely different. You can change your face with makeup, but your boobs haven't changed. Lindbergh replied unhurriedly. Ha! Anais Nin subconsciously looked down. Su Ruobing, however, wanted to kill Lin Bai. This dog man is so familiar with Annie's boobs? He's able to recognize people by their boobs. Su Ruobing. A roar came at this point. You must give me an explanation at once. Another group of people walked in, led by a young man, average looking, covered in name tags. The bodyguards behind him, on the contrary, were all tall and imposing. I pay you all this money to give you security duties, and this is how you do your job. The young man looked furious. I told you that you had to keep an eye on Nini and not move an inch. Now where is she? The hall was instantly in an uproar. Is Anais Nin missing? What is this? Oh no! Now Mr. Wang is going to be furious. Isn't he? How do these bodyguards do their job? I told you that female bodyguard looked like a vase. A group of netizens were there muttering, and it was no wonder they were disgruntled. When they were live streaming tonight, they noticed that many viewers were asking who the bodyguard was beside Annie. It was even if they, a group of internet celebrities, couldn't compare to Anini, but they were actually crushed by a female bodyguard. Wang Xiao, take it easy, give me face. Xiao Dajiang saw the commotion over here and hurried over. You have a fucking face. That Wang Xiao impatiently interrupted. Xiao Dajiang, you still think you're the Xiao family's youngest? Your Zhou family is broke. You're nothing now. Asking me to give you face, do you fucking deserve it? Xiao Dajiang's face was a bit ugly, but he had nothing to say. The man in front of him was Wang Song, from Star City, the richest son of Star City. In the past, the two had actually interacted with each other. After all, Zhangchang and Star City were only 300 to 400 kilometers away. Not too far. But today, the two men's statuses are indeed worlds apart. Xiao Dajiang, you say you've gotten mixed up like this? Your own sister has cut ties with you and doesn't care if you live or die, and you still want to stand up for Su Ruobing? Wang Song laughed coldly. When you were the Qiao family's youngest master, the other Miss Su didn't give a damn about you. What? By now, you still want to be a licking dog? Wang Song, we've known each other for a while. You don't have to put words in your mouth, do you? Xiao Dajiang took a deep breath. I originally thought we were considered friends and wanted to just help you. Friend? Are you worthy? Wang Song sneered. Still helping me? I poo. I'm the richest son in Star City. Do I need you, a raggedy man, to help me? How about this? Let me help you. Don't you like Su Ruobing? Let me help you fulfill your wish. Without waiting for Xiao Dajiang to speak, Wang Song looked at Su Ruobing again. Su Ruobing, do you know how much effort I've put into preparing for tonight? Just because you didn't keep an eye on Annie's Nin, all my hard work went down the drain. Since Annie has disappeared, you're coming to keep me company tonight instead of her. As soon as this was said, the crowd was stunned again. However, many people were instantly dazed. They had heard that Wang Song had a crush on Annie, and it seemed that things were true. Only, is this a temporary escape for Annie's Nin? Are you blind? A lazy voice rang out, can't you see Bing Bing sitting on my lap? Not to mention, the vast majority of people present really didn't see Lin Bai. Not only was this location remote, but everyone was also attracted to Su Ruobing, and they all thought it was Su Ruobing who was sitting there, and basically didn't realize that she was actually sitting on a man's lap. Lin Bai stood up with Su Ruobing in his arms before putting her down. Su Ruobing actually found a little white boy like you? Wang Song looked at Lin Bai, and there was obvious jealousy in his words. What kind of a thing are you that you're worthy of stealing a woman from me? Get the hell out of here right now or I'll make you no man. Wang Song let out a terrifying scream. Lindbergh thumps Wang Chung in the crotch. His mouth was still disgruntled. Shit. I'll let you steal my lines. Old man's balls. Wang Song bared his teeth in pain. Go on. Get him killed for me. Just this moment, Wang Song was already rolling on the ground in pain. Kid, you seek death. The bodyguards brought by Wang Song also reacted at this moment. They rushed towards Lin Bai with a furious cry. But the result was nothing but a lack of suspense. In less than 3 seconds, they all flew out backwards, all smashing into Wang Song. Wang Chung is not unconscious and is still screaming. Su Ruobing, this is how your ask the sky security does things. You don't even protect your old man. I'm going to make your question sky security go bankrupt. Wang Chung is still screaming there. Wang Song, are you mistaken about something? I'm only responsible for protecting Ms. Anini, as well as these guests attending the event today. There was never any protection for you in the agreement. Su Ruobing stood up, her voice icy. And you just now. It was you who tried to attack Ms. Anini before you were stopped by our company's bodyguards. As soon as she pulled Lindbergh, this is my boyfriend, and one of the bodyguards I secretly arranged for Ms. Anini. You fart. Wang Song gritted his teeth. You said you were protecting Annie, but where is Annie? Hi everyone, I'm here. Annie's Nin waved her hand at this point. Sorry, Wang Chung tried to molest me and I ran out in makeup. Ms. Su and her boyfriend, both are trying to protect me. Annie, how dare you bitch slander me? Wang Song was furious and roared. Do you believe that I will get you killed tonight? Wang Song, how dare you threaten Ms. and even now? Su Ruobing laughed coldly. Someone, throw him out. Su Ruobing, you dare to touch me. Let go of my old man. Wang Song was quickly thrown out of the banquet hall. His bodyguards were thrown out as well. What now? This is the party that Mr. Wang threw for Annie's Nin. Ask heaven security dares to offend even Mr. Wang. I'm afraid it can't be relied on, right? Why don't we just leave? We might get us involved. The scene was a bit chaotic, and after that, the netizens left. After a few minutes, the hall was deserted. Other than the waiters, only Lin Bai, Su Ruobing, Annie, and Xiao Dajiang and Wei remained. You're pretty good at screwing up. Lindbergh looked at Violet. You're the one who told Annie to come to me, right? Tomorrow is Nini's 20th birthday. Wang Song has been preparing for a long time, and he got this party to celebrate Nini's birthday as soon as 12 o'clock passes. And then, he's going to get Nini. In this hotel, Violet was calm. Wang Song was planning this months ago. Nini didn't dare to resist openly, so she asked me for help. When I asked Nini to choose her birthday banquet in Jiangcheng, I originally intended to let Yi Zhanfeng help her, but Yi Zhanfeng was killed by you, and then Ning Qingshan was also disabled by you. So if I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Others may not know how good you are, but I know that you can certainly protect Nene if you want to. Are you that close to Anais Nin? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Is there any true friendship in this showbiz? Nene has been in the entertainment industry for a short time and is still very innocent. Violet smiled faintly. I was simple once. She's just like I used to be. When you enter our circle, you have to find a backer. And you think I'm dirty, but Nene is still clean now. As for my relationship with Nini, we're not exactly ironclad, but if I can help her get a ride on you, Nini will thank me for it, and I'll kind of indirectly get a ride on you, which is a lot of good for me. You're quite frank. Lindbergh rolled his eyes and stared at the fruitfulness on Anini's body. A bit of eye candy. But eventually, he withdrew his gaze. Unfortunately, I'll have to be reserved tonight. Big ice. I'll go home first to wash up and wait for you. Lindbergh said to leave. Violet, who had just spoken at length, was more or less confused. This person heard that quite philandering. She also saw him around a few times to change the woman. Why now reserved up? He didn't want the innocent star who was delivered to his door? Mizzen, as long as you are in Jiangcheng, ask heaven security can ensure your safety. Su Ruobing spoke at this time. There were a few strange things in her heart because she knew that Lin Bai was being reserved for her. Lin Bai returned to the top of the river city, but he had no desire to sleep. He came to the rooftop and sat down on his knees to cultivate. On the one hand to stabilize his cultivation, and on the other hand to quiet his mind. Time passes. Before dawn, Lindbergh opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. As he expected, it was none other than Su Ruobing. Anais Nin got on a plane overnight and left. Su Ruobing looked at Lin Bai. You're already regretting it now, aren't you? Lin Bai got up and pulled Su Ruobing into his arms. You're here and you're not sorry. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. In his heart, but more or less regret. This Annie not too smart look ah. All he said was that he had to be reserved tonight and she couldn't wait until tomorrow night? Believe you, you horny bastard. Su Ruobing hummed. In her heart, she cursed herself, knowing that this dog man was deliberately coaxing her, but she was still happy in her heart. Feeling Lindbergh's intense thirst, she seemed to have warmed up a few times. Reward you with a rooftop once. Su Ruobing's low voice instantly became the strongest aphrodisiac. In this way, Su Ruobing propped up her hands and bent over until dawn. When the sun came up, until the cell phone rings. It's me. Well, schedule it for an hour from now. Su Ruobing hung up the phone. I have to go to the company. You hurry up. Half an hour later, Su Ruobing left the top of Jiangcheng. Lin Bai also received a call at this moment. It was Ding Cheng who called. Lindbergh, thank you. I've solved everything with Su Min. Ding Cheng's tone was filled with gratitude. You're welcome for a show of hands. Lindbergh didn't take it to heart either. Right, Lin Bai. Do you know about Luo Ruoshi getting married? Ding Cheng inquired at this time. She sent invitations to all three of us in the dormitory. And the other students? I've heard that none of them have been notified. I don't know if any of them have told you. She told me that over half a month ago. Lindbergh also remembered this. But there's still some time left. I should be there by then. Now that you know. Well, I won't say anything more. Ting Chang sighed, knowing that it wasn't her turn to be in charge of this. Just as I hung up, another call came in. This time it was Qin Shuya. Honey, are you free at noon? If you're looking for me, wife, then I'm sure I'm free. Lindbergh replied immediately. He unconsciously reflected on the fact that during this period of time, he seemed to be overly enamored with the big icy white big softness, so much so that he seemed to be a bit rusty with Qin Shuya. It wasn't that Qin Shuya wasn't attractive to him. The main thing was that, this schoolgirl's wife, she wasn't giving sleep now. One of my classmates came from out of town and asked me to have lunch at noon. She's got her husband with her. Why don't you accompany me? Qin Shuyo said something. They booked a restaurant. The Ancient Rhythm Pavilion Heavenly Character Private Room. 12 noon. Let's meet directly in the private room. I won't go to pick you up. Good. Lindbergh cleaned himself up a little, took a shower, and changed his clothes. Seeing that it was about time, I walked down the hill on my own and took a cab afterward. As a result, there was a traffic jam. By the time he arrived at the Ancient Rhythm Pavilion, it was 12:15. When they arrived at the Sky Character Private Room, Qin Shueyo and her classmates had already arrived. Qin Shueyo's classmate's name is Ouyang Lin, with average appearance. After graduating from his doctorate, he went to teach in Star City and is already an associate professor. And her husband's name is Chao Tai Liang, says he's a businessman. Both were over 30, and both had slightly older faces. Qin Shueyo, you and your husband really go well together. You're so pretty and your husband is so handsome. Ouyang Lin seemed a little envious. What's the use of being handsome? It's not like you can eat it. Zhou Dalian was a little disgruntled. He's also average looking, not to mention handsome, and has even gone a little bald and has a beer belly. Honey, don't you say that. Ouyang Lin hurriedly whispered to dissuade him. What can't you say? Zhou Dalian's voice was louder. Obviously he's a hobo, and he's late for a meal, making the three of us wait for one of him. Wife, it's not that I'm talking about you. Although you're not as pretty as Mr. Qin, your husband is much better than her husband, he said while still looking at Lin Bai with some pride. Xiao Lin don't be unconvinced, although I'm just doing some small business, but I also have tens of millions of dollars in assets. How can I be better than you? Don't you think so? My wife is prettier than yours, Lindbergh said casually. It's not enough for a woman to be beautiful. Zhou Dalian was instantly a bit annoyed. My wife has more money than you. Lin Bai interrupted Zhou Dalian. What else can you do but flaunt your wife? Zhou Dalian was even more irritated. You're a man. Can you rely on your own skills to eat? I just relied on my skills to find such a beautiful and rich wife like Shueya. Lindbergh smiled brightly. You just don't have it. You. Zhou Dalian was infuriated. So what? You think you can keep such a beautiful wife? There are so many men who have eyes for your wife that they might put a few green hats on you at some point. Hubby, don't you talk nonsense? Oh Yang Lin hurriedly spoke. What nonsense? Did I say anything wrong? Zhou Daliang snorted coldly. What right does a white boy have to keep $100 billion female president like Qin Shuiao? Whether or not I can keep Shuiao, there's really no need for you to care. Lin Bai smiled faintly. You might as well care about your own wife. Actually, I'm kind of curious how you, a man who has lost his ability to procreate, have a newly pregnant wife. What are you babbling about? Zhou Daliang's face was full of anger. If you talk any more nonsense, believe it or not, I'll cut you. Actually, what if it was before? I would have already kicked you out of this booth. Lin Bai had a bashful look on his face. But I'm actually a good person. Do you know what it means to repay kindness with kindness? This is me. Even though you're bad-mouthing me, I'm kind enough to tell you that you're being cuckolded by your wife. You don't talk nonsense? Oh Yang Lin had an obvious panic. Qin Shuiao. You quickly tell your husband to stop talking nonsense. Professor Oh Yang, you know in your heart whether I have spoken nonsense or not. Lin Bai smiled rather brightly. But actually, I am very supportive of you. Your husband, this person, he really can't. Not only can't you be a man, you can't be in bed either. It's only natural for you to change men. No, you don't say that. No such thing. Oh Yang Lin's entire body panicked. Pop. Zhou Daliang violently slapped Oh Yang Lin in the face. Bitch/man, are you really cuckolding me? He violently pinched Oh Yang Lin's neck with his hand. I'll get you killed. Snap. Lin Bai abruptly appeared next to Zhou Daliang and slapped him away. I'm most uncomfortable with men who beat their wives. Lin Bai sighed. Even if she cuckolded you, what's wrong with that? She's just concerned about you, afraid you'll be too cold with a bald head. Ahem. Oh Yang Lin coughed violently, then stood up. Qin Shuiao. I'm sorry, I'll leave first. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it got like this. Oh Yang Lin hurriedly walked out of the private room. Bitch/man, don't you run. Zhou Daliang got up from the ground and chased after him. Qin Shuiao. What's going on here? Instead, another beautiful woman walked through the door. With her curly hair, red-rimmed glasses, and short shirt and skirt, this beautiful woman looked a little bit sensible and a little bit mature and flavorful. In terms of looks and figure, naturally, they were all inferior to Qin Shuiao, but they were also considered to be of middle to upper level. Chang Yu, what brings you here? Qin Shuiao froze. Oh Yang Lin said she came to Jiangcheng, so I asked around, and she said she was here to have dinner with you, so I came over. Cheng Yu was a bit confused, but how did I see her run out just now? Qin Shuiao was a bit helpless, but she eventually told the truth. Nice guy, you're Shuiao's plant boyfriend, now upgraded husband? Cheng Yu looked at Lin Bai with interest. With just one look, you can tell that Oh Yang Lin is pregnant and that her husband is infertile? This is too much for you, isn't it? If I wasn't so powerful, how could I eat Shuiao's soft food? Lindbergh was not modest at all. How can you really eat soft food with this ability? Cheng Yu shook her head, then suddenly realized, oh, I get it. You're not being proper with this soft food, are you? She directly looked at Qin Shuiao's rather large upper body. Well, it should be quite soft. Qin Shuiao's pretty face suddenly blushed. This Cheng Yu used to love driving, and it doesn't seem to have changed much now. Actually, oh Yang Lin this matter. I know. She with a student. Cheng Yu shook her head. Alas, I don't blame her. I can't help it a bit when I see those youthful flesh/bodies at school. Just thinking that I'm a teacher, I end up enduring it. Speaking of which, Qin Shuiao, can you do me a favor? Is your company still hiring? Of course I recruited. Why? Qin Shuiao asked. Well, I've got my eye on a cute guy who just graduated this year, and I had a hard time convincing him not to go to grad school so I could make my move. Cheng Yu sighed. As a result, he insisted on finding a job with a monthly salary of more than 20,000, saying that if he couldn't find one, he would come back to graduate school. He's capable, I guess, of getting a job for around 10,000, so why don't you recruit him for me? Give him 20,000, and I'll privately subsidize you with 10,000? In fact, I have thought of arranging for him to go to a small company, but the company is too small, and I'm afraid he won't believe me if I offer him $20,000. Qin Shuiao cried and laughed a little. Okay, you give me his resume and I'll make the proper arrangements. Qin Shuiao still agreed. I knew I could count on you. Cheng Yu was all excited. My little fresh meat, it's finally coming to me. Come, Qin Shuiao, I'll toast you. The waiter happened to start serving the food, but Qin Shuiao didn't drink. After all, she still had to work in the afternoon. While Lin Bai drank a few cups, And this Chang Yu's drinking capacity was not bad. The meal was quite pleasant for the rest of the day. Until the booth was kicked open. A group of people walked in, led by a young man with a greasy head, while Zhou Daliang followed this young man. Young Nia, that kid is Qin Shuiyao's punk husband. Zhou Daliang pointed at Lin Bai. That Nia Xiao, on the other hand, came towards the table. Kid, have you heard of the Nia family of Yang City? Nia Xiao pulled a chair and sat next to Lin Bai with a big horse. My name is Nia Bo. My family's son's name is Nia Zhongyang. He is the heir of the Nia family in Yang City. Simply put, my husband has his eye on your wife. And when I heard that your wife was actually pushing her buttons, I decided to do something for my husband. He looked at Qin Shuiyo. Qin always, right? Are you going to honestly agree to serve my son? Or do you want me to get your husband killed in front of you? Honey, why do you think I keep running into this kind of stupidity? Lindbergh sighed. Honey, the world is supposed to be full of stupid people. Qin Shuiyo replied seriously. I'm more curious. Have you contacted Nia Zhongyang in the last 24 hours? Lin Bai looked at Nia Bo. It's really hard for me to understand how you could do something so stupid. A hick is a hick. If my son has something to do, he will naturally command me. Where is it that I can take the initiative to contact him? Nia Bo, however, had a disdainful look on his face. However, when I take care of you and send Qin Shuiao to my family's son, he will naturally reward me. Lindbergh, didn't you just flaunt your wife? Zhou Daliang was quite pleased. Now you know you can't keep your wife, right? Do you know what the Nia family of Yang City is? That's a family, an existence that your entire Jiang City cannot afford to mess with. That head of yours will be greener than my old man's in no time. So you had your wife ask my wife out to dinner with bad intentions in the first place, right? Lin Bai looked at Zhou Daliang and faintly inquired. He didn't think it was a coincidence that Zhou Daliang had called out to Nia Bo. This should have been premeditated. No wonder Zhou Daliang spoke out of turn when he saw him, and dares to say that he was intent on finding trouble. So what if I am? I was originally hanging out with Nia Xiao. Zhou Daliang had a sneer on his face. You know the gap between us now, don't you? I'm telling you, your wife will be taken for sure. But whether you survive or not depends on your performance. I'll tell you what, if you kneel down right now, put on the green hat, and yell 3 times that I'm a green turtle, I'll ask Nia Xiao to let you live. Zhou Daliang said more and more vigorously. Otherwise I'll let you know what is called life is worse than death. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. The roar came. Yo, that's a rush? Zhou Daliang was even more pleased. Lin Bai, you cannot do this say you a few words and then anxious. A grunt of pain. Someone slapped Zhou Daliang hard on the head. Shut up. I'm the one who told you to shut up. An angry roar came from behind him. Zhou Daliang unconsciously turned back and realized that it was a rather civilized-looking young man. But at the moment, he had a bruised nose and a violent face. Who the fuck are you? Zhou Daliang was annoyed. Snap. Niebolt slapped Zhou Daliang across the face. Shut the fuck up. This is my son. Niebo shouted angrily. Then he hurriedly saluted towards Nia Zhongyang. Your Excellency. What brings you here? By the way, Dongzi, you came just in time. I blocked Qin Shuiyo and her husband here. You can do whatever you want with them now. Niebo let out a scream. But it was Nia Zhongyang who viciously kicked Niebo in the knee. Dongzi, how do you? Niebolt was puzzled. The next moment, he couldn't ask. This was because he saw Nia Zhongyang take a few brisk steps towards the front and flop down on his knees. It was actually kneeling in front of Lin Bai. Lindbergh, no, Mr. Lin. It's me who has no eyes. I shouldn't have harassed your wife or disrespected you. Nia Zhongyang tilted his head back and looked at Lin Bai, his face filled with pleading. You spare me. You spare me this time. In the future, I, Nia Zhongyang, will be one of your dogs. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Promise not to say a word. Oh, Lin Bai smiled faintly. Then first bite the 2 dogs you raised to death. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll get them. Nia Zhongyang got up violently and pounced on Niebo and Zhou Daliang. Sir, spare your life. Nia Xiao. Nia Xiao, save me. Niebo and Zhou Daliang screamed miserably and quickly collapsed on the ground, being kicked by Nia Zhongyang until they were bloodied until they were no longer breathing. Do you find this satisfactory? Nia Zhongyang quickly knelt in front of Lin Bai again. If you are satisfied, please also give Mu Changkong a call. As long as you open your mouth, he will definitely cancel his disposal of me. Quite satisfactory. Lindbergh smiled brightly. Unfortunately, I don't have a dog. You tricked me. Nia Zhongyang gritted his teeth. Lin Bai, do you have to make things so desperate? Our Yangcheng Nia family is also a family. What does the Yangcheng Nia family have to do with you? A faint voice came from the doorway, and another young man walked in. My good big brother, you've already been expelled from the Nia family, so don't act in the name of the Nye family anymore. The young man walked up to Lin Bai and bowed. Yang Cheng Nye family Nye Zhongyu. Meet Mr. Lin and Miss Qin. I'll deal with these scum of the Nye family cleanly, and please rest assured, Mr. Lin, that they won't bother you again. Hurry up and haul it away. It's affecting our appetites. Lin Bai waved his hand. He was too lazy to care about exactly how Mu Changkong handled it. However, these children of the world's families, once they were expelled from their families, it was tantamount to losing everything, and it was even more painful for them than killing them. Yes, Mr. Lin. With a wave of Nie Jingyue's hand, someone quickly dragged Nie Zhengyang and the others out, and he departed after bowing, taking the door of the private room with him in his hand. The booth resumed its silence. It was just that Cheng Yu's entire body looked a little less than good. What had just happened had obviously shocked her quite a bit. Honey, it's time for me to go to work, so why don't, let's go. Qin Shuao secretly sighed. She felt that Cheng Yu wouldn't even be as comfortable in front of her in the future as she was before. Well, honey, I'll walk you to work. Lin Bai had just reflected today that he hadn't gotten along with Qin Shuao properly during this period of time. I just had dinner and this crap, so I'd better go to the office and bond with her some more. As he was talking, Qin Shuao's phone rang. It's me. What? Okay, I'll be right back. Qin Shuao hung up the phone, pulled Lin Bai and ran. Hubby, it's bad. Someone jumped off the building at Shocking Thunder Mansion. When Lin Bai and Qin Shuao arrived at the Shocking Thunder Mansion, there were already many people at the entrance, watching, live, ready to save the day. All of it. Qin Shuao, you forced me to die. A roar suddenly came from the top of the building, and the man who jumped off the building was holding a loudhailer in his hand as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him. I'll die for you now. The next second, the man leapt down. Ah, really jumped. What the hell is going on here? What did Qin Shuao do to this man? There was a gasp of surprise below, and countless cameras were pointed at the sky, trying to capture the whole thing. Qin Shuao's brain had a momentary blank, but she immediately came back to her senses. She hurriedly gave a tug to Lindbergh. Hubby, can you save the people? Well, I can catch. Forget it, it's a guy. Don't catch it. Lindbergh smoothly touched the fairy ball and threw it upwards. The man who jumped had only gone down less than 10 meters before he was hit by a cactus and flew up backwards. And then, it disappeared from sight. Honey, I'll go up and check. Lindbergh abruptly disappeared. The crowd downstairs, on the other hand, was in a daze at the moment. What the hell? Hit by something? Probably some kind of drone. The Amazing Thunder Group still has such advanced drones, right? Is this an early precaution against someone jumping off a building? These people were in various brainstorming sessions while Lin Bai had already arrived at the rooftop of the building. A fat man fell unconscious. This person, Lin Bai actually recognized, was the Guahao that he had seen last night. Lindbergh frowned. In the next second, he felt out a silver needle and quickly stabbed a few needles on Guahao's body. A parasite abruptly appeared at the tip of the needle and, afterward, went up in smoke. Why am I here? Guahao suddenly sat up with a bewildered look on his face. Then he saw Lin Bai and hurriedly rose from the ground. You, what do you want to do? You, don't mess around. They already beat me up last night. You, don't go too far. I'm not afraid of you. Guahao looked like he was colorful, obviously afraid of Lin Bai. Did you forget about the jump just now? Lindbergh finally spoke. What? Jumping? Guahao's face changed drastically. Impossible. How could I possibly jump off a building? Why would I jump off a building when I've got money and girls and good food and drink? Have you seen anyone in particular between last night and today? Lin Bai opened his mouth to inquire. Nothing special. I slept until almost noon. Then I received a woman who wanted to borrow money. But the woman had no collateral whatsoever and was so old that her fruit photos were worthless. So I blew her off. When Guahao said this, his face suddenly changed. Crap, how come I don't remember anything after that? All I can remember after that is just waking up from the floor. You have surveillance in your office, don't you? Lindbergh pondered slightly. Send me that video. Fine. I'll give it to you when I get back. Guahao was busy nodding his head. After writing down Lindbergh's contact information, Guahao left in a panic, and Qin Shuao only came to the rooftop at this moment. Honey, what's going on? Qin Shuao inquired. It's probably someone coming for revenge. Lin Bai didn't really care. Don't worry, wife. I'll take care of it. By the way, I don't think the security of the Shocking Thunder Group is too professional. Why don't you let Questioning Sky Security take care of it? Well, it's fine if you decide. Qin Shuao nodded. Then I'll have Ice discuss it with you directly. Lin Bai dialed Su Ruobing's phone. What are you doing again? Su Ruobing seems to be on fire. Big Ice. How come you have more fire than me? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Why don't we go to the rooftop again and lower the fire? Several groups of people came to the company and said they were talking about business. I thought it was security business, but it turned out they were all asking me to become a webcam star. Su Ruwabing huffed. What's wrong with these people? Talking to me about earning millions of dollars a year. As if I would be moved. Alright, Big Ice don't be angry. I have a business here. In the future, you'll be in charge of the security of the Shocking Thunder Group. Lin Bai told Su Ruwabing what had just happened. I suspect that it's someone from Ningbo's side who's coming to retaliate. So you set up the security of the Shocking Thunder Group first, and I'll find the person to fix it as soon as possible. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. When Su Ruwabing heard that there was a compulsion, she immediately paid attention to it. When Su Ruwabing arrived at the surprise Thunder Group, Lin Bai also received a video from Guahao. Lin Bai directly transferred the video to Su Ruwabing, asking her to arrange for the technicians from Ask the Sky Security to start tracking the other party's whereabouts. It didn't take long for the news to come. Found the woman. Su Ruwabing looked at Lin Bai. Her face slightly gloomy. She just walked into the Moon Lake Villa area. Her target is probably your second uncle's family. But there's another problem. She met Wendy half an hour ago. Big bing bing. Go find that mother-in-law of mine. If it's too late, let the bodyguard just knock her out. I'll go to my second uncle's house. Lindbergh quickly made his choice. He hadn't actually panicked when, because of what happened to Ningbo, he had refined magic weapons that were protected against parasite attacks. Only, the second uncle's family was still wearing disposable magic weapons, so if they encountered multiple attacks, something might go wrong. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to make the trip himself. Lin Bai had just approached the Moon Lake Villa area when he received a call from Bai Xiaowei. Brother, something's wrong. I might have been touched. Bai Xiaowei was a little flustered. Someone just came to our house, saying that it was some kind of interview. I just said a few words to her, and she suddenly collapsed on the ground and didn't get up. It's okay, I'll be home soon. Lindbergh, however, was relieved. He quickly arrived at Moon Lake number 1, and when he saw the unconscious woman on the ground, he knew that he had guessed correctly that the woman had attacked Bai Xiaowei and suffered a counterattack from the magic weapon and fell unconscious. Brother, what's going on? Ah, brother, the bracelet you gave me, it seems to be broken. Bai Xiaowei was a little distressed. It's okay, I have more here. Lin Bai directly gave Bai Xiaowei a new bracelet. I'll handle this person. After a slight contemplation, Lin Bai called Ning Qingya. Hubby, that woman is a compassion doctor of the strange healer sect, and although she can also be killed outright, it would be better to leave it to the Forbidden Temple to deal with. Ning Qingya gave her advice. The Forbidden Palace's involvement in this matter will deter others, and the Forbidden Palace will be able to notify the Strange Doctor sect to discipline its members. I'm helping my master take control of the Strange Healer sect, and this will help me as well. Alright, then I'll let the Forbidden Temple handle it. Lin Bai called Mu Chongkong, and Mu Chongkong quickly brought someone over himself to take the unconscious woman away. Su Ruwabing also called at this time. When Ting almost strangled Qin Koan, Su Ruwabing's tone was slightly anxious. Have you dealt with it on your end? I should have known she was going to strangle Qin Koan. I shouldn't have stopped her. Lindbergh sighed. I'll be right over. That was what he said, but he also understood that if Wen Ting killed Qin Koan with her own hands, it would have a great impact on Qin Shuya. Lin Bai came to the Wangjiang building. Wen Ting was unconscious, and Qin Koan was sitting in a wheelchair, also in a coma at the moment. There was also a parasite in Wen Ting's body, and Lin Bai directly applied needles to resolve it. Lin Bai secretly shook his head. This mother-in-law actually doesn't really believe in him. The magic jade bracelet he sent. Wen Ting didn't wear it on her hand. What's wrong with me? Wen Ting quickly woke up, also in a daze. It's nothing. You were just sick and I cured you. Lindbergh replied casually. Wen Ting seemed to be pondering something as she looked at Qin Koan and then at Lin Bai. Lindbergh, can I ask you for something? Wen Ting hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Can you cure Shui Yao's father? I know he's done something outrageous, but, can you give him one last chance? I also believe in your father-in-law. He will definitely correct himself this time. Mother-in-law, do you really think he will correct himself? Lin Bai smiled lightly. I don't really care. I will protect Shui Yao, no matter what he wants to do in the future. I can ensure Shui Yao's safety, but it's hard to say about you, mother-in-law, and if he's still up to something, you're the one who's most likely to get hurt. Lin Bai, Shui Yao has said a lot of good things about you, and I also know that you've done a lot of things for Shui Yao. Wen Ting gently sighed. But your father-in-law is after all my husband and Shui Yao's father? He is now like this. I really can't see it. He can't talk, but after what he's been through these past few days, I think he understands and will definitely regret it. Taking a step back, if he is still unrepentant in the future, I can also divorce him when he is physically normal. Otherwise he is like this. I definitely have to take care of him for the rest of his life. That's fine. Lin Bai took out a silver needle and quickly stabbed dozens of needles on Qin Kuan's body. He'll wake up in 10 minutes and then he'll be back to normal. Lin Bai looked at Wen Ting. My last advice to you is that the bracelet I gave you, you'd better wear it and not take it off at any time. Leaving these words behind, Lin Bai turned around and left. He didn't think that Qin Kuan would change, but this mother-in-law had to see the truth. So let her see it. Your wife and I have security matters to talk about, so I'm going to go to the thrill group first, so you can go home by yourself. Su Ruobing naturally followed Lin Bai out. She then threw Lin Bai down and left by herself. Lin Bai returned to the top of Jiangcheng alone and realized that someone was waiting for him at the entrance. It was two young women. Lin Bai had actually seen them before. They were Qiao Fei Yan's men. Mr. Lin. Something from Miss Qiao. The two women carried an iron box and handed it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai took the box. Without looking at it he knew that it contained spirit stones. The box had been sealed by Qiao Fei with immortal magic, and ordinary people couldn't even open it. That's fine. You guys go back. Lindbergh turned to enter the house. He called Qiao Fei Yan but didn't get through. His cell phone poured out at that moment, and then he realized that he had been pulled into a group. The group owner was none other than Qiao Fei Yan, and Ning Qingya Ji Wu Meng was also in the group. Qingya, dreamless, I've already sent someone to send you pills and spirit stones that will roughly allow you to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. So remember to receive them. Qiao Fei Yan sent a message in the group. Hubby, the spirit stones on your side have also been sent over. My cell phone signal here isn't very good, but I've hooked up an internet cable to come in, so if something happens, you can contact me online. Wives, you can first cultivate to the peak of Qi cultivation, but don't build the foundation yet. Suppress your cultivation. This time we must stabilize our foundation. Lindbergh sent a message. Ning Qingya, okay, hubby. Qiao Fei Yan, hubby, I understand. Ji Wu Meng, got it. Since the spirit stones had already been delivered, Lin Bai decided to cultivate at ease. First cultivating to the peak of Qi cultivation, and then compacting his cultivation, so that it would be more stable. After thinking about it, he still first told both Su Ruobing and Qin Shuya that he was going to be in seclusion for a while. Not to say no. After all, big ice would always affect the speed of his cultivation. Close your eyes and start practicing. When I opened my eyes again, it was already more than 10 days later. Lin Bai exhaled a long breath and slowly got up. His mind relaxed. Peak Qi practitioner. As long as he wanted to, he could build a foundation at any time. The spirit stones hadn't been used up yet, and there were a few left over. Well, it was just right to give them to Big Ice. Lindbergh took his cell phone and turned it on. There were no messages. Su Ruobing and Qin Shuya both knew that he was in seclusion and would come here directly to look for him if something came up. Instead, Bai Shelwi sent him a message saying that she had started school. It's September. Lin Bai whispered softly. Luo Ruoshi's wedding. It's about to start. Still have to make the trip. Countless information flashed through Lin Bai's mind. He had to really prepare for foundation building now. It wasn't just himself who built the foundation, but also his 9 saintly wives. Even though there were 6 more to be found, he had to prepare each of them for relevance. A few moments later, Lin Bai went downstairs to take a shower, changed his clothes, and went out to the Dan Immortal sect. Pill King, go and help me gather news about these herbs, and buy what you can directly. Lin Bai gave Fan Zhongjing a list. On it are some of the rarer herbs. He also sent the list to the group at the same time so that his saintly wives could inquire about it as well. After arranging these things, Lin Bai used a lot of perseverance to hold back from calling Su Ruobing. He dialed Qin Shuya first. Honey, are you done? The phone was quickly connected, and Qin Shuya sounded quite happy. I was trying to find you. My dad said he wants to take you to dinner. He seems like a different person these days. Looks like he really knows he was wrong before. He said he wants to apologize to you in person. Oh, Lin Bai was a bit surprised. Qin Kuan had gotten smarter? He didn't think Qin Kuan really felt wrong, mostly because he had finally learned to pretend. Honey, let's forget about apologizing. How can I let my father-in-law apologize to me? Lin Bai didn't want to see Qin Kuan. Let's do it this way. After a while, we'll invite your parents for dinner. Okay then. Qin Shuya didn't force herself. But, hubby, I have to go home to have dinner with my parents in the evening, so I won't be able to accompany you. The two of them briefly chatted for a few moments before something came up on Qin Shuya's side, and she hadn't gotten off work yet. Honey, I'll get busy first. Qin Shuya hung up the phone. Lin Bai, on the other hand, dialed Su Ruobing. Big Ice. I miss you. Lindbergh smiled cheekily. I've cleaned myself up. You know what you're talking about. Su Ruobing said without any good humor. I'm still at work. After a pause, she added, why don't you pick me up from work and remember to bring a bouquet of flowers? Without waiting for Lin Bai to answer, she hung up the phone and then sent Lin Bai an address. The headquarters of the Ask the Sky security group was also in the city. This place was previously a private school that closed down a few months ago and then was bought by Su Ruobing. It was just 5:30 when Lindbergh arrived at the door holding a bouquet of flowers. Su Ruobing happened to walk out. She actually wore a bodyguard uniform. Fully armed, looking valiant, and with her ho-hum body, she instantly set Lin Bai on fire. Lindbergh was about to go forward, but someone was actually faster than him. Wakabing, a tall and handsome man, holding an even larger bouquet of flowers, stopped Su Ruobing. Ruobing, be my girlfriend, I'll do anything for you. Then you beat him up first. Su Ruobing pointed at Lin Bai with her hand. Yes, the tall man didn't hesitate. He turned towards Lin Bai and without saying a word, he kicked towards Lin Bai. It was a kick that was pretty fast and powerful. If an ordinary person gave him a kick, he would most likely have to break his leg. Lindbergh raised his foot. 2 feet collide. Boo! There was a loud bang and waves of air spilled out. Aha! The tall man grunted in pain and hopped back on one foot, grimacing in pain but not collapsing. Ha! I underestimated you. The tall man looked at Lindbergh. Again! Lindbergh was a bit depressed. His lines had been stolen again. This time he didn't wait for the taller man to kick out first. He did underestimate the man just now. And this time the force was a little stronger. Ah! The tall man flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. You don't speak martial. The tall man was furious. I'm not ready. If you can't, you can't. Don't make excuses. Lin Bai was impatient. And then he held the flowers and came to Su Ruobing. Big bing bing. For you. Do you have any sincerity at all? Su Ruobing was dissatisfied. Only 19 roses. She was not happy, but she took the flowers anyway. Big ice. Actually, I was thinking of giving you some more. Lin Bai had a serious look on his face. But when I bought the flowers, I decided to have 1 pose per flower. So for the sake of your body, I dared to buy only 19 or I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it tonight. Hooligans! Su Ruobing glared fiercely at Lin Bai. Let's go. I booked a restaurant. Let's eat. She pulled Lindbergh towards the car parked not far away. Who's that guy on the floor? Lindbergh casually asked. His last name is also Lin. Lin Fan. Su Ruobing opened the rear door first and very carefully put the flowers on the seat. Pretty good hands. Said he just returned from studying martial arts on some mountain. Originally applied for a job as a bodyguard. Then tried to take a shortcut and ran after me. The car drove off quickly. On the way, Su Ruobing added. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. I always feel that he looks a little bit similar to you. Big ice. You just miss me so much that you have this illusion that you look at anyone and think they look like me. Lin Bai smiled brightly. A man as handsome as me. That's absolutely unique. It makes more sense when you change the word handsome to color. Su Ruobing hummed. She didn't really dwell on whether Lin Fan was truly similar to Lin Bai. The car quickly arrived at a Western restaurant. Big ice. Is today any special day? After the two of them ordered their meals, Lin Bai casually asked. He's just trying to sleep with this big ice cube later. But why does she make it sound like a ritual? Flowers, wine and steak are on the menu. Can't you come to dinner if it's not a special day? Su Ruobing glared at Lin Bai. This dog man, every time he saw her, he wanted to strip her of her clothes. He had never even had a formal date, even a bouquet of flowers, which she had volunteered for. It's not that I can't. It's just that I feel like I'm going to have to fight someone again later. Lindbergh sighed. I actually want to use all my strength on you. I don't want to waste it in advance. What's a good fight? Before Su Ruobing finished speaking, she heard a mocking voice from behind her. Su Ruobing, it's really you, isn't it? You? How did you end up as a security guard? When Su Ruobing turned her head, she saw a pair of young men and women. These two people are actually not bad looking. Look at the body dress. Are also rich lord. Especially the woman. A very large diamond ring on her hand. Glittering, and she also unconsciously raised her hand while talking, afraid that others could not see. Su Ruobing, a few days ago at the class reunion, you refused to attend. So it's true that you don't dare to meet people. The woman laughed softly. If you ask me, you're really miserable too. A month or so ago, you were still the big miss of a top family with hundreds of billions of dollars in family assets. How long has it been since your Su family went bankrupt and you can't even be a doctor anymore? But yeah, although I know you're quite miserable, I think with your good looks, how can you still make a good living? But I really didn't expect that you actually ran away to become a security guard, which is really too miserable. Su Ruobing's current outfit did look like a security guard who had just gotten off work. Su Jingjing, have you finished? Su Ruobing finally spoke. That's right. I'm miserable now. Are you satisfied? Are you comfortable? Don't disturb my meal, okay? As the saying goes, it is mediocre to not be jealous of others. Su Ruobing was originally the object of jealousy by countless people since she was a child. Hui Jingjing is just one of them. Su Ruobing? That's not right. We're classmates. I'm concerned about you. Su Jingjing smiled gently. Actually, I hear really have a particularly good job for you. My husband happens to sell lingerie then. You have such a good figure. Come to my husband's company to be a model. The salary will definitely be higher than what you have now. Look, I've been so good to you. Come do a few lingerie commercials. You might even become a star. Yes, yes, yes. Jingjing is right. The man beside Su Jingjing was busy nodding his head. He couldn't take his eyes off of Su Ruobing since he saw her. At this moment he even more hurriedly took out a business card. Handed to Su Ruobing. Miss Su, I am the general manager of beautiful woman clothing company LVZ Rue. If you are willing to join our company, I guarantee that I can give you a base salary of 20,000 and commission. Lu Zi Rue. Shut the fuck up. Su Jingjing looked annoyed. I'm just saying, do you really want to? No, Jingjing, I think Miss Su is really suitable. Lu Zi Rue hurriedly opened his mouth. Fit? You're looking at her boobs, aren't you? Su Jingjing was even more annoyed. Su Ruobing, you're really good. Now you're even seducing my husband to his face, aren't you? I said, why are you such a lowlife now? Pop. Su Ruobing slapped Su Jingjing's face. Get lost. How dare you hit me, you bitch/person. Su Jingjing was furious. Pop. Su Ruobing slapped again. Lu Zi Rue, are you blind? Su Jingjing roared. She hit me and you didn't help? Ms. Su, you're going overboard with this handshake, aren't you? Lu Zi Rue looked at Su Ruobing, but his eyes were even hotter. If you're willing to be my model, this matter will be settled. Otherwise don't blame me for being nonchalant. Lindbergh kicked Lu Zi Rue out of the restaurant. Hubby. Su Jingjing hurriedly chased after him. See, I told you it was a waste of energy. Lindbergh sighed. Big ice. You might have to move on your own later. Su Ruobing was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Bai. This dog man, when he used those difficult positions, he didn't say that he should save his strength. If you want her to move herself, just say so. It's not like she hasn't moved before. She was originally a pure girl, but she was taught to be bad by this dog man in one night. Su Ruobing, you dare to hit my husband. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're finished. A furious voice came, but Su Jingjing helped LV Zirwei to walk in again. I tell you, the boss of the Thunder Gang is my husband's cousin. Just you wait. What? The Thunder Gang? That's the Thundering Thunder Gang that just showed up half a month ago? I heard that the Thunderbolt Gang is now the biggest underground organization in Zhangcheng. It is rumored that the Thunder Gang is actually the Thunder Groups. Yeah, I know people from the Thrilling Thunder Gang. They were all originally security guards for the Thrilling Thunder Group. Many people in the restaurant exclaimed in surprise. Apparently, this Thunderclap Gang was quite famous. Big ice. What's the situation with this Thrilling Thunder Gang? Lindbergh frowned. I really don't know about this. During this period of time I was mainly busy recruiting people for training and going out on some security missions. I didn't pay attention to the underground forces in Zhangcheng. I thought it would take some time before any new forces would appear. Su Ruobing shook her head. She had also heard the content of the discussion. Ms. Su, I've already is calling my cousin. In 10 minutes at most, he'll bring someone over. Lu Zi Rue reappeared at the table of the two with a condescending look. I advise you that it's not too late to change your mind. As long as you obediently become my model. And by the way, make this brat kneel down and apologize to me. This matter can be counted over. Otherwise, when the people from the shocking Thunder Gang arrive, things won't be so simple. Su Ruobing, what are you pretending to be so noble? Letting you be an underwear model, and you still don't want to? Su Jingjing gritted her teeth. Just wait, when the Thundering Thunder Gang comes, a few hundred of them will drag you to shoot a small/video. With a painful grunt, Su Jingjing flew out again. How dare you do it? Lu Zi Rue looked at Lin Bai angrily before he too flew out backwards. Big ice. Save your strength for the night and don't do anything now. Lindbergh had a serious face. In the Western restaurant, however, the others began to panic a little. Who are these two? And the Thundering Thunder Gang isn't afraid of them? That woman is pretty. But how can a security guard fight the Thunderbolt Gang? The Thundering Thunder Gang is coming soon. Let's get out of here. Waiter, this way for the check. These people were afraid of being caught in the crossfire and already wanted to leave. But they are still apparently a little late. Only the sound of a sharp break outside the restaurant was heard, followed by the sound of cluttered footsteps as dozens of people rushed into the restaurant. The Thundering Thunder Gang does its work. so don't even move. A deep voice shouted. No photos, no videos. Waiter, hurry up and turn off the surveillance, or you know the consequences. Dozens of people instantly occupied the entire restaurant, and the many customers and waiters were silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. Brother, that's the kid. LVZ Roy and Su Jingjing followed a burly man to the table of Lin Bai and Su Ruobing. Kid, you're the one who hit my cousin? The burly man looked at Lin Bai coldly. Are you going to kneel down and kowtow yourself, or do you want me to do it? Lu Wenwu, who are you asking to kowtow? Su Ruobing slowly turned her head. The lanky man's face instantly changed. Su Ruobing, what's your attitude? Is Boss Lu's name something you can shout? Su Jingjing already couldn't wait to reprimand. You hurry up and apologize to Boss Lu, and serve Boss Lu properly later. Snap. Lu Wenwu slapped Su Jingjing hard on her face. Bitch, you shut the fuck up. Lu Wenwu was enraged. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to talk to Mr. Su like that? And after that, he bent down and accompanied with a smile. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for disturbing your meal. I'll deal with them immediately. Brother, what is wrong with you? She is just a security guard. Lu Ziroy was a bit confused. Shut the fuck up. Lu Wenwu violently kicked Lu Ziroy in the stomach. You're fucking screwing me over. Then he continued to bend down again, and was on the verge of crying out, Mr. Su, I really didn't know that it was you. Lu Wenwu, you haven't answered my question. Su Ruobing exuded a stern aura. Who are you asking to kowtow? In this instant, Su Ruobing was incomparably strong. She had been the Su family's eldest miss, already in a high position, and now she had even become an immortal cultivator, and that aura of superiority instantly gave everyone present an invisible pressure. Except, of course, for Lindbergh. He only felt at the moment that the uniformed Big Ice, together with this lofty aura, made him especially on fire. At the moment, he was already considering in his head, which 19 positions to choose tonight. Puff. Lu Wenwu, however, could no longer withstand the pressure and directly gave a knee. I kowtow to you. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Wenwu continuously kowtowed 3 times. Mr. Su, my fault, please let me live. Su Jingjing and Lu Zirwei had been completely dumbfounded. What is this? Isn't Su Ruobing a security guard? She's all still in her security uniform. There's no way this is a mistake. Change the name of the Thrilling Thunder Gang. If I ever hear you guys take the name of the Thrilling Thunder Group again, I'll make you disappear completely. Su Ruobing exuded an icy aura. Now, get the hell out of here. Yes, Mr. Su, I'm rolling. Lu Wenwu was busy climbing up. What are you all waiting for? Go with me. He was the first to run out, not daring to stay in the slightest, while the rest of the shocking Thunder Gang, naturally, all immediately followed. If the boss is so scared, how can they not be afraid? Su Ruobing, you, what exactly is your identity now? Su Jingjing was still frozen there, unable to believe that this had just happened. The other people in the restaurant, at this moment also have the same question. This beautiful female security guard, in the end what is the head? Before Su Ruobing could say anything, Lu Wenwu rushed in with a few more people. Without saying a word, he dragged up Su Jingjing and Lu Zirwei and left. The restaurant became a little quieter. Waiter, is our steak still not ready? Lin Bai, however, urged at that moment. He's waiting for the steak to come home for ice. It's almost impossible to resist. Ah, I'll rush it. The waiter looked back and hurried to the kitchen. Big Ice. What have you ever done to that guy just now before? Lindbergh was more or less curious. It's nothing. This person was previously a security guard for the Shocking Thunder Group, and when questioning Sky Security replaced them, they were unwilling and were taught a lesson by me. Su Ruobing explained. I guess the so-called Shocking Thunder Gang was made by Lu Wenwu with those security guards. Although Su Ruobing had spoken lightly, Lin Bai knew that the so-called lesson was afraid to be a bit harsh. The steak was served quickly. Lindbergh wolfed down his food in a burst, eliminating it as fast as he could, then gulped down a bottle of red wine in one gulp and called for the waiter to pay the bill. Su Ruobing was speechless, but she still sped up her meal and then drove Lin Bai to the top of Jiangcheng in a wild ride. Just as the car stopped, Su Ruobing's body lightened. It was Lindbergh's turn to drive. This car, she's so white. A night of racing until dawn. Su Ruobing lay in Lin Bai's arms, no longer wanting to speak. Lindbergh's cell phone, however, rang at that moment, but it was someone from his group of saintly wives who spoke. Nya Woming, there's a recent auction in God's capital. There should be something we need. I've heard that you're going to God's capital to rob your first love/lover recently, so it's a good time to go to the auction. At Lin Bai. Lindbergh, why don't you ever call me your husband in the group? Nya Woming, because you can't hit me online. Lindbergh, you really still don't listen. Lin Bai, to clarify, Luo Rawashi is not my first love. I've never been in love with her. Nya Womon stopped talking. Neither Xiao Fei nor Ning Qingye said anything either. Lin Bai, dreamy wife. You're the young master of the Forbidden Temple. Can't you find information on the other 6 people as well? Did you not even bother to look for them? Nya Womon still didn't reply. Lin Bai really can't help her. Really can't hit. The whip can't reach Ding dong. Someone sent a private chat. But it was Bai Xiaowei. Brother, are you free? Lin Bai directly called Bai Xiaowei. Xiaowei, what's wrong? Brother, it's not a big deal. It's just that something happened to me at school and the counselor had to call my parents over. Bai Xiaowei beamed. Mom and dad aren't very good at dealing with people. And I'm afraid they're worried blindly. Brother, if you're free, can you come and meet our counselor? Okay, I'm on my way. Lin Bird was a little confused. This was college and he still needed to find a parent? But, after all, it's her own sister. So let's go check it out first. He hung up on his end, but his arms were empty. Su Ruobing has gotten up. Big ice, don't you sleep? Lin Bird was a bit surprised. There's something else going on at the office. Su Ruobing shook her head. Where are you going? I'll send you there. It's true that we still have to cultivate immortality. Lin Bai lamented and took out a few spirit stones. Big ice, you usually practice more, so you'll get less and less tired. Su Ruobing couldn't help but bellyache. Every time this dogman gave spirit stones, it looked like he was paying for a sleepover. It was already past 9 in the morning when Lin Bai arrived at the administration building of Jiangcheng University. Bai Xiaowei was already waiting for him. Hoshi, what's going on? Lindbergh inquired. Don't mention it. It's just that after the semester started, I looked like I was getting rich, and then there were rumors that I was out there making some kind of fast money, that I was just like Huang Lin. And anyway, it's just all that kind of shit. Bai Xiaowei is quite depressed. Our counselor is new, just went to work, especially responsible, came to talk to me. I said the money or brother you give me, but she still does not believe it, said that unless the parents come over. Brother, just go and explain it to me. After all, she means well. Lin Bai was quite speechless, but still followed Bai Xiaowei to the counselor's office. Mr. Lin, may I ask what you do for a living? The counselor's name is Wang Lanlan, and her appearance is mediocre. She had a scrutinizing look on her face, clearly not believing Bai Xiaowei's words. My name is Lin Bai. My wife's name is Qin Shueyo. No need to be shocked. It's the same Qin Shueyo you imagined. Lin Bai didn't panic. If you don't believe me, you can call the Amazing Thunder Group to confirm. What I'm trying to say is that no matter how much money my sister has, it came from a legitimate source, and although you seem to be in charge of it, Mr. Wang, I think that the people you should be chatting to more than anything else are the students who are making rumors behind the scenes and slandering them. That's all I have to say. Hoshi, let's go. Lin Bai pulled Bai Xiaowei and left. He didn't like this way of proving his innocence. Walking out of the administration building, Lin Bai called Su Ruobing and asked her to arrange for a few bodyguards to follow Bai Xiaowei for a long period of time, and to simply make the rose up so that people would look like a rich family's daughter. Hui, you have to remember that you are my sister, and as such, you are the most illustrious and powerful daughter of a powerful family in this world. Lin Bai had a serious face. You can wear the most expensive clothes, drive the best car, buy the most expensive bag, spend your money however you want in the future. Anyone who still talks behind their backs, just hit them with money. How could a hallowed immortal dignitary still let his sister be bullied by something inexplicable? Brother, I know. Bai Xiaowei nodded. No matter what Lindbergh said, she believed it. Yo, Bai Xiaowei, what are you doing? A conspiratorial voice came. Not in class. Having a private meeting with a man? Not far away were 3 girls. One tall, one fat and one short. The one who spoke was a tall girl, with good looks and a rich dresser. The fat girl and the short girl stood on either side of the tall girl, still half a body length behind, and looked to be the tall girl's followers. How is taking classes more important than making money? The fat girl looked contemptuous. That's just it. Oh, no wonder you're rich these days, buying people dinner everywhere. The short girls chimed in. What are you guys babbling about? Bai Xiaowei was furious. This is my brother. My own brother. Laughing to death. Bai Xiaowei, you can really pretend. It's not like I haven't checked you out. You're an only child. Where did you get a real brother? The taller girl snickered. Did you forget that you were on the poor student grant last semester? And I still reviewed your information. That's just it. Last semester you were so poor, and this semester you're rich. What are you doing if not making a quick buck? The fat girl sneered. What a disgrace to our Jian University students. And a blood brother? I think it's some kind of god brother? The short girl scoffed. I just don't know what sound this god brother's word for fuck is. Pop. Lindbergh slapped the short girl in the face. Snap. 2 more slaps in passing, for both the tall girl and the fat girl. You're the ones who are spreading rumors about my sister behind her back again, aren't you? Lin Bai looked at the three coldly. You guys look ugly enough already. Do you believe I can whip you even uglier? You, how dare you hit me? The taller girl seemed confused by the blow. You know who I am. Snap. Lindbergh slapped her in the face again. Whoever you are, I dare you to fight. Lin Bai coldly looked at the taller girl. It looks like you're the one who's making trouble. You. The tall girl was unusually angry, and when she turned her eyes, she was overjoyed to see a group of people walking out of the administration building. Second uncle. Come quickly. Some rascals beat me. Brother, look at. Seeing this group of people, Bai Xiaowei was also a bit excited, because she also saw a familiar face. Lin Bai naturally saw it as well, and he was actually quite surprised because it was actually Qin Shuya. If he had known that Qin Shuya was here, he wouldn't have come and just let Qin Shuya handle it. Qin Shuya also saw Lin Bai at the moment, but didn't immediately come over to greet him. She was surrounded by a crowd of people, and in this group, there was a middle-aged man who froze for a moment when he heard the tall girl shouting, and then quickly walked over. Fan? What happened? Who hit you? The middle-aged man inquired with a frown. Second uncle. That's him. Na Fong pointed at Lin Bai with her hand, and then pointed at Bai Xiaowei. This is our classmate called Bai Xiaowei. She doesn't attend class and gets involved with unsavory punks. I kindly advised her not to mess around for the sake of being a classmate, and she actually let this punk beat me up. You're full of shit. This is clearly my brother. Bai Xiaowei was furious. You're the one who keeps making rumors and slandering me. You're such a nasty person. You used to always mock me for being poor. Now that I'm rich, you're jealous of me and fabricate so many rumors to attack me. Second uncle. She was a poor student last semester, and it's only been 2 months and she's rich and buying luxury goods. Fong also looked furious. If she's not out there making that kind of fast money, then she's cheating the school. I think a student like her should be expelled. Not so. Bai Xiaowei still wanted to explain. The middle-aged man, however, waved his hand with a displeased face. Alright, no need to explain. No matter how things were before, you brought people to beat up your classmates, and that's just absolutely intolerable. You voluntarily quit school. This teacher is so powerful. Lin Bai coldly looked at the middle-aged man. A single word is going to make my sister quit school. Who gave you so much power? My second uncle is the vice dean of the School of Finance. Of course he has that power. Fong had a smug look on her face at the moment. Bai Xiaowei, you're a poor girl from the countryside and you still want to fight me? I don't care how you earned your money. You should be at peace in front of me. How dare you steal my thunder? This is your death wish. Ms. Bai Xiaowei, go through the withdrawal procedure yourself. That vice dean continued. If you withdraw yourself, I will not pursue the matter of your beating. Otherwise, pop. Lin Bai slapped the vice dean in the face. So if I hit you, should I pursue the matter? You, how dare you hit me? The vice dean froze, then was furious. Where are you a punk from? How dare you beat up someone at Jiangcheng University? I'm the vice dean here. If you dare to hit me, do you believe I'll make you sit through the bottom of the jail? Can I ask what's going on here? A rather pleasant voice came. It was none other than Qin Shuya. She and the crowd have come this way. Mr. Qin, there's nothing wrong. It's just that there's a female student who hangs out with punks outside, and actually came to our school to beat people up. The vice dean hurriedly picked up. Don't worry. I will have the security of the school strengthened, and the next time you come here, such a thing will definitely not happen. Vice President Zhang, the schoolgirls and punks you're talking about, is it the two of them? Qin Shuya looked at Lin Bai and Bai Xiaowei. Right. Mr. Qin, that's them. Vice President Zhang nodded. This student is called Bai Xiaowei. Was originally a poor student subsidized by our school, but I did not expect that. After all, she did not withstand the outside money temptation. In order to a little money, actually with a gangster. He looked distressed. Alas, what a tragedy. In the future we will strengthen our work in this area. We can never let students go astray like this. Vice Dean Zhang is really a responsible and good teacher. Qin Shuyao's tone was full of appreciation. The rarest thing is an extremely strong working ability. In just a few minutes, he figured out the truth of the matter. Mr. Qin is too kind. It's actually not for a few minutes. I've known about this student before. Vice President Zhang hurriedly humbled himself. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Mr. Qin, these small matters, you'd better leave it alone. Let's talk about your lecture arrangement. As a distinguished alumnus of our college, you can introduce your experience to everyone. Vice President Zhang, this matter, I think it's better to let it go. Qin Shuya, however, waved her hand. She turned back to the others. Leaders, teachers, originally, I was still very willing to talk to the schoolmates, but I have just considered that I, too, have gone astray and married a punk, and would serve as a not-so-good example. So, as I see it, let's call it quits. As she spoke, she walked over to Lin Bai and took his arm. Honey, how did you go astray and become a punk? Vice President Zhang's face instantly changed as he finally realized what was wrong. That Fong Fong, on the other hand, was even more open-mouthed and full of disbelief. The other group of leading professors at the school who had originally accompanied Qin Shuiao also appeared visibly surprised. Honey, you can't blame me for that. Lin Bai sighed. I was originally an upright and kind-hearted good young man in the society, and I am also considered an outstanding graduate of Zhengchun University, but unfortunately, our great Dean Zhang that is called the Golden Mouth. Whoever he says is a gangster. That person is a gangster. You see, I'm not going astray just because he said so? No, Mr. Qin. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Vice President Zhang finally spoke. I didn't know this gentleman was your husband. Vice President Zhang. He's not my husband, so you're free to slander him? Qin Shuiao's face suddenly turned cold. She turned her head to look at another middle-aged man. Principal Wu, is this how our leaders at Jiangchun University do things now? Bai Xiaowei is my husband's sister, and without any investigation, Vice President Zhang assumed that she had done something bad outside and slandered her for having an unseemly relationship with her own brother? School leaders slandering their own students like this. If this is spread, where is the reputation of Jiangchun University? Vice President Zhang, you're suspended pending investigation. Principal Wu grimaced. He was also annoyed in his heart. This time the school invited Qin Shuiao to come over, not only for a lecture, but also for the future cooperation between the school and the enterprise, originally talked about quite well. Who thought that just like this was Qin Shuiao offended? Mr. Qin, I hereby apologize to you and your husband first. Principal Wu walked up to the two men in a humble manner, and then he looked at Bai Xiaowei. This student, I apologize to you as well, and I promise that this matter will be investigated to the end and give you a satisfactory explanation. No way. That's impossible. Fong Fang suddenly shouted. Bai Xiaowei is just a poor girl. How can she get hitched to Qin Shuiao? I see. So it's your brother who's a soft touch. Pop! Vice President Zhang slapped Fong Fong hard across the face. He yelled out hysterically. Will you shut the fuck up? Even if you like to be jealous of others, why are you so stupid? Vice Dean Zhang looked at Bai Xiaowei. This student. I'm sorry. I apologize. Lin Bai kicked him away. Stay away from my sister. What are you apologizing for now? You screwed up and you want to just apologize lightly and be done with it? Lin Bai turned his head to look at Qin Shuiao. Wife, whatever cooperation you have with this place, forget about it this year and talk about it next year. Aha! Qin Shuiao meekly nodded her head. She looked at Principal Wu. I'm sorry, Principal Wu. Let's call it a day. I'll take my leave. Honey, let's hang out at the school. It's been quite a long time since Lin Bai has been here as well. Shall we? Let's go. The three of them turned around and left, while the assistant bodyguard Qin Shuiao brought along followed slightly behind. Principal Wu and the others. On the other hand, all looked at Vice President Zhang and Fong Fong with unfavorable expressions. The performance that had all come to hand just flew away. And this is a big revenge. Shall we? If you encounter things in the future, you can directly look for me. Your brother is very busy and sometimes he can't be contacted. Qin Shuiao thought about it and added, right, this weekend is a vacation. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Speaking of this, she looked at Lin Bai. Hubby, do you want to accompany us on the weekend? Honey, I was actually going to tell you that I have to go to Shenandoah for the weekend. Lin Bai didn't hide it. Luo Ruoshi is getting married. I have to make a trip. Ha! Bai Xiaowei exclaimed. Brother, is it that sister Ruoshi you especially liked when you were little? Don't be ridiculous. Hoshi, where do I particularly like her? Lindbergh cried and laughed. Oh, Bai Xiaowei glanced at Qin Shuiao. It's me who said it wrong. It's Sister Ruoshi who especially likes you. She doesn't particularly like me either. Lin Bai shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, if she gets married, I still have to go. Brother, who is she going to marry? Bai Xiaowei was a bit curious. I don't know. The last wedding invitation she gave me, it didn't have the groom's name on it. Lindbergh was truly unclear. Bai Xiaowei didn't pursue it any further. After all, Qin Shuiao was beside her. It wasn't long before the bodyguard Su Ruobing had arranged came to the school. Bai Xiaowei also left to go to class. Qin Shuiao, on the other hand, told her assistant bodyguard to go back to the company first. She wanted to stroll around the campus with Lin Bai alone. The two were holding hands and walking through the school like a normal student couple. It seems like I've seen you from afar once in my 4 years of college. At this school, Lin Bai was a bit emotional. This scene now, it's really something that I didn't dare to dream of back then. Luo Ruoshi was his childhood friend. but Qin Shueya was his dream lover/lover. If he had to choose one, he would definitely choose Qin Shueya. Of course, he doesn't usually do multiple choice now, he likes to have them all. As he was lamenting, a couple walked up to him, and the boy looked somewhat familiar. While Lindbergh was pondering who this person was, the boy saw him as well, and then his face changed as he pulled his girlfriend and turned towards another path. Shen Chang, you leave when you see me? Are you weak-minded? Lindbergh opened his mouth. He had just remembered who the boys were. Shen Chang, Chao Jun's roommate. He vaguely remembered that the night of the car accident, Shin Chang was also with Chao Jun. He hadn't looked into this during this period of time, but Shin Chang was acting so erratically now that there was a problem at first glance. Shin Chang's body stiffened and he stopped. After a few seconds, he turned his head to look at Lin Bai, first a little confused, and then came to a realization. Lin Bai? It's you. Oops, old classmate, long time no see, too coincidental. Okay, can you stop pretending? Lin Bai was impatient. Chao Jun had his 2 hands broken by me. What about you? Did you want to break 2 legs? Who are you? Who are you terrorizing? Shin Chang's girlfriend was dissatisfied. Don't think. She suddenly opened her mouth wide as she saw Qin Shueya. You're Qin Shueya. And after that, she stopped talking. Lindbergh, what do you mean? Did I offend you? Shin Chang's face paled slightly. I know you've got Qin Shueya on your side, but don't think I'm afraid of you just because I'm like this. Also, whatever grudge you have against Chao's army has nothing to do with me. Shin Chang suddenly had a sharp pain in his knee and involuntarily knelt down. Shin Chang, are you alright? The girlfriend was alarmed. Lindbergh, what have you done to me? Shin Chang looked fearful. Are you fucking reasonable? Tell me, who the hell pushed me the night of the accident? Lin Bai looked at Shin Chang coldly. Is it you or Chao Jun? Not me. I don't know what you're talking about. Shin Chang had a pained face. Lin Bai, you have no evidence at all for these things. Have you noticed that I'm a few meters away from you? Don't you have no proof of that, now that you're like this? Lin Bai's tone was faintly mocking. But I can clearly tell you that if you don't tell the truth, you'll only ever be able to kneel and talk in the future. That's right, you can't even be in a wheelchair. Lin Bai's tone was icy. I'll ask one last time. Who pushed me that night? It's Li Xiaoqiang. Shin Chang almost hissed out. You went to him? He pushed you. Chao Jun and I were just cooperating to cover him. If you're capable of going to him, he's from the Shinduli family. Do you dare to go? It's actually him? Lin Bai's face was a bit gloomy. The name surprised him. Li Xiaoqiang was also his roommate and, as far as he could remember, had always been quite nice to him. But he also remembered at this moment that night, Li Xiaoqiang was indeed behind him. Why did Li Xiaoqiang want to harm me? Lin Bai looked at Shin Chang. I don't know. I only know it's related to Luo Ruoshi. Shin Chang gritted his teeth. He had prepared other plans that night, and having you get into a car accident was just a temporary idea. That's all I know. You get my legs back to normal. You're saying that? It's not like I have anything to do with your leg being like that. You'd better see a doctor. Lin Bai pulled Qin Shueyo and turned around. Lindbergh, you're not fucking faithful. Shin Chang's angry roar came from behind. Hubby, maybe Luo Ruoshi will know some of the reasons. Qin Shueyo said softly. Well, I'll ask her. Lin Bai originally didn't put this matter too much at ease. It just happened to come up today. But since we've bumped into each other, let's simply clear up the whole thing this time when we go to the god's capital. Honey, let's sit down for a while. Lin Bai pulled Qin Shueyo and went to the bench by the lake and sat down. Qin Shueyo wanted to sit next to him, but she was pulled by him smoothly and sat on his lap. There is someone. Qin Shueyo's pretty face was scarlet as she subconsciously looked around. A bit shy. There were indeed people, but mostly couples as well. Some with more action than they had. It feels so good to realize a dream. Lin Bai hugged Qin Shueyo a little tighter. Being back on campus brought back many memories of the place. Speaking of which, there was once a guy in our dorm who was particularly infatuated with you, but he never went after you, and I used to think that he might just be like me, with pure low self-esteem. Lin Bai looked at Qin Shueyo's stunningly pure face, but now that I think about it, he probably has another mission and doesn't dare to be high profile. After all, the Shinduli family is also a first-class family. He shouldn't have been inferior at that time. You mean Li Xiaoqiang? Qin Shueyo's tone wasn't too natural, mainly because Lin Bai's movements were starting to get a little too big. She also vaguely felt that the Lin Bai at this moment had become aggressive and the way he looked at her had changed. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close to him. Lindbergh nodded. He would collect pictures of you and often talk about you, like he was chasing a star. I've decided I'm going to mess with his mind. Lin Bai touched his cell phone and smiled brightly. Dear schoolgirl wife, come on, Cooperate with me and take a few pictures. 10 minutes later, Lin Bai's phone had dozens of more group photos. There were ones where Qin Shueao kissed him on the face with her beak. There were also ones where he put his hand inside Qin Shueao's clothes. And there were even more ones where Qin Shueao sat on top of him in various positions. The main one is intimate. Aren't you going to send a picture to Li Xiaoxian? Qin Shueao sat across Lin Bai's lap, her upper body pressed against him. It's not to match, it's for fear of being seen. Because Lindbergh's hand is going over the hill inside. No more hair. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to see my wife looking this good. Lindbergh couldn't bring his hand back. If I really send it to him, it might even be collected by him. Shit. The son of a bitch might even do disgusting things to your pictures. And that thought makes me think I should go get him right now. Lindbergh finally managed to pull his hand out. It's nothing like Big Ice, but is just as wonderful. It got him a little fired up and a little out of control. Luo Ruwashi's wedding is on Sunday. I had planned to go back on Saturday. But, now that I think about it, I'd better go earlier. Lindbergh took a deep breath to calm himself down a bit. It's Thursday. There's quite a bit to do over at God's capital. This schoolgirl's wife. Wait until you come back from the God's capital. Then find a chance to eat it. So you're leaving today? Qin Shueya took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Bai's neck. Back at school, she also seemed to have a bit of a change of heart. It's like, the two actually fell in love in college. In her tone, a little more attachment was also evident. Well, I'll have to go ahead and check it out. Lin Bai wrapped his arms around Qin Shueya's soft waist. I have a feeling that Luo Ruwashi seems to be hiding something from me. Well, there you go. Qin Shueya looked at Lin Bai and hesitated for a moment, her stunning face reddening again. Her voice was unconsciously smaller. When you come back, I'll give you a present. Though she didn't say what the gift was, the shy look on her face spoke for itself. Honey, why don't you give it to me now? I can do it tomorrow. Lindbergh was instantly moved. No, I can't. You come back. Qin Shueyo suddenly broke away from Lin Bai's embrace and jumped off his lap. I'll go back to the company first. Seeing Qin Shueyo leave as if she had fled, Lin Bai was in a good mood. This school today. It wasn't a wasted visit. The cell phone rang at that moment. Ding Qing called. Lindbergh, when are you going to the God's capital? Did Ruwashi tell you to ask? Lindbergh casually asked back. Tingaru was a little embarrassed. Well, it's true. She was a little worried that you wouldn't go and she couldn't be bothered to ask you directly. I'm going over there today, and I'll buy my ticket later. Lindbergh didn't hide it either. Lindbergh, you're so positive and didn't say so earlier. I'm all set for tomorrow's ticket. Ding Chung froze. Why don't I change my visa and go with you today? Forget it, Ding Dimei. You have a husband. It's not appropriate to be with me, Lindbergh said casually. Lin Bai, you people talk as if I don't have a husband and you look at me. Ding Qing couldn't help but spit out. Alright, I know you don't want to go with me, so I don't care about you, but remember to really go, or else I won't be able to tell Ruwashi. Don't worry, I'll contact Ruwashi when I get there today. Lin Bai didn't say much to Ding Qing either. Hang up the phone and start buying train tickets. The train from Jiangcheng to Chengdu will take 3 hours. Lin Bai booked a train ticket for the afternoon, then returned to the top of Jiangcheng and simply packed his luggage, after which he gave Su Ruwabing a call. Big bing bing, practice hard. When I come back, I'm going to send you 99 roses, Lindbergh said with a smile. Don't you come back. Su Ruwabing directly hung up the phone. Dog man, 19 poses is almost enough for her, and she still wants 99. At 3 p.m., in the business class of the high-speed train from Jiangcheng to God's capital, Lin Bai was lying on his seat, resting his eyes. In his mind, however, he was still a bit nostalgic for Su Ruwabing's big white softness and her increasingly skillful various poses. Well, a slightly agonizing voice came from the side, catching Lin Bai's attention. When he opened his eyes, he realized that on the seat on the other side of the aisle, there was a beautiful woman in a flight attendant uniform who was covering her stomach with a pained expression. Worthy of being a flight attendant, it comes with its own airfield. Lin Bai lamented. This stewardess is really beautiful. Face and his school wife can be comparable, but it is really too flat. But there are a pair of long legs against the sky. I estimate at least 1 meter 1. It is quite eye-catching. Miss, are you okay? The flight attendant also noticed something strange and asked with concern. Please, get me a cup of hot water. The stewardess looked like she was on the verge of tears. Okay, just a moment. The stewardess rushed to pour water. Pretty girl, as much as I don't want to be a nosy piece of work, I'd like to warn you. Lin Bai spoke up at this time. After you drink the hot water, it will hurt even more. How do you know? The stewardess looked at Lindbergh. Are you a doctor? Knowing something about medicine is not a doctor. Lindbergh shook his head. Anyway, I'd suggest you don't drink hot water. If you have to drink it, then I'll have to plug my ears early. Well, then, is there any way you can help me with the pain? The flight attendants are sweating from the pain. There still is. Lin Bai looked at the stewardess's long legs. You won't believe me when I say this, but if I touch your legs twice, you won't be in pain. Boy, are you playing the fool? The front passenger turned around. A large man in his 30s. Believe it or not, I'll cut you. He touched out a box of medicine and handed it to the stewardess. Maisie, when you go out, don't believe in this kind of liar. I have painkillers here. You take one. Guaranteed to be good. Is there a possibility that she just took 2 of them and they still didn't work? Lin Bai looked at the big man and said without panic. How do you know? The stewardess was a little incredulous. She did take 2 painkillers, and she took them before getting on the train. Hello, here's the hot water. The stewardess had come over with hot water. The stewardess took the hot water and was ready to drink it. Lindbergh picked up the earplugs and plugged his ears. Unfortunately, it didn't help. His hearing is too good. No. A few seconds later, he heard the scream. Ah! The stewardess covered her stomach and spilled half of her hot water on the floor. She fiercely grabbed Lin Bai. With a pleading face. Help! Help me! Okay, you're making too much noise here and I can't sleep. Lindbergh touched the flight attendant's leg after he finished speaking. Nice legs. Just looking at the airfield above him, Lindbergh sighed and put his hand back. Okay. Lindbergh laid back down and continued to close his eyes. And the stewardess was amazed that she really didn't hurt anymore. Sis, it really doesn't hurt anymore? The big man was a bit incredulous. What the hell is this? Touch your leg twice and it doesn't hurt? Well, it really doesn't hurt anymore. The stewardess looked at Lindbergh, flashing a different color. The big man's mind is a little broken. He questioned the flight attendant several times over the next 3 hours, asking if she was still in pain. But he was surprised to find that the stewardess was not only painless, but also asleep. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when the train arrived at God's capital. When Lindbergh got out of the car, he realized that the stewardess had followed him. Handsome, I really thanked you so much before. The flight attendant looked grateful. No, I touched your leg too. No offense, Lindbergh casually replied. The stewardess blushed slightly. Can I leave my contact information? I'm a bit busy these days. When I have time, I'll invite you for dinner. Sure. Lindbergh fumbled for his cell phone, adding the contact information. The flight attendant left in a hurry. After Lin Bai left the high-speed train station, he took a taxi to the Luo Shin Hotel. Got a message from the flight attendant on the way with her name and phone number. Luo Fei Fei? She's a real match for the airfield. Lin Bai muttered to himself. Actually also surnamed Luo. And it was a bit busy these days. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he was also a member of Luo's family, could it? Luo Shin Hotel was the designated reception hotel for Luo Ruoshi's wedding, and guests with invitations could directly stay for free for 3 days before and after the wedding. Lin Bai wasn't trying to save money, but this was actually the best hotel in God's capital, and besides, this would indirectly tell Luo Ruoshi that he was here. Mr. Lin, you're in the penthouse suite. I'll send you up. The receptionist personally sent Lin Bai up to the top floor. She still had some curiosity in her heart. There were only 2 suites on the top floor here. This one called Lin Bai. What kind of person was he, that he could make the Luo family arrange the best room? This treatment was also somewhat out of Lin Bai's expectations. It seems that Luo Ruoshi had explained it earlier. Lin Bai was wondering if he should give Luo Ruoshi a call when someone called in first. Dude, I heard you're arriving at God's capital today? Are you there now? But it was Hu Pingan. I happen to have a dinner date with Li Shaoxiang. Are you in time? I'm already here. You send me the address. Lin Bai didn't expect Hu Pingan to be in God's capital as well. But he was also looking forward to meeting Li Shaoxiang. Hu Pingan quickly sent the address. A private restaurant. Lin Bai navigated and looked at it. Not far from the hotel. A normal walk is only 10 minutes. A few minutes later, Lindbergh arrived at the restaurant. Walking into the private room, Lin Bai saw Hu Pingan. In addition, there were 3 other people. A man and 2 women. The 2 girls looked a bit familiar, but couldn't recall their names. And as for the guy, it was none other than Li Shaoxiang. Lindbergh, you're really here. The girl who spoke had a few small freckles on her face. Luo Ruoshi is getting married. You don't still have any delusions about her, do you? I advise you to buy a ticket and leave early tomorrow morning, or else you'll be in trouble when Li Ershao finds out. Even if you have a wide face, why do you have such a wide pipe? Lin Bai looked at the freckled girl. Oh, I remember. You're also Luo Ruoshi's roommate. What's your name? By the way, called Zhang Qin. How do you talk? Lindbergh? Zhang Qin was instantly furious. Her face was indeed a bit wide, incongruous and unattractive. People who are ugly need to mind their own business or more people will know you're ugly. Lindbergh had a calm face. You Zhang Qin was furious. Alright, Zhang Qin, we're all classmates, so stop talking. Li Xiaoqiang finally spoke. Lin Bai, hurry up and sit down. Just waiting for you to serve the food. Pretty good. Lin Bai sat down next to Hu Pingan. Li Xiaoqiang, eat a good meal. After all, this is your last supper. I, for one, am still very kind, and I will give you a full meal before you go on your way. As soon as his words came out, Hu Pingan instantly knew that something was wrong. Lin Bai, what do you mean by that? Li Xiaoqiang's face was a bit ugly. 4 years in college. I treated you well, didn't I? We haven't seen each other lately either. Stop. Lindbergh was impatient. Don't pretend. I know Shinsheng called you this afternoon, and I'm sure you already know what happened to him and Chao Jun. Tell me, why did you try to kill me 3 years ago? What? Hu Pingan's face changed drastically. Lin Bai. What's going on here? He was a little incredulous. It was obviously completely unexpected that Li Xiaoqiang was such a person. Li Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Bai and didn't say anything for a full minute. Then he suddenly laughed. Okay, no pretending then. Li Xiaoqiang poured himself a glass of wine. Lin Bai, I heard that you're doing quite well now that you've fallen for Qin Shuiao. Originally you were supposed to be peaceful and keep to Jiangchang, but you had to run to God's capital to die. Since that's the case, then I'll be honest with you. The person who wants you dead is Li Erxiao of the Shinduli family, Luo Ruwashi's fiancé. I can even tell you that the reason why I'm in the same dormitory as you is because Li Erxiao arranged it, and he asked me to keep an eye on you, as well as on Luo Ruwashi. Although you were very honest for 4 years in college and barely approached Luo Ruwashi, Li Erxiao still felt that it was better for you to die, and he didn't want Luo Ruwashi to be suspicious, so he wanted to create an accident. Li Xiaoqiang suddenly drained his glass. I'm just a collateral son of the Li family. I'm just following orders. If you have the ability, go find second young Li, but I'll advise you one thing, the Shindu Li family, it's not for you to mess with. No one in the entire Jiangqing city can afford to mess with the Li family. Li Xiaoqiang's phone rang at that moment. He took out his cell phone, glanced at it, and his face instantly became respectful. Second young man, it's me. Yes, he is. Okay, I'll talk to him. Li Xiaoqiang hung up the phone and looked at Lin Bai with an eerie look. Do you feel the power of the Shindu Li family? Not only does second young master know that you've come to God's capital, he also knows that you're in this private room. He's waiting for you at the Dragon's Gate Water Pavilion. But do you dare to go? Eat a good meal, prepare for the aftermath, and you'll live to see 12 o'clock tonight. Lindbergh got up and walked out of the private room. Lindbergh, wait for me. Hu Pingan hurriedly got up. Hu Pingan, you'll only bring disaster to yourself if you follow Lin Bai around. Li Xiaoqiang sneered. Hu Pingan ignored it and chased out of the private room. Dude, let me give you a ride to the Dragon Gate waterfront. I know that place. Hu Pingan drove up. Lindbergh naturally wouldn't refuse. Dude, Luo Ruwashi's wedding. Is something going to happen? In the car, Hu Pingan couldn't help but inquire. Not necessarily. Lindbergh smiled. Maybe the wedding will be cancelled after tonight. After all, this wedding can't happen without a groom. Also, Hu Pingan sighed. Luo Ruwashi didn't actually invite me to the wedding, but I knew about it. Plus I just happened to have business to take care of over here recently, so I thought about attending as well. It just didn't occur to me that Li Xiaoqiang actually. Alas, I had thought he was not bad. Knowing people, Lin Bai didn't say anything. This matter was a bit of a surprise even to him. 10 minutes later, the car stopped. Dude, I'm not going in there. Hu Pingan smiled bitterly. You also know my ability. I definitely can't help you. It will only be a burden. Okay, I'll call you for a drink when I'm done. Lin Bai got out of the car and walked towards the Dragon Gate Water Salon gate. This is actually an open-air clubhouse, surrounded by high walls to isolate. Inside dug out many artificial lakes. Each small artificial lake. There is a water salon. The very center. There is the largest one water salon. Can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. A sports car stopped at that moment and 2 young women got out. One of them was a bit surprised to see Lin Bai. Why are you here? Lin Bai was also a bit surprised that it was actually Luo Feifei. Luo Feifei has changed to dress. No longer that flight attendant dress, but wearing a super short wrap skirt. The advantage of that pair of long legs, at this moment is more completely exposed. The airfield, of course, is much more visible. Come to find someone, Lin Bai finally spoke, his eyes sweeping the woman beside Luo Feifei. This woman didn't have a flyaway, but her looks were just too average, and her entire body couldn't compare to Luo Feifei's one leg. Who are you? This woman also opened her mouth at this moment. She looked at Lin Bai with some disdain. I know all the men in God's capital who have a bit of money, but I've never seen you before. You didn't come here specifically to block our Fei, did you? Did not wait for Lin Bai to speak. She pulled Luo Fei towards the inside. Fei, not I say you. You do not greet everyone. Today Li Ershao hosted a banquet, which are all the gods' capital of the sons of the rich and powerful. I'm sure I can help you find a son-in-law tonight. That, late. Why don't you go in first? Luo Fei hesitated for a moment. I'll say a few words to my friend, and I'll be right in to find you. You still really like him? Ha? Xiao Lian froze. Fei, you really, just like good-looking. This man good-looking what yous have to have the ability. Forget it, whatever. I'll go in first. There are so many nice guys in there. I need to find one tonight. Late let go of Luo Fei and walked quickly through the door. Late brought me here to see the world. Actually I didn't really want to come. Luo Fei looked at Lin Bai. Why don't we eat somewhere else? Miss Lo, I really need to get in there and find someone. Lin Bai felt that Luo Fei had mostly misunderstood. But at this moment, not to mention the fact that there was only an airfield in her house. Even if there were 2 Mount Everests, he still had to go in. Ha? Luo Fei froze. She did mistakenly think that Lin Bai had come to find her. You? Who are you looking for? Just that what's his name? Li Jr. Lindbergh replied casually. Oh, you're invited to play by Ershao Li too? Luo Fei suddenly realized. Then, I'll go in with you. The one just now is Li Xiaoyan, who is actually considered a member of the Li family. Lin Bai didn't say much and followed Luo Fei in. Li Ershao should be in the biggest one in the center. The water pavilion. Luo Fei added. It was brightly lit inside, but the water curtains around each of the water pavilions made it impossible to see clearly what was going on inside them. Lindbergh quickly arrived at the largest water pavilion in the center, and he actually saw several familiar faces at a glance. Xiao Dajiang and Violet were actually there, along with the fine-tuned, big star, Annie. Seeing Lin Bai appear, all 3 of them were obviously a bit surprised. However, they hadn't had time to say hello. Lindbergh spoke first. There's a stupid/foolish guy named Li Ershao. Who was it? The inside of the water pavilion was originally quite noisy, but in the next second, it was instantly silent. The crowd almost subconsciously looked in the same direction. There sat a very handsome man, and then it was just another cacophony. Kid, are you looking for death? Who the fuck are you? Are you crazy? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to second young Master Li. Where's the dumbass? Hurry up and kill yourself in place. Quite a few people chided and screamed at Lin Bai, and Luo Fei had been dumbfounded. She hadn't expected at all that Lin Bai would come in with just such a sentence. That, Li Ershao. Yes, I'm sorry, my friend he was impulsive. Luo Fei stammered. Fei, are you crazy? Li Xianyan was there. She rushed over and pulled Luo Fei to the side. You have nothing to do with him. What are you apologizing for him for? And then she looked at the handsome man. Second young man, don't misunderstand. Fei really has no relationship with this man. And also, Fei, she's also a member of the Luo family. You mustn't blame him. Alright, all to one side. The handsome man waved his hand. He didn't look angry at all. Everyone calls me Li Ershao, but they may have forgotten my real name. Li Tenjiao. Lin Bai. I was destined to be the proud son of heaven at birth. You came here and couldn't get any respect from anyone, whereas I, here, can decide the life and death of a person with just a word. I know you're unconvinced. You came to the divine capital for no other reason than to compete with me, and I, right now, am trying to make you realize that you are not qualified to compete with me. Li Tianjiao slowly got up, emitting a powerful aura from his body. He had a proud face. In this divine capital, I can take whatever I want. No one dares to resist me. Li Tianjiao, you, come here. Li Tianjiao pointed his hand at Wei. Leave that fatty and serve me well tonight. The crowd looked at Violet, and Xiao Dajiang, who was by Violet's side. That look in his eyes was all about watching the show. They knew that Li Tianjiao was proving to Lin Bai that he was powerful. Of course, they didn't know what Lin Bai was about, and they didn't know why Li Tianjiao wanted to prove it to Lin Bai. Second young Master Li, I'm Xiao Dajiang, from Jiangcheng. Xiao Dajiang couldn't help but speak. Shut up, are you allowed to talk? Li Tianjiao snorted coldly. Don't say that your Xiao family is already a broken family. Even if you're still that so-called Xiao family's great young man, it's not worth mentioning in front of me. He looked at Virla and his anger increased. Why don't you come over here? Violet wanted to say something. She looked at Xiao Dajiang and then at Lin Bai. In the end, she unconsciously moved her feet and slowly walked towards Li Tianjiao. Lindbergh, you see it now, don't you? Li Tianjiao laughed coldly. Who dares to disobey my orders? Actually, what about it? I usually just kill people who act/push like you do. Lin Bai finally spoke. But this time, I'll accompany you to pretend. He looked at Wei. From now on, you follow Chao Dajiang with peace of mind. I'll protect both of you. Ha? Really? Yes. Violet instantly looked surprised as she hurriedly took 2 steps back and returned next to Chao Dajiang, hugging Chao Dajiang's arm tightly. This sudden change caused the complacency on Li Tianjiao's face to instantly turn into irritation. Everyone else was also baffled. Wei actually dared to disobey Xiaoli's order just because of Lin Bai's words? Do you really think Lindbergh can save you? Li Tianjiao gritted his teeth. Get your ass over here right now, or you won't be able to walk out of the divine capital. Violet paled slightly, but still didn't move. Li Tianjiao, you can't. Lindbergh shook his head. Even a little starlet doesn't listen to you yet. It was full of sarcasm, and everyone could hear it. It's just a bitch/person who's been played badly. Li Tianjiao, can't look at it. Li Tianjiao snorted angrily and pointed with his hand again. You, come over here. This time, he was pointing at Anais Nin. Anais Nin also shines tonight in a sequin dress. She's the hottest chick in the room at the moment. Anais Nin blanched. She looked at Violet with a pleading look, and Violet gestured towards Lindbergh. Anais Nin looked at Lindbergh again, but Lindbergh seemed indifferent. What are you looking at him for? Get your ass over here. Li Tianjiao shouted angrily, or else I'll let all the men here play with you once tonight. Anais Nin shuddered in fear. She finally moved. I'm sorry, second young master Li. I'll go over there. She couldn't help but look at Lin Bai, but still walked towards Li Tianjiao. A satisfied expression finally appeared on Li Tianjiao's face. This pure and lustful big star. He had long had his eyes on her. Even without this Lin Bai business, he was going to get his hands on her tonight. But just then, Lindbergh spoke again. Come here, I want you. Anini, who was already about to walk in front of Li Tianjiao, immediately braked. And then she turned around quickly and lunged towards Lin Bai's side. You're not allowed to back out. Anais Nin pounced on Lindbergh. There was silence all around. The crowd held their breath, not daring to utter a single breath. Luo Feifei looked at Lin Bai, and then at Anini, who was hugging Lin Bai tightly and refusing to let go. Her entire mind was in turmoil. Even Li Xiaonan froze. What is the origin of this person? And everyone else had the same doubts as Li Xiaonan. It is said that the playwrights are heartless. These two playwrights actually both chose Lin Bai. Does not this mean that they all decided that Lin Bai is more powerful than Li Tianjiao? You two bitches/people. Li Tianjiao was furious. How could he not expect that he would lose face twice in a row? 2 opera singers dared to reject him. If this were to spread, where would he have face in God's capital in the future? Li Tianjiao, I told you couldn't do it. Lindbergh wrapped Annie into his arms, one hand nonchalantly probing inside his clothes. He didn't need to be reserved this time when Big Ice was out of the picture. If you can't do it, don't act like it. Look at you. Now this incompetent and furious look. TSK, still Li Ershao. Why don't you change your name to Li Er/cunt? Good. Lindbergh, I have underestimated you. Li Tianjiao looked grim. You've known these 2 opera singers for a long time, right? What kind of skill is it to coax 2 low-life opera singers to die for you? I'll show you now what true strength means. Li Tianjiao fiercely pointed with his hand again. Luo Feifei, come here. The 2 playwrights don't know my Li Tianjiao's true strength. But you, surely, do. I want you, right now, in public. Get down on your knees and serve me.